places they have like an elevated spot that some of it has like a weird like walk up and an out. Really, yeah. Are you done? Um, um, how about like Logan's Road, Texas Road, places where you put peanuts on the ground. So that'd be interesting to see what places have carpet and places don't at most of the restaurants. So what? I just don't think you putting why. Um, you can prevent 90% of all the dirt or soil in your. What's the difference between dirt and soil? Jim Levere teaches us. Okay, soil is what's in the ground. Dirt is what you like get off your hands. Meaning soil is like comes from the ground. It's like from God. You don't want to just be like that's like black dirt. Soil. It's like there's a lot to it. You want to treat it with respect, I guess, more than just saying dirt or whatever. Dirt's like shit you get on your fingers. Soils. So what would be in this would be like dirt on your hands almost, but no, it's like soil that gets from the outside into your house. But dirt, what does dirt become? Lint, what is lint? Like broken down fibers of shirts and things. Dust, what is dust? 90% of all dust is human skin. It's mostly skin and shit like that. Dust in your house. Really, yeah, it depends. I know different kinds of dust. I know like library dust is very like dust is different in different buildings. There's different kinds of dust, meaning like the fine particle that a big library those are, but book dust is different. It's the only thing that I'm thinking that I've managed that like oh hold on. I'm sure like a silt dust or some kind of like if you're working in like some kind of big plant like that. But I can tell you book dust is different than human dust to me was bigger. And but book dust could be like that. I mean, I don't know. It depended, I guess, where it was too. But book dust to me was really, really fine dust. Why? Because it was just like super old dust versus like house dust. I see house dust. I guess that's true. It's just bigger. House dust is bigger because it hasn't had like decades to just get really, really fine like it does in LA. Anyway, the minutia of the library, the dust. Never knew I could vibe the dust. Okay, anyway. Um how about shul dust? Shul dust is different. Really? Yeah. Oh, you gotta tell that fucking story. Okay, so I wrote a poem for the poet. This girl was just really, really pretty. She was in this fucking class that I had. She was just her face special. Really together the words that you used to write poetry, that was special. This girl wrote poetry like a professional poet. I used to talk to this guy. My one friend played in the World Cup, and he will say she's the best poet he's ever heard, ever. And it's like we're just two like dumb jock like individuals who were just like, oh my god, this girl is so hot too. Like, yeah. Anyway, are you done? Um. I was out here. I was arrested from a bloodline. I had no money. I shouldn't say that. I had very little money. I had less than $1,000 though, and I rang the door. An application from the state of Pawnee to become a mason there, and I had voluntarily rescinded my application to be uh, Mason there because I want to be a Mason in California, where I thought would be the most difficult place, which it is. If you're going to be a Mason anywhere, be a Mason in the toughest state there is. And but that's not only true. They were gonna make me a Mason in Warrenville, where they want to fucking call money, and but it was gonna take 2 months. It was December 6th, I believe. I found out Outwich found, and they said it was gonna be at least up February. They said they had somebody going in December and somebody in January, so you had to wait your turn. Really? And I was trying to push the process along. Why? Because I wanted to get it and move. And that's not really how Mason works. I'm not saying it isn't how it could. What I was doing wasn't against the rules by any means, but it's like, if you're gonna do it, you want to be friends with the guy. You don't want to see him go move thousands of miles away. And I realized that too. And so I'll never forget the night they called me. They asked and said, "We're gonna make a Mason, but it's gonna take to the winter." And there's a blizzard coming. There's a blizzard coming that weekend. And I said, "Would you mind if I take my application and when I go to California, give it to them? And if they want to contact you, you can say what you know about me." And they said, "No, absolutely." And how did you learn about them? I wrote a letter and put it on the lodge door. Shout out to them. I just wrote a letter one day and put it on the door. And they called me, and I said I was really interested. And I forget the guy who called me. I think his name was Carl. I could be wrong. And I've tried to look him up before, but he, in a lot of ways, changed my life, because as a Mason changed my life. Why? Well, I was going to become a Mason there, and he kind of just, like, I was able to ask questions. I didn't really have that many, but to learn, like, okay, well, what I have to do in California and things like that. Now, what happened in California? I moved to California. I wanted the guy in California to go, "Okay, call the guy in Indiana and have them find, like, oh, he's a nice guy, and maybe become a Mason pretty soon." But I didn't know there was a 1-year waiting list. Not 1-year waiting list. You had to be a resident of the state of California for 1 year. So I was told. That's right. So that's what's publicly out there. However, if they really like you, they'll do it quicker, really, but more quickly. But there were some elements of it that you had to pass. What were they? You had to be a person of good character. You had to believe in a higher power. Really? Yeah, it didn't necessarily have to be God. It could be just a higher power. It could be the grand architect of the universe. It could be where the fuck you want it to be. But, and then what else? It couldn't be crazy. Some other things like that. Anything. You had to be a man. Really? Yeah. And what about equality and stuff? Don't you want women to be a part? Well, we could talk about that. But yeah, because there were elements I thought could be more equal. But at the end of the day, I would explain to women. I think they'd understand this. If you do have everything equal, if you have, if you say, like, everything has to be equal, even private associations like that, that will hurt you more than you know. Like what? There will be no women's schools anymore. And there are women's schools that still want to continue. Why? Because men would be able to make the argument, "I want to go there just as much as blah, 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 blah." And there are some men who make arguments like that. But in the same way, when you have a lodge, if you had women there, the men and women will date, and they'll get married, and then you'll have people who come really close, and it'll be great for a generation or two. Somebody will get divorced, and it will split the lodge up. It splits, that kind of shit splits up shuls, and it would vary. That's why men do not allow women to be Freemasons, and I don't think that would change. What would change is it would be more open to women. Eastern Star would become much bigger. So if women were like, "We want to do some kind of masonry," Eastern Star is the way to go. And on top of that, Masonic men would have female. There'd be a big dance every year. Some places do this, other places don't, just depending on their budgets. But they all have enough money now; they can do a big dance. Even my lodge, who literally would have like once a week, had 6 figures with us, and some of the other ones had 7, 8, 9 figures. So I mean, when you're looking at that, they can fucking run a stock out once a year to make a couple ladies happy, and it would be a thing where like I would tell everyone in Masonry, there's nothing really that secret in it. Anything you want to fucking see is in that fucking documentary they have on Netflix inside Freemasons, and everything else is on William Schoenben's thing. There's more shit on William Schoenben's thing than they're ever gonna teach in Masonry. I know the fucking top Masons in the fucking state, and they don't know some of that shit. They've just been, and it's like they're not illuminated to a certain level, or they choose not to believe it. But there are like certain ways in and things. Okay, what the fuck were you saying? Something about steak and chicken Tacomas. Oh, okay. How many menus? Okay. You want a booth or a table? Okay, so they put you in a booth or whatever. We have to wait for a booth. You got a table, or we gotta wait for a table. You want a booth? Okay, fine. Then what? They sit you down, and I'm not gonna say. You could have anyone serve you, so it could literally be any race. The I was a busboy for many years, so I guess what do you call a busboy? There's a name for it. I've been one. The bussers. So what is that? Somebody cleans off a table. That person. I would just say this: they were always Latino people who were the fucking hardest working guys, to the point you'd never fucking know. Like, it was like a fucking machine how well run this thing was. So you'd sit down, and you'd automatically they'd have this little glass of water with ice, and a basket of breadsticks, and they'd have like butter and a cup of soup that was like soup of the day. What were their soups today? Depended. What was their okay? So everyone fucking loved this chicken and rice, which becomes really big. I myself was a chicken and noodle person, but people really like that fucking chicken and rice. But they had like chicken and stars, which becomes really big. Did they have anything else? These were all just like broth soups with vegetables like celery, carrots, barley, parsley, something like that. And I don't even fucking know what barley is. They might have put much. I didn't. But then what? And then like noodles, and were they good soup? They were excellent. Were they really? No, they were high sodium, terrible soups. But at 3 a.m, there's nothing better. Yeah. So then what? There's like a certain look of this soup that I look at it, and it's like you could see the oil in it with like bubbles. Like, it was wonderful though, really. Yeah. Then what? Okay, so then they ask. So you haven't even ordered yet, and you already have like you're already eating breadsticks, soup, and water, and you haven't even. You haven't even. This is like any Greek restaurant or many Greek restaurants, but then what? Then they have this fucking menu that is so big. These menus are like, you could get anything. You could get anything you want. Really? Just name it. Belgian waffle, page 4. You want steak? Page 2. You want mozzarella sticks, onion rings, fucking potato skins, potato wedges, french fries. Like you want a appetizer plate? That's page 1. Really? I mean, what else you want? They had like 4 pages of breakfast. Like breakfast 1, breakfast. really, in the pictures. Oh my god. It's very difficult to photograph pictures. Very, very one of my favorite things in life, because I've seen, I don't know, photography and how things photograph, and you can tell when it's professionally photographed versus it's the owner of the store who just took their camera. It wasn't even a camera. It was like an old-fashioned camera back then, not a camera phone, and took a picture of it. And it's like a flash, and it's like it's not a correct. It looks like, here. I'll show you. I'll just show you what it looks like. I could just find. I know I could find you. And here we go. City Councilman Paul Perez says he's putting up to $4 million to pay for LAPD overtime. He says the money will help lower crime rates. I have reaffirmed my position that I will keep our streets safe and do everything necessary to do that. Special office says the LAPD is short about 100 officers right now. The holiday season shopping needs seasonal workers. The holiday shopping season is heating up already. Yes, for Halloween, but what are you going to do? Those are more from people who work there or who enjoyed themselves there. Here it is. This doesn't look that bad. Really, no. But it would be like stuff like that. No, I mean this actually photographed pretty well. Really, yeah. As does this. Really? Yeah. Shout out to Laguna Grill, San Luis Obispo. Here's the thing. People have gotten better and cameras have gotten better. So I look at these and they're not that bad. But back then, I would be like tap house on the edge would be a thing too. Tap house for edging? I don't know. It's a fucking thing. I don't want to say it looks bad because it doesn't. It looks good. Here's one. I had to find a bad picture of it. It doesn't even. It's not even a bad picture. It is, but it's not like an Instagram picture. So they would have this would be like they put like a picture like this in a menu, which looks fine, maybe from here, but when it's really up close and it's really big, so like here's like an Uber Eats picture where it's like super professional, and to film food is very difficult, and most of that isn't even what you think. Like when they do a fucking a got milk mustache, that's paint. That's not fucking milk. Or like when they're like making coffee, that's fucking, what is that? When they're making coffee, it's not even coffee. They fill it with something else. Oh, what is it? It's like turkey based or turkey shit. Or no, that was one of them. Is that Berkshire Corona or Quick Tango say Tiger? They'll take a turkey and put like chocolate sauce on it and make it look like it's actually burned when it's just like chocolate and you can't tell the difference. Anyway, why? What's one? Okay, they'll take something coffee lays flat. Oh, they'll put a little bit of soap in coffee to give it some more bubbles because it looks like a little more. When it has bubbles, it looks more freshly poured than if it's just flat. Okay, so what? So anyway, this restaurant had this. I don't want to say it was a bad looking menu because at 3 a.m. it looked great, but it was like just regular pictures. They weren't perfect though. So you'd be looking through and it would be like, oh, that looks like vomit at this point. Really? Yeah. But then other things would look great. It just depended. Really? Yeah. It didn't. Did you ever have anything better? Everything was good. Really? Yeah, and I never heard anybody ever getting sick. In any of the places I'd ever been, I'm telling you, the one time I ever had any complaint about anything was in a kosher Blintz. I found a hair in a kosher Blintz. Really? Yeah, and it wasn't like, how do you know it wasn't your hair? I remember opening this thing up, it was like a blueberry Blintz. I could tell exactly where I bought it, right over here, and Not at OC Kosher though. It's another place. Really, yeah, I've never had anything bad from it. I've never had anything bad from OC Kosher ever, ever. If you ever do, come to me and I'll handle it with them. Why? Because I love them like my family. I'm surprised I don't pray for them every morning. All right, I do some. I don't want to say I do, but maybe I have to work them into it. Why? Because you take care of me food wise. You're in this Flint. You make sure they never had to pay their rent again anyway. So you got a fucking thing. Same with the fucking guy with Golden Jar. Anyway, it was like a fucking Blintz that had. I remember opening it up and it had this hair that was like packed in there. I was like, oh man, really? Yeah. Why? Because I was like, really. I mean, super coat was super mature, and I was like, this this was it was more expensive. I expected better quality than that. Anything else you ever find any? No, absolutely not. Really? Yeah, and I've eaten everything allegedly. So anyway, there, I'd be like, no. What did you do? Um. So then what? Well, so you haven't even ordered yet. So they'd ask, would you like coffee, or anything? Coffee, or soda juice. They sold beer and wine there. Did you ever know anybody to drink there? No. Why? Everyone was always so fucked up at from going wherever they were. Nobody wanted to go there and drink. Really? I never ever saw anybody drink. I mean, barely, rarely, but they had a liquor license and not a liquor license, but a beer and wine alcohol license. So those are two kinds of different licenses. There's beer and wine, which is like one tier, and then alcohol, which is they couldn't sell alcohol because it wasn't like a bar or anything, but they were beer and wine. And then they had food, but I mean, again, did you ever drink there? Here's the thing. I was always so afraid to because police would walk in that place all the time. Police would come and sit right next to you at the um, at this place. Were they mean? No, not like these assholes. I would say some of them were assholes, definitely, but um, they would just come in and sit like it's a restaurant. They'd be on their lunch hour or something, and they'd go in there, and what? You just wouldn't act like you're fucking really drunk in there, and they wouldn't fucking bother you. Did you ever see anybody get in trouble there? Not that I can recall. I mean, yeah, I'm sure people did. A lot, yeah, I'm sure people did. But what else? So then it's like, well, what do you want to order? They have breakfast, brunch, lunch, dinner, dessert, appetizers, sides. They have a lot. I mean, they don't have everything in the world. It's not like, but for like a little fucking restaurant, it's like it's one of these restaurants where it's some Greek guy and they were like, oh yeah, I really like meatball sub, and he's like, oh, we fucking need that. And then some other person was like, oh, I really like chicken salad. He's like, oh, well, we'll fucking get that. And then some other person was like, oh, I really like pizza. Oh, I guess we'll get that. And some other person was like, oh, can we get a Belgian waffle? Okay, I guess we'll do that. And it just became this huge fucking menu. So you could get anything. And what happened? Then he just taught. I would say, I mean, it wasn't just Mexican people who worked there. Because again, in the kitchen maybe. But I want to say it complimentary. Like, there was never a bad meal. They worked the staff is really good. And I'm not saying that's the only people who ever worked there. No. But it was always like, why? Because we'd always want to say our compliments to the chef, and the guy would come out, and he was always like, he didn't know English very well, but we would be like, excellent job. Really? Yeah, because we would just go there, and everything was just over the top, super fun and super, like, I don't know. I think it says it. I think it says a dining experience. It says that on the sign. Nick's Patio, a dining experience. And it was. So then what? You could get whatever you wanted, and then what? They had an interesting payment system. What was that? I guess that's not interesting. You paid at the front. That's not interesting. That's like, I don't want to say most places are like that either. It just depended. But that's why it was good for them to have a host, so they could watch if somebody was trying to skip out and go. Would people try to skip out and go? Yeah, a lot there. Really? Why? I'm not saying I ever did there or my friends ever did, but I think we always picked up the tab for them. Really? Yeah. I remember I would always pay for my friends there. I remember buying huge groups of girls. I remember this one time, like buying my friend and I would buy like tables of girls food, and then because they were friends and stuff, but big groups of people. I remember myself buying like, and I shouldn't have, but like it's like 8 girls dinner one night. No, maybe not 8, but I think so. Um, but what? Why? I mean, just to be a nice person, but you're friends and things. Um, but this one time my friend and I were there, and we were with girls from the crew team. Those are the coxswain from the crew team. Okay, so the coxswain, people don't know. That's the person at the front of the boat who yells in the megaphone. I like that one. That one's a fucking, like the little fucking rabbits in up there. Motherfucker, get the fucking, get shit going fast, blah, blah, blah. And he's always like, row, hurry the fuck up, motherfucker, blah, 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 blah. So what is a coxswain? Coxswain, if you're a really petite girl and you want a free ride scholarship to like any school in the country, be a coxswain. Why? It's just this little. You have to be petite. You can't be like some heifer who thinks that, oh, I'm gonna be a dream. Don't be Rudy for that, okay? If you're gonna do that, they're gonna put you in the boat. Why? You have to be very light, loud, positive, very good at keeping rhythms and things. And you sit in the front of the boat and you just fucking yell at people. So what? So I was there with my friend Madison, I think her friend Christina, and this other girl. I don't remember this girl's name. We'll just call her older sister, okay? And I haven't had a, what's that bitch's name? Patricia Heaton. I have a thing with Patricia Heaton. And her little sister went to school there as well. And her little sister was friends with some of my friends. And her little sister wasn't very experienced. And this one night, her little sister was on my fucking desk with her legs like open. And and little sister, don't you? Little sister, don't you? Little sister, don't you kiss me once or twice and say it's very nice and then you run. Little sister, don't you do what your big sister done? Well, I dated your big sister and I took her to a show. I went for some candy, along came Jim Dandy, and they snuck right out the door. Little sister, don't you? Little sister, don't you do what your big sister does? Every time I see your sister, well, but we guess I'll try. Little sister, don't you kiss me once or twice and say it's very nice and then you run. Little sister, don't you do what your big sister does? I used to pull your pigtails and pinch your turned up nose. But when you've been growing and baby it's been showing from your head down to your toes. Little sister, don't you? Little sister, don't you? Little sister, don't you kiss me once or twice and say it's really nice and then you run. Little sister, don't you do what your big sister does? Little sister, don't you do what your big sister done? So don't you do? So I knew some girls, strangely, because I never like. There were a couple teams that I just like kind of osmosis joined my way into by by I guess best by osmosis, but like I just made friends early, and but a couple teams I didn't get to know super well. I mean, like I think I knew at least someone on every single team in one way or another, kind of somehow. Like right now, I'm trying to think like women's golf. Did you know anybody in women's golf? No, but I think now I think about it, I think there was one twin or something that was on women's golf. Maybe there were two twins on women's golf, or they were tennis players. No, I need some tennis players too. But yeah. Anyway, but volleyball was one of them that I didn't really know, and I wasn't really into because those girls are really usually pretty tall and kind of all women. But I think I got over that. Really, I've dated girls who are taller than I am, and that's totally fine. Really, really tall, like basketball players, and it's like there's just no getting them around it. She's 6'5" in heels. There's like, I'm not gonna fucking hang with that. But and you just work it anyway. I remember when I was in high school, and I took a girl to a college dance in high school. I wasn't even in the college, and I was in high school, and she was on the St. Cloud Marians basketball. Shout out to this girl named Megan, very pretty girl from Youngstown, Ohio, hometown of Dean Martin. Really, yeah, and she was what? She was very pretty. Really, yeah. She looked like my cousin Lori, and I say that not because I think Lori's pretty, but Lori's a model, and so people think Lori's pretty, but I don't. She's my cousin. This girl's very pretty, and I think she modeled as well. Very tall, thin, like beautiful girl. Anyway, shout out to my friends for coming up with her. We went to a dome dance, the Fisher Hall dome dance. They were dome of the year that year, so they got a dome dance. It was amazing. All right, are you done? So you guys went Dome of the Year twice. No, we won Frasho of the Year, and then we won Dome of the Year once. So I went to like 3 of those dances. Um, anyway, what'd you do with XYZ? What's XYZ? Still talking about petty? Oh, that's it. What about Steak and Shake? That's big too. Who's the last person you saw on Steak and Shake? You remember? Chelsea Peacock. Really? Yeah, she was sucking her thumb. Why? Chelsea Peacock's this girl came in first grade. She came in first grade. Easy kid. No, she was a transfer student from where? I don't know. Peacock Construction becomes big, but I think she just went to another school. But if you didn't start school like immediately, and when we started, we saw you as an outsider, and it was really hard for us to change our minds. And I guess I was the only one. But I even have some kindergarten at a different school, and I would not advise that. I would advise this: hold your kid as long as you can, so that they were older and as many sports as you could get them. But do not, if you can help it, have your kid transfer schools after the school starts. Really, it was not a good idea in my opinion. They would just kind of always it's a lot more to get over. So if you're thinking to yourself, oh yeah, it's fine, he'll start, or he or she'll start with the first grade class. We're gonna keep him in XYZ school. They just all these other kids will be friends already, and they'll be the new kid, and then they'll be like, okay, well, they won't ever, and they won't get over it. These kids, in their mind, they will already be like a set thing. Now, what if their parents are moving and things like that? I probably would be different in the future, But at least when we were in school, it was like there was a morning class in kindergarten, an evening class in I can't even tell you my fucking kindergarten. But anyway, um, Garrison, Mrs. Garrison or something? Mrs. Garrison was her name. But yeah, Garrison. Yeah, I've been trying to think of her name for fucking this whole fucking time. I could not think of her name for like 2 years, and then she married Doctor something. She became Mrs. something. Anyway, um, what else? That's bad. Some lady be like, keep talking about food. I'd be like, I don't know. They had the best little fucking breadstick things. Really? Take that fucking breadstick. You could smoke it like a cigar, stick it behind your ear like a cigarette. You could put it in your soup like a breadstick. It could. They were like these little ones. They could go on salads. Really? Yeah. Who had the best of those little breadsticks? Handy Snacks? Whatever the fucking Handy Snack company was. It's like HANDI space SNAK or some shit. Maybe CK. Snack packs are big. Really, yeah. But handy, that thing. They make one with pretzels, which is cool. But I like the breadstick kind. Why? Because then you take that motherfucker with that cheese and Dunkaroos with that fucking icing. Oh man, and that fucking what do you call that shit? Tommy Kelly had that. But yeah, I had it with them once. What's it called? Laffy Taffy? No. What fucking sugar? Stick. You stick sugar. You stick it in sugar. No. Powdered sugar. No. Powdered sugar. Stick sugar. Powder. Fun Dip. Fun Dip's huge. Similar to Pixie Stick. Pixie Sticks are huge. We used to get these monster Pixie Sticks and these long fucking licorice ropes. Love licorice. Licorice is. If your family had to like live on one food, what would it have been? To enjoy? Chicken. Fried chicken. But nobody would have gotten it because my dad would have eaten it all. Really? Yeah. So then what? Man, no, it wouldn't have been this, but man, Martin's made this fucking coconut chicken with this fucking marinade. What was that marinade, Rabbi? Starts with an M. Marmalade marinade? Oh no, it's a marmalade. What kind of marmalade? Apricot. It was so fucking good. Oh my god, coconut chicken might be one of my. It's just chicken strips dipped in coconut and like it's like fried in a batter. Oh my god, so it's like fried chicken and coconut batter basically. What the fuck is if you had to, this would be like light beer vanilla and chicken. I don't know. My parents' friends had a caricature made when they got married, and I think it was ketchup, Miller, what light beer from Miller. So those would be two things. Yeah. No, he never drank. He never drank when my mom and I were home, and just with him. He'd only drink if someone was coming over. He's a very social drinker, but never when my mom and dad were home. Oh, my mom and I were home. Oh, hold on. After he retired, my mom and he would have a glass of wine a night, or two, or something like that. So he'd have that, and then he had a friend with whom he would drink Kettle One and Ocean Spray, which becomes really big, and then scotch. He always drank scotch. But I want to say, I was for the first 20 years of my life, I never saw him drink at home. Just to have a beer. He never just had a beer, and I don't either. And I think I might learn how to do that. But my friend in college would always be like, "Oh yeah, we're just gonna have a few beers and just hang out and watch some concerts, man. You want to come over?" And it'd be like, "Oh, okay." And they'd have like 3 or 4 beers, not enough to have a buzz, but not be really fucked up. And they could do that like on a nightly basis. And I just wasn't like that. I always felt it was just an unnecessary amount of calories that I said, and I was always worried about my weight. So, I mean, these guys were like long distance. It really didn't matter, but at least in my case, I always wanted to. And they had all these fucking theories on things. Should you have sex before a race or not? Should you have a beer during the week or at night? How much does it hurt you? All these fucking theories and things, and we test them all out with shit, but like, because you just don't know, and you've got the biggest fucking race of your life. What do you eat before? Do you carb up? Do you eat protein? What should you do? Actually, should carb up. It's always like advised. But I think being in a state of ketosis probably might be the best way to do it. So that what would that mean? It might even mean like you have some kind of like intermittent fasting, but then maybe you had like a steak before. I don't know. I don't know exactly everything, but Alfredo for a race. I mean, maybe it was good. Maybe it might be my signature meal. I'm a big fan of Alfredo chicken. Anyway, are you done? Parv chicken over. How can you have parv chicken over? I mean, I guess it would be flashing chicken. Veterans don't understand. But, yeah. Are you done? To find out where George Norrie is speaking, go to the Coast to Coast AM. Is that the one next guy? Scroll down to the bottom and click George. Oh, no. So I was singing little. Okay. So she was. She had her legs like this. Well, at first they were like this. Okay. So, and this girl had been over at my place one time. But truthfully, that one night. Really? Yeah. And I saw this girl, and it was like, it wasn't love at first sight, but I was very attracted to her. And she was somewhat attracted to me. And it was my room, and I was like throwing the party and stuff. And so she was on my desk, and I remember her legs were, I think I put my leg on her leg. It was like not anything crazy, allegedly. But anyway, her legs opened. And I remember putting my hand like here, and it wasn't like I was getting a no or anything like that. It was like, no, her legs were still open, and she was on my desk, and it was like, all right, well, I'll go a little closer. Let's see. To the point where my hand was, there's like her labia, panties, my hand, whatever that is. So I'm like able to feel like the front of her pants, where her labia is. All right, okay. So what? But I'm not fingering her. And what? It was like the second that I had done that. Well, had you kissed her? No, that was usually. That was interesting too. That I just went straight to start fingering this chick. It wasn't that quick though. It wasn't like I just ducked the fucking thing. We had been talking and things like that, and I was like, man, I really like this girl. And what's her name? I don't know. My friend was like, well, they hadn't brought this girl before. They had brought girls, literally, the girls they brought to my room, one of their names was Cum Dumpster. That's what they called this girl, Cum Dumpster. Really? They're like, oh yeah, that's just Cum Dumpster. Really? This girl, I think, took on every guy on the football team in one night. I mean, this girl was an all-out banshee. Cum Dumpster. They called it to her face. They're like, oh yeah, that's Cum Dumpster. You don't know Cum Dumpster? So I would be like, truthfully, they were bringing girls who were just the hoiest hoes ever. But I wouldn't hook up with those girls. Why? The football team can have those girls. I wanted this one girl who was really pretty. She had this really pretty dress on, and she looked like Patricia Heaton. I remember she's just really pretty. And wouldn't you know it, she was on my desk, and so I put my hand there, and it wasn't like, it was like, did you kiss her? Um, I'll be honest with you, I don't really fucking remember. But I remember I was a senior. She was a freshman. And it was like, this is a huge party. And then what? It was like, this is a really public place. I don't know if we're going to want to do a sexual act here. And I don't know if this is right. I shouldn't say that. It wasn't like it was wrong on her. Her legs wide open on my desk, and she's not pushing me away or anything like that. But I remember being like, and her friends are all there. It's not like she's, and I honestly, now that I remember this, I was trying to get something on my desk, and she was flirting with me, and she's like, no, like, I'm not gonna let you in my, I was trying to get in my desk drawer, I think, and she wasn't letting me in my desk drawer, and she was being playful, and I'm like trying to pull open my desk drawer, and she's got her legs here, and I was like, oh, move your fucking legs, and she's like, oh no, and I get my fucking hand. It was something like that, where it was like, but I would say this was, well, this wasn't, I really liked that girl, yeah, and so I told my friend Leslie, hey, who's this bitch on my desk? This girl is really pretty, and she's like, oh, that's our friend XYZ. She doesn't go out much, and this is the first night we've had her out, and I was like, I know, I really like this girl. Make sure to bring her back. She's like, okay. And I was like, well, it was about time for them to leave because of her idols. And so I was like, all right, well, bye everybody or whatever. And we like walked them to the taxis or whatever, and we walked because they were going out. We were going out too. I think we all went out together. We just had to leave the fucking dorm. Oh, that's what it was. We had to leave the dorm. And what was it? So, oh, I remember. So remember Cum Dumpster, this girl who would get obliterated. Fucking obliterated. I've never known a girl to just take on cum and beer like this girl. And I don't want to say who she is because it's like, but she was my friend's friend. She's a friend of mine's little sister. But she and I were friends too, but nothing ever happened. Didn't ever wanted to happen because she was my friend's little sister. But that friend's sister, my friend's little sister's friend. So my friend's little sister became my friend through the years, and then we'd hang out in college, but not like that. Like she was my sister, where she'd bring over girls, we'd throw parties, and it was a very beneficial relationship that we had. But it was only, I only wanted it to be that way. If anything ever happened, it was like she's probably one of the closest sisters that I, friends of a person that I ever had. I said even say it like sister, but she had a friend who was just a fucking. Was she a huge whore? Yeah, and you could just say that to this girl's face. She wouldn't mind it. Not that I ever would, but my friends, we would be like, oh my god, her friends are so mean to her. They're just like, oh yeah, that's cum dumpster. It's like, what? You just call her that? And they're like, dude, you haven't seen how many dicks she'll take down. It's like, oh my god. Was she the only whore you've ever known? I would say, yeah, but I mean, she wasn't even a whore. I guess they're saying she's a whore and all those things, but like, she probably had sex. Well, here's the thing. I don't think she had any sex before she got there, and then she started, and it was like crazy. So then what? They had brought another friend there, not Cum Dumpster. Well, hey, Cum Dumpster got fucked up. She was so fucked up that they're like, we need to leave. Really, they're like, she's fucking really fucked up. And that friend that I liked, who was on my desk, was there, and oh yeah, now I remember. They're like, dude, I remember my friend Leslie's like, dude, I know you like the girl on your desk, and she's great, but you gotta understand something. We have Cum Dumpster, and she's throwing up all over, and that would be the thing. This girl would throw up and then start hanging on guys, trying to, like, fuck them. Really? She was a fucking beast. Anyway. And her name was Cum Dumpster? If it wasn't, it was something like that. But, I mean, that's exactly what it was, as I recall. Really? Yeah, they just used to call her Cum Dumpster? Yeah. Anyway, she had a wild fucking fall semester, freshman year, first year. Really? Not even second semester too. Anyway, so my friend Leslie's like, look, Cum Dumpster is all over the place. We need to get out of here. And I was like, okay, you want to go to La Fortune? She's like, yeah. And I was like, well, I really like this girl who's on my desk. She's like, I know. I'll make sure that, perhaps there's a future, but we got to get Cum Dumpster. We got to make sure she's okay. So what happened? Like all my friends, we all got out in time before everything, and I think my friend and I took Cum Dumpster to her dorm, and at least I knew I wasn't gonna hook up with Cum Dumpster, and but she would just be like hanging on you, trying to fuck you, like just stay away. She was the horniest girl I think I've ever met in my entire life. No, but pretty close, really. Yeah, and well, when she got drunk, I'm not saying when she didn't. She was totally normal, smart and things. Yeah. Anyway, so what? So we got her to her room. So then I get to my dorm, or no, I get to La Fortune, and had you kissed that girl? I think I had. I don't think I just went down in her like that. Really? Yeah, because I'm trying to think. Like, I've never just done that. That's not my thing. Grabbing by the pussy, that's not my thing. That had happened to me. I used to go to parties, and my friend, her name is Lauren, used to greet me at parties and just grab my dick. Just grab him by the pussy. Really? Yeah. And would it offend you? Yeah, my friend, I didn't like it, and then my friend one time was like, dude, does that girl just go up to you and grab you by the dick? And I was like, yeah. And she's like, and doesn't that offend you? And I'm like, but I guess, I mean, yeah, to some extent. So I wouldn't do that to her. So you did kiss her? Yeah, but it wasn't like, it was like light. I think it was light, and it was just like I was testing the waters. But yeah, I think I had kissed her. Really? Yeah. Why? Because I remember her tongue. She had a little tongue there. But yeah. Oh, you're already French kissing her? No, but it was like we were touching tongues. It wasn't like we were. I guess we were, but it was like we were just playing, so to speak. I do kind of remember that though. Anyway, so I'm in her fucking upper skirt on my desk, and then everybody had to pile up. Well, she we're in we go to La Fortune, and I really like this guy. I know I keep saying that, but my friend Leslie is like, all right, we got Come Dumpster back. Let's go see the other people. So I go and I want to see this girl, and what? Because I was like, that girl's really cool, and she's like, I know, but keep in mind she doesn't go out a lot, and you might have been her first kiss. And I was like, oh, I didn't know that. Really? And she's like, I'm not sure, but I mean, she's not very experienced. And so when I found that, I was like, oh shit, well, then nobody's been up her fucking skirt, I'm sure. Whatever. Um, but I was like, I really like it. It wasn't like I was like, kind of. So, what? Uh, so we went to La Fortune, and I remember we bought them dinner or whatever we had there. And I remember it being kind of awkward with this girl. Why? Because it was like, I really liked her. We were kissing, but then she was inexperienced. So maybe it was taking it too quickly. And so I asked my friend Leslie, like, what went on? She says, honestly, you didn't do anything wrong. She's never been with a guy, and it's all these emotions that are just hitting her at once. And um, just give it some time, and if it works out, or if it's out, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. So I was like, okay. But I'm like, I told her exactly what happened. She's like, I was there. You were trying to get in your dress drawer. I mean, is that exactly how it was? But she was on my desk. I remember that. And it's like, and I remember how like flirtatious she was. She was like, I'm not gonna let you in, and it was like her eyes were closed like this, and she said, I'm not gonna let you. You're like, who did she look like? There's this girl with whom I went to school, and another time. I don't know if they end up looking like her. She went to university. This girl, Rachel Toth, probably looked Rachel Toth. They had the same last name as Graham, maybe. Um, but anyway, they kind of look the same, but not really. I don't know. I think, but that's kind of looked like in my head. But I remember this girl had like a lavender dress on, and it really looked pretty. You're like, yeah, and just she had this really cute haircut. I'm sure she got it. And I remember just my friend was like, "You love this girl because she looks like Patricia." I'm like, "Yeah, exactly. I got any problem with it." So, what? Well, it was a little um, quick for that girl, I think. And so, what? Did you ever see her again? Yeah. And was it? Did you date her or anything? No. Why? I was a senior. She was a freshman, and I think there were other girls who were involved at the time and things like that. But what happened? So then, wouldn't you know, I'd be out with my friend Madison and her friend Hannah, and we'd go to this fucking crew. Um, we'd go to this crew. we went to this. We went to this crew party, this female crew party, which is like we weren't. I had never been to this fucking party with these. I've been like all the teams, but this is one of the last teams, and so we're there, and there's this like a little short girl, little petite girl. I was like, okay. Um, I didn't really pay attention to her, but my friends, Madison and Hannah, they're like, hey, you want to go to the next patio or something? We're like, we're gonna go. Um, bring your friends or whatever. And so they brought this little petite girl, and it's like, oh, so who are you again? And she's like, I'm XYZ. I'm like, oh, cool, XYZ. Um, are you on the crew team? And she's like, yeah, I'm the coxswain. I'm like, coxswain? Like, the front person of the fucking, yeah. I'm like, oh, okay, now it makes sense. So, come to find out that she's the older sister of this girl, and we're eating at Nick's patio. And I'm putting all this together. So I'm like, you're the coxswain of this team, right? Yeah. And I'm like, man, you look like this one person I know, but she's a freshman. And you're a senior, right? Yeah. She's like, but I have a freshman sister. yeah, you were her first kiss and you fingered her on your desk. I was like, oh my god. Is that true? Um, I don't know exactly if she said you were her first kiss, but I think she said either that you kissed her and fingered her on your desk. I was like, oh, check please. Really? Yeah. Did you become friends with that? We all became friends. I mean, I'm not saying we hung out all the time by any means, because it was a little awkward, but it was like, okay. I remember being like, you didn't know how she was on my desk. It was like, I wasn't on her desk. I was trying to get in my desk. Really? Yeah. And they would totally make sense. But yeah. Is that the scumbaggiest thing you've ever done? Probably by far. Yeah, I think so. Is that's not even scumbaggy? She was on your desk. You were her first kiss, but she probably just wasn't ready to be super physical yet because she wasn't really experienced, and that's what it ended up being. Um, and then what? Um, well, it's not like we stopped hanging out with those girls. We hung out with that. In fact, my friend Mark to a dance to our yacht dance my senior year. I didn't go because I didn't have money to go, but it was a long story too. There's another girl, Lindsay, where I was really, if I would have ever met a girl first school, and not my friend Lindsay, a different girl. And I hadn't seen her for a year, and yeah, we had like one night. Oh my god, this missed this one. Anyway, but you didn't finger that girl? No, 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 no. I remember putting my hand. There was definitely I didn't. There was cloth in between. I just remember my friend, and my friend was never like, "You're creepy. You're a bad person." No, it was. She's very inexperienced, and that hit her. I didn't know I was her first kiss, and that happened, or it was something like that. But I was like, "She's on my fucking desk, dude. What do you want me to do?" There should be a fucking rule. If you are on a guy's desk, he can finger you. I mean, but I didn't. It's not like I did. It's not like I did. It was. I almost did. I made fucking contact with her panties. It was like her vulva, or her labia were here, panties, my finger. But there was no. Would that be considered sexual assault? Basically, anything a guy would do in that situation would be sexual assault. So why? Because if like there's any alcohol involved, first alcohol, but then she's sexually assaulting me because I wasn't. Were you of age? Perhaps. That's an interesting one. What? Providing alcohol for minors. Is that what you did? Allegedly, probably not though. Let's say they were 28. Maybe they were older than I was. Um, but it was not for that purpose. And I mean, at the end of the day, I really liked that girl. It wasn't. There wasn't meant to be disrespectful. And I know she meant that. And but I mean, I would even ask my friend, um, is it a regret of yours? Should you have gone slower? Honestly, no. I hadn't really thought of it. Is it really a big regret? No. It was like I don't know if she was asking for it. I guess that one was asking for it. Like if you're sitting on my desk like this, and I'm trying to get in my drawer, and you're stopping me, and you're flirting with me, I'm not saying you deserve to just get fisted right there, but it's like you are asking for it. you're not asking to fist there. You've put yourself in that. But that's another thing. If she didn't drink a lot, then she didn't put herself in that position. Like, okay, but um, oh, thank you so much. What ended up happening? Um, did she come over again? Yeah, but I remember it was like, or if we, it was like towards the end of the year. Oh, well, the thing was, I was with her sister, who's the coxswain, and I remember my friend was like, yeah, so it was super awkward when we were having dinner at 3 o'clock in the morning, and that girl's older sister was like, yeah, you kissed my sister and fingered her on your desk. It was like, it wasn't like that, really. Let me say this: this girl was not. Well, my friend Madison and Hannah, they're like, what? What happened? Really? They were like, what? And I was like, oh, that's your sister? Um, I said, I was trying to, I remember like trying to argue. I was like, she was on my desk. I was in the pool. She was on my desk. Really? Yeah. And, I mean, I remember pulling my drawer out and she not letting me get into it. And I'm not saying you deserve to get fingered at that point, but you're flirting. You are flirting at that point. But again, like, was she under her own power and all those other things? I think so. Why? Um, but what else? Um, whatever happened to her? I think she got a boyfriend somewhere else or something else happened. But I remember her sister and that. Well, I shouldn't say she got a boyfriend because I did see her after that, and it wasn't like she was. I almost felt like it was unjustified for her to feel. I don't know if it's unjustified, but it was like, lady, you're on my fucking desk. I was trying to get in the drawer. You wouldn't let me in the drawer. You're playing fucking super flirty with me. We end up kissing. My hands might go somewhere. You have you have my your legs are hanging on my fucking desk, and they're open, and there's nothing. Most women would pay for that privilege, woman. Really? And that's the interesting thing about these situations is like it could go one way where it's love at first sight. It could go another way where it's sexual assault. Which way did your way go? Um, well, it wasn't sexual assault. I'm saying that I could make the argument for making the argument the other way. Um, well, truthfully, it's like basically every single girl with whom perhaps I like always was able to date afterward. That girl I wasn't. Why? Hmm. It was like the end of the. It was like winter of my senior year, but then you know what I think? Now I remember. Really? Something like this happened. Something like this happened. I'm putting too much on myself. There was a big argument that happened that night as well. Not with me or her. We were fine. But oh, not with me. I think she got into an argument with my roommate. And then he's like, that girl sucks. I don't want her over anymore. And he was like, I really like that girl. Really, yeah, I think that's what happened. And he told Leslie, I don't want that girl over here anymore. That girl sucks. Don't bring that girl over. That's what happened. He's the one who banned her. Really? Yeah. Really? Yeah. And oh my god, I take it to shit.
Remember now, she uses two L's in Cheryl, CHERYLL.com. But we've got it all linked up for you at coasttocoastam.com. We make it really easy for you. Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com. Usually you go to a real estate agent, 6%. You're told to clean and paint and repair. Buyers walk through the house that is pristine. And if you don't live there, you don't need any of that. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Matt, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call the directbuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance before closing. Go to directbuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, directbuyers.com. What's burning in the kitchen is my mom's cooking show. Dad, you said you put the shoes in the oven, just to dry out in the winter, and then they forgot they were on. They were in the oven and everything. And my mom used to surf. Yeah. It's on. New Jersey cold winters. Yes. Tim Conway Jr. Show. Weeknight to 6 on KFR. I was a young lady, right? When I was, young and one of the better surfers in COB. Yeah. Oh, really?
Okay, so is that the end of your story? Um, no, I'm misremembering it. It's like a long time ago. Remember Cum Dumpster? My friend was like, we don't want that girl coming over anymore, and don't bring those. He was like, whatever girls you brought, Leslie, to this one, he's like, don't bring those girls again. And that girl was one of them. And so I just never saw her. Why? It wasn't like, but I was hard on myself. Why? Because well, I remember saying to my friend Leslie, if I've done anything wrong, please let me know. And she's like, you're fine. You're absolutely fine. And those girls they're getting sloppy, and it's true. Why? Because Cum Dumpster was just starting to get really, really sloppy, and we were having to walk her home every fucking night, make sure that she was. I would, make sure she was with a girl, her friends or something like that, back at a dorm, and okay, and then I was never with that girl alone though. Truthfully, she would jump. She would like lunge at you. I've actually had girls lunge at me. She would lunge at you. You don't want that. It's like you want to be mutual to some extent, but so I always made sure there's a girl there. But with this other girl, what'd you do? I remember we went to La Fortune, and then what? I remember buying this girl dinner, and my friend saying to my friend Leslie, I don't care what it is, don't bring Cum Dumpster and don't bring that other girl around. Don't bring those girls. This was not a good night. He did not have a good night that night. And what was it? I think they just brought that night. They brought a ton of girls, and maybe they were. I don't know. Well, I know something else too. He did not want me to be in a relationship, and he knew that I really liked this girl from one night. I'm still talking about her. Did you like her sister? Her sister is cute. I really like her little sister though. And to be able to, I mean, I sat there, and it's not like I was like, it's not like she was like, and you sexually assaulted my sister's like, no, that's not what happened. I explained. She was on my desk. This is how it was. She's like, yeah, I've heard about you. My sister was on your desk, and you were her. I really think I was her first kiss. I think so, and that's what was kind of weird about it. Why? Because I didn't know that. I've been girls' first kiss before, but I've known that I was their first kiss. I don't think she either had her first kiss, or maybe it was a lot of experience for her at once, and but but what? It was. Well, I would just say if I did anything incorrectly, I would wanted that person to prosecute me, and I'd invite it because I would say I wouldn't ever want anyone out there to feel that I've really done them that much irreparable damage or any kind of damage, and not have it see justice. So if I'm guilty of something, please invite it. But I feel like I'd be able to. Well, I don't feel like I did anything wrong. I remember this girl and I like making eyes at each other, and how cute she was, and I remember her dress a lot. It was an interesting material. It was almost like a fairy, kind of like it was like a pink material. If you looked at it in one light, it was like lavender, and another light, it was like, and it was like this weird kind of fabric. It was like shiny, but I didn't see it from her standpoint, where this is a girl who never went out. Then she's on some guy's desk. She has a beer or two. She's on some guy's desk, and she's flirting with him. She has her first kiss right away, and then he's already pretty close to fingering her. That's a lot of emotions. So I could see it from her end. And that's what my friend Leslie said. It's a lot of emotions at once, but you're fine. You didn't do anything wrong. And her sister, I mean, don't you think her sister would have just socked me if I had really hurt her sister at all? And not let me, not eating a meal with me and dine with me, let me buy her dinner. It would have been like a big thing if I had caused her any damage or any pain. Or it should have been. I just remember her sister being like, yeah, you were my sister's first kiss and you fingered her on your desk. And it was like, guilty. Really? Yeah. But she would, she's really, really. They were both pretty. From where were they? I'm not sure. Anything about her? What about anything about Cum Dumpster? Did you ever heard of Cum Dumpster? But what's her name? Honestly, they just called her Cum Dumpster, and it was like, this girl doesn't even have a chance. Really? Yeah, but I've always said this before. I've never known a slutty girl, because if I did, I would never let them out of my sight. That one I let out of my sight. Wait, but why? It was too easy. It was too easy. That one was stealing. That was just stealing from me. Really? Yeah. It wasn't like, she was totally normal normally, but if you got a beer in this girl, she would lunge at you, and it was like, do that too. But I would say, look, she was around a bunch of really attractive dudes who were. It was like her. She's in college. She was sowing her wild oats, so to speak. Yeah. Do you remember her name? But I do remember my friend fighting with that girl I picked. Really? Yeah. And he's like, I don't want that girl in that room anymore, and I don't want that other girl. They're too much work. And I was like, oh man, I really like that girl. There were a couple other girls. There were freshman girls when I was senior there. It was too easy. It was too easy. When you're a senior there, the freshman girls are just like it's disgusting easy. Really? Yeah. Did you know any girls from school Miriam's who were freshmen? That would have been stealing. Theft. It would have just been unfair. Unfair advantages. You're gonna give me home field advantage. I get to throw parties. These girls can walk to my room. You can stay there too. Take candy from the baby kids. No, but I would say if I had any regrets about sexual assault, well, I would say this. My friend used to just grab my dick in the middle of parties. And that's sexual assault. Is it? Yeah. To the point where my friends would ask me about it. They didn't like it. Because then she tried to do it to them and like, that's not. Why'd you take it? It's like a baby holding an apple. Dance with her? Kind of. Why? I mean, why? Is very, very allegedly. Why? From where was she? Honestly, I think Indianapolis. Really? I could be wrong on that though. Really? Yeah. What was she good at? She snacks on basketball. She's on basketball. On the summer basketball. Really? Yeah. Anyway, she was your age. I'm trying to think if I knew any Simple Miriam. For sure. No. Only. So my friend Amy, my friend Lori, like I would hang out with all my friends' little sisters and not hook up with them. I'm very proud of that fact. None of them. Why? Because that kept my relationships with their siblings good. I mean, to all their siblings, they should know I could have ruined every single one of these relationships. To say now, they could really do a lot of things. I mean, she had a friend who was very, very beautiful. I don't know what this girl's name is, but she's beautiful. Really, yeah. What was beautiful about her? She had a beautiful smile, beautiful eyes. But I remember she had beautiful ears. Really, I liked her ears. I've never liked many girls' ears. I like this girl's ears. Really, I've never even liked them nose ears, but she was really pretty. And what else? But she was a sophomore. I think that was as low as I ever went at Simple Miriam's. Why? There's this one girl. No, she was a sophomore. She was on the Simple Miriam's soccer team. Really, yeah, she's pretty pretty. From where is she? And she's from Fishers, Indiana. Really, what was her name? But, oh yeah, I'd see him like year after year. Anybody else? Well, I would say if anyone I felt like
it would indicate that you were communicating with someone on the other side, and so I think it's just nice.
I would say there's well, whenever I got close with a girl, I had a guy friend who would kind of fight with him and scare him off. really. It was like a protective thing he would do. Why? Because if I was in a relationship, it would have kind of ruined our friendship. It would have ruined a whole lot of things. Really? Yeah. Oh, I know what happened with those girls. I know. So what? My friend barked those girls off, and then we made friends, or made much better friends with girls on, well, with the cheerleaders and the. Um, that they'd ask us what we were for. Um, but
all of this come in, the upcoming meetings, and who knows what else will happen, but we don't know what kind of control or the
I still
direction
thought
that
about that
all of
girl,
that is going to go in.
and
But
not in a
initial
like. I just thought she was a very pretty
that
girl,
we had been visited,
and
and I would say that
she
he
looked
knew
like
a lot more
Cinderella that
about
night.
it
Really?
than I know.
And what? I mean, she had her abs. You got fingers? Almost no, but she really did. She looked like Cinderella. Her dress looked like Cinderella's dress.
Many times at the conferences in Washington that I hosted, and
It was like this weird material. Yeah, it's close to that. Pretty close to that.
so it was quite fun.
But not. It was like this one thing that this girl does. This one twist kind of dress that turns into a pink dress. Becomes really fucking cool. Cinderella dress gift.
It was really a pretty interesting time and a lot going on.
So there's this little girl at Disney who does this dress.
Take a look at what the fabulous researchers over the decades have brought forward into
Anyway,
the public arena.
it's not on
I
Imagery.
think they'd be light years ahead.
But what was the material? I have some of that kind of fucking material. But something. What the hell is it? Or what the hell is it? It was like a weird material though. Really, yeah.
How are you? I'm living life hard, headed to work, man. You know what I mean? Living the dream. I'm happy for you.
But yeah, I think.
Listen, I want to talk about chemtrails. Tommy and I talked about it before off here.
What made you feel bad? That you? Oh no way! Copyrighted.
The chemtrails, they do a lot of them on Friday. I bought my 20 by 80 binoculars today to look at it during the day. And I just wondered, do you think, what are these planes originating from? We figure maybe right past the airport
Did you get
station
nailed?
in Ohio. And one other question, it takes me about 50 minutes to get to work from where I live. I watch the chemtrails start.
Is it 5 o'clock in the morning? I take pictures of them. Really? Yeah.
I mean, I told Tommy I got videos I haven't seen that I just that you would believe. Maybe I'll send you some. But I just want to, what are these flights originally?
Are you done?
I'm just looking up here, George. Okay, well, I think most of them originate from military. Yeah, absolutely. I was going to ask him if
You could see these fucking things from where I was. You just watch them. Why did you get nailed for that? Probably. Really? Strike one.
are being done all over the world. Globally. So it's not just one country involved, it's all of them. You would think if they could get along so well with all of these covert programs, they could get along with the rest of their lives that affect the rest of us more too. Next up, we've got Steve in San Jose, California. Welcome to the show, Stephen. Go ahead. Good. I finally I've been a follower with Art Bell for 20, 25 years. Wow, thank you. I've just called a couple of times. I've seen the chemtrails probably for, at least 15 or 20 years, and every time I do, I point them out.
Same here, dog. I'll never forget. I fucking thing of coming off the plane. You see this fucking thing coming off the plane. I'm not saying it's 10,000 fucking feet in the air. I mean, it's coming off the plane like a jet fucking. It's a big cloud of shit that comes off. Sometimes they forget to turn the things off. Really, yeah. Anyway, that sucks about getting a fucking copyright strike. No. I wonder, that thing has been on for fucking days. I wonder what triggered it. Anyway, are you done? Are you done? Well, you know what my thing is? Ball gowns. I love ball gowns. They never about ball gown porn. I want ball gown porn. Like, super classy ladies getting fucking ball gowns. Really? That to me, like getting fucked in prom dresses and fucked in Oscar dresses and ball gowns, that to me, that's super hot. That's like a hot thing.
They know not to just trust everything they see, everything they hear on television, especially mainstream news, and that they really do need to check for themselves and do their own research. And, I've always been really believe that voices that are race instead of Paulson would do an in-depth story.
Gown wear, usually. Gown wear. Really? Yeah.
Well, there's certainly a ruling power that's high, very high, and he thought that maybe the aliens were doing it. Flying to death, I don't know.
What did the university have more than anything, you think, on Earth? Any other school, they eat more pizza than any other freaking. Why? They eat pizza at every single event, and it's always available at all the dining halls. And people still get it delivered later that night. Really? It's if you're having anything there, it's like a thing in college. But like if you're having something somewhere, it's like, oh, you're not having pizza, no one's gonna come. I'm not saying it's like that, but it's like the standard is to have pizza at everything. If you're having like a little, even like little dorm events, like little meetings, oh dude, they got pizza. Oh, literally kids are like, especially in college, they'll be like, oh yeah, I had no idea, and that's how I joined XYZ club. Did you join any clubs? I was a member. I was a class representative for the alumni association. Anything else? I didn't have time for that shit. I partied too fucking hard.
I did ask Esther about that, and he just said they were just idiots. They just don't know what they're talking about. Remember they used to do simulation of what was going on the moon. Walter Cronkite would have like a little stage, and he had astronauts dressed up as astronauts, walking around on a big on a set. And I'm wondering if some of those pictures that they took of the simulation got mixed in with the real stuff, and some of the deniers ran into that and said, look at this phony stuff. That could have been. And there could have been something that was reshot to edit into a segment for who knows what reason. I know some people would think there was cover up all of that, and the information was not totally forthcoming. But we just don't know unless we were there and we have really direct inside information that somebody who really knows, has hands on and eyes on. We don't know. We just know that we're given and come to our own conclusion, whatever that might be.
On the wild card line, Karen's with us in Los Angeles. Hey, Karen. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you for taking my call. It was a pleasure to talk. Called a downburst storm, and it produced damage like a tornado, but over a wide swath of land, like big trees being uprooted and pulling up the soil with them. I've never seen anything like this before in my life. And up in northern Wisconsin, what there also was this thing called Project ELF. And ELF stood for extremely low frequencies, and they kept on, the Navy kept on changing its name to Project
Would be
Family,
a thing to have
Fair,
that
and
kind
then
of
I don't know what else, like 8 different names.
right?
And
Something.
this was to send this deep, extremely low frequency into the earth so that it could communicate with submarines.
Trying each other out.
The purpose was to tell them to come up to get a message. Anyway, many people thought that this had something to do with that downburst storm, and I wondered if Cheryl knew anything about this downburst storm and Project ELF, or whatever it was called, and what's going on now with the chemtrails. I can't believe the people that don't see this and just see it and say, oh, that's normal. We've always had that.
Cheryl, you familiar at all with that project?
Somewhat, yes. That is very interesting. There's so many anomalies with the downburst and happening with that, or even down there. But as far as the news, to communicate with the submarines to come up, I don't know all that much about that. That's your stuff.
That is true. I mean, I think there is a system that's still in operation to communicate with ourselves for two reasons. One, our cells have been nuclear deterrents for a lot of years, and two, they can launch if need be, but they need communication instantly that cannot break down, because if it does, a lot of subs are ordered to fire, release, if they can get a hold of it. Obviously, protected it even better than they did 20, 30 years ago.
Well, you're the perfect person to ask about that because of your Navy experience.
If I'm allowed to say it.
Yes.
Never know.
I know.
Take calls with Cheryl on Coast to Coast. Let's go to Mary in New Jersey. Welcome to the show. Hey, Mary.
Oh, very cool. So, what a world. I just wanted to comment on the climate and the shock, the so-called vaccination. How not everybody wants them, and that's why it's contributing to the little children that are school. Not wondering if they how far back they go to infancy. And another thing, they said when they tested everything, they told me the animals that they tested. And now, what really upset me too is under the veterinarians, they're going to sneak that in. You know, you take your animal and have at least a tab of them, and you're actually getting a dose of it sitting next to them. So you can have that animal in your house. You know, little children going to school with that. Boy or boy. I don't know.
I think the cutoff age right now for kids, if Susan Edwards Quinn is 6 years old. 6 years old.
That's good, and that's incredible that all what you're talking about is the spike protein and also the shedding. The shedding has been, gone on with flu shots as well, and some other vaccines, and that is something that they really didn't really tell people much about until it came out in other ways, and then they had to kind of admit it. So yes, that is a concern.
And I think another concern for the vaccine is there going to be any long-term or negative effects?
Absolutely, because
who knows?
Yes, now we find at the reporting from the adverse reaction record. Some people say not really all that accurate, that it's underreported. But as time goes by, these things will continue to, stories will continue to come out as long as they're allowed to stop.
Sarah, what drives you? What keeps pushing you?
Always had a very strong immune system. Right. He's always just, I don't know, George. I've just always been a pretty driven person. I guess I grew up in an environment, a situation where there was no question. There was nothing like entitlement. It's just you pull your own weight, and if you were ever going to do anything and get anything accomplished, you really better have a plan to do it yourself. So I grew up with independent parents, and they kind of instilled that in me, I would say. So I just never knew there was another way to live other than driving yourself to do what you wanted to do.
We're going to come back in a moment and take final open line calls from Sarah Jones right here on Coast to Coast AM. Let's get going.
The Coast website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
Allegedly. Why? Could have been a fake kids. Why? It's my arm, like Sean said, Rudy. That began to come to the joke from right there, then after they started to act with stuff. Well, here, now, then, go from there with Senator. One person has been out, but we shouldn't tell you this.
Prior to the racist conversation scandal, there had been 3 unsuccessful attempts to recall Daniel. 2 people were stabbed to death in the parking lot of a Kohl's department store in Palmdale, and the suspect was taken into custody. Officers believe the man lives in a nearby homeless encampment. A mountain lion was running loose through Brentwood, and it came very close to several people. The teenager was tranquilized by wildlife officials so it could be released back into the Angeles National Forest. Nobody was hurt. Southside weather from KFI, overnight lows in the 50s and mostly sunny for your Friday. Inland highs in the upper 70s to low 80s, low 70s to coast. It'll stay that way all the way through Halloween on Monday. Right now it's 59 in Tustin, San Clemente 57, Culver City is 58, and in Reseda it is currently 59 degrees. We reach local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Phil Jones. In Huntington Beach, there is a full three-way closure. 405 northbound from Beach Boulevard to Golden West. All lanes are going to be shut down to road work until 5. Irwindale, we have good news. The earlier crash on the 605 southbound right before lower Azusa Road has been cleared for lanes. Your drive is recovering in that area. Morgan, there is a hotel 7 northbound from Morgan Boulevard to the 91. Ready to get it. Shut down for road work until 5. Expect delays in that area. AFI in the sky helps get you there best.
Becomes like a big fancy way to have it. Manicure, but it looked like she'd suck her thumb and part of the nail would go away. And she'd also suck her thumb and have it. I don't go on and on. Why? It's oral fixation, but the feeling of the breath on your hand was innate to what we do in vitro, and essentially when we're infants and we're sucking our thumb, we like that feeling of that warmth that reminds us of our mother, so that's why we go suck their thumb, or smoke cigarettes, or put their hands in their mouth, and put their hands by their mouth, they have oral fixation. Yeah, they want to feel comfortable with that, or put dicks in them, really, yeah. Anyway. Sorry, Chelsea. Be like, I'll make your parents. Sounds good, man. But teachers say don't do that.
never afford an HR person. But there's an answer. Bambi.com. And with Bambi,
No,
you
they
get
kind
an
of
HR
just
person starting at $99 per month. I thought
were they nice about it?
this is real. Bambi
Yeah,
helps
actually, I
you deal
think they
with your
were nice
HR
about it.
problems.
Why she came as a first grader?
Harassment
Yeah, when she
training,
was a new kid.
hostile work
So
environment,
it's my memory.
termination. That was my problem.
Really?
People complaining about other employees.
Yeah,
All
what
you
was
can do is your
cool about her?
with Bambi, you get
I
access
don't
to
know. All these girls went to Marion.
manager available by
I had a
phone,
lot of
email,
girlfriends,
real-time
friends who were my girls who were in my class when I was a little boy, and then they all went away and they went to another school, and I never talked to them. Who would be like that? Well, I said Maggie King. That's how we got mixed patty. She did not. We went to school for a little bit after that, but then where'd she go? I think Marion. Then what? Or no, she went to Adams. But yeah. What did you think of that move? I thought it was a mistake. Really? I know her parents were going through some difficult times, but I thought it was a major mistake. She had a lot of time, and I'm not saying University of Wisconsin is not an excellent school, and it is, but she could have gone to an Ivy League school, perhaps University of Chicago University for sure. But yeah, she's very smart. But what happened? She became kind of hippie. Not saying that's a bad thing, but I just know when that girl's firing on all cylinders. Oh, she had done something. She did something. I forget what it was, but when she's firing on all cylinders, she's something. And she had done something. What the hell did she do? She did something. She published something or something, and it would be really big. She was on some paper or something. Really? Some research paper or something. I think it was a research paper. She's on this. Really? Yeah. And whatever it was, it would become big. She had such a cute laugh. But yeah. She had these little canine teeth. Really? Yeah. And I don't know. She was just nice. She had hairy arms, I can tell you that. Really? Just like that. Really? Yeah. Hairy, like hairy at the head, it's like a tube of hair, like this herself. No, but like little girl hair. But yeah, but it was dark. My mom had like light hair, so it was like blonde, and at least her like she had like facial hair. She like it was like blonde, like she didn't have like facial hair, but girls had that, pluck it or whatever, and wax it, and but hers is blonde. But this girl had dark hair. There's just some other girls in my class, but it was. That's what you remember about her arms? No. Do you remember she had hairy arms? Really? I mean, not really. I was always like, this is the thing. It was like, if you had darker hair, that would be a thing. But what? I don't know. She got rid of it eventually. Really, yeah. But what? I don't know. I guess we're still dating. She never, truthfully, she never, we never broke. I've never been broken with you. Really? Ever? Mm-mm. Really? Never once. Are you sure? I've had girls who were in another relationship and didn't date me. If I wanted, they were in another relationship and they didn't break up with their boyfriends. I was trying to pull some kind of crazy ass move, but no, I've never had a girl break up with me. Is that true?
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones,
The most serious relationship I ever had. She was older. She was older than me. Almost twice my age. And she's a grandma. Holy shit, Christ, she's a grandma. She was like 39. So she had a child at 20, and she had a son who had a child at 19, something like that. How about that? How did that? And, oh, Jesus Christ, that was pretty. Really? Yeah. Why? She really loved me, and she would always say like, it's gonna be so hard for me to break away. I don't know how to do it. She tried everything to try to break herself from me, and she would like lie to me, not in a hard way, like, and that's the thing. She's an actor. We just call her actor. Why? She had kept this secret life from me, and then she came clean one day, and I still love her for it. Why? I saw through all that. I mean, like, I cared about her for who she was, and not. It didn't really. It didn't bother me. I met her parents, and I'm not saying we were gonna get married. You deserve to be with someone who you want. Relationships with her. I learned a lot about parenting with her. Really? Yeah. She was like raising children. And, are you done? Oh, why the fuck is how did that one? We knew it was gonna have to come to an end. Why? Oh, it's getting really, really hard. Well, why? Because we'd see each other every day, and we were like kind of living together, coming close to. We were playing house, as I called it, up in this attic of this house, and I was like, I don't know. This one time, I did this really fucking cool thing. She came over. It was pouring down rain, and like I met her at the car. She had this Chrysler, which is a really cool car. What? We go downstairs, and she's not blindfolded during this, but I was like, I have a surprise. And I didn't normally do anything like this. And we go downstairs, and go in the bathroom, and we shower together. And then we went upstairs, and my room is in an attic, and it had like a sky like painted as the ceiling, kind of, and it was like hardwood floors and like this like banister kind of thing. Oh my god, they needed to put. It was a weird thing with the stairs though. The stairs weren't standard stairs; they were attic stairs, and you could very easily fall down the stairs. Anyway, and I remember telling him, like, dude, you need to put a fucking banister in this place. So I actually put the banister in, and I like ended up like putting it in the wall and like gluing it, and like, oh my god, it's a mess. Anyway, but it worked enough so that the banister never came down, and I never fell. And neither did anyone else. But other people, I remember, it was Jesus Christ, you need to put a banister on. It was so fucking stupid. Anyway, we go up the stairs, and I had my room, like, it's got cool lights like now, but it was like way cooler lights then. And it had this fucking disco ball going on. It had this like light ball that was going on, and it looked like it was. And I remember her being like, I feel like I'm in space. It was like, it was wild when we spent the night. Anyway, we knew things were gonna. I don't want to, because I don't want to get into all her business, but she had to change positions, job positions, and because of her own, had nothing to do with it. That part of it had nothing to do with it. She had to change job positions, and
If you look at hurricanes, they have momentum. It comes across the south of Florida. Go back 100 years. All the hurricanes in before 1950, 60 that came by Florida's tip never came back like that.
she was at a point in her life where she was changing careers, perhaps, and her kids were going to a different part of their lives, and it was like, we've been playing house for long enough. It's time for her to move on, and
that's the indication of control right there.
I mean, she would say, like, you're in Never California, go to California. She would just say that. Why don't you just do it? If you love California so much, why don't you just do it? And I'd be like, I can't afford to do it. And she'd be like, that's a very honest answer. Would you sit there and just talk about California? Sometimes. I don't think these girls, I've talked about it a lot. They could tell I was in love with something else. Not someone, but someone, yeah. But something. And so I could never let them in on that. And I was very honest with them. Before then, it was the university. It was like, I never dated anyone because I couldn't let anyone get in between the university and because if it did, I might not go there. So, what happened? Well, I ended up calling her when I moved out here, thanking her, and I think the other girls too. But yeah, it's hard to continue having friendships with everyone with whom you date, because a lot of times they date someone else, and then it looks like they're cheating, and I would not want to have those relationships. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So, it was like, but I still cared about it. Cared about all this. Like, who was the worst breakup? Really? Yeah, for sure. Why? It was just the longest one. Did you ever have easy breakup? Actually, yeah, I had a bunch of them. Like what? Well, here's the thing. I would set ground rules with people, and I'd be like, hey, why are we doing this? Is it just physical? Is it a relationship? What do you want? And if you understood that going into it, you could be fair with each other. I had this one friend, we were friends, and we were basically just a physical thing, even though it was mental too, and we were doing it, it was like in private though. Really, no one knew about it. It was secretive, and also like that. I'm trying to think of girls like, oh my god, there were so many girls my freshman year. If you were one of the girls my freshman year, it was a privilege to be in that group in the freshman year. Really? Yeah, but it was like I was putting out numbers no one had ever seen before. I just didn't know it. No one ever tells you, hey, you got more blowjobs than any man on earth who's not a porn star. It's like, oh, dude, I didn't tell me a number. I was just like, anyway. Any other stories you have? Yeah. Cool. Physical. What was her name? Margaret. But what did she peg? She was in secondary. So dad went to Johns Hopkins as a doctor. And so daughter of a doctor. And what? Very heavily, and I'm telling you, animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change. In fact, the United Nations has a livestock shadows what? Report that 61% of all global warming gases are contributed to livestock. so I met these girls my freshman year. Okay. They were from Central Airways, and my fucking friend liked this one girl, Margaret. And I'm not saying I would get a kick out of stealing his girl. No. Because that's a dick move. Well, if you're gonna discuss that, you have to discuss the long time girlfriend. No, in this case, I like this girl too, and we were just both going for the same girl. I guess is what I'd say. Is it the only time that ever happened in your life? I think so. Yeah, basically. Well, hold on. With a close friend. With a close friend. And really? Yeah. What was it? I guess it wasn't a dick move. It just he had pulled dick moves too, so I guess it. But yeah, if I remember correctly. Okay, so what was it?
Is used by residential use. The citizens of California, out of 40 million people, we're only using 4% of the water.
We were.
All the water is going to animal agriculture, and this, when you're sucking all the water out of the environment, then you're inhibiting the creation of condensation.
Well, okay, so I had a friend of mine who really liked this girl in high school, and I didn't like her. Though, you know, I asked her out in 8th grade, and it's so weird. It's like I didn't even mean to ask her out, but it would be very funny. I asked her out in 8th grade. I walked across the locker room, and I introduced myself, and I said, I asked her what she was doing that weekend. Why? Because I was going to have my mom drive us to the movies. Right? Yeah. And she said, I had instrument practice in, I'm sorry, I have music lessons in Chicago on the weekends. And she said, I'm going to Chicago this weekend for music lessons. And I said, and she's like, is there any reason why you asked? And I said, I'm going to go to the movies, but I see you have plans. Yeah. So wouldn't you know? This was before Phil even know who she was. Right? So I had a history with this girl, long before he did. Was she the first girl you ever asked out? Crazy enough, like that. It was the ballsiest thing I've ever done in my entire fucking life, and I still don't remember it. I still can't believe I did it. But I never talked to her for another 2 or 3 years, and then we became very good friends. And then in college we became like brother and sister, and to the point where I could easily dated her, like no big deal. Anyway, my friend liked her, and he liked her all of high school, but he didn't know that I had actually asked her out long before he did, and so he always interpreted my hanging out with her as me spiting him. But it was like, no, man, I've known this girl 2 years longer than you have, and you're pretty new to this school still, even though they were neighbors. So they became very, very close. Nevertheless, it was like I knew her better, and Did you date her? No, I never wanted to. My friend did, but our other friend dated her, and they were great together. Really, absolutely. He was a really, really nice guy. My friend Chaim is a top shelf kind of guy. I put him in the top 100 guys. Really? Yeah, he'd appreciate that. Is he the best guy ever? No, but I mean, he's a good person, and he helped me when I needed him. One time I called him. These are the kind of kids that I had from high school. I mean, good-hearted kids. I hadn't talked to this kid in 4 years, and I called him my senior year and said, "Hey, is there any way I could stay with you to visit law school and have something?" He's like, "I don't have much." And they didn't, but it was so much fun staying there. They had this like, weird place, not weird, it was cool, in Charleston, South Carolina. It was beautiful, one of my favorite cities in the world. It just, I like it's like that, where it's like pink and like super pink out here, but like pastels and things. It's really cool. Anyway, places get painted like Georgetown, Washington D.C. It's just a weird like antebellum kind of colors. It's very pastel. It looks like fucking. Anyway, what were you doing, Rabbi? I was doing something. This girl. What girl was it? I don't even know what girl, about what girl I was talking. Really? Oh. Oh yeah. Wait, that was a different girl. Okay, so my friend. So then what happened in high school? So I was really good friends with my friend in high school, and then we went to college, and I got really good friends with him, even better. To the point where we're like, I would say there were no two better boy and girl friends in school that didn't hook up that year in any other campuses. Really? Yeah. Why? And my friend Sarah gets a close second, but she and I did more than really, yeah. But even still, I spent more time with Lori that year than I did Sarah. Why? Lori had me over. I mean, I could only go over there when girls let me come over, but she would always let me come over. There wasn't a single night ever that she said I couldn't come over. This is what she would say: I have work to do. If you let me study, feel free to come over and watch Sex and the City. And that was kind of her telling herself she had to study really good. If she did have a test, she wouldn't she studied for it. But I would just hang out with her friends. They became my friends, and I had to introduce them so that they become her friends. Really? Yeah. Shout out to all those girls. Like there are so many girls I have in my head. It's like, damn it, I don't remember your name. And if I had Facebook, I'd be like, oh yeah, that's your name. I one time read everybody's Facebook, but like, oh yeah, that's your name. But I just, or your name had changed or something because you had gotten married. Like, oh, I forget something. But there were so many people. Like I'm going through my head how many really great people there were. I mean, they're all girls, but from there, they're just really, really amazing women. Not to say university doesn't have that, but it was really unique. The university could not offer that. Even if you were like, no. It's like girl dorms don't adopt guys, let alone a whole school. So it's like, it was just a really, really big time. What was I saying? There's some girl. Oh, so my friend, so like, I didn't go to school there yet, but I was picking up girls from her.
Invictus,
or
and discover Invictus Platinum.
not necessarily from there, but from secondary. Right? I waited on girls from the university, except for a couple. I mean, I actually, I had a few we didn't date or anything, but we did go to. We went on dates, but they'd be like group dates. And what would that be? It'd be like me with like 4 girls, and we'd go and do stuff. But so I did have definitely girlfriends from university, and multiple groups, but I had like a whole girls' school across the street, and we're talking like, I don't know, tens of girls to hundreds of girls, and so it's just way different amounts of people. And I'm not saying like 200 girls, but I'm like, right now I could almost name off 100 fucking friends that I had at just one school, and they're all girls. And almost, I mean, here's the thing. I don't remember everybody's name, but I remember, like, alone, I know like 10 Sarahs. Really? Yeah. I know 2 Sarahs live together. I mean, it's like a lot. Megan, maybe 10 Megan. Really? Yeah. Are you done? I mean, there are other ones too. I just think of like girls who Rachel's. Really? Yeah, I'm thinking of a Rachel right now. I don't remember her last name. With whom was she friends? I think this girl actually. Really? Yeah. Rachel's. There's Rachel. There's like, there are other girls there. They're like, okay, so there's a name as many girls. I know where you were at that time. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me do this. If I, this is like, I haven't seen people in 15 years. I hadn't seen names in a long time. But and I just do her top 4. So Sarah, they live together now. Sarah McConnell returns to Martyr. I'd always say Masterstruck, and she said Martyrstruck, or something like that. It's whatever the fuck it is. Really, she is actually my first kiss in. Was this my first kiss in college, or was the other girl? Really? I don't remember. Really? In college, when I was actually in college. I remember she had a tongue, but not tongue, like a tongue thing. Really, yeah. But then what? So you hooked up with her, and I think Teresa was Teresa was first. Really? Yeah, and then Anna was second. Really? I could be wrong, but I think it was. Is that even possible? The other one was no. I thought it was like first weekend there. That was the first fucking weekend. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was the second. It was the Michigan State. It was like second or third weekend actually. Really? Yeah. Really? Yeah. It went somebody Michigan State or something like that. Anyway. So I think Teresa actually was first. But okay, so Teresa, anybody else? I knew further. Say Sarah and Amy, because Sarah and Amy, I hung out with them when I was at the university more. Like they were in the condo, they were in our dorm room and some other places. And were they living together then? They might have been. I'm not sure. anybody else. Well, I'm sure I'm gonna miss people because I'm already like white. But then Hannah, Chavez, and that was Lord. I think like Kimmy lived on this. No, she didn't. I think she did. Somebody like a girl named, not a girl named, I know this girl. Not like, I'm not saying like that's a random girl. No. I don't know if she lived on. She's there. Guardian. And then who? Like, oh yeah, I know. I know. I got it long ass story. Yeah. My friend was like, she told me when in Moscow, she said they had one of the older guys in Moscow tell the younger guys, what did you want? He said, especially you Middle Eastern guy. He was Middle Eastern, or he's Persian. Especially you Persian guy hair that grows up. Yeah. Sometimes I get this random ass hair. People would Margaret DeSalle, who pulled this hair? I had some girls, Margaret, Lori, over the course of my life, who would be like, "You have a random hair here," and they just hair or like randomly right here, and you can never see it until it gets long. I mean, I'm probably sure you get it now, but it gets so long, it'll get like this long, and you're actually able to like fucking. It's hilarious. Like, yeah, I have normal hair, no other hairs on my forehead except one fucking random ass hair. And since it's not on my head, it's not cut during a haircut, and then it just grows like super far. Right? Just one random forehead, yeah. But a bunch of people would be like, "Oh yeah, I pulled that fucking hair off this fucking head." Why? Because they'd be like, "It's so fucking long." Oh, you got it here? I feel it. It's like right here, or something. Is that the end of your fucking story? No, I'm still gonna Oh no, I just talked about that. So then my friend married. Then what? I'm not saying I didn't know those girls around the corner there. I just was never in their room, like I was in these other girls' rooms, and I was in these other girls' rooms all the time. So then on the other side, they didn't live together. Hold on. There's this one girl. I can't think of her name, but she's fucking escaped. I think her name's Megan or something, or Sarah or something like that. But wait, then there's a Megan. Hold on. I had two friends over there, two specifically on this other side of the park. Who were they? Brooke Marie Thoreau and Amanda Frisch. Oh no, Amanda was next door to Lori. Really? Yeah. And Amanda and Kimmy. Amanda would just be like, "He's the best guy ever, girls." But no, why? I can't believe I remember Kimmy. Why? Because Kimmy didn't go out with all these other girls like everybody else, but like I still remember this girl's name. I'm really happy about that. Why? Well, if I remember that girl's name, I remember a lot of girls. I mean, I don't want to keep going. That was Amanda's roommate. Really? Yeah. And Amanda, you remember her friend? And and it wasn't. It might have been Keelan, but I don't know. I had another friend, Keelan, who was like that, but there might have been a Keelan there. But there was another girl. Brooke's roommate was I think a brunette girl. Really? Yeah, meaning like I would see her at a party and be, "Oh yeah, I know who she is" or whatever, but and she knew who I was, but it wasn't. She was like these girls were like the more core girls who I know pretty well. But Brooke, and it's Brooke Marie. I think it's Brooke hyphenate Marie, but she's an amazing Irish dancer. Amazing Irish dancer. I know a lot of Irish dancers. Really, of that, it's Brooke Irish dance. I think Sarah Irish dance. I think Teresa Irish dance. I think Kimmy might have. Amanda, I think could. I don't think she did. That wasn't her thing. Really, yeah. Kimmy, I don't think I understand. Could. That's a different thing. They didn't while they were in school. Brooke did though, and she was really good at it. But I had some other girlfriends who were really good at it too. My friend Tara. I think Brooke and Tara would probably be the best fucking and then this girl Siobhan was on the dance team. I knew some girls on the dance. I think my friend Mum Don, what's her name? They had to be more like limbo. That was a different kind of dance. That's Irish dancing, and they were the dance team. But Siobhan did both, something like that. Really, yeah. Anyway, I was so rude to this girl, not really a lot of, but I'd be like, I would see her name. I'd be like, "What's your name?" And she'd be like, "Siobhan," and I'd be like, "Oh, that's such a pretty name. How do you spell that?" And she'd be like, "It's complicated." I was like, Sioban. With like it. 800,000 people to be locked down in their homes. Accent? And then it's like, "Oh, Sibian." She's like, "No, chiffon." It's like, "Okay." No, it's not chiffon. Chiffon is like, what, chiffon is like lemon chiffon. Like, that's lemon, right? Or chiffon is like CHAFON. No, she was. Isn't it? Maybe it's another way to spell chiffon. Hold on. How the fuck do you say this now? It may be wise to remember the boosters we line up for once or twice a year only offer temporary health, and that health lasts for 6 months. And more studies suggest having a strong immune system may be our best protection. Oh, it is chiffon. So it's a job. Really? So that girl fucking. It wasn't fine. I don't know where she lived. Why? I didn't fucking walk into every single girl's room there. Oh, I think she lived in Holy Cross though. Really? Yeah. Why? If I didn't know you, Holy Cross, Lamont. I think she lived in Lamont. If I didn't know, say like I think I remember seeing her there. And it's not like she was anything great. I would be like to her, "You're a pretty girl," but it's not like there are a ton of girls there, and she would know that. But she's just, I'm trying to use her as an example of like a person. I don't know exactly where they live. But anyway, anybody else on what happened? How the fuck did that happen? Was she cool? No, she was a fucking bitch, and everyone hated her. Wait, she was fine. She had some of the most high-profile partiers that fucking place had ever seen on her floor. And my friend Lori was not one of them. She was not like that in high school. And when I say partiers, these girls were yeah. Cum Dumpster went to the university. No, but perhaps in the future it could have been. Really? Yeah. And with one girl I knew who set the trend more than. It's like the most beautiful story of any story. Really, yeah. But anyway, she'd get her own fucking movie. It was. You could tell that story. That's a beautiful story. All of stuff about periods, but it's like, they don't give a shit about periods. It's like it's the most it's not I'm not right it was done, but it was like well it was on a vanity plate, everyone knew it was a big and then to not get in was just heartbreaking. And this girl who was brilliant, professional, and she knew how badly I wanted to get in. And all I thought, do you want to continue to date? It wasn't like that. It was like we were friends, or I made sure we did. It was like my first relationship there. And like of where I was like dating a girl and seeing her more often. And I think if you had to take any girl from college, well, I saw most consistently, not most consistently, dated and but she wouldn't have been the girl who I would have married first. That would have been a different girl. This girl though was the girl who I did date the longest. Why? This is how interesting it was. At least with her, she's such a cool person, strong, brilliant. She's a math major. She's an Ivy League doctor, a doctor. She and we only would just rent. Oh, that was a different doctor. And we just sit this like never touch each other, really, and just watch. And I remember I always say this. She and Steve Madden. Really? Yeah, because I was like, Brandon sucks nowadays. Oh my god, I gotta get with the times. Really? Yeah. Because if it was like anything you had, if it was nice, I was just gonna shit on it. Yeah. I was just an asshole. Really? Yeah. Not really, but what about it? It was the most. I'll say something. It was just the most. I don't want to say on and off, because that makes it sound like it was fling. No, it was I gotta tell you, Aaron, it is one scary book, my friend. We were getting closer and closer, and I was gonna get into university, and I started to have in the honest way I could, which was just I've been spending a lot of time with both of you guys, and I really like spending time with you. But I'm starting to get feelings for her, and I don't think it's right for me to be around her because you don't have to say anything more than that. I understand. Maggie's an amazing. I said, well, I'd like to continue being friends. And she said, of course. And did you? Yeah. I mean, like the next year, she would come over to my dorm, and I don't want to say we didn't redate, but we were like friends. We would hang out, and then we were gonna go on spring break together as friends, like, and continue our friendship. Really, yeah, to North Carolina, and we would go. All these girls were like, why don't you come out to the bars? Why don't you come out to the bars? Really, yeah, they're too expensive, so I couldn't. And my friend couldn't go. Really, yeah. And we did most things together. So then what'd you do? No, something. Oh, yeah. This is almost just. No one ever had done anything. I'm not saying she did this, but she never talked about the university. She only talked about Central Marys. And all I did was talk about the answer. Well, as I say this, we were on a date my junior year of school when she told me who my roommate was going to be. Really? Yeah. So I mean, we dated on and off, but it wasn't like, I shouldn't say that. We would go on dates, but she was my friend. Really? Yeah. We were friends, and she would say, he explained. I understood that because she's a great roommate. And these two roommates were the two closest roommates of anyone I met at Central Marys. It was these two. They were I forgot. She was always the third wheel with these two because they were so close. You had to feel sorry for her, and she's an amazing person too. Really, yeah. Why? She's from Mississippi. Yeah. She's sweetest little Sandra. How y'all? No, how y'all doing? How y'all doing? Everything was y'all. Everything was y'all. Really? From where? And what?
Would you say at this point, Aaron, that China is the worst offender of the biomedical security states? Without a doubt. I mean, the lockdown.
So all I'm gonna do is get this fucking skull.
For anyone who's familiar with the details.
And when you know it.
And it's very clear that.
And I never knew the whole time this girl had a way
the Chinese Communist
she got it.
Unprecedented levels of control over the movements of its citizens,
She didn't let me know.
over mechanisms to gather data,
And she turned on the
financial transactions, on its citizens' behavior.
And she would be the first person
That's a very extreme example of where all of this
and buck that trend.
And I think
There's always a one way.
there's a tendency on the part of Americans to
Shoot.
think
Everything goes to the university. She changed the flow
that is
where
that's something that's happening
people would transfer from the university.
repressive authoritarian regime than what we have here.
Why?
So while we can sympathize
It would become.
we don't have to worry about that here. With pandemic policy, starting with the lockdowns and school closures, took a cue from the Chinese Communist Party, and in fact from what can only be characterized as propaganda that was put out by the Chinese Communist Party in the earliest days of the pandemic. So people may forget that lockdowns originated in Wuhan. The first lockdown was done where the virus originated. And the Chinese Communist Party announced to the world that it had by we would still be seeing a couple of years later, we could see the world actually believe the Chinese Communist Party, the World Health Organization, leadership, promulgated this idea. The public health officials starting in Italy, some of whom had connections to the Chinese Communist Party, initiated lockdowns. Then in Italy, that was the first Western nation to institute lockdowns. The United States followed suit. In February of 2020, Drs. Fauci and Birch, who were working for the White House Coronavirus Task Force, coronavirus that was headed our way. And in March, we locked down, and shortly thereafter, the entire rest of the world had decided to do. So all of us ultimately took our steps that shaped the entire response to the pandemic around the world. By coming out the way you have you opened yourself up to any scrutiny from any agencies? Well, I certainly imagine so. I believe, and I have probably been on the NSA's radar screen really since the truckers convoy earlier in made their way to Ottawa and parked their trucks in the city for an extended stay, which is a really sort of novel, new form of grassroots advocacy and a grassroots movement. So people were pushing back against the authoritarian repressive COVID-19 passport system at the U.S. initiated that the truckers in the United States wanted to start a similar convoy. And in fact, I was on Zoom calls with the People's Convoy in the United States, helping to organize the convoy that started in California, my home state, and made its way all the way to Washington, D.C., where they circled the Beltway around the nation's capital for several days. And very interestingly, only a day or two after that Zoom call where we were organizing the American Truckers Convoy, the threat actors were not domestic terrorists that were threatening to blow up a building or instigate a mass shooting in a public area. No, these were people that were publicly criticizing the nation's response, the nation's pandemic response to COVID. The people that were peacefully protesting lockdowns or advocating online or in the media for policies that contradicted the preferred policies of our federal government were characterized by the Department of Homeland Security literally in this bulletin as domestic terrorists or domestic threats. That bulletin and the timing of that bulletin coinciding with the organization of the Truckers Convoy, I think, was not an accident. And the fact that I cooperated with men and women exercise freedom of speech and free association guaranteed by the First Amendment. That already of a national security agency that probably landed me there. Yeah, good job. We're going to take a quick break here and then come back and talk more about your book, The New Epsilon. Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Frank Hubert from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon has said he's not leaving unless he's recalled. Now a group has organized an effort to do just that. Prior to the City Hall racism scandal, there have been 3 unsuccessful attempts to recall De Leon. 2 people found a closed department store in Palmdale, and police have arrested the suspect. Officers say the man lives in a nearby homeless encampment. A dead man was found in the underground of Mexico Falls in San Bernardino. Security footage shows the man walking around outside the Terrace Valley Mall early Wednesday morning.
You should be like, 4 o'clock in the corner. 4 o'clock is like 5 a.m. watching Ellie.
Overnight lows in the 50s, they're mostly sunny for your Friday, and with highs in the upper 70s and low 80s.
I'm Phil. There is a full three-way closure for all 5 northbound from East Boulevard to Golden West. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work at nearly 5. Sound Avenue has District Road work until 5 and sector lanes in that area. KFI and the Sky Hooks for their
If you were ever gonna hook up with any of your friends' little sisters,
you don't live it. You don't believe it. People at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it. By being there 24/7 pay and clear call, having 38,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe
fancies,
Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your
really?
shipping and industrial
Yeah.
supply. And another to go. That's what you get. If
But
you're listening to me wondering
that
why
one was
you're
why.
wrong.
And it was like
Trying to keep the conversation we have and as America's #1 audio company,
I did see
podcasting, digital radio, and
when I
social,
was
your
in
next
college,
customers are listening to us.
and I got
See how we can help you grow your business at
some not addiction at all, pride out of I got it in university.
Kind of an argument is
Really,
what's
yeah.
so frustrating about Washington, D.C. today. Well, they did it, so we should be
You got the Meg, you got the Meg thing.
not what you would say to your own kids. Sometimes you have to treat these 535 members of Congress like children because they don't understand the stupidity of an
And the
argument like
man.
that.
Well, she had some.
So you know what I would do when I went around and they asked me
Did you
to talk
ever
to
see
college
it?
students? I said, be prepared to never have a job.
Yeah, I think a little. But she never like came in.
And that was at a time when it was far easier, and I said, you'll never get a job. Today is crazy. Bill Handle, mornings
Well,
from
she
6 to 10
couldn't,
on
but like,
KFI. You can't teach people desire. Some of us don't get great
actually, I don't think that's
Some
that.
of us don't
I
get
think
great
I got
math
it.
abilities. There are a lot of
Yeah.
people who don't get
Like,
desire
sure.
abilities, and they tend to drift towards what kind of jobs government would try to get. Weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI.
Yes.
So let me try to get this thing is echoing. Let me get it live. Here we go.
So awesome.
I swear. She was also
Really, yeah.
Starbucks.
And it's in the questions. Alright, are you done? Why? I would have been. I mean, that thought went through my mind for like 10 seconds. And my friend Mark, I was like, it went down like this. It went down like this. Well, I knew this kid since I was like in 4th grade or something. But we didn't really know it because we just played golf together. And, but maybe even earlier than that. But I never saw his sister. And then, I was in like 7th grade, and I think I saw her. And she was just like a girl with glasses. Little girl with glasses. Okay, cool. Then we're like in 8th grade. So a little girl with glasses growing up. 9th grade. Little girl with glasses growing up. 10th grade. Little girl with glasses growing up. 11th grade. 12th grade. This girl's a freshman, and she's smoking out. And now, when you know, someone messed that story. Why? Because I said in 8th grade, when I saw that this girl was kind of cute, I said to Barrensey, I'm going to ask your sister out to prom. And he said, go for it. When we're in 8th grade. Really, yeah. And Why? Because he's like, there's no way you're gonna take my sister to prom. There's no way she's gonna say yes to you. That's what he said. There's no way you're gonna take my sister to prom. There's no way she's gonna say yes to you. Go for it. That's exactly what he said. I will never forget. I go, I'm gonna take your sister to prom. Go for it. I was like, oh, okay, big dog. So by the way, so freshman year comes around and I won't shut the fuck up about how high the sisters. Is that true? No, it isn't. It isn't. No. Why? Because she was in like in 6th grade or something. It was not. I was not saying that. What did I say? Um, I think when I was in turns out to be pretty cute, maybe. So then what? Freshman year comes around. Well, 8th grade. Freshman year comes around. Well, the senior year came around. I remember seeing her in like I would see her in what? She's a very, very pretty girl. She's the prettiest girl. I can't tell you that she's the prettiest girl in Pawnee because that doesn't exist. Really? Why? I knew the pretty was not in the city limits. It was like I don't know, a quarter mile outside the city limits or something. So I could say she was the prettiest girl I'd ever seen in that. Not just there. She was the prettiest girl I chose. A different county. And she was like a different kind of pretty. Why? How would I describe her? One of them was like how would I describe
Hey, business owners, I've got some great news for you, especially if gas is a big expense. You now have access to the A2B fuel card, which until now was only available for fleet owners. The A2B fuel card is accepted anywhere they take Visa, and you can use your A2B fuel card for maintenance, repairs, and more, or restrict your card to just fuel purchases for employees to use. A2B will even watch out for misuse and suspicious activity. But A2B is about more than just saving you money. They also make it easy to manage all your fuel and transportation related costs to help quickly prep your tank. You work hard for your business, get the fuel card that
and there was so hot though. I could just say that. My friends would be like, oh my god, it looks so hot. Why didn't anything ever happen? She even had a boyfriend. Before I even knew her, she had a long-term boyfriend. And I think she married the guy, and I think he was a really cool guy. Really, yeah. But, and she was like a really, really good-hearted person. So, I could tell she was a very good-hearted person who needed help in English. And I remember the first day of class, we had English, and the teacher read my paper, and she's like,
I love how I feel when I wake up after taking release back to sleep. I love the energy, the clarity, the lack of brain fog.
And so she had me sit next to this girl and help her. But yeah.
There's a good chance it can work for you too.
Professor. Yeah, but I did not need to take this class. It was like a prerequisite for it. I had actually tested into it, so it was like the highest I could take. And I'm not saying I'm that great of a writer, but when you're there to teach people how to write, What's your major? On political science. Okay. Well, there's already a lot of writing in that, so you're probably going to want to write things in that. And I'm just teaching you basic English here. It's not. It wasn't that complicated. Though there were some grammar rules and things I could probably have learned a lot better, but I for Michigan, and oh my god, she was so much more person. She's really great hearted individual and taught me a lot about the environment and the Democratic Party. Not, I mean, I'm an independent, but I'm really a socialist, a libertarian socialist. I could be. I'm whatever the fuck they're in Israel. It's a pro CBD libertarian. But I should look that one up. I don't know. I like not knowing who they are, and I want them to find me. Really? Yeah. They're tight as fuck, though. So, but truthfully, my political leanings could be anything because I knew politics very well, so I could shapeshift it or whatever. But I could sit here and debate Roe v. Wade and be so pro-life with you. I can sit here and say that I will fuck you. Let's have an abortion just to have an abortion to celebrate the right to have an abortion as well. I'll do both. I can do anything you want. You want to talk about socialism? Great. You want to talk about how great capitalism is? Wonderful. Why did you choose socialism or capitalism? At the end of the day, when you have nothing and capitalism provides for nothing, like at the end of the day, somebody's got to have something. Capitalism is great if you're in that spot, but if you don't have something and there's no safety net, you die. At least socialism, there's a safety net. Really? Yeah. Well, people, you hear these fucking Russians come from Russia say how terrible things are there and how bad communism was and how great things were here. Things were great. And even those Russians would say the country that they left Russia to move here, it changed. This country changed. It got very in debt. It lost its morality. It lost a lot of customs and traditions. It became very corporate. And so it became really a fascist state. And so they would say, with those like Latin fascist things, those like fucking, you know what fascists are? Latin. What is it? It's like a symbol of it. It's like a bushel of like shit I eat. It's a symbol of fascism. And it's like, it's not exactly corporatocracy, right? It's like when corporations isn't that great anymore. Really, yeah. They'd say it's better than the country I left, but what changed? What was the big thing that changed things? 9/11 changed. That there were other things, but it was a slow process. Like it's just like 9/11 was the thing that did it though. That changed everything. So 9/11 made it so that this country wasn't any fun to live in, basically. Yeah, it became too much of a security state, and it became too much based around corporatocracy and things like that. And those are things that they did not come for what, I mean, they became American citizens. We'd take that test, and I bet I missed a whole bunch of shit on it. I'd be like, oh my god, who's someone I never remember? Thomas Paine?
Exactly, and that happens
Really?
with
Yeah.
all the big tech giants, from Amazon to Google to,
I don't know a lot about Thomas Paine, but you were telling a story. Oh, whose little sister? Well, so then there was this other girl who was like Kate Upton, kind of. She's hotter than Kate Upton. That's the thing. Kate Upton has shit. What? Oh my god, I had an opportunity to catch her on the 50-yard line and I fucked it up, but I did it again. That I would tell her that's like my big fucking regret in life is not to kiss you on 50. But yeah. But what? Not at the stadium either, a different stadium. She took me to a stadium and I fucked it up. Like, yeah, it's just like, oh my god, girl. Of anybody who's ever fucked anything up, I fucked that one up. But I would tell her, no, I didn't. Why? I didn't want to commit. I couldn't commit. I had nothing, and she would understand. I had absolutely nothing. I was not in that position to date her, and I didn't want to get connected. But yeah, she's hot to Kate. But anyway, it's not like I only dated hot girls. I only dated people who were interesting. Have you ever dated an ugly girl? No. Really? Have you ever dated a ridiculous hot girl? That's a tough question. These girls are, they can work it with them. What am I trying to say? It's different. It's a different look. It's very more girl next door versus head cheerleader, which I have both. Absolutely. My best girl in college as a senior was head cheerleader. Really? Fuck yeah. But it wasn't, she did Yoshi's. Yoshi's cool. Really?
I anticipate as well that we may be seeing a major cyber attack in the future that could be a threat to
Technically, there were two head cheerleaders. But yeah, because the other one is the first mother-daughter cheerleaders in the history of the university. And then there was another one who became a third one, and she's the Rudy of it. And where did she live? Because I knew her very well. She's my friend Nicole. Really? Yeah. She's the female equivalent of your old fucking Rothschild. She's got a mouth on her like a motherfucker. Really? Yeah. Her father is the CFO of Harley Davidson. She's fucking riding with the best. Oh my god. Really? Yeah, her husband's Greg. He's a really nice guy from San Diego. Well, man, how you doing, dude? What? I would be like, to them, I'm very glad, truthfully, I'm very glad they got married. Really? Yeah. Why? Because I liked them both, and I really liked her because she was like the female, she's the girl that has ever been the most like me that I've ever met, like looking in the mirror. Not looking in the mirror, but like her personality and things. She was just very outgoing, but funny. Wow, just hilarious. Really, yeah. And when I met her, it was like there was like a connection. Greg was my friend, and I saw them. I don't want to say they didn't know each other, but like they didn't know each other that well, and I saw them start to date, and it was like I was really happy for them, and still am. Really, yeah. I mean, if anything, you want your friends to stay together and like the relationship. Really, yeah. Her brotherly thing. She deserves it. Sister. Love the thing. guess.
actual biological biology. A lot
Are
of
you
the
done with
same
this bitch?
language that was adopted during the COVID pandemic could be redeployed to help
Where did she live?
manage the threat of a computer virus. You may hear people talking about
But didn't. But she cheered on the team, and she was a captain on the team, or honorary captain for senior year. And she really worked hard to be on that fucking team. Like, no one I ever knew to work that hard on. Actually, I shouldn't say that. She worked very hard on it. I knew someone who worked very hard on it, and she would make it as well. Let's just say she got hurt, and my friend Grace, I had a friend Grace from Connecticut, very pretty girl, and never was able to
I anticipate within the next few years.
got hurt. So Yoshi, good job. Yoshi, did he know Grace? Did he know Nicole? Yeah, but interestingly, like, I knew her long before she knew him. And she knew me before. Like, we knew each other before we knew Yoshi. So, really? Is that true? I think so. It might not be. She might have been.
Something under the skin that
You looked up with Laura. Maybe she'd be really mad at me. Like, no, I never did. Never wanted to. Or it would have happened. Really? Fuck her. But, I was at her house. What was it? Okay, so I would go to college parties when I was in high school, and I'd bring my friends sometimes, but we had to kind of lie to their parents as to where we were going. And so the plan was I was going to go pick up my friend Lori. We were going to go to campus and go to parties, and I was going to drop her off back at her house later that night. And what? It was really snowy, and she was having to come back from. She had a boyfriend. Is that right? Or did she put that in his school? I mean, she had a boyfriend ready to use that for the time. But is that where she was? No. Why? Because when they were dating, she and I did not hang out when they were dating. Not like it would have been inappropriate. Really, yeah. I would have been like, and he was my friend. It wouldn't have been cool for him to drop her off at her house and then me go off to college parties with her. If anything, he would have been like, well, I'm gonna go there too. So it had to be after they broke up. And sort of described it in the later chapters of my book, particularly in the epilogue. The epilogue is called Seattle 2030, and it's sort of thought experiment. I could be wrong. She was coming from somewhere far away. Chicago? No, not that far. But it was like, I want to say a basketball game or something. But I don't want to say that either, because if it was a basketball game, I would have been that. I went to all my school stuff, like games and stuff. She played, it wouldn't have been girls' basketball. I went to those games.
Join the Coast to Coast AM Facebook page with thousands of members. It's great for
She was
showing
somewhere.
links and connecting with other fans. Go to facebook.com/Coast to Coast AM and click the like button.
There was a big snow, and I went over to her house, and I was waiting for her, and she called, and she's like, yeah, it's not gonna be, it's gonna be another like 2 hours. before I'm able to get out of here. For some reason, I forget what it was. And so I was at her house with her mom, her dad, and her sister. And I'd been to her house a lot. Her mom and dad were always very nice to have me over. Oh, I didn't talk about this Peggy lady. But I was waiting. But yeah, that was funny. I had Pico, fucking dog wear these old Navy cargo pants that were size 40, and I was like a 36 inch. They were so cool. They were so big at the time. Yeah, maybe 58 weight. They were 44s. Really? That's what they were. They were 44s. They were so big. To the point where I had the fucking, I could put both hands in them. Ask Jenny about them. She knows I put both hands in them and stick it out of my fly. We were at an opera at the Kennedy Center when I did this, and I was fucking hitting her with in a fun way, like not in a disrespect. I mean, was it disrespectful? Is your dick coming out of your fly? She was like my sister. We carpooled together. We live in the same neighborhood. I mean, I knew her family very well. She was like, it doesn't mean you can do that. It was making her laugh. If she would have said at any point it's stop, I would have stopped. It made her uncomfortable. But it made her laugh to the point where she was like pissing herself during the opera. Really? I don't know if I've ever made anybody laugh that hard. But I mean, she had to like get up in the middle of fucking the opera at the Kennedy Center. And she and Rachel Coy, I made them both laugh very hard, but Jenny especially, because it was coming out of my fucking butt. And it had these really big fucking pants. It was very affordable. I remember I bought this Pico. It was like, I remember being at Old Navy, and I was like, I cannot believe how cheap shit is here. Really, yeah. It's so cheap. Some of their stuff, like, I don't know, but girls go crazy over the dollar flip-flops. Really, yeah. Well, that's cool. I went crazy over their clearance shit one time. Maybe like $140 for like $35. And then what? They had these pants that were so fucking big, but they were really cool looking pants. I mean, they were just cargo pants. They weren't really cool. But I said, oh, tight. So then I got those. So what? So these pants were so fucking big that I would have to take the flap and kind of put it like this and put the belt over it, and it had like this little gap of like one fucking cloth in between mine. Like it just it was. Oh.
By giving everyone a common digital town square. Musk has faced criticism for saying he would unban former President Trump's account.
Well, her dad died, and I feel really bad about that. And there were two funerals I really wish I would have switched over. My friend's dad died, and both of them actually. Like, I had a tough time because they did shit. But yeah, I mean, I had a tough time like that. My family did shit. But we get her dad died. I mean, why? Forever. And we got to come up with next people. Somehow there'd be like a computer software that you'd be able to take and see what's in somebody's head from like just a picture, just like be able to see what is in their cells, and then we'd be able to get someone's DNA, somehow put it in a machine, and somehow try to bring it back as best as possible, or make it so that she can put on like an Oculus Rift or something and like still interact with him, because like we had his voice and stuff in like video, and knew what he looked like, so it'd be like a 3-dimension version, to the point where she would never even know the difference until we can bring him back, so she could like virtually interact with him. Those things would be important. I'm just sorry. Anyway, I was there with her mom and her dad, and her dad and my aunt were together for like 30 years. Her dad was a biology teacher. My aunt was a business teacher. Anyway, her dad's just the nicest guy. And so was her mom. Mom's very nice lady, but very, very what she would say, she was always trying to figure me out. Really? I would be like, Mrs. Barker, I was trying to figure me out. She was like, does she just like into my daughter like that? What else is there? Is he gay? As to where we're going, and Dad, and what were we saying? I don't know if we were lying to him. I think we said. What did you say? I think you were saying maybe we were going to Steak and Shake. So what would you do? We'd go to campus, and then they'd make sure to go to Steak and Shake at the end, and then we get to lie. Really? Yeah. It's like how I would justify things. It's like, well, we didn't lie. It's like a lawyer trick, but anyway. But anyway, this one time Roy was really, really delayed from something, and so I was just at her parents' house, and it was like I would spend a lot of time with her parents. Because I got to know her daughter. But my family was always kind of an outsider family because we weren't in all these other families where it was where they had all these communities and things. So what'd you do? But I got to know them, and I don't want to say they did, they trusted me, but was it a good move to trust me? Yeah, it was, but it was a risk. Why? Because it's like no matter what, if you're like gonna have your daughter with somebody, it's like this person can fuck them over so badly. How? Drunk driving, rape, sexual assault, all kinds of things. They're pretty good on my shoulders. What'd you do? Well, they were nice enough to say, look, Lori's going to be a couple hours. Have you ever seen, or they said, Mrs. Bartek said, you always say that you've never seen Finding Nemo. And I was like, you're right. Why? Because I was proud. Like, I like to not see a movie. I like to be the last motherfucker to see a lot of movies. And everybody had seen that fucking movie. And I was like, yeah, you're right. And she's like, well, why don't you stay and watch Finding Nemo with us? So who watched it? Well, it was fun. I was watching it with Mr. and Mrs. Barker. Like, because they were just my friend's parents and we were just watching the movie. And then Amy. Because he's very, very good. But I don't know. I always said it's Heather. Amy's very pretty girl. But nothing ever happened with it. I'm almost proud it didn't. And I would say to Lori, I mean, like here I was, I had the opportunity. I'm saying the opportunity was there, where I was very close with her parents, to the point where Amy and I were pretty. It would have been weird because it would have ruined my relationship with their relationship. And any of Buddy else's siblings. Oh yeah. Wow. With delivery. But I just remember it was very interesting to me that, well, it was very much like that night. It felt like I was dating her little sister, and it was probably the closest that I ever came to dating her little sister, or anybody's little sister. I said that. Really? Yeah. So what would it be? Just watching a movie with their parents, but that's really close. So then what happened? So Lori came. It's so funny. She and we're like, I saw Finding Nemo. It's really good. I know about what. And they're like, oh yeah, we just spent time with Michael, and we watched the movie. And she's like, Amy, what are you doing? And she's like, oh yeah, my friends didn't want to hang out tonight, so I just stayed in, and we watched Finding Nemo. And she's like, she had to be like, this is wild. What? She's like, my friend is here with my family, and here I am walking into my house, and they've just watched a movie, and it's like they're a whole little unit over. Really, what was her dog's name? I think Princess. Really, or she called it Princess, but really, this dog was. Never did I ever touch the dog or pet the dog. No. I had friends who would tell me, don't pet my dog, and I never did. And people that did got bitten. And it'd be like, well, they warned you, but it would be like, yeah. Would her dog bite you? I shouldn't say I'd never. No, I did. This is how I'd have to pet her dog. She'd say, come here. And she'd say, give me your hand. And she'd like put my hand on the dog. And the dog had to see that it was okay. Really, yeah. As opposed to me. Territory. Anyway, so that was the closest you ever did, right? And my sister. Anybody else? Never came close to dating Laura Bradley. Never wanted to. Would have been weird. And I was too close with their family. She's too much like my sister. Anna Trendle. Well, Laura Bradley would come over. Like, there were a bunch of little sisters I would hang out with in college, but I never hooked up with them. Kayla Poinsett-Jones' little sister, Kelsey Poinsett-Jones. She'd come over a lot. She and I spent time that I know she would have killed me, and I just made sure I walked her sister back to her room, and she got back exactly where she needed to be. And unharmed and safe. But her sister would have fucking killed me. Really? Yeah. Definitely. It's your sister, and she's like, do it and I'll kill you. And I'd be like, oh, now it's kind of a challenge. But then it was like, oh no, I actually had the opportunity to. But no, your sister would kill me. But I remember her running from my room or something, and it was Pascagoula West of PW, Pascagoula West, and I think she was on the third or fourth floor. Anyway, I definitely had time, and I remember looking at her and smiling, and she's smiling the whole thing, and it was like, Kayla will fucking kill me. It would be disrespectful of me. Not really she's your own person, but I'm not. It was. I just felt it would be disrespectful. I had a friendship with the older, and like we knew each other for at that time like 9 years. Risk that, even though Kayla weren't close anymore, and we weren't ever really super close, but even though you weren't close anymore, you were, you know, why? Um, she, or, I don't know, I put myself in that position. If I were in their position and they hooked up with my sibling, if I'm a guy, I'm gonna beat your ass, and if I'm a girl, I'm gonna be like, it's gonna make it awkward, or perhaps it could make it awkward. Do you think your friends would beat your ass? No. Like, if I would have hooked up with Anaja, would Philip been mad? No. Would he would be like, that's awkward and weird, but no. Why? Um, I would say, like, he knew we would hang out, but nothing would happen, and, or like Lord Bradley, Danny would have fucking, it would have been weird. He would have been like, that's awkward as fuck, but he would have. I would be asses. Right? I don't care if we've known each other forever. Fuck you. Get off my fucking sense. Yeah. But they were older, and you know they had dealt with being a brother. This would be my first day being a brother. I'd be like, motherfucker, I want to strangle you like the Undertaker.
It's very hard. It's hard to understand to launch a nuclear weapon accidentally. And
Ever see Homer Simpson strangle Bart? Like, alright, are you done? Hey, Homer Simpson. You should be like, what's your biggest regret? Not kissing that girl at 50 yards. Oh, wait, I didn't finish telling this one story, so let's go Peggy. What? So I had a friend, Mike Phil. He's still with him. So what? So he really liked Lori. Actually, the girl whose house I was at, he really liked her. They lived down the street from each other. And what happened? He came to school late. I hate to say it. The school started in 7th grade, and he came to school in 9th grade. So he was a new kid. That doesn't mean that you couldn't make up for it if you're a new kid. We had a new girl, Gina. She joined. Even she was new, and it was kind of weird. But I'm not saying. Really? Yeah, I mean, why was it weird? It was just like we didn't have every fucking memory together growing up, so it was just hard to relate to them as much because all these other kids you've just been so close with your whole life, or seemingly. So anyway, so Lori had like friendships long before Phil. And Phil gets to school, and he's brand new, and he falls in love with her. Why? She's very attractive. She looks like Kate Beckinsale, and she, like, he gave her a ride, she gave him a ride, things like that. So, or their parents or something.
That's exactly right. I worry that too many people will be implicated by the truth of the origin of this virus. So right now we're just not seeing the political world to really sort of force the question of a robust investigation into the origins of the virus. Let's go to calls for the rest of the
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. He's really nice kid. He's not, even though you had asked her out in 8th grade, yeah, why? And she didn't say no. She just goes, she got it. But what? Well, then what? Why'd you ask her out? It was a thing. Like, guys were talking about who they liked, and so if you find out another guy liked a girl, it's like, oh, it's that girl. Just sparked out. I'm like, really? Yeah. Is that what it was? I think so, kind of. I mean, it was like, okay, I just randomly did it. Really? Yeah. But that was the most impressive thing about it, is I never, ever, 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 ever went on the girls' side of the locker room ever to talk to them, ever. It was such a big deal if you ever just even talk to a girl on the other side. But this one time I just went up, walked up to her, said that, and then really, yeah, and I was just in shock that I did. I still, and the funny thing is, neither of us really remembered me doing it. We do. We were very close in college, and we would talk about it. People would ask, "Why haven't you two ever dated?" And I would joke about it. I'd be like, "I asked her out in 8th grade, and she was going to Chicago." And it was just like, I would say, I'm her straight Will, and she's my Grace, which was like, was that true? Yeah, that became another girl just because she looked much more like Grace, but or like Deborah Messing, but why? Because this girl, like, Kate Beckett's, like, they can't look like them all, but really, yeah. But the other girl looked like Deborah Messing a lot. This girl, yeah. And, are you done? Oh shit, that one went down? Yoshi. Kantoshi. Yo, is that the end of your story? At the end. Oh, Mikey was telling us one story. Then this person, I was gonna hook up with this guy's uncle, and this guy's uncle, and this guy's older brother, and then he was gonna hook up with his friend's dad. He was gonna hook up with somebody's uncle, and then oh dude, it feels so good right here. Why? Oh my god, I love this spot. What? It's like, it's super cold. I love sleeping with the window open. Oh, especially when it's raining. It's the best. Really? Oh, you can smell the nitrogen in the air. Some lady's gonna be getting off to sniff the nitrogen after fucking rain. Fuck you. I'm just getting off the nitrogen. Lady, what are you doing? She's got hefty bags. Just going out on the dew on her fucking lawn. It's like, lady, what are you doing? Taking in the nitrogen, like smelling the night crawlers. What's that? Wait, you gotta tell the story about that. Well, because Phil was fucking it, really. Yeah. So what? Anyway, one time I really wanted to go fishing, and we had a pond in our backyard when I was still like adolescent. And so I would go fishing like every day in the summer a lot of times, but I'd always try to get up really early, like, and try to meet the fish, like, to be awake. And I'd wake up at like I don't know what I thought was early, 7 or something like that. No, actually probably pretty early, maybe like 6 or 5. Get all ready. Oh, morning. I don't want to say what I was worried. My parents were worried about me. They would have said keep Really. So I remember I went outside and I took. I don't know, somehow I read in a book, I think, because they didn't have the internet, how to get night crawlers. How to get night crawlers. I didn't know how. So how do you do it? You take like a paper towel, I think, if I remember correctly, it's something like this. You take like a paper towel and like get it wet and get the ground wet as well. Is that how you do it? Night crawlers. And then they're attracted to the moisture, and if you go at like early in the morning, they'll come up. And why do you put a paper towel over it? Something about that keeps the moisture in or something. I don't know. It's something like that. Or that's what I read when I was like 9. Or that's what the rumor was or something like that. I don't know. I would ask, I couldn't get it. Why? Because we never had anybody buy worms. You had to like, worms are in the ground, kid. So you go and fucking dig up with this spade, this little. My mom had this fucking. What is it? Like a little garden set. This little like thing on which you'd sit to garden. It's like a little thing. You put all your tools in it, and they have like this fucking thing like this. There's like a little hoe, a little fucking claw thing, little spade, and you can plant like carrots and seeds and shit. Anyway, so I took the spade and I went and I got out a bunch of fucking night crawlers and went fishing. I don't know why the fuck I was talking about this. I gotta talk about this girl. So my friend, he was trying to fuck me, and shout out to this girl. It's just what I did. He was trying to fuck me. So what? He and I both like this girl, not Lori. This is, if I say this is a different girl, but I never liked Lori, so it wouldn't be like a different girl. But like, no, we've only ever both liked one girl, in my opinion. So yeah, it was this one girl. And what about that? I mean, do you know anything about it? Yeah, I mean, I knew her dad went to Johns Hopkins and was a doctor. I knew she was from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, or in and around that area. Really, yeah. If it's not Harrisburg, she's from Pennsylvania. Really, yeah, for sure. If not Harrisburg, it's in and around. Anything else? Is she a Phillies fan or Pirates fan? Honestly, I think on all that shit, she went both ways. I think I asked her Phillies or Steelers. Why? Because like if I meet a girl from like a city, I'll be like, okay, are you fucking Mets or Yankees? Whatever. Like if we have nothing about which to speak. Like I met this one girl at this fucking arcade once, and all we did was talk about the Red Sox. And I got her number in fucking Chicago. Like, yeah, basically. Anyway, but it doesn't have to be. It can be anything. Really, yeah. But you guys be able to talk stuff, and if they don't like sports, then whatever. But and did she not like sports? No. What did she like? Tell me something she liked, Rabbi. I could. She really impressed me with what she liked. Did you ever go on a date with her? Yeah, I think so. But it might be. I would just be like, I went on a date. I went on one there wasn't a whole lot to do in our town. What was it? There's this East Race Walk date, which is basically we'd go to the Vine, which is downtown Pawnee, which is a really cool restaurant they have there. Really, yeah. And shout out to the owner of that. She was a country club member, and that restaurant I come back to it. Yeah, the one. Park, we go to eat. There was always Hannah King, Maggie Kate King's sister. It was always our fucking hostess. She must have seen at least a dozen girls on that place. Really, yeah. Then what? Then we do this little walk by the Easter eggs. Now I didn't always go there with girls. One time I went to Emporium with my friend Erica. Really, yeah. And that was really fun. Why? She and I were like a political couple. Really, yeah. She wore like pearl necklaces, and who did she look like? She's prettier than this person, but who else wore these? This is what actually connected us. That Huckabee, that whatever Huckabee, would always wear those, and they reminded me of really, yeah. Erica loved pearl necklaces. Really, yeah. Anyway, but there's this walk, and then what did you do? Then we drive by my high school, and then what? Then usually back to campus. Really? Yeah, but sometimes we'd go get a shake or something, or like ice cream or something. Really? Yeah. All right, are you done? No, was that the end of your story? No, you should be like, oh, yeah, oh, that was really great story. Really? Yeah, oh, and then you tell the story, and you're like, oh, they got a shake, and a shake, and a shake. Everybody was like, yay. Okay, so this is real good. My friend and I, we both enrolled for this book. And why? Well, I think I met her in his dorm. And I said to him, oh my god, that girl is so cute. I got dibs on her. And he says something like, oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. You cannot call that. And I was like, oh, dude, that girl is so pretty. Dude, dibs. And he's like, no, you can't do that. He's like, dude, you don't even live in this dorm. How are you going to call dibs? You don't even go to school here. I was like, dude, dibs on that girl. So what happens? We're with some of her other friends. I forget who they are. But, somehow, some way, he's like, it's like the end of the night or whatever, and he's like, he somehow got his hands on his car from high school, and he's like, it was something like this, I'll drive you guys home. And it was like, oh, okay, well, that's nice. And what? And he did this to fuck you, absolutely, without a doubt. But it didn't. I won in the end, so I could give a shit. And I had a higher GPA at our university, so fuck off. What? By a lot. I mean, significant amount. Right? They're great. What? I did something. What did I do? Oh, this girl. She and I. What was it? So Phil's like, I'm gonna drive us home. I'm gonna drive everybody home. I was like, okay, fine. And he does something like this. Well, I'll drive you first. I'll drive you home first, Michael. It's like, wait, that's not. I live furthest than all these people, because I lived I lived at home at that time. What do you mean you're gonna drive me home first? He's like, I'll drive you home first. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, what happened? I think it's something like that. Why? Because all these girls were in this car, and this girl that he really liked, and this girl that I really liked, we're all in the car together, and It was something like this. Um, he went a real roundabout way so that he did not drop these girls off first, which he should have. It would have only made sense in the way that we were taking the drive, but he took me home first. Why? He wanted this girl to see that my house wasn't very big. Is that true? Absolutely. And that because we had just moved from a very big house to a very small house. And she did. I was so pissed at him. Not really, though. I mean, I understand. He was trying to make a move, and it was like, hey, if I can get rid of my competition this way, I'll fucking do it. So what did you do? Well, wouldn't you know it? I ended up being the one who got this girl, like, by 42 minutes ago. What is this? Oh, I said cool? Oh, that's when I said cool in there. Who's this girl? Damn, girl. Oh, it's some fucking naked chick. Found different beauties, all ready for one-on-one nudes. Fuck, it's a fucking bot. Anyway, so that wasn't cool of him. Really? Yeah, I mean, he did kind of try to fuck me. So what happened? Well, I really like this girl. Like, I was giddy. I was giddy about this girl. Really, yeah. And I thought he had fucked it up. But no. What happened? Did you date her? I didn't try to then. Really? No. What happened? Well, I remember there were a lot of girls in my that year, and if I really liked them, I want to say line them up for my sophomore year. If it sounds bad of me to say, it shouldn't. It just meant I wanted to spend more time with you when I had like ability to have you on campus and stuff. And so what? So I continue making contact with this girl and friendship. She was very quiet, really, yeah. Not extremely, but pretty quiet. Was that a quick thing you said for something? Anyway, so what'd you do? So I'm like, I finally got this girl, and this is your sophomore year now. Really, yeah. And I had this lines, like girl after girl after girl, where I was like, okay, I gotta have this girl over this night, and this girl over this night. And I had friends, and it would be like, yeah, I'm having a girl over tonight, so we can't hang out. I'd be like, oh, fuck, man, are you sure? And then, yeah. So anyway, finally I get this girl down on the list. And when you know it, I'm like, they call it the big lie. Repeat a false claim over and over, and soon it becomes believable. It's accepted. All this being well, I can just tell you this. I was like, media lies what she calls them and how they're destroying America. Find out the big networks, what they're pushing. Eric names names. He even exposes how the big media polls are being manipulated as well. Watch Eric Bowling, the balance on Newsmax. I had this aquarium. She would remember this, really, yeah. A lot of people would. But it was like this thing I could hook up from my computer to my television, and I could show my television. I could show my computer on my television, and nobody could do that back then. Really, no one. Not in college. No one could do that little setup. So the fact that I could show it on there meant I could put screensaver up on my television, which meant I could put, and I wanted to put this aquarium, like fish, so it looked like my television was an aquarium. And she saw that. I don't want to say she thought it was so funny, but it was very cool. So imagine that was the only thing lighting the room, and
Research shows that sleep benefits retention of memory and energy, while poor sleep quality can even be associated.
so I get this girl over, and I was like, oh, I know what I really liked about her. What kicked it off with her, really, was I asked her what kind of music do you like, and she said Motown. And I was like, really? It was something like that, yeah. And I was like, Temptations, The Supreme, Four Top, oh my god. And so then I get this girl over in my room, like, I don't know, the next year or something, and I was like, well, let's get the party started.
And welcome back to Coast, the final segment with Dr. Aaron Triviati, his book, The New Abnormal. Aaron, let's just finish up on the vaccine part that you were talking about with the mix of the old and the new, and whether it's going to work or not. Yeah, so the bivalent vaccines, unfortunately, are not going to have a better safety profile than the old ones, because the old ones taught something new, and the newer thing is basically updating the vaccine so that it aims more directly at the Omicron variant, which was the last major wave that we had. But the fact is, the next sort of round of COVID is probably going to be a new variant, because Omicron has basically made its way through the population and petered out. So, in trying to put catch up using these mRNA vaccines and vaccinating our or away from COVID is not going to work. It's already proven not to work, and the new vaccines are simply an attempt to continue, mounting the population and making money without actually advancing public health goals in any meaningful way. Now they're talking about giving vaccines to kids in school at 6 years old. Yeah, the vaccination of children is completely unconscionable. Healthy children are not at any risk of mortality from COVID. Healthy children have not died of COVID. We can argue about, how significant, how large are the risks of these vaccines, but nobody can deny that there's risk is completely unacceptable in a population that is not at risk of COVID. So the idea that we would vaccinate children against this illness, is totally reckless and will only result in net harm to children. Let's go to Richard, North Carolina, to get this segment started. Go ahead, Richard. Hi, George. Good to hear your voice. Thank you, sir. I don't get through very much, and I'm glad to get through. I always enjoy your questions. They're going to follow you when you chat and get your brain, because you definitely get those $1 million questions that Dr. Aaron said. The thing I wanted to ask about was, if you guys have heard what the Prime Minister, and then I have a comment, of course, in Poland has put forth legislation to do exactly what Dr. Aaron was talking about, as far as forced testing, forced lockdowns, forced treatment, they were there pertaining to, the other word was infections, and by doing it exactly right, pertaining to the militarized part of the whole thing, and we continually get a comment from our government pertaining to a matter of national security. What means our questions and no answers because I have some answers. I am the person that has experience. A friend of mine says information is not knowledge. Experience knowledge. The Albert Einstein. At what point did people get enough? You know, I keep asking myself the same question.
So I remember I'm running through, like, I got this list of fucking hits that I'm playing with this girl, and oh fucking so what happened? I gotta try to keep this thing down because like I got fucking banned. So I'm playing through the hits. Unprecedented levels of power and control over other people. They're not going to want to remember this time. I'm hot just like an oven. I need to know that. And baby, I can't bear it much longer. It's getting stronger and stronger. And when I get this feeling, I need sexual healing. Sexual healing. Oh, baby, take me so far. Sexual healing. It's good for me. Sexual healing. Something that's good for me. Never keep me still, just always. And emotional ability, even if there's nothing I can do. I can get on the telephone and call you a baby, and honey, I'll be there to be sweet. If you know what I mean, oh, I can feel you know, sexual healing. Get up. Let's make love tonight. You know, when we start doing that, I think we'll be able to collectively start pushing back against some of the irrational policies and, you know, make sure we stand by and secure our freedom. Inside me. I could run inside you, the waves are rising and rising, and when I get that feeling, I need sexual healing, sexual healing. It's good for me, it makes me feel so fine. It's such a rush, helps me be fine. It's good for sexual healing, baby. It's good for me, sexual healing is something that's good for me. Oh, it's so good for me, baby. Oh, nothing in control. Just grab a hold of my body right now. I'm feeling right, feeling bad, so open up and let me in. Oh, you're so great. I can't wait for you to operate. Get up. Let's make love tonight. Cause you do it right.
corpses for funerals and for burials. Widespread clots throughout the body in
Wait
people
for
who
you to
died very
operate.
suddenly and unexpectedly. These reports have become quite widespread, and they strike me as coming when they reach incredible sources, not only of the massive clotting, which we know can be an effect of these vaccines. The spike protein that these vaccines create is what doctors call thrombogenic, which is a
Alright,
fancy way of
are you
saying
done?
that it's something that promotes blood clotting. And
No.
these clots seem to be of an
So what?
unusual consistency, not like the usual types of blood clots that we see.
So, like, I think I'm just king shit right now. Because I got this girl in my room, and I'm like playing Marvin Gaye, and we are making out till the cows come home. And I say to her, any requests? And she says,
this is an effect of the vaccine, at least in some people. Your first question is, did they pre-make the vaccine? Did they pre-make the vaccine? The answer is kind of yes and no. The technology that we use for the mRNA vaccine has been in the works for at least a decade. The problem is, all the attempts to use this technology in the past, we tested it on animals. It didn't work, or it caused harm.
I'll try to do it without it. Really? Yeah. Okay.
Technology that was not yet ready for prime time. And then suddenly, we have products made from this technology. This
Oh,
technology
they do it.
was
Okay.
repurposed
So I was gonna do it without this, but she's like,
to code for something that is part of the
and I'm like, damn. Little bit more of a deep track of a fucking Marvin Gaye hit. Really? Yeah, Marvin Gaye.
prematurely rushed market. It wasn't yet ready for prime time, but we decided we needed something fast. We decided that factor was going to be the solution to the pandemic. Come what may. And again, I think there were broader economic and scientific and political interests that were keenly interested in using this particular technology rather than traditional vaccines. And what we're seeing as a result of that is probably a product that was inadequately tested, rushed to market prematurely, and at this point maybe doing more harm than good. Next up, let's go to Linda in Spokane, Washington, and watch for the Rockies. Hi, Linda.
Hi, George. Thank you for taking my call and thank you for your beautiful summer music. I want to make a point about the vaccines and also about the COVID. First of all, and I want to ask Dr. Aaron if he knows about this, but in 2016, I was on the computer and I saw a headline that said the government has lifted the ban on the viral company has lifted the ban on them from creating killer viruses. That was in 2016. And then in 2017, Donald Trump sent out a tweet that it was 2 o'clock in the morning and he said, oh, GOV dash SE2 is the mineral component of iron, and that iron is what's affecting people because it's breaking away from their red blood cells.
Well, you may be right about that, Linda. The iron does affect blood cells, does it not, Aaron? Yes, it does. I
gotta say it, actually. I think. And I got interrupted on earlier today.
But what I can say regarding your first question is that there have been a series of changes in federal law and in our federal regulatory agencies that have prevented the kind of research that may have led to the creation of this virus.
So, you had this song? I'm so fortunate I had this song. Really? Can you imagine being like, play any song, and then she names a song and you don't fucking have it?
I believe that research is reckless and extremely dangerous and should really never be done anywhere.
That would be a thing. I had the last girl through my life, at least I'm funny, she said, one of the things she said about it, I love your taste in music. She's like, that's one of like a benefit of you. And I never like considered people's taste in music like a benefit of them, but it's just like we just, whatever it is, it's like a movie soundtrack. Like whatever we're doing, it's like whatever you put the music on. Anyway, I love this song.
For whatever it is that we develop. So I think all the arguments in favor of this are weak, but for one reason or another.
So what's gonna happen? I think I fucking sleep really late tomorrow or today, and then like sleep all night and sing all night. Really? Yeah.
Aaron, the clock status, but thank you for a wonderful 2 hours. The name of the book we do at normal. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Up next, investigative reporter.
Those aren't even my favorite Marvin Gaye songs. Really? This might be, but this is a whole nother topic. 2073, 2084, 2093. Ahead, you and me gonna be getting down on a space bed. We gonna get married in June. We gonna be getting down on the moon. It is the planetary phone. Then get down. Star Wars in the planetary phone. Still skin down. Music don't have no race. On the space, place to space. The time for the trip. Step inside my mothership. I can tell by your way that you really wanna stay. Space, funky space, peaceful space, every place. Wait till I get cool. Hey baby, let's get cool. A long time ago, I never met you, but here, I've known you for 1,000 years. Gosh. We supposed to be together. Yeah, come on, baby, let's go peace, love, and check out this new smoke. I don't own this thing I got. It ain't classified as the smoke I got from Venus. Come on now, baby. Let's get off. This here machine. Rocket, 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 rocket. Hey, little baby, that's magnetized. Magnets makes the love rise, baby. Ooh, sugar, let's get some more. Do I feel like I've been with you before? Shoot me through with the create gun. Shoot the people and lots of fun. Everybody together, having lots of fun and live the party. Over 2-star one. All everybody, you know, running for a landing here in Pluto. Now all of you are groovy. 10-year-olds are Plutarian. Be Plutaz. I don't do that. As a group B, I know y'all gonna have about, hey, little Miss Bird song. Come here. You follow me. Come on, baby. Come on down. Come on, baby. Come on down. Let's put ourselves into this machine and feel each other's ass. Jazz be dance. All that jazz. Cause our hearts are the real machine. Let's say it. And then, let's feel each other's ass. That's razzmatazz. All that jazz. That's razzmatazz. All that jazz. Yes. Says yes. Let's touch each other. Let's feel each other's ass. That's all that jazz. Baby. We all caught it up. And then yeah. Shake down. Then funky bow. Funky bow. For the countdown, baby. Give me the countdown, Zach. Yeah, here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 5, no time, 6, no tricks, 7, we have 8, everything is straight, 9, hey, ready, we'll do it again. Right? Yeah. Are you done? Or you're just gonna sing every fucking Marvin Gaye song until sunrise? I want to do Barry White too, but I probably need this. You should, to Torrance, everybody. Right? Oh yeah, you know, I should be like, my grandma's in Torrance, and we're gonna get his grandma back, right? Yeah. Shout out for 7-7. He went to my friend Matt's father's funeral. Yeah. He's the only person in my class, right? You know, for all the fucking for this fucking country, we did not treat him very well. Really, from as a class, it was like, you know, he was fucking fun, all that shit, and we were like, alright, we were all just doing our own shit. Like, yo, that's an accomplishment. Really? I'm gonna come back alive? See, like, all we did there was fucking fuck around. Yeah, but still something.
It's the silent surveillance video footage of the vagrants. Oh, this guy wants to kind of urinate. Oh, no, you can see that.
That's a really good start. Oh, the Torrance. Really? Yeah, I got my cameo. gassed up. You need to go to Tulsa? Okay, I can get there. Really? I'm like, Yosh, you can't get there in a fucking Camry. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yosh should be like, oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh. For sure, dude. For sure. Why? Oh, Yosh should be like, the Camry? The Camry? All right, we got it. Why? Yosh should be like, it's very efficient, right? It's very aerodynamic. Like, yo, you can't get a Tulsa on one tank of gas. They'd be like, I know we're going to Torrance. Remember when the world was young? Me and Susie had so much fun, holding hands and skimming stones. Had an all gold shirt in the middle, and the biggest thing you ever got was doing a thing called the Crocodile Rock, while the other kids were rocking around the block. We had Robin and Bob into the Crocodile Rock. And the heat just can't be still. I never knew me better time, and I guess I never will. My lover, what a night. Susie Woman, stacks in tight. Another download of a running on the side.
Regardless of what side of the fence you're on with climate change, it's happening. Something's going on, whether it's an earth cycle, a solar issue, or man-made.
I can't believe this fucking computer running Windows 11. I mean, it's not that old. I know, I just bought it really just to take one fucking test. I bought this computer to take one fucking test. I would never bought a fucking computer. Really? Yeah. I was very proud to not have a computer. I mean, not really. I had one at work, but it was like, I was off the grid, man. Where you running a technology company? How you off the grid? I was just off the grid running a technology company. You could, man. What's it? Yosh, what happened, man? Yoshi. I'd be like, Yoshi. Hey, Yosh. What the fuck happened? Did you hit reset or something? Hey, curriculum. And everyone's like, hey, now I'm going live. I was like, Yosh should be like, yeah. Right? Yosh? What are you doing here? Yosh should be like, put a clock in the corner. Yosh should be like, you're addicted to this. Damn,
I didn't until I started using 100% drug-free relief factor sleep. I know you often listen to this show until wee hours in the morning, but no matter what time your head hits the pillow, good sleep is important. I'm George Dory here for Relief Factor Sleep, the same company that helps tens of thousands of people every month relieve their pain.
I like how it's a connect automatically.
Non-addictive sleep supplement that leaves you feeling rested and restored after a good night's sleep. I wake up ready to go without the sluggish feeling from taking other sleep aids. Try Relief Factor Sleep with a low introductory price of $19.95 for the first month. Try it out for yourself and experience the sleep our bodies are meant to get and need. Get the rest that will have you start saying, let's go, instead of need a nap. Start living the life you love again. I have. Go to relieffactor.com/sleep or call 1-800-4RELIEF to find out more.
Say hashtag Fortnite.
Relieffactor.com/sleep or call 1-800-4RELIEF. Feel the difference with Relief Factor.
Why? I'm gonna shoot every motherfucker in the fucking game.
And welcome back to Coast George Dory with your special guest and our investigative reporter with us, Joe.
What's this going live? Bullshit. Yoshi. 411. Look your way. How let me do it?
Thank you, George. It's so good to be back.
This year I'm not cooking, so they're taking care of me. They're doing a whole family thing, so I can just sit and relax before.
They're gonna poison you.
How nice. How nice. It's wonderful.
So what's new with you?
Oh, well, I've been working on this story that you won't believe. Wait until you hear what my guest tonight has to say.
Well, we'll get into that in just a moment to be sure. And I gotta tell you, the weather has been strange. This has been a strange year for everything, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. It is very strange and very odd. When you look at it, or everything that happens, it's kind of like, well, that's really weird. So a lot of things seem to be at play, according to what my guest said.
You know, I'm not a man-made climate change. You know, first of all, I think a lot of people confuse pollution with climate change, and nobody wants pollution on this planet. You don't, I don't, nobody wants that. But I think a lot of people, when we talk about climate change, think of pollution and two different things, don't you?
Yes, and also there's so much hysteria with the eco activists that want to throw ketchup or whatever on a Van Gogh or spray paint buildings and do all kinds of silly, insane, destructive things, which do nothing good at all, but get them in the headlines. So there's a lot of misdirection, and unfortunately, the activism kind of leads you astray. So the climate change and climate geoengineering intervention, which is what we're talking about tonight, is two completely different things.
As a meteorologist, what's your background?
Well, I don't know if you recall John Coleman, who was the founder of the
Oh, yeah, I sure remember him. I used to talk to him all the time.
Yes, such a nice guy, and he had it was just a down home, common sense approach. And his feeling was that it's not what the hysteria is all about. One point is that so many of the top elite promoters of climate change that come out with all the pressure and all the excitement and all of that, they have personalized what seems to be adhering to their same guidelines, and they were flying the plastic stick and doing everything else that leaves a big footprint. So you have to look at who's pushing what and what really are they all about. So I think it's a good thing for people to go online and search John Coleman's presentation and get a little bit of a balance there on the climate change. Again, that's a little different from what we're talking about tonight.
Absolutely. Speaking of tonight, let's get right into the story.
Well, George, it's not a Halloween story, but it is so scary, diabolical, and thought-provoking. Weather manipulation and climate intervention operation. One thought was the recent Hurricane Ian in Florida and its very strange anomalies of random acts of nature or not. Well, Jane Wigginton is lead investigator for Geoengineering Watch, and for 30 years he's researched geoengineering and intervention operations of our weather and climate, and especially Hurricane Ian by residents. Now, we see signs and expect to be filled with those fluffy white streaks, just cycling into a tic-tac-toe bridge pattern, then fade and merge into each other in what should have been otherwise clear blue skies. But then Wilson says manipulation of natural and climate laws has been going on for decades and can be proven. Let's go now to our conversation. Hello, Dave. Welcome back to Coast. Glad you could join us tonight.
Pleasure and honor. Thank you very much for your willingness to try to educate people on the incredibly dire threat posed by the ongoing climate operations in our front.
You've come up with some pretty startling conclusions on weather modification and climate geoengineering. Tell us what's going on.
We have governments around the globe that are verifiably working together in climate intervention operations. We can't just engineer the climate over in one country without affecting the entire world. We have hundreds of genes in Washington. We have many government Senate documents, some as long as 800 pages, that outline the global cooperation with these programs, that outline the total blanket legal immunity for anyone and everyone involved in these programs for obvious reasons, Carol, because the populations around the world knew that their governments, the seemingly opposing interests at the surface, like we have China, Russia, US, but all of them further cooperating in climate change operations for their own specific reasons. The populations around the globe realized that they knew this was going on. They knew they were part of a grand and lethal, highly toxic experiment destroying the planet's life support systems, and they knew this was being conducted without their knowledge, without any concern for the environment, for the toxic matter that we're breathing and coming down from the air column. We would think and hope that populations would react very negatively, and we would do everything they could to put an end to this insanity. If it continues, statistically, mathematically, we don't have very long, and that's more than sufficient reason backup if you were all settled.
Now, tell us a little bit about your research team before we go on to your analysis of Hurricane Ian and other weather and climate events. How do you verify your data that you say that you can document everything that you're getting ready to tell us tonight? You say that you also have and use a flying lab for air samples as well.
We have access to that lab. There's two flights. That's a National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration flying lab with the top scientists in it. It's great effort and expense to acquire that aircraft. We took it to altitude, sampled what heavy aircraft were emitting in our skies. We processed those samples at one of the world's most renowned testing facilities, found exactly what we needed to find, climate engineering elements. And to add another piece of the puzzle to this equation, in regard to support condensation fair narrative, I'm going to put a link to that one right now. By the way, all that current footage of the testing will be available in the groundbreaking geoengineeringwatch.org documentary, The Image, which we posted for free the moment it was done. Our only goal is to educate the public. And in regard to condensation trail narrative, perhaps some of the greatest lies ever perpetrated on populations around the globe, we have many segments of film footage on the homepage of geoengineering.org in the Get Film section, taken at aircraft at altitude, nozzles visible, turning dispersions on and off. End of debate, end of speculation, no theory, no hypothesis. This is sprayed dispersions. And the materials that are listed on common engineering patents are exactly what's showing up in our precipitation samples and atmospheric testing. So, again, we ask people to believe what they can see with their own eyes. If they don't believe what they see with their own eyes, there's nothing we can tell them, there's nothing we can show them. If they don't believe the film footage we have, but again, these aircraft at altitude, turning dispersions on and off, nozzles visible. If they don't accept what they see with their own eyes, still, there's nothing we can do to convince them that this is going on.
Now, in the aftermath of Hurricane Ian and the horrific destruction and attack in Florida, can you detail for us the anomalies that you saw that just were not normal, that were significant with Hurricane Ian, and your analysis of that information?
Here's what we can say with absolute certainty, no ambiguity whatsoever. These storms are being manipulated, and we can see that from the monitoring database we have access to that show the ground-based radio frequency microwave transmissions and their interaction with the storms that are used to tutor those storms. So this is patented technologies. We do have an air mass saturated with electrically conductive particles, and they are shooting those in from the dark. And then the energized transmitters that
powerful signal that has a repelling effect on those particles. The air mass is saturated with the particles that repel the air mass, what repels the storm. And all of this is recorded on posts that we have at geoengineering.org. If you listen to geoengineering.org, controlling Hurricane Ian.
A lot of people in the aftermath of Ian in Florida said they witnessed intense, heavy spraying in the skies before and after the storm hit. What's your knowledge of that?
The shipments occurred. You can see it on satellite imagery. What we saw in the case of Harvey and Ian, as these storms make landfall, the ground-based radio frequency transmitters energize, and we have all this captured on our reports. You can see it, you can see them energize, you can see the interaction of the storms. That holds the storm in place. And when they're shooting from above, they're using, you might have heard some people talk about this, Cheryl, that it's gotten really cold as Ian passed through. And we've seen the same, for example, with Hurricane Sandy. Remember Hurricane Sandy that made that anomalous 90-degree unprecedented westerly turn into New Jersey and Georgia? Same thing over there. There was snowflakes falling in that hurricane. And back to the scene, back to the spraying. They're using what's called chemical ice nucleation for weather modification elements. What is that? That's an endothermic reacting element, an energy absorbing element. What does that do? It creates a very cold dense layer of air, creates a toxic surface cool down, makes the illusion that the planet is cooler than it actually is. Object science, MSNBC, we have Fox News covered that. Chinese scientists reported modification operations that $1 billion in the damage to Beijing from recreating what should have been a rainstorm into a snowstorm. And these processes are new. So you remember the big flash freeze in Dallas, in Texas, a while back now, but most people remember that when it was 0 degrees in Dallas. That's how that happens. So you can't have a condition like that with record warm moisture off the record warm Gulf of Mexico, while at the same time at the same approximate latitude in Florida it's 85 degrees, while 33 degrees warmer at the North Pole. How could it be 0 in Dallas? Chemical ice nucleation, weather modification, like Florida, same thing. If you see some of the news videos of Hurricane Ian, people talk about that it got really cold as that precipitation came through. That's part of the reason why. What else does Ian do? It's a moisture pump. The climate engineers use the moisture chemical nucleus to cool down certain regions. So we saw, if you look at the water vapor release for Ian, it was pumping a little bit of moisture straight up to the eastern Atlantic. That's the western Atlantic, excuse me, right here at East Coast. All the way to zero. And so by diverting atmospheric wind, we're using Ian as a moisture pump, they were able to cool off other regions. So the point being that you have many functions being carried out at the same time, and it's not just this or that. And that's the mistake people make. They think if there are manipulating hurricanes, there must be one specific reason. There are many reasons for what they're doing and what the agendas and objectives are. So it's important to remember this is a complex scenario, very complex. Many rules in place, and we can speculate on those various agendas and objectives. But the fact that these storms are being manipulated, absolutely inarguable.
So you are saying, without a doubt, that you believe that Hurricane Ian was manipulated and controlled?
Yeah. I'm not saying I believe that. I'm saying I know that. Absolutely know that. We would win in a court of law that has any objectivity to it. There's absolutely no question. These are patented processes. We can see it happening on satellite imagery. We can see it happening on the transmission monitoring loops that we have. There's positively no question that this is happening. And encourage your listeners to consider and remember U.S. military modification of hurricanes goes back to at least 1947, 75 years ago. And they were quite successful then with what little they knew how to manipulate it. In fact, there was mitigation from that. The damage
because there's very little experiment. So they eventually either go down with this or they do it. Well, you remember Hurricane Harvey? It's back in place today. So let's look at that one and ask ourselves, how could the so-called weather forecasters know this the day they knew it here? They knew it Harvey, exactly where it would go, where it would end up, where it would sit. They knew that a week in advance. How can they know that? Because they're literally reading a script given to them by the weather manipulators. How do we know that? Because there is a legal federal gag order, also posted in the Daily documentary, and thus they do all the modeling because the script has to match the event. And that's how they control the system. But again, this is all completely documented, including copies of the gag order. It's only until people can actually investigate the data presented in the Los Angeles. They will be shocked.
The pathway of Ian was very erratic across Florida. Why do they, if they're controlling it, why would they choose that kind of a pathway? How do they come up with this?
That's a question I can't answer because that would be to answer the behind the scenes motives and agendas. But again, with actually, do we know they are manipulating it? Absolutely. I encourage you listeners to search engine for what I'm seeing controlling forces and they can watch these energizing of the cancels. And again, keep in mind the hurricane moves away.
At last there's a break in
Those
the rain,
energized
and guests begin
engines
to arrive
they
beneath
repel
sails.
the storm. They repel the air mass that they repel the storm. Those building powers, again, are not going to just hold on to the cards they have. They're going to play it. But they play, they have a lot bigger cards than anything they play. I assure you. Pretty vehement about manipulation, isn't it, Joe?
It sure is, and he did make a very important point that everything he says, George, he and his scientific research team can back up, and that includes documents, and it's all displayed on his website, social media platforms, and YouTube channel as well. And all of this weather modification that's happening, it's really, really extreme. But he shows the details too in a video on how those transmitters work that he mentioned that manipulates the weather. All fused together, there's the weather control, the climate geoengineering and intervention with the most sophisticated technology in the world is causing havoc on nature and steering humanity toward chaos.
You're a meteorologist, Cheryl. Do you think this is all possible?
It's very scary when you look at what he has shown and all of the documents that he's talking about and that go back for decades. Most people don't even think to look up at the sky and see what's happening up there with what's commonly called chemtrails, with the aerosol spraying, with the streaks and the crisscross patterns and all of that. So there's a lot going on that I think we've fallen into more into a posture of security in a lot of ways, and I think it is a good idea to pay attention to what he's saying. The good news is he offers an open opportunity to check out everything that he says and to make your decision for yourself.
We're coming up with part 2 of Cheryl's interview with Dane Wigington in just a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
To find out where George Norrie is speaking, go to the coasttocoastam.com website, scroll down to the bottom, and click George's calendar.
I'm Phil Hewitt from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon has said he's not leaving unless he's recalled. People were standing
after death in the parking lot of a Kohl's department store in Palmdale, the police have arrested the suspect. Officers say the man lives in a nearby homeless encampment. The dead man was found in an underground electrical vault in San Bernardino. Security footage shows the man walking around outside the Carousel Mall early Wednesday morning. Police believe he was electrocuted while trying to break into an abandoned building. Southland weather from KFI. Overnight lows in the 50s and mostly sunny for your Friday. Inland highs in the upper 70s and low 80s. Low 70s at the coast. And it's going to stay that way all the way through Halloween Monday. Right now in Santa Ana, 59. Mission Viejo, 56. Santa Monica, 55. And in Glendale, it's currently 57 degrees. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Phil Hill. In Huntington Beach, there is a whole freeway closure. 405 northbound from Beach Boulevard to Golden West. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. In Downey, this is on the 5 northbound at Florence. We have a crash involving an overturned car taking up the 2 left lanes. You drive it, stop and go from Pioneer Boulevard. Lakeview Terrace, there is a work zone. This is on the 210 westbound from Woodward to the 118. 2 left lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 6. KFI in the sky. Don't get you there faster. I'm Brian Dan. If you run a business, you might feel that advertising is more confusing than ever, but it doesn't have to be. At iHeart, we're built to help your business. With 9 out of 10 Americans listening to us, just like you are now, we can give you access to your next customer and the tools, strategies, data, and creative to reach them. We're America's #1 audio company, and it all starts from a conversation. So let us help you adjust your plans to improve your business and costs. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, termination. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. KFI, AM 640. There's a movement rebelling against the extinction of our species. There's more of us than ever. There's too many people. Oh my God, the traffic is insane today. I was yelling extinction out my window. We can use a good extinction. John and Ken, weekdays 2 to 6 on KFI. Right here on KFI, I'm here. I love you. I know you do. I know you do. You love yourself. No. Thing is, I've always said there's 2 kinds of people in this world. People who have 0 or very low self-esteem and liars. Bill Handle. And that's it. Mornings from 6 to 10 on KFI. There's a lid for every pot. For every single person, there is a person. Really? There's only 7 billion of us. You can't pair off with somebody. Or you can find a polyamorous thing. Maybe get 4 or 5 other people in the whole deal.
Sometimes there's 2 lists.
Sharing and sharing your pots. Weekdays at 10 a.m. KFI. KFI. Live and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI. AM 640. You are hearing Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, live from somewhere deep below the earth on Premier Networks.
We'll be back in a moment with part 2 of Cheryl's interview with Dave Wigington, and next hour we will have open lines with Cheryl. I'll be there too, but remember, we've got open lines with me tomorrow night, and we've got Ghost to Ghost on Monday night, so you can address most of your questions to Cheryl about the strange and unusual. It doesn't have to just be the weather-related story that we're talking about. ParanormalDate.com, 282 people shy of 142,000 cyber members at ParanormalDate.com. And also, we've got ConspiracyGate.com. Now, that's where you can use like-minded people that share your thoughts and theories. ParanormalDate.com and we have ConspiracyGate.com. At ParanormalDate.com, you meet the most fantastic people. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. What brings you here?
Yeah, I'm getting some of your extensions.
How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, the paranormal, that kind of stuff. Like, you seem to find anything?
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay, guess that's not your cup of tea. You sure?
Very. Good luck with that.
Really can't find a website for my new extensions. What is one and two? Have you thought about ParanormalDate.com? No. What? Of course. I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's ParanormalDate.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Stuff you like, remember? Interesting. I'll give it a try. Well, let's try this again. Aha, I'm Tom.
Hey, yeah, your profile on ParanormalDate.com looks very interesting. So you really saw a UFO?
Well, yeah, it was so intense, but not as intense as me and you.
You're an alien chasing flirt, but I kinda like it.
Wow, this ParanormalDate.com thing really works. Maybe ParanormalDate.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear of George's show find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special someone with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course, the paranormal, come to the dating site Inspired by George Noory. It's always free to search. And if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code George for a great discount. ParanormalDate.com. You are not alone. We got a great healing story. Carnivore now. One of those botanicals that is so absolutely so amazing. David, you're a guy that has overcome severe issues. So the light bulb went on and I started to research about that and say, wow, it was like, yeah, it's a wonderful thing that is bringing me back, and it's been almost 8 years now. How did you take the liquid? Did you take the capsule? I feel that was like, I couldn't get enough. It made me feel I can certainly tell you one thing, the product works. And it not only works in one day, but whole your good vitality, get it in my house. Did you have tests to validate it? And if so, afterwards, the doctor gave me a clean bill. I am just a better way. Carnivore has built everything back into my body. It's taken a while, but you know what? It's better there, and I feel it. I can't say enough. George here, you heard it here first, folks. Many more to come. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735. Or visit carnivora.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Call now.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment by anyone associated with your housing, including someone making unlawful sexual advances. If this happens to you, file a complaint with HUD. No strings attached. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Hey, I'm welcome back to Coast, George Noory with you, along with Cheryl Jones. Cheryl, when you put together your stories for the future, what do you look for? Strange, unusual, paranormal, science, or a big mix?
A big thing. Whatever Tom wants. It's a combination of things with whatever he's covered in a while. What is there that we can come up with that's most interesting and our listeners would like to know? and that would fit into a category of something they haven't heard, at least in recent times.
You find Tom easy to work with? Does he give you some pretty good marching orders?
Oh, he's just horrible, George. I'm glad you asked that. It's just awful. He's really, really great. He's terrific. I'm really lucky, very lucky to work with such a wonderful, wonderful person.
That's great. Well, our next segment with Dane is coming up in just a moment, but I want to ask you before we get into that, how has this year been for you personally with the COVID kind of waning down and everything else?
It's been fine. It's been fine. I don't fly as much as I used to because of all the hassles there, but everything's rather normal. You just are careful and watchful.
Do you think we're going to go back to the way it was?
You mean with the mandate?
Yeah.
I hope not. I realize that your previous guest went over that in detail. I realize that's a possibility. I realize that could be the long-term agenda when you go back and look at a lot of the early research programs and experimental playbooks that were in place, and they seem to be unfolding according to plan. It makes you wonder.
Yeah, it really does. Okay, go ahead with part two with Dane Wigington. Go ahead.
Well, we are talking about weather modification and climate geoengineering intervention can be very serious, and even more so if it's controlled and manipulated with the intervention factor, as Dane Whittington told us about. It protects and restores, sometimes in equal measure. Mother Nature has a grounding of such things, patterns and seasons to follow, and guideposts in place for thousands of years. Our farmers have honored this unspoken system and they're growing its food, providing billions around the world with the ability to survive and thrive. And according to Dane, that is at risk. But what if, just what if something or someone is behind a hidden agenda to control the world's population through weather modification and climate geoengineering interventions? Could something so sinister be at play? As I continue my interview with Dane Whittington, lead investigator with Geoengineering Watch, his research shows that we are in a fight for our lives, and it's time to wake up and pay attention to what's going on in our skies. We'll hear a very revealing comment from what the U.S. President had to say in his own words 60 years ago, specifically and amazingly about the significance of controlling the weather by the ruling power. Listen now to our conversation.
Dane, I want to play a quick clip from 1962 relating to what you've been talking about from President Lyndon Johnson. Listen here.
Which lays in place the foundation for the development of a weather satellite that will permit man to determine the world's cloud layer and ultimately to control the weather, and he who controls the weather will control the world.
This was 1962.
Let's consider what, again, former U.S. President Lyndon James Johnson stated. And the first thing is worth looking at the actual quote footage of him stating this, because he's ranting and wailing about like a lunatic. And what he said is this, that he has the power to control the world's cloud layer then. And quote, he who controls the weather controls the world. Let's play that footage. He who controls the weather controls the food supply, thus controls populations, thus controls the world. Let's look at how these weather weapons have been used. And again, this is historical facts. Weather weapons, patents going back well over 100 years, extensive list of patents using up to those. But if you look at specific instances, for example, immediately after 9/11, when the former NATO Supreme Commander, General Wesley Clark, was given a list of Middle Eastern countries to be targeted, a list that clearly existed before 9/11 happened. Subsequently, every one of those countries underwent a once in 1,000-year drought, exactly like what's happening to California in the food production here, exactly like what's happening in European countries, Portugal, Spain, food production countries, once in 1,000-year droughts. And we have mathematically and statistically, for every one of those countries to endure the same effect is statistically zero. can't happen without some form of intervention. And we have the leaders of those countries on the phone of the United Nations in the case of Iran stating, and they know they have sophisticated atmospheric monitoring equipment stating that NATO is cutting off their rain supply. What happens then? You destabilize food production, you destabilize populations, and you make those places easier to control, invade, occupy, take their resources. The data is clear that climate intervention, aka weather warfare, is the crown jewel weapon of the military-industrial complex, and that's why we have U.S. military documents like this one, titled Owning the Weather by 2025, U.S. military document. This is weather warfare, goal and sector. And again, we're talking about completely derailing the planet's life support systems, destroying food supplies, destroying the planet's protective layers, like the ozone layer. That means you can't grow food anymore, and that's already the case. In Northern California, you almost can't grow anything during direct sunlight. The sun absolutely fries it, and that's indicative of an ozone layer that's functionally collapsing. I want to stress to people that have been taught and trained that this can't be done, you can't affect the weather. And Cheryl, you know, everybody knows that there's cloud seeding operations going on all over the country and all over the world all the time, right? Nobody questions that. They never see the little signalings verifying with two flares in the wings, and everybody knows they're cloud seeding, right? It's approved by the U.S. government. There's 300 operations a year going on in the U.S. So what's perplexing to us at GA1 is that people believe that. They believe that little single engine plane with two flares in the wings that might disperse maybe 20 pounds of material in the atmosphere. They believe that can have an effect. But somehow they don't believe a U.S. military tanker that can dump 100 tons of material in one flight. They don't believe that would be going on. This issue is going on. It's easily verified. Consequences are beyond calculation. And to add more to the equation, some of the elements being discussed in everything precipitation testing is taking hundreds. Aluminum, barium, strontium, manganese, polymer fibers, and now we know graphene. For those who don't know what graphene is, it's like a vascular machete. It's a nanoparticle coming down the earth on core precipitation source in every breath we take. Graphene can also be used for biological carrier. What that means? It means it can be used to carry a pathogen from the clouds to the ground. World's second most recognized geoengineer, Dr. Tim Caldera, a former Defense Department scientist, we have him on audio, his words, stating it himself, and what he did for the U.S. Department of Defense was to design ways of spraying pathogens into clouds to infect the population below. So the atmosphere is a giant toxic physics lab, and those in power do not have our best interest in mind, to put it lightly, and we will also pay the price if we look the other way and allow these operations to continue.
Why would anyone in control of such technology use it to destroy their very own planet?
Here's how I would answer that question. First, we're dealing with leaders, global leaders that are not clinically sane. They're addicted to power, and that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a cancer. Does a cancer care that it will eventually kill the host by unchecked proliferation? No, cancer does what it does. Host eventually dies.
Yet it seems like everything that happens related to weather or the climate or atmosphere, just climate change is to blame. And that's all you hear. You never hear an explanation about, in their mind, what that connection is. So can you explain to our listeners what the difference is between the climate change narrative that's getting the blame for everything all over the media and everything that's gone wrong, and what you believe is different from that particular narrative, if you do? You're not a climate denier. You have a different view. And what is that view?
Important question. Yes, we have been terrible stewards of planet Earth. There's no denying it. There's too many ways to begin to quantify. But that being said, the single most destructive human activity of all to date is the climate intervention operations. And with that in mind, the immediate famous renewal of the planet's ability to respond to the damage done. That is so key to understand. Climate intervention is like putting a straitjacket on the planet's ability to respond to the damage done. We're using it for weapons. That's it. Climate engineering being told is to mitigate global warming, when in fact it's further fueling that process. So there is no benevolence in these programs whatsoever. None. They are malevolent. They are a weapon of mass destruction, period. So if we need to derail the planet's ability to respond by destroying the protective layers of the atmosphere, by cutting off the flows of moisture in places like California, Portugal, Spain, the whole Australia got flooded, It was routed out to Caribbean and incinerated, and farmers during the sport had its ways as well. As you destroy the forest, as you destroy the concrete, which again, because farmers during this is going overlay, the UV radiation is wiping plankton out all over the world. We lose these scientists, we lose the plankton, we're done. We lose the forest, we're done. We lose the insects, we're done. The insect population is down right now today, globally. Terrestrial insects, about 80 to 90%. Aquatic insects, similar figures. Plankton, we got 30 studies. Atlantic plankton about 6 weeks ago, 90% gone. We lose the ozone layer, again, done. All of these things happening at once. If we don't stop climate engineering, let them, engineering is called too big a better term, by the way. This is just simply climate disruption, use the climate as a weapon, controlling the weather, doing things about it. If we don't stop, we don't stop the damage is occurring, the speed which is occurring, we're not going to be here much longer. None of us. And that's not my opinion. That's a statistical mathematical fact. It's a trajectory. And when I say not much longer, people think, okay, what do we got to see centuries, 2 decades? No. We're going to see years at best. And that's based again. Plankton loss, forest loss, atmospheric oxygen content is plummeting because we have no plankton forests anymore. Fisheries are collapsing, crops are collapsing, every breath we take is toxic. This is a fight for life. And I know that's a very bitter pill to swallow, but I would argue this in regard to not leaving people in a catatonic state. If you're standing in the middle of the freeway at rush hour, should we turn your back to traffic and hope for the best? Or should we face traffic and try to maneuver? And I would argue that's the wisest choice. We face 0 hours. Statistically, the most functional wildlife population that's on planet Earth, 2026. It's not a projection, it's not some sort of wild speculation, it's a statistical trajectory. We've already lost about 75% of the wildlife populations, and the rate is accelerating every day. This math isn't hard to do.
How do people clarify and inform themselves better of what the truth is and what isn't, and maybe what they could be able to do to help?
We're asking them to believe what they can see with their own eyes and not to believe the official narrative because that feels better. Avoiding is happening, will not save us. Two, we know too that things are going to go back to normal. It needs to be abandoned. It needs to accept what is. And we're at a critical crossroads. We need to focus on the try to make a difference better.
Can we save ourselves at this point?
At face value, you're in this scenario, the mathematical conclusion is that we both won't be here for much longer. So sun signal, that's what's fighting for now. And we hope so. Life is very, very miraculously tenacious if we get it any chance at all. It's up to us. We need to evaluate why we're here. What is our purpose? Is it to go on cruises and Disneyland vacations? Or is it to try to fight for the lives and future of our children? Again, it comes down to prioritizing and connecting the dots, understanding what the power structure has done. They're trying to thin the herd as fast as they can. And I want to back that up with statements from former presidential advisors who've moved this industry to the vice presidents Johnson all the way up to 2017, what he stated on the record in his presidential advisors, that with today's technology, it's much easier to kill a million people than to control them. That should sink in to people. If they think that those who control our death are here to help, protect them, to protect their posterity, they need to think again. Now we have Air Force generals, former government scientists, former Canadian Minister of Defense, we have former Defense Armed Services Committee members in Washington, D.C. circulating our booklets. They know this is going on. We must bring this issue to light. It is the great imperative of our time.
But do you think we still have hope?
There's always hope. Life can't be explained. It's massive life can't be explained. Again, if you give life any chance at all, it will find a way, and we need to give it that chance. But that will take all of us prioritizing properly. Isn't that worth fighting for? Till our last breath?
Dane, thank you so much for taking time to share all of your information and your research with us. Really appreciate it. I know our listeners love hearing you. Where can people again go to see all of your work, your film, the dimming, and keep up with what you're doing and your comprehensive reports that you constantly do?
Our website is geoengineeringwatch.org. That's GEO Engineering watch. It's important to put the watch in there because without that, it's a little crazy using website trying to flip these programs. So it's geowatch.org. And we're non-political, don't advertise. We're simply trying to keep this into the light of day.
Thank you, Dane.
Great interview there, Cheryl.
Well, thank you. Dane was just precious information. We just touched on it, but those are very powerful words from Vice President Lyndon Johnson. Very powerful.
Yeah, he was involved in a lot in that in NASA at the time when Kennedy was president, and tough times.
Yes, yes, and Dane contends that all of his evidence is indisputable, that the power behind the veil is starting a weather course to unleash the devastation upon our planet and humanity. He's making this information a very important aspect in our current environment of extreme censorship when open public debate is seemingly a thing of the past. So we've seen the news reports of the anomalies and the abnormalities, the hurricanes, the freak snowstorms, the tornadoes, record-breaking heat and drought in places where the impact of weather just couldn't happen as it did. But it is our forecast, George, but I believe as everybody, our listeners, become more and more aware of what's happening with the weather and the natural forces behind it all, as Dane said, we can create a different blueprint by bringing about to Mother Nature.
Let's take some open line calls with you, Cheryl, when we come back. You ready?
I am.
All right, we're going to do that. We'll have some open line phone calls with Cheryl Jones when we come back. By the way, her website is her name. Remember now, she uses two L's in Cheryl, CHERYLL, Jones.com. We've got it all linked up for you at coasttocoastam.com. We make it really easy for you.
To find out more about tonight's guest, log on to coasttocoastam.com.
Exactly 3 hours. On your mark, get set, go!
HGV 610 vehicles ready to cultural destinations across the city.
Personal travel to There's a Secure Fence Act of 2006.
Who refuse to go along with anything that guy did because they didn't like it. Weekdays at 10 a.m. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer. Bambi.com. With Bambi, you get an HR person starting at $99 per month. I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, termination. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. And with the credit, please, spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com.
If you run a business, you know how confusing it can be to evaluate all the different advertising options. And at iHeart, we're here to help. We're America's #1 audio company, #1 in radio, #1 in podcasting, digital radio, and much more. With all those insights and all those potential customers, we can help you find new and more efficient ways to grow your business. So reach out, let's chat, and learn more about how we can help your business find new growth. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Always stop for a school bus when the stop arm is out and the red lights are flashing. Not stopping or trying to beat the stop arm puts lives at risk and can result in large fines, points in your license, and a license suspension paid for by you.
I decided
What is pulling you in the heart of politicians? Begging for your soul. Or your vote. KFI election night coverage coming November 8th. KFI, KOST, HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. You are in the home stretch. Here's Jennifer Jones Lee with your Friday morning wake-up call.
Hello, Friday. Hello, weekend. And hello to you. Oh, Fridays are better and better. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Just started thinking, this is probably a big party weekend, but party in the sense of, hey, your neighbor's having a Halloween party kind of thing. Or, hey, maybe you're going to some sort of cool little fall festival kind of thing. Because it is technically Halloween weekend, Halloween being Monday. Or maybe for you, this is the weekend that you go out and buy 4 bags of candy and it costs you $100. Oh my gosh. I know we've talked about the price of candy going up, but I went to Target and you walked in the store and they had a big display of candy, like a whole wall full of candy. And I had some returns and I thought, oh, you know what, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to return these clothes that I bought, and then I'll pick up some candy, and then I'll get some money back. No, somehow I returned clothes and still had to pay for the candy that I was buying. It was like, I don't know, whatever the exchange was, and say it came in at $100. My candy cost $111.27. Anyway, I better get some tips this year. Otherwise, the KFI newsroom is going to get a lot of candy, as it often does. Welcome to your weekend. Here's what's happening in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Elon Musk is now the head of Twitter. He and his think apparently will be running Twitter. So the school that was in Simi Valley, founded by Kanye West yesterday, that we found out that closed, sent the email to everybody, it has reopened. Coming up at 5:05, we're going to talk with ABC's Rick Klein about all the craziness that is happening in politics this week, whether it be in Pennsylvania with Dr. Oz and John Fetterman, or Herschel Walker in Georgia. And the reason that these other states' races are so big, as we've been talking about, is because it's all over control of the Senate. So it's not often that we really, whatever, Georgia, you, y'all have fun out there. No, this actually matters for how the country is going to be run. So that's why these races are so important. So we'll get into that with Rick in just a few minutes. And also hear about that mountain lion. Just taking a stroll through Brentwood. Thought it was pretty there. They caught it. We'll get into all of that. Well, Elon Musk is now the head of Twitter. He finalized the deal last night following months of disputes between the SpaceX founder and the social media company. Musk walked into the headquarters in San Francisco, as you know, carrying a porcelain sink. He then changed his Twitter profile to Chick Twist, if you appreciate that, and tweeted, entering Twitter HQ, let that sink in. Well, the school in Simi Valley, founded by Kanye West this year, will reopen. Donda Academy's principal announced yesterday there would be no more classes, and the school would reopen in 2023. However, TMZ reports an email from parents was sent out at midnight that says the school will reopen, quote, with a vengeance. Now, the school's been affected, obviously, by its founder's recent anti-Semitic comments. The school's basketball team was recently barred from playing in the City of Palms Classic. Karen Bass got some support last night from Senator Bernie Sanders and her campaign to be the next mayor of LA. Sanders appeared with Bass at an event in Playa Vista. Sanders got a warm welcome from the crowd. Bass echoed a familiar Sanders theme about the gap between the haves and have-nots in America. She asked the crowd about how many homes would have been built with her $90 million her opponent, Rick Caruso, spent on his campaign. LA City Attorney Mike Mueller is taking aim at 2 nightclubs in Hollywood that he says are operating illegally.
Both clubs are accused of selling liquor without a license. They can overserve people. That can have a very serious impact on jeopardizing public safety. Mueller says the clubs are close to homes. Police say unregistered security guards were working at one of the clubs. They say at the same club, cars were obstructing traffic. The owners of both buildings the clubs Dogs are in are working to kick the clubs out. Officials say they hope the charges will deter people from starting up illegal nightclubs. With trolling KFI News.
When we come back, we're going to talk politics, races in other states that really matter to everybody. That's all coming up in just a second with ABC's Rick Klein. Right now, though, let's take a look at that drive, and we'll say good morning to, I believe, Steve Joseph. Steve, good morning. You're in for Nick, I think, for the next possibly week.
Good morning, Jennifer. That is correct. We've got troubles in Sylmar this morning on the 210 Foothill Freeway, east on at Yarnell Street. Got a crash there. It's blocking the two left lanes. Watch for slowing as you approach. Glendora, the 210 west on a Grand, a big rig fire. That's off to the right shoulder. Earlier crash cleared at Downey on the 5 north on at Florence Avenue. And in downtown LA, roadwork on the 110 southbound between the 101 and the 10. The two left lanes are closed until 6 a.m. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
All right, we've got the midterm elections right around the corner, and they are important, especially if you look at races in other states. Let's say good morning now to ABC News Political Director Rick Klein. Rick, welcome back to Wake Up Call. And, it's funny, it's not often that, we in California really care about what's happening in the Pennsylvania Senate race or the one in Georgia, but it really matters this time around.
50-50 Senate, every race matters. Some of the Senate could literally be on the ballot. Many of these races could always race for the first time. So, yeah, I saw people are dialed in. We've seen big numbers of early votes. Didn't be expected, but it's still surprising when it starts to roll in to see how many people are actually engaged in this. 10 million plus people voted already. Several 10 million more. Still to go.
I think too what's interesting about this is because of the high-profile people who are in these races, and a couple of them, the John Fetterman, Dr. Oz one in Pennsylvania, you got Herschel Walker, who, people have been a big fan of his entire career. He's in Georgia. So on top of the importance of the Senate, you've got the celebrity factor in some of these too.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's not just the television doctor and the hydrophobic care. You've got a pastor and an astronaut and best-selling authors and billionaire tech guys. And it's really striking to me how a lot of these people have become household names. To a lot of people that only follow politics casually. That's the case right now. That's why people are engaged in what they are. Like, I think it's a good thing for democracy. People are thinking and looking and paying that kind of attention. I mean, it is constantly striking to see Christians engaged in the same different ways in an election. This is not going to be a low turnout affair. It's very clear, and that's a good thing.
And is it because of the Senate race, or do you think it's because of the nature of some of the candidates that have made it, or is it a combination of two that people are going to get out there and vote this time?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all of those things. I think it's also the state of an election like this. I mean, we like to say that this is the most important election of our lifetime, but if there's, I'm sure there's been books that have been learned with that in mind, and sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. But bottom line is that you have to be not a sentient human being to not realize how important this election is and what the difference between controlling parties means. It's a hugely important distinction to make, and people recognize that. I think that's and that's why I love it. People thinking that way.
I'm sure that the issue of abortion is one of the hot button issues in every single state, but it can't be ignored that in Georgia you've got Herschel Walker facing those allegations of hypocrisy when it comes to abortion, and that on top of it all happens to be one of the big issues that'll be on the ballot or that people will be thinking about as they head to the polls.
Yeah, 100%. And I think not a coincidence that some of these issues get elevated the way they do. But I think when you look at the whole panoply of issues, you have to remember that people vote in very complicated ways. It's not just one thing in a equation, and that they could be moving in a couple of different directions at the same time.
So when it comes to the issues, is there one that every single state says, this is the biggest one? It is inflation. It is abortion. It is crime in our state. Is there one issue that's taking the top spot for everybody when they head to the polls, or is it for everybody something different?
I I think inflation is the one that's the line in which days you can't live in this country without recognizing that inflation is a big deal. You see, the price of gas, the price of milk, those are things that just hit people over and over again. So, yeah, this is one. I think that'd be it. But I think that people will stop it debate.
All right, Rick, thank you so much, and we'll talk to you again soon, I'm sure. That is ABC's Rick Klein. He is ABC's political director and also is the host of This Week on ABC. See, a lot of people have said, is my ballot going to be counted? Is there a way for you to check to see if your ballot has a voice notification that will actually tell you where your ballot is? I haven't done this, I haven't gone through the process, but I do want to sign up this morning. I'll let you know if I can do it maybe during one of our breaks. And let you know if it, does it tell me via text where my ballot is, but it is where'smyballot.sos.ca.gov. Where'smyballot.sos.ca.gov. Crazy story coming out of Palmdale. Two women have been fatally stabbed in a Kohl's store parking lot in Palmdale. The attack happened about noon yesterday. The woman seen running back and forth screaming that she's been stabbed. Then after she collapsed, an attacker came back and stabbed her again several times. A man who had been stabbed in another area of the parking lot died in the hospital. Deputies have taken one man into custody. Well, more people have traveled through LAX this year than last year already. LAX has welcomed more than 48 million travelers this year through September. That's the airport's Victoria Philibati, who says about 33 million passengers went through the airport last year. She says the airport welcomed more than 5.5 million passengers, 4 million in September of 2021. That just shows you it's game on for all of us. We are flying again like crazy, and Frontier Airlines has gotten a creative way to keep flyers happy. ABC's Rochelle Franson says the airline has made an all-you-can-fly pass. Frontier Airlines announced they will offer a year-long travel pass called Go Wild. Passengers who buy the pass can take as many flights that they want within a 12-month period. Okay, I would go into that if I wasn't Frontier. Frontier says the pass will be available in 2023. I want to know how much it is, so you're going to have to do one of those cost-benefit analysis. Kind of like if you got the Disney Magic Key Pass. Is it worth it? How many times a year do I typically go to Disneyland? So I used to fly San Francisco or Oakland, in this case, to I would go back to visit Scott and his different army bases. And so Frontier was one that I used a lot to keep me in Oklahoma or something like that. And but you really have to know, am I going to go to, I guess if you're a frequent flyer, you're going to know that right off the bat. That'd be an easy one to do the math on, but I need to know, friends. The New Orleans Dispatch Center in Fullerton will coordinate police, addiction, and mental health services across 11 cities in North Orange County.
And they're taking it to the streets. Governor Newsom says the new Hope Center has mobile healthcare response units to take services to the people who need them. I'm done with outreach. It's nothing more than teamwork, where you wait 9 to 5, and if someone shows up at 5:01, say, we're sorry, we're closed. Democratic State Senator Josh Newman says North OC has worked on this collaboration for years. We are making progress without having to arrest their way out of it. That is indeed a change of mindset. Because the center also uses data to track which services work and don't work for which people over time. In Fullerton, Corbin Carson, KFIN.
Police near Tulsa, Oklahoma say a family of 8, including 2 adults and 6 children, have been killed in a fire. Broken Arrow Police's Ethan Hutchins says the community is devastated.
Our hearts go out to the Broken Arrow community because this is a very safe city, and homicides don't happen there normally. This is the first homicide incident in Broken Arrow this year.
Police say they are investigating the deaths as homicide. Yesterday's fire was in a residential area of Broken Arrow, which is about 13 miles southeast of Tulsa. The Santa Fe Sheriff's Department has submitted its finding in the death of a cinematographer killed on the set of an Alec Baldwin movie. A Santa Fe Sheriff's Office spokesperson said that 2 binders of information were turned over to the Santa Fe-based DA's office. The report does not make any recommendations, however, about possible criminal charges. And kids will soon be out and about foodallergy.org says treats can be a problem. For the 1 in 13 kids who have food allergies.
There's milk, and there's nuts, and there's wheat, and there's sugar. In most Halloween candy,
Cain suggests putting a teal-colored pumpkin outside filled with non-food treats like toys next to an orange one filled with candy.
on outside, it indicates to your neighbor that you have treats that are safe.
You can go to foodallergy.org to add your house to the Teal Pumpkin Project map. All right, when we come back, speaking of Halloween, we are going to talk with Best Friends Animal Society. So it's not just the kids that you have to worry about on Halloween, maybe ingesting candy that they shouldn't. It's the pets. And I noticed this in my own house. I've got a whole big thing of Halloween candy out there on my little kitchen island. And I have 2 dogs that can reach the top of the counter. Nobody needs a dog who eats chocolate. That is deadly to them. But really, nobody wants a dog who just gets the heater on your caramels that are sitting there on the counter. So what are kinds of things, not only the food portions of Halloween that you have to worry about when you have your pets, but there are plenty of other things to be thinking about. You're opening that door 80 million times that night. You know how fluffy your Fido to get out. So we're going to be on with Best Friends Animal Society in just a few minutes on how to keep your pets safe this Halloween. Let's say good morning again to Dave Joseph checking out our drive.
We've got trouble at San Dimas on the 57 northbound at Arrow Highway. A crash has all lanes stopped. A motorcycle involved here. Traffic is jammed from Coquina Boulevard. Now in Glendora, the 210 westbound at Grand. It's a big rig fire. That's off to the right shoulder. Watch the storm as you approach. Crash in Silwan continues. The 210 eastbound at Roxford. The 2 left lanes are blocked. Still there from Yarnell Street. And in Anaheim Hills, the 91 westbound at Lakeview, you've got a crash blocking the right lane. Traffic is slow through Imperial Highway. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
Our windows have a story to tell, shouldn't yours? My name is Nancy Justin.
Sasha Colemeyer.
Chris Perez, I work for American Airlines. It means a smile on people's faces, enjoying what they're doing. That changes everything.
I want every customer to have that personal side as if I was getting my own home done.
American Vision Windows is my championship team. Happy to be part of that team.
American Vision Windows continues to revolutionize the home improvement industry one customer at a time.
They got it done in about 3 days. I would strongly suggest American Vision Windows.
My old windows heated it up like a brick oven, and now it's complete with climate control.
For a limited time, buy 4 or more windows, get $750 off. Buy 7 or more windows, get $1,000 off. Or buy 10 or more windows, get $1,500 off. Call 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. For all offers, callers see website. Ready sales offers expires 10/31/2022. See list of 100% to 9326.
This report is sponsored by the California Department of Public Health. Boost your immunity. Everyone ages 5 and up can get the updated and most protective COVID-19 booster. Keep yourself and your family safer. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Hey, this is Ricky Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Merrill, a Bank of America company.
LeBron James and the still winless Lakers are in the Twin Cities tonight for a matchup against the Minnesota Timberwolves, hoping to put a notch in the win column. Rams star wide receiver Cooper Kupp said that all NFL games should be played on grass. He joins a growing movement of players speaking out against the artificial turf fields. And in Major League Baseball, the World Series begins tonight with the Houston Astros hosting the Philadelphia Phillies in Game 1 from Minute Maid Park. I'm Jenny Hackray. With Merrill, the bull always has your back. Learn more at ml.com/bullish. Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner, and Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer. Registered investment advisor, member SIPC. Real estate owners, you know the savvy solutions on a piece of property you're looking to get rid of? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Hey, it's Subway here. With costs at an all-time high, you'll be happy to hear that Cars for Kids Real Estate will take over all taxes, maintenance, and insurance fees. Best of all, Cars for Kids Real Estate will provide you with a tax deduction for the full appraised value of your property. Donate today because time is running out for your 2022 tax deduction. To donate, visit carsforkidsrealestate.org or call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today. That's Cars for the K. Rejuvenating furnace is extremely important. If you have a gas furnace, there are 5 life-saving systems that need to be fixed before you fire it up. And if you have electric heat, it's even more important, and it's only $149. GOE, TTS,
Sharp, the House Whisperer. I've spent my career designing and building beautiful homes. I'm here on KFI to help you transform your house into a more beautiful home. And while we're at it, build yourself a more beautiful life. Go with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, tomorrow morning at 6 on KFI.
More stimulating talk.
Came into the party for the dogs.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We will talk dogs and cats and all your pets. Oh my! Coming up in just a few minutes and how to keep them safe during Halloween. But also some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom include what's going on in Hawaii. Hawaii's Civil Defense Agency has held meetings across the Big Island telling people prepare for a possible volcanic eruption. I just got breaking news from ABC7 that people on the Big Island are being warned to evacuate at any moment because I guess the world's largest active volcano is shaking. Oh, no, thank you. Which means, hey, if it's shaking, it could erupt. This is Mauna Loa. It's sending more signals that it may erupt. Frank Tushell is a research geologist at the Hawaiian Volcano Observatory.
You have to recognize where you live, how quickly lava flows can arrive in your area, and then you should be preparing.
Now, a civil defense administrator says they're reminding people to register to receive alert messages and review their plans in case of disaster. Also, a notice of intent to recall LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon has been filed with the city office. The notice was signed by 5 residents in the 14th district, including Pauline Atkins. Now, she made 2 prior recall attempts against De Leon. Pete Brown, De Leon's communications director, said Atkins had also previously filed but later dropped a third intent to recall. Right now, let's say good morning to Alina Hausman, who is with Best Friends Animal Society. Alina, good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks so much for having me on.
Absolutely. Now, if we were in Hawaii right now, we would be going over all of the things that you need to evacuate your pets. In this case, though, this weekend, we're trying to keep our pets inside, which is one of the major problems that people a lot of times have on Halloween, because you're opening your door 50 million times to all the cute little trick-or-treaters that are coming around. But Fluffy and Fido would also like to meet their neighbors who are coming around.
Yes, that's very, very true. So it's really important to remember that while Halloween is a favorite holiday for kids and families, it might not be your pet's favorite holiday. So it's really important to use caution when answering the door so your cats and dogs don't start out. You might want to keep them in a separate room, especially if the doorbell makes them, anxious. Which I know with my pet, it certainly does. They have much better hearing than us, so it's really important to keep them in a safe, quiet area.
Yeah, I have a feeling that the dogs are going to be able to hear the kids, pitter-pattering up to the door far before that doorbell ever even gets rung. And I think that, too, one thing that we don't think about is for us, being the kids in costume is cute and whatever, but somebody might have wings or the vampire has a big cape or something like that. But it's all things that create probably shapes that are a little, off-putting to our pets.
Yes, it's the shapes, it's the shadows that they see, it's the crowd. A lot of that can be, make even the friendliest dog or cat act a little unusual. So, taking them to money trick or treating might seem like a great idea, but you just have to know your individual pet and see if that's something that they would be open to. And if not, again, the best rule of paw would be to leave them home.
Best room of paw. I love it. Okay, so when it comes to your animals in the home, is this sort of like you should treat it kind of like the 4th of July? You try and put them in a room and maybe have, the TV on or your noise machine on or something like that to keep them away or to keep them from getting anxious as that doorbell's ringing all the time?
Yeah, a quiet room is a good option, but I don't think it's going to be as scary as a 4th of July or New Year's Eve where there's going to be fireworks, because that is just like a booming sound that they can run and dart out of the house. But it is really important for any of these holidays to make sure that your pets have current up-to-date ID tags and that they're microchipped. So in case they do go missing, you can be reunited.
When it comes to microchipping, is it too late? I mean, it's a Friday, or should you be calling your vet today to see if you can get them in, or are there other places you can call to get your animal microchipped, maybe even over the weekend?
I mean, I think that as long as you have the current ID tag, you're going to be good for Halloween. I don't know if it's going to be able to happen this weekend, but you can call your vet and check with a lot of shelters and rescues have, low cost pop-up places that you can visit. But, as long as your ID tags are up to date and that if your pet isn't microchipped, you get it done before the holidays. So before Thanksgiving, before the holidays, Christmas, New Year's, I think that it's just a good thing to start doing right now.
Okay, so when it comes to the candy, that's always the thing that I worry about most. And I'm the worst about it. I mean, I have 4 dogs, including one that if she puts her paws on my shoulders, we could dance together. She's a huge dog, and she can totally get on the counter, and yet one right now, if you walk into my kitchen on the island, right in the center, and I think, oh, if I put it all in the center, there's no way she can reach it. Please, come on. If a dog wants candy bad enough or whatever in the kitchen, they'll get it. What are some of the most I guess poisonous or the things that we should keep away from them? I mean, chocolate obviously has to be probably, I guess, the top one.
Right. So chocolate is definitely a no-no for your pet, but another ingredient that not everyone knows is toxic is xylitol, and it's an artificial sweetener, and it is in most candies. It's also in other things, so you should always double-check. It can appear in peanut butter, so always read that as well. So xylitol is another toxic ingredient for pets, and so like you said, keep it on a high surface. Maybe even keep the candy bowl outside of, if you have a very tall or very sneaky cat or dog, maybe keep the candy outside of your door, and if your dog does get out, keep it in kind of like a gated area, or keep your pet in a gated area so they can't get the candy.
And that's a great, I'm glad you said the cat and the dog thing, because Shelby, my cat, she can jump anywhere that she wants and she likes to play. And so I can very easily see her whacking off a piece of candy that makes it onto the floor. Maybe one of the girls who can't even reach the counter is going to go for it just because there's something on the floor now.
Right.
When
Oh, I was just going to say, so if you want to give, pets dessert, something sweet for Halloween, so you can make like sweet potato or roast sweet potato treats or pumpkin spice or, peanut butter, as long as there's no xylitol. So maybe start to have some treats too. Just ones that are safe for them.
Okay, and peanut butter, I think, is the one that we often don't think of, because you think, oh, that's something that I can put in a treat, I can put it in a Kong, I can do something like that. And so you're not thinking specifically that peanut butter might be a threat to the animal. So I'm glad you brought that one up. The other thing that I was thinking about was when the dog or cat gets dressed up. I love to dress my animals up, but I also know that by the end of whatever the pictures are, or maybe the parade that we've gone to, or whatever, they're eating on the little plastic lei that is around them if they're going as, a Hawaiian family for the year or something like that. Even those little, moments that you glance away for a half a second, they can be chewing on a piece of their own costume.
Right. So I agree with you. There is nothing cuter than a dog or a cat who's dressing up for Halloween. So it's just really important to make sure that the costumes that you get your dog or cat don't constrict any movement or breathing or their vision. And like you said, the small dangling pieces, that's a no-no in every costume. You have to make sure that the costume that you choose or make doesn't have any dangling pieces, because those are trophy hazards. And also, just make sure that the costume fits well, because if it doesn't, it can get twisted and caught on external objects, and it can hurt your pet. And, you want to make sure your pet is comfortable in the costume. So introduce it slowly, let them smell it, put it on for a few minutes. And if the pet isn't into the costume, don't force it on them.
I think you're saying that to me specifically, because I mean, we're British, so you're just talking for a picture. I'm appreciate it always.
Perfect. And the other thing is, if you're out there and you don't have a dog or cat right now and you're looking for one, it's the perfect time to get out there and adopt or foster. And then if you aren't scared of Halloween, you have someone, a little furry friend, to keep you company.
I like that. That is perfect. The two of you can sort of snuggle up on the couch, turn the lights off, don't make your house a place that looks inviting. That is perfect. Alina, thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend.
You too. Thanks so much.
All right, see you later. That is Best Friends Animal Society, Alina Houchman. I love that. All right, we come back. It's kind of a bittersweet story. You win the lottery. Hooray! Now you have all that money. Hooray! And what do you do with all that money? Because it's not just, hey, I'm going to go out and buy a Ferrari and a fancy mansion, and I'm going to buy the best clothes that I know of, and I'm going to pay off all my bills, and, well, that's when sort of things start to go down. How many bills do you have? How much debt are you in? Oh, don't forget the taxes. Oh, don't forget all those people who are going to start coming to you. Here, please have, $1,000. Actually, can I have $2,000? Actually, can I have $10,000? And you're doling this out like candy, right? But in a CPA way, winning the lottery can actually be quite daunting. And so we're going to get into that in just a little bit. So, do I buy lottery tickets? Yes. Do I think about the consequences? Heck no. I just think, oh look, I can finally go buy that compound in the middle of nowhere and have loud dogs on it and become my own dog shelter. That's what I would do, Dave Joseph. If I won the lottery, that would be my big plan. I know, it's a crazy plan, but it's one that I just think would be so much fun until I actually try to get some sleep. Then it would be all.
I think I might actually have to join you for that plan because that's been a dream of mine as well, JJL.
Okay, if we win, I'm making a pledge to you in front of all the millions of people listening to Wake Up Call this morning. If one of us wins, I will either be your partner or you will be my partner, whichever way. How's that?
100% agree. Bam, 100% agree. I'm totally in with you on that.
Okay, I love it. What's going on in traffic?
We've got trouble in Anaheim Hills now. The 91 westbound at Rescue Avenue, you've got a crash blocking the right lane. Traffic is stopped to go through Imperial Highway. Artesia, the 91 eastbound at Pioneer, a crash there blocks the carpool lane. Traffic stopped to go from the 605. San Dimas, still a big problem on the 57 northbound at Arrow Highway. Crash involving a motorcycle blocks the left lane. You're slow from Covina Boulevard. In Azusa, the 210 westbound at Citrus, it's the car fire blocking the right lane. You're slow there from the 57. And in Stillmore, had a crash on the 210 eastbound at Rockford. That's been cleared, but you're still slow from Yarnell Street. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. Hey, y'all, it's Team Sharp. Let's talk about your windows. I know a couple of things. We can talk all we want, but if they're not affordable, it's just not going to happen. I hear you. I have an answer for you. Call Gene and Karen at Window World. I love Window World exactly because they specialize in windows perfectly positioned at that intersection of quality, beauty, and affordability. And Window World offers zero down, interest-free financing for up to 60 months. 6 windows and install for as little as $86 a month. 5 windows and a patio door for as little as $119 a month. Your dream of new windows can become a reality because Window World makes new windows affordable. To learn more, just dial 877-75-WORLD, 877-75-WORLD, or go to windowworldsocal.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. A pleasant cloudy start to the morning with more sunshine in the afternoon, so this pattern we've had for most of the week will continue. Highs will just be in the 70s, right at 80 today for the valleys in the IE. Looks like we're going to stay that way into about Halloween. I'm looking at the forecast for Halloween night. Looks like just partly cloudy, becoming mostly cloudy with lows around 60. It's going to be a perfect night to go trick-or-treating. And then starting on Tuesday, though, it looks like we're going to start to cool down again, and everybody's highs are just going to be in the 60s and 70s for most of the rest of the week. And we do have a slight chance of showers coming in the middle of next week. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee.
All Everyone ages 5 and up can get the updated and most protective COVID-19 booster. Keep yourself and your family safer. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Get that slow drain on your clean with a $58 drain special from NextGen. Call 8333 NextGen.
This holiday, whether you're making a Ralph's Simple Truth turkey for 40 or a Murray's Bacon Brie for 2, Ralph's has fast, fresh delivery and free pickup, so you can make holiday meals that bring you all together to create memories that last. Ralph's, fresh for everyone. Free pickup on Murray's $35 a month.
Get more ways to save with the Buy 5 or More Save $1 each sale. Just buy 5 or more participating items and save $1 each with card. Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. This Halloween, go with the world. That's scary.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. This is your wake-up call. It's our Halloween weekend. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee, and the Chief Twit is in charge. Elon Musk, that's his self-proclaimed name, by the way, is now the head of Twitter. Musk finalized the deal last night following months of disputes between the SpaceX founder and the social media company. Musk walked into the headquarters in San Francisco, as you know, in the middle of this week, carrying a porcelain scene, changed his Twitter profile to Chief Twit, and then tweeted, entering Twitter HQ. Let that sink in. And the school in Simi Valley that was founded by Kanye West this year, that was open and then closed, has reopened, according to TMZ. So Donda Academy's principal announced yesterday there would be no more classes and the school would reopen in 2023. But then TMZ reports it got its hand on an email from parents that were sent out, I guess, about midnight last night to other kids at Donda Academy that said the school would reopen, quote, with a vengeance. Now the school has been impacted. Lottery theory. Yes, I love to dream. I love to think, if I won $800 million, what would I do with it? It is, yeah, you get to do the lottery. And that's where Niklaus Ringbauer comes in. He's a CPA and spokesperson for the California Society of Certified Public Accountants. Niklaus, good morning. Welcome to Wake Up Call.
Good morning, Jennifer. Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday.
So let's talk about, hey, have you bought lottery tickets? First off, I need to know if you're caught up in the frenzy like the rest of us.
I'm not so great at it.
Yay! Okay, so Niklaus, you know the good and the bad side of winning 800 million plus. On the good side, you can finally go out and buy whatever fancy car you've been thinking about, and whatever fancy mansion that you want to go get. But what is the flip side? If winning the lottery sounds like it's a little bit bittersweet.
It is, but you want to get the best. You have to pay a lot of tax. And if you win the California lottery, you will not have to pay California state income tax on it. Either federal, that's a different ball of wax.
Okay, so that is good news, because California, you always think, oh my gosh, we're going to pay the most of anybody. How shocking that we're probably going to at least pay the least when it comes to the state stuff. When it comes to the federal side, how much do you actually pay? Say you win, let's just make it a round number, $800 million. How much are you looking at paying in taxes to the Fed?
So, the concentrated answer is always it depends. The biggest question that you have to determine, do you want to take a lump sum payout or do you want to take an annuity? Because that will put you into a tax bracket. Either way, whichever you choose at this $800 million level, you will be in the highest tax bracket, which is roughly 37%. So as it for taxes. So the question you have to answer, do you want to pay everything all at once and then every will be a 37% tax bracket and single the fruit of your annuity? The challenge you will face if you are in the lottery is that you'll be holding with this on 25%.
bump yourself into a tax bracket. But at $800 million, I'm sure a lot of people are thinking, you know what, I'm going to have somebody like Nicholas doing all of my finances for me. So he's going to take my money and, at least when it comes to just the facts and figures of, all right, the state's going to keep that 25%, that sort of thing. He's going to handle all of that. And at $800 million, no payers. I got plenty of money to pay that. But I think that the one thing we've heard from lottery winners over time is how many people come knocking on your door. How many things that you buy that you don't think of the consequences of, the property, the cars, and even the licensing and things that go along with it. You think, well, $800 million, who cares? I don't have to think about that. But you do, because I'm sure all that adds up.
Yes, exactly. And you've heard all these stories about big lottery winners, and very few years later, they lose all that money.
Unfortunately, or let's be honest.
Well, if I was we would go better team together to celebrate.
Damn, I love this. All right, you got it.
And so, if you win, the first important thing before you pay your taxes, to count the three most important people that will be in your life going forward: the tax attorney or an estate attorney, your trusted tax advisor, as well as a financial advisor. Before you can prepare the 30-year payout in annuity. And just as you interpret in California, if you do take a 30-year payout in annuity, almost all the money will get over time, because the California assumes that you will make that difference, that you will lose in a lump sum payout. So something to think about. And if you have 30 years out, depending on who is the winner and what age they are in, there may be some estate tax planning issues. You have kids, you have there's parents to take care of. All of those things will come into play, and on the federal level, you got lucky as of 2022, there's a $12 million lifetime exclusion that you don't have to pay, but definitely the $600 million will put you over that exclusion amount, and your future access will pay 40% tax if something happens to the winner. So it's very important to know the right financial planning, ensuring that your newfound fortune is well protected and safe for your family. If you wish to carry on and make sure that you don't spend it all in a couple of years.
Oh my gosh, yes. So it kind of sounds like if you win the lottery and what happens if something happens to me? Where does all that money go? It sounds like it's a little bit more daunting than just, hey, we won the lottery, let's all go to Hawaii.
Exactly. There are many questions that you want to ask. Do you have any outstanding debt that you want to pay off? If you have children, what is your future plan for your children's education? As we all know, hospital education is skyrocketing, and only for the private education. Are you going to buy houses, and where do you buy those houses? How you can minimize your future estate tax consequences as well. Again and again, because the money is gone.
Okay, when it comes to, say you want to give money to somebody, you want to give money to your, I don't know, but in my case, my brother. I want to give money to my brother, and I'm going to say to him, Travis, I want you to pay off your house. I want you to never have to work another day in your life, and make sure that my three nephews are taken care of for college. Is there a limit of money that I can give them? Because I know that there's like a gift tax, and I want to say it's over $10,000 or something like that. Where is it that my generosity could actually become problematic for the person that I give it to?
So the good news for the person who receives it is tax free. The bad news, as we indicated, is over $10,000 to $15,000. It changes every year a little bit. You will have to file a big tax return for the annual tax limit, but you will have that $12 million estate exclusion. So all the way up to $12 million and change right now in 2022, you have the ability to give away tax free. But any money over 12 million,
Oh my gosh. All right. So yeah, everybody's gonna get 11,99999. And can that be to, or could that be to every family member? So it could be to my brother, and then my oldest nephew Jordan, and then Brody and Ryder, the twins. Everybody could get 11,999.
No, I'm sorry, that's total.
Oh.
Everyone is only total. Sorry.
No, that's good. Okay, so now I understand. So total, I can give away 12 million, but after that, that's when that 40% would come in.
Yeah, and you start paying taxes on all your generosity, unless it goes to a charity.
My God. Okay, now let's talk about that in the charitable donation aspect of it. How much could I give a charity?
All of it, if you want to.
Wow. Wow. Oh my gosh. Every animal society in America would get a big old chunk of change from me then. I love that idea. And what does it do anything for them? Oh, or I guess obviously it does good for them to get 800 million. For me though, I know when I'm doing deductions on my taxes, any charitable donations are good. Does that help me to show that I just gave $800 million to, charities, I guess?
So there's a new unit of tax to charitable donations. Every year you can only deduct up to 60% of your adjusted gross income. So the first year donation amount, even if you already did 800 million, every year you will have a carryover for many years to come that you can take and set it into your future earnings. So as you indicated, you may not quit after you win the lottery because you have an amazing show. You will be able to take this future carryover deduction that got to spend it because you only have 50% availability to deduct every year for that cash donation. But the charity, there's no taxable impact to them. And secondly, you'll be one of the biggest philanthropists in the country.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, Nico, please come on Wake Up Call anytime because flattery will get you everywhere with me. So the amazing show line, Sam, you're in for whenever you want. But I love this. I love that you explain this in a way that is understandable. I thought, oh my gosh, we're gonna get a CPA on. It's gonna get wonky. I'm gonna get confused and look like an idiot. This was such a fun interview. I loved it. Let's do it again.
Anytime. Thank you so much and have a fantastic Friday, everybody.
All right, thank you too. And hey, good luck on the lottery.
Thank you. Hopefully we'll be losing this Saturday.
Okay, sounds good. I'll look forward to it. Thanks, Niklaus. Take care. Niklaus Ringbauer is a CPA and spokesperson for the California Society of Certified Public Accountants. I had two things that I was trying to decide between. I either wanted to be an attorney. Why, you ask? Not because I really wanted the society to be better. Not that I thought, wow, I can really get, innocent people off the hook, or I can find justice in this world for those who are wronged. Well, I just like to argue. I love to argue. If you want to get in a fight, I'm your girl. About whatever stupid thing. So I either wanted to be an attorney, or I wanted to be an accountant. Because I love numbers. I like to would I like to do my taxes, and I like to add everything up, and then I take it to the CPA. It's like I audit the accountant. Oh, you talk about a nerd? So then when I finally had the chance to get the California Society of I don't necessarily always understand it. Love taking that apart. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk with ABC's Jim Ryan. Do you hate your job? Are you miserable? I mean miserable when you go to work every day. Apparently, a lot of us are. And we're going to get into that. There's a new Gallup poll that came out. Yes, I appreciate people's honesty, but it also makes me sad that, hey, you've got to do this 5 days a week and you hate it. Apparently, that is the case for a lot of people, so we'll get into that in a few minutes. Right now, let's say good morning again to Dave Joseph, and we are going back to that crash on the 57.
Well, miserable there, JJL. The 57 northbound at Arrow Highway. A crash above the motor park. From the freeway. Crash in Anaheim Hills continues. The 91 westbound at Lakeview. The right lane is blocked. You're stop and go for Deer Canyon Road. And in Artesia, the 91 eastbound at Pioneer Boulevard. They're brought to the carpool lane. Traffic is slow through the 605. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. Good assets like a home, why not use the trust or will so everything transfers to your loved ones without costly delay? Make a quick call to Legal Docs by Me, and you'll give you peace of mind. No expensive lawyers, no confusing websites, and you'll save thousands of dollars. Yes, I said thousands. All you have to do is call them right now. They're going to take down the necessary information and help you throughout the entire process. Just dial pound 250 on your cell phone and say Legal Docs. Pound 250 Legal Docs. Again, pound 250 and say Legal Docs. Legal Docs by Me. No lawyers, save money.
This report is sponsored by the California Your Immunity. Everyone ages 5 and up should get the updated and most protective COVID-19 booster. Keep yourself and your family safer. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.
Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Merrill, a Bank of America company.
And now our
LeBron
next
James and the
category.
still winless Lakers are in the Twin Cities tonight for a matchup against the Minnesota Timberwolves, hoping to put a notch in the win column. Rams star wide receiver Cooper Kupp said that all NFL games should be played on grass. There was a growing movement of players making the article. The Bull always has your back. Learn more at ml.com/bullets. Investing above risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce Center, and Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer. Registered investment advisor, member SIPC. Contractor license 1047-81. I've got just one thing to say. No, we do all. What do you mean by all? We can fix your water leaks, drip your faucets, run the toilets, add a water supply for any faucet, replace your garbage disposal, unclog your drain, and we can repair your underground sewer lines or grow cattle. We fix underground sewer lines without digging. Yes, kids do. Like I said. It is, and can result in large fines, points on your license, and license suspension, paid for by the insurance. Portions of the following program will be recorded. You need to decorate really wonderfully. It's a His house was crazy what he did. One year he did a giant spider that he made like 5 feet across, and it would shoot out silly string. Bill Handle. And he stopped doing that when I gave his address out on the radio program. Mornings from 6 to 10.
Way to ruin it for us all.
Yeah, on KFI.
iHeart Radio app. It's a Friday heading into Halloween weekend 2022. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee. Some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A little bit to share about Halloween right now on the Big Island in Hawaii. That's where the Civil Defense Agency has held meetings to tell people to get ready for a possible volcanic eruption. It's the world's largest active volcano, Mauna Loa, that's sending more signals it may erupt. Apparently, it is shaking. The Civil Defense Administrator says they're reminding people to register to get text alerts, alert messages, and review their plans in case of a disaster. On the notice of intention actions, it was made 2 prior recall attempts against De Leon. Let's say good morning now. Happy Friday, Jim Ryan. And I know actually you and I like our jobs. We both have been doing this for a bazillion years. So it made me sad when I saw that the State of the Global Workplace Report 2022 showed 1 in 5 workers is miserable. I can't imagine what that's like. I'm at work 5 days a week and just thinking like, oh God, this sucks every single day.
Well, even worse than that might be the other statistic here. 60% of people are emotionally detached. That means they simply walk in, they sit down, they mark the day, come in the next day, do the same thing, doing just the bare minimum to get by, because they feel so emotionally uninspired or detached about work. So yeah, you got the 19% who are miserable, probably making a lot of fuss about it, but this other 50% or so of the world's workforce that just doesn't care.
Well, and I think that that's what would be so sad is, you get in the morning, and I don't know if you're like me, but you get in and you're kind of excited about whatever, your story is for the day or whatever your, focus of the news is for that day. And it's kind of like, oh, hey, I get to tell everybody about X, Y, Z, and then, hey, I wonder how this story's going to develop, and you kind of get vested in it. I can't imagine what it's like to just sit down, type some things, and then log off at the end of the day, but that sounds like what a lot of people do.
You're right. And you brought up something. I haven't even thought about that before, but every night going in the next day every night, people say, well, what are you working on tomorrow? I'm like, I have no idea, but it's that not knowing that kind of makes it a little exciting. For folks that are caught up in a routine and do the same thing day after day, answer the same phone calls, write the same emails, they go through the same issues, and there's just not a lot of challenge there, I'm afraid, for those folks. Part of the problem, according to Gallup, and Gallup is one that's done this survey of over 60,000 people around the world have been doing this for some time. And part of the problem is that bosses, and of course every industry is desperate to get people through the door because of the worker shortage, they're making promises that they can't keep, telling their job applicant, yeah, you're going to love this job, you're going to feel engaged, your boss loves the job, and is going to be involved with you, you'll take suggestions, and you're going to like your coworkers, and those things don't happen. Unfortunately, this sort of ennui sets in, right? They start feeling disengaged.
It could be that even the bosses, when they're saying, hey, come work for us, they have every intention of doing that. But with a worker shortage, your first priority has to be budget. If it ever comes to fruition.
Right. So the solution is to either lower that bar, don't tell every job applicant these big stories about what could happen or what will happen, or make those things come true. In reality, having a manager who's engaged with the employees, who kind of gives those workers a pat on the back, makes them feel valued. It doesn't cost much, and it may start to cut into some of these numbers. By the way, what else is put pencil and paper and figure this out? 81,000.
Oh, okay, you put it that way. I don't know if I love my job too much or not. That's a lot of time that I feel that
Or give me 82,000. Give me 83. I don't care.
Oh, no, that's true. You know what? We are very blessed, We are very blessed to be in a kind of a bizarre industry where you never know what every day is going to be. You never know what stories they're going to cover. And that's just what I can see. Where if I was somebody who did the same exact thing, God help me if I had to answer the public questions, I answer the phone all the time and have people mad at me or problems or that sort of thing. I could see how you check out. I guess it's kind of based on what you're doing, and that's why it's going to be so important for people, not just to make sure they're making a paycheck, but also you got to make sure that you're supplementing your own health, your mental health at the same time.
Yeah, and the health of the world economy. Gallup says that workers who are not engaged or are actively disengaged, they cost the world $7.8 trillion in gross productivity every year. That's 11% of the global GDP.
Wow, please like what you do for the sake of all of us.
Quick like on your job.
Yes, exactly. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you for all those stats. I appreciate it.
See you again.
All right, see you later. Hey, we just got word in from Fox 11 that someone broke into Nancy Pelosi's home, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's home in San Francisco, and apparently has assaulted her husband. So all we know is that this is being described, according to this article, as a violent assault on her husband. Pelosi's spokesman said that the suspect is now in custody. They're still trying to figure out what the motivation is for the attack. Paul Pelosi has been taken to the hospital. He is expected to make a full recovery. Nancy Pelosi was not in San Francisco at the time. According to the spokesman, the speaker and her family are grateful to first responders and medical professionals involved, and they request privacy at this time. So again, this story coming out of San Francisco this morning, where someone broke into House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's house and assaulted her husband. He, though, is expected to make a full recovery. And just a heads up, as far as what's going to happen on Halloween for us, so Monday, a little something to look forward to on Wake Up Call. I'm trying to get everybody to dress up, although Alex and Tyler, you're saying nah at this point? Both of you? Yeah, sorry. Oh, man, okay, never know, but how about this, though? I want to play trivia, as I always do with you guys, on Halloween. And usually it'll be something like, how many pounds of candy is, are we going to buy as a society or whatever for Halloween? But I might do some Halloween history trivia. Are you guys down with that?
Okay.
Yeah, I love witchy trivia. Okay, witchy trivia, okay, and you guys want to, let's see, a baked good or a DoorDash kind of thing for the winner this year? DoorDash? trust my thinking. All right, fine. So we're gonna have some fun. Probably at 5. It's KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. Dave Joseph says you're going to be with us Monday. You too will be involved in the Halloween trivia, and if you win, I will DoorDash you your breakfast that morning as well.
I am totally into that. You know, if you want to do baked goods, I'm well into baked goods also. I love them.
Okay. Keep tracking inside.
Works for me. Susan, we've got a problem on the 210 westbound at Citrus. It's a car fire blocking the right lane. You're stop and go from South Thornhill Avenue. San Dimas crash cleared on the 57 northbound at Arrow Highway, but you're still from Covina Boulevard. And along 210 westbound Boulevard. Through the Sepulveda Pass, northbound at Sepulveda, look out for a crash blocking all lanes. Traffic at a standstill. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
Join us for a free family fun day, October 29th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the All Things Kids Expo at the Galleria in Tyler. Activities and entertainment throughout the day include Riverside Fire and police vehicles, superhero training, STEM activities, scavenger hunt, prizes, goodie bags, and 40 booths. Thanks to our sponsors, Riverside Community College District, Neighborhood Healthcare, First 5 Riverside, Glow Medical, and Inland Empire Health Plan. Go to SoCalMoments.com/All Things Kids for more information.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Justin Dowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the largest timeshare company in federal court, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including to find ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get the timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. Call Service Champions for an $88 precision heater tune-up or visit ServiceChampions.com.
Injured in an accident? Visit.
A very nice weekend on tap. We start out partly cloudy in the morning, more sunshine in the afternoon. Highs will be in the 70s for most everybody, maybe a sprinkling of some low 80s inland. Otherwise, it looks like that's your forecast going into Halloween, and then starting Tuesday after Halloween, things will get a little bit cooler. 60s and 70s for our highs next week with a slight chance of showers midweek. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee. This is your wake-up call. Handle on the news starts right now. You're going to have to moderate. You're going to have to balance. You'll be smarter. You'll be faster. You'll have less knee pain. You'll have a bigger schmonz. I'm talking about Glasgow erection, whatever they call it. And now, Handle on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Bill Handle.
The word of Halloween coming up, I think it's Monday, and very exciting stuff.
You gonna dress up?
I am not, because I'm actually broadcasting from Chicago. While I'm on my way to, no, I can dress up, but then I have to get on an airplane. I'm leaving from Chicago.
So you'd be the most festive guy on the plane.
No, they would throw me off because I'd be looked at as a lunatic.
Either way, fun for us.
How about this? What if I dress as a Unabomber? You think that would be pleasant?
No.
No, that would not. That's the other thing. You never, ever, when you're waiting in line at a TSA checkpoint, start doing reviews of movies and calling them bombs. It is simply, it doesn't work. Good morning, Jennifer.
Good morning. Did you just hear my breaking news that a suspect broke into Nancy Pelosi's home in San Francisco, assaulted her husband?
Yeah, and we're going to find out what the motive is. As you said, no motive yet. So it's either just one of those, it's like what happened in Arizona, it was Arizona, where the Democratic Party.
Yeah, right, the headquarters, right.
Right. it turns out to be just a guy who broke into an office and, of course, immediately went, oh my God, it's Republicans that did it. As of right now, it's no, it's not. So we'll find out whether this was political in nature or just, hey, here's a house, let's break in, and we don't know yet. No idea. And by the way, the reason that oh, come on. Wayne is,
Wayne has the face of a mouse
yeah, he does.
on. Okay, that's fun.
Oh, yeah. No, that's,
Drinking coffee.
yeah, that's, because, that does look stupid. At all. In any case, I'm going to be at the Radio Hall of Fame. I'll be broadcasting in the morning from the iHeart station and then going over there. I was asked to be the MC of
What were they thinking?
and Alex, good morning. And good morning, Steve. Good morning. You can tell those. They're that good. Two shout outs. She's gonna lose. Very excited. Everybody's off. Well, I'm not. It's far more after that handle on it. So the weekend is over until about noon Saturday. But the rest of the weekend is on the news on this Friday morning, October 28th, and it's brought to you by the Lemon Law experts at Ninth Law Group. If you think your car might be a lemon, call 844-43 Lemon. Jennifer, Wayne, me, Lee Story. The deal is closed. Elon Musk closed the deal yesterday. And one of the weirdest purchases of a major company that I have seen in a very long time. Yep, I'm buying it. Nope, I'm not buying it. I want out. You guys at Twitter are a bunch of liars. You're bots. Well, maybe not. There really isn't that much evidence. Okay, I'll buy it. I won't. He's looking at $1 billion buyout or penalty if he doesn't buy it. And then he goes to trial. Try to get out of the deal. And he goes, wait a minute. You know what? I'll go ahead and buy it. And the judge said to him, well, if you want to buy it, you better cut the deal by Friday. And actually, it was a couple days late, wasn't it? Because it was, oh no, it was by, no, it was by today. Yeah, he's early. Yeah, he's early by 1 day. And then there's a whole world to this, which I'm going to be talking later on. Because there's that 750. Why did he buy it? How did he get a change? Cleaned out upper management. Oh my God, isn't that horrible? That always happens whenever a new buyer comes in. Or people have been with him for years and run companies under him. So I will talk more about that at 7:50.
Also good news for Elon Musk. Not only is he the Twitter owner and Tesla owner, he's also the SpaceX founder. And SpaceX launched this Falcon 9 rocket from Vandenberg last night. People could see it, the bright orange flames in the sky. Apparently you could see it in Malibu and basically anywhere along the coast. And it was a mission transporting 53 Starlink satellites into orbit. And I did not realize SpaceX has sent over 35,000 satellites, the Starlink internet constellation, to provide internet around the world. I guess, they're adding up.
Extend the World Series.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm going to talk about that at 9:20 because reports just came out about UFOs and the Pentagon has admitted these are aliens. Well, maybe not. And I am going to once again rip into you folks that believe that it's aliens amongst us. There's a function by the pod. Let's take a break. We'll come back. More scandal on the news. Here's Jennifer Jones-Lee
5 in the KFI 24-hour news.
President Biden and Vice President Harris will make a rare campaign appearance together today to help Pennsylvania Democratic Senate candidate John Fetterman. He is up against Republican candidate Mehmet Oz. Day's 118th edition of the World Series that the aliens apparently want to see, according to Handel. Circulation is a 50-pence coin with a portrait of Charles III that's being minted at the royal facilities in Wales. Looks like it could be in circulation by December. SoCal weather from KFI, partly cloudy with more sun on the way later in the day and highs just in the 70s to right at 80. This report is brought to you by Southern California Edison. Stay alert, stay safe. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like the 10.
In El Monte, westbound at Temple City Boulevard, you've got a crash blocking the left lane. Traffic's very slow there from Santa Anita Avenue. Downtown LA on the Harbor Freeway, 110 northbound after 10. You've got a crash now off to the right shoulder. You're slow from Slauson. Crash cleared in Artesia, the 91 eastbound at Pioneer. Everything out of lanes, but you're slow from the 605. And that vehicle fire still working in Azusa, the 210 westbound at Citrus. The right lane remains blocked. You're slow from South Lone Hill Avenue. KFI. To get all utility lines marked on underground power lines that be buried anywhere. Avoid injuries and outages. Learn more at SCE.com/stay-safe.
This report is sponsored by Duffy Power Services. Duffy Power Services is your leading supplier of emergency power supplies and backup generators for Southern California. Your business deserves more uptime and fewer power issues. With Duffy's help, your power will keep running smoothly. Go to DuffyPower.com. That's DuffyPower.com.
Ryan Seacrest here. So you tested positive for COVID. What's next? Treat yourself. COVID treatments are free. Taken by pill, these medications can stop the illness from getting serious. So treat yourself. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. That's 833-422-4255. Again, 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
To see how much you could save, get your free AAA full picture quote at AAA.com/insurance today.
If you're injured in an accident, you're trying to decide which attorney to hire, but every personal attorney says the same thing. How do you know? Who to choose? Well, they're not all the same. Here's what makes Sweet James accident attorney different. First, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies after seeing the victims of accidents be taken advantage of. He's switched on and has been an advocate for the injured ever since. He understands what needs to be done to win. Second, Sweet James accident attorneys put their own money and time into strengthening your case to maximize your compensation. Not every firm is able or willing to do that. Sweet James, the dense beard of justice, goes above and did. Lastly, they can, and they will treat you the way you deserve to be treated. They've also been both the best attorneys in America.
California has millions of homes that could be damaged in a strong earthquake. And earthquakes are inevitable in the Golden State. An older home is especially vulnerable to earthquake damage, so you may need to take steps to strengthen it and help reduce the chance of damage. Visit StrengthenMyHouse.com to learn about better protecting your home from earthquake damage. The work may cost less than you think and can often be completed in a few days. You've worked hard to get a home. Now's the time to protect it. Get prepared today so you can worry less tomorrow. Visit StrengthenMyHouse.com. In nature, you can't negotiate with it. It's going to do what it does because we're animals. This is just a roomy perspective, but it's realistic. I mean, the anti-war preaching, have you heard since you were a child? It still goes on more than it used to in a lot of cases. I guess I have to accept that. If I'm going to accept all the darkness of human nature, I have to also accept the silliness of human nature. John and Ken, as we all walk around trying to pretend we're something else. Weekdays at 2 on KFI.
Good morning, Bill Handel here. Friday morning, October 28th. We continue with Handel on the news. Jennifer Wayne and Kanye West Donda Academy is closed, or it's open, or it's both at the same time. No idea. It's Schrodinger's unaccredited Christian school. It's open and closed simultaneously. There was a big email saying that Donda Academy Academy, the high school that he runs, would be closed for the rest of the school year. And then almost immediately, another email came out and said it is open again and, quote, back with a vengeance. Very strange and very unaccredited. So I think they obviously have to follow California curriculum. It's like they're allowed to do that. I don't know how fundamental it is as far as the Christian church. It may be very, and whenever there's a university or school and it gets, but I guess an aphorism usually lacking the honor service, that goes. Right, and there it is. You can see it. It is true. Do not want to do. Right there. Okay.
All right, so
Except they worship a Jew. Interesting. Well from them. Yeah, I said it. Yes, boy, there's a contradiction, huh? That's very
and the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office spokesman said that they had 2 binders of information that they turned over to the DA's office, but the reports apparently do not make any recommendations about possible criminal charges. And but this is how an investigation goes, right? So the Sheriff's Department would look at it, they finish their investigation, then they turn it over to the DA for charges.
Yeah, that's what happens. Now, I don't know how often a recommendation charging. It is typical that the information comes with a suggestion. Sometimes they'll just say it's a referral, but it's implied that the police do have an opinion about what criminal charges would be supported by the evidence they gather. And if they find enough evidence or not enough evidence, they then simply fail to turn it over based on the fact that there's just nothing here to turn over. That happens sometimes as well. That's where the line gets blurred between when is it the cop's job and when is it the prosecutor's job. Public Safety appeared at a meeting in Austin. There were families of the shooting victims of that Uvalde school shooting, and they shellacked this guy, calling for him to resign. One of them suggesting that the law had brought shame on the entire state of Texas, and to his either credit or not, depending on your view of it, he said, I'm not resigning. He also said, if somebody can show me that the Department of Public Safety as an institution failed the community, is number one, did they show up? When did they show up? Were they part of the team that failed to go ahead and storm that classroom? And if any of that, if that is true, then they did fail the community as well as every other police agency. But if they're following a protocol where the head of the Uvalde School Police Department is the incident commander, and it is completely the point. So at this point, number one, we don't know. Maybe there's no policy that addresses that specific question. I wouldn't be surprised if no one knew what the hell was going on.
Do you remember back on September 14th? This was such a big deal, and we really haven't heard much about it since this happened. The Sheriff's Department detectives went to the home of Supervisor Sheila Toole and the Sheriff Oversight Police Commissioner, I guess, Patty Giggins, and the officers of the Metro Transit Agency's Inspector General, and they started pulling out cell phones and laptops and computers, all to try and get evidence of this alleged corruption scheme in which Sheriff Villanueva has said that Supervisor Toole has been using our political influence to get Metro to award no bid contracts to Vegas, right? Well, we've learned that the cell phones and laptop at least have been returned to Sheila Tool, and a judge is saying he's pushing for investigators to speed up the process of copying the server that the detectives took from this nonprofit group, Peace Over Violence. They're trying to get to the bottom of this, but it's been over, what, a month and a half now?
They're going through
They
a
have this
lot of
information.
information, and the judge says you cannot do anything but copy the information.
You got to give it all back.
Because they have the information, so these devices have to be given back. But I think the issue here is you can't even start looking at it for purposes of investigating what's on there until you copy it and get moving on the copying, like right now. So if it's taken all this long and you assume that they are not purposely or negligently slowing down the copying, they're getting a lot of information. And the other question is, did they pick presidents of various devices?
Well, I'm sure between the three of them,
I'm talking about a Sheila Tool's house and her office.
cell phones and laptops.
It's two cell phones and a laptop. That is, so where the rest of them go? And you have three people. Well, then you got one. The Dodgers say goodbye to Brooklyn and come to Los Angeles. And now Roz Lyman has passed away at the age of 92 at her home. And she is quite a part of LA history. So much so that it was her 92nd birthday earlier this month. The Board of Supervisors voted to name a fountain in Grand Park, Roz Lyman Court. Also, they're going to put a plaque in her honor at the Music Center. And she got elected to the LA City Council in 1953. She was 22 years old. Pretty impressive. And there are still people in Brooklyn, anybody who's left alive, that hates her for having taken there was some resentment against her for just a little bit, huh? That's a great story of how the Dodgers left Brooklyn and came to Los Angeles, and she was a big part of it. And she's of a time when public service really was public service. Also, how can you imagine today a 22-year-old being elected to the council? No, not even. But even then, it was unusual. Not to mention that she was a woman, she only the second woman. Right. Which the point of saying that is that's how impressive she is. Right. Or and there's that, and that's combined with how miserable the other candidates were. Oh, Bill. No, candidate back then. Good luck getting one now. Yeah. Oh, yes. I mean, I make that reference to, whoa, look at what's happening today.
The Ivy League elite is a time-honored activity that
very strange story. Americans die younger in conservative states than those governed by liberals, according to this new study. It was published in PLOS One. Future and that sort of thing. They say that results show the policy domains were associated with working age mortality, and especially strong associations were found between certain domains and specific causes of death, between gun safety domain and suicide mortality among men. So in these states, sometimes where things were a little more conservative, or maybe the gun laws were a little less stringent, those sorts of things, they found that younger people died earlier in those states, or younger Americans died earlier in those states than in the liberal. I did not see that.
You don't think so?
Not in what I read.
Okay. But this is policy, and I'm not really surprised. And gun violence, and fentanyl use. You know, they do, I remember 60 Minutes yesterday.
where federal news has gone crazy. West Virginia is the #1 state in terms of number of people who died. It's really crazy. And that, of course, has a lot to do with the mortality figures. Like,
Long Beach will soon accept applications for a guaranteed income program that pays 250 single parents $500 a month for a year. Mayor Robert Garcia says the pilot program could be a model for a new way to provide services to low-income families nationwide.
That's what we're also doing to study with the universities to track the progress of these participants. It may be that these kind of direct income projects have a bigger impact on growth and actually pulls a person out of poverty.
The city put up $2 million from its COVID-19 relief fund so families from one low-income zip code can apply. A state match of the funding will allow the program to accept another 250 families. News is brought to you by Owen Patterson and Owen Law. An affordable housing ballot measure in Yorba Linda has critics claiming that high-density housing would change the city's character. Homeowner Russ Hines says affordable housing does not need to be built, but Measure D is not on the way.
We have 2 years that's allowed in our documented housing element that the state has accepted before we would be penalized, and we would like to take that time and try to make our plans better.
Yorba Linda says Measure D rezones 19 sites for more than 1,100 new homes, which is 75% of the state's housing mandate. City officials say the state could take away local control of zoning if housing requirements are not met. Hollywood Boulevard has a tiny home built by a handy homeless man.
The tiny home is essentially a big wooden rectangle. As for what's inside,
Well, I'll just have like some bedding and another toolbox with just a few more tools in it, a TV.
Hugh says he learned how to construct the home largely through YouTube. This business owner says Hugh's setup is the nicest homeless encampment in the area.
He's never been dangerous, and he keeps it clean, so that's all we can really ask for.
People tell me that I'm an asset to the community of the whatever little landscape I have going on, and so I clean up the streets with my leaf blower.
Hugh says the city has not told him to completely get rid of the tiny home, just to move it from the building's driveway. On Hollywood Boulevard, Blake Troll is KFI News.
People living in a Miami Beach condo building have been told to vacate. The city warned them yesterday the structure may not be safe. It's a 14-story Port Royale building on the same street where the condo collapsed last year, killing nearly 100 people. Marsh Marjack lives in the building and says he works in construction and noticed it had structural issues a couple of years ago.
You must have a Tuesday yet. A family must have a Tuesday, then everybody dies.
Residents had until 7 last night to evacuate the building. And for people who love the days of desktop computers that were the size of desktops,
Company in Orange County is still supplying floppy disks. Tom Persky runs the original sounding floppydisk.com out of Lake Forest. He says business is still booming for the 3.5-inch plastic floppy disk, which was ubiquitous 40, 30, and even 20 years ago. CD-ROMs, DVDs, and USB flash drives have since replaced the floppy disk for most uses, but they're still vital for the embroidery, tool and die, and airline industries, which use floppies for the maintenance. Persky says he's not expecting floppy disks to survive another 20 years, but will be around as long as people need them. Michael Frazier, KFI News.
we'll get a look at your drive with EKFI and Sky in just a moment, but first it's Sports with Wayne.
The Clippers dropped to 2-3 after back-to-back losses to the Oklahoma Thunder. Last night's score 118 to 110. Here's Coach Ty Lue on the early season skid.
I promise you, we keep trying to do the right thing. Like, we try to get to the paint, try to make the right play. We got to do a better job taking care of the basketball. And we also got to do a better job, hitting bodies to rebound the ball.
The Lakers, they probably love to be 2-3 right now. They would like to lose their first win of the season when they take on the Minnesota Timberwolves at 5 o'clock today. And game 1 of the World Series is set for today in Houston. Also at 5, the Astros will you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000. That's per employee. That's a check on money. Not alone either. It's a refund of your taxes, your money. Now, the trick is getting your hands on it. Lots of red tape, really complicated stuff, government bureaucracy. So, let me suggest getmefunds.com. Get GetRefunds.com experts in the so-known payroll tax refund program have already returned $1 billion to businesses. Another program, they got My Business, a six-figure refund. No charge up front at all. It's a percentage of the money they get. GetRefunds.com, click on the qualify me button, answer two questions. They go to Get Refunds.
So weather from KFI, we've got a nice mild weekend on tap, a little bit warmer than we've had. High will be in the 70s and a sprinkling of low 80s. It looks like, and that'll be the forecast through Halloween. Halloween night, it looks like just a partly cloudy evening with highs in the 60s. But then by Tuesday and Wednesday of next week, we'll cool it down 60s and 70s for most everybody with a slight chance of showers. Let's get a look at your drive with KFI. Happy
On the floor level, looking out to the east here, I think I can almost see what the Florida was. It's clear. The drive, well, I was struck back into San Fernando Valley. I was a little concerned, to be honest with you, for the eastbound 101 with all the construction. There's a lot of volume. I think that is due to the usual stop all traffic is clear. But right now, again, this is a lot of volume coming north of the tank to the 405. But all lanes are open now. Traffic's moving along. After that, to the Hollywood, it's good. And as I mentioned, we're up to the floor level right now. Even the southbound drive looking good. I am a little concerned. There's something going on there with delays. I feel like it has a okay. And most of the problem northbound 405 freeway, crash there is slowing things down a lot actually on the 105. So Boron, that's up the way. I think it's gonna be a good one. Hope so anyway. AFI in the sky. Southern Californians could save an average of $483 when they switch to auto insurance through the Auto Club. Visit AAA.com/insurance to see how much you could save. Get your free AAA full picture quote at AAA.com/insurance today. This is Nick Alexander from Alexander BMW. Come down and find out what makes the wholesale district special. We have the highest rated customer satisfaction and the lowest overhead in all of Southern California. Call 800-800-NICK. And remember, Nick can't say no. A Uline. They know going the extra. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard to keep 38,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit Uline.com. Hi, Jim Collin here of College Chevrolet, Costa Mesa. Silverados, Tahoes, and Suburbans are now arriving. Even the all-electric, affordable 23-volt EVs with incredible range are at CollegeChevrolet.com. Find new roads at College Chevrolet, the Orange County original since 1964. I've told you many times about how American Vision windows turn some of my least favorite parts of my home into my absolute favorite. They're replacing windows for friends and family, and we just created a custom patio enclosure for my brother that is gorgeous. They're above and beyond service and attitude straight from their owners. Bill and Kathleen started American Vision Windows because they have a horrible experience replacing their own windows decades ago. I just spoke with Bill a few days ago, and 20 years later, this guy still has the same passion for taking care of customers today. Until October 31st, buy 4 or more windows, $750 off, 7 or more windows, $1,000 off, 10 or more windows, $1,500 off. CSLB number 778326. Trust the window company that my family trusts. American Vision Windows. Give them a call if that's free estimate. 877-3.
November 1st, while supplies last. Prime members save an extra 10%. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
For all your ACP plumbing problems, call next gen at 833-3ESTA. 833-3ESTA. For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. Oh, okay. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Here on a Friday morning, October 28th. Hey, if you missed
any portion of the show or any segment, you can listen to it on demand on the iHeartRadio app. Let's continue on with Andrew on the news. Jeff Jones 3, Wayne Mead.
Some sixth grade students were probably very excited when they were dropped off at Camp Tamarack for what they call outdoor school. They do this a lot in Oregon. Kids go out for a 3-day, 2-night stay in the wilderness. But then, not too long after they were dropped off, the school bus came back. Their belongings were loaded on the bus. Said they were uncomfortable about it. What if students were? Maybe they were. Maybe more of the students are uncomfortable about, let's say, having African Americans in the campus. They shut down the camp and move them out of there. Or let's say handicapped people. I don't want a handicapped counselor. I want to make sure that it's an ambulatory straight counselor. So, what do you do with that?
I mean, honestly, you're a sixth grader. I remember it just being annoyed, like, oh gosh, we got that counselor. You know what I mean? So it's how legit is this versus how much you think you're a sixth grader?
Yeah, I think there's an issue also of the counselors taking showers in front or the teachers taking showers in front of the counselors, the older kids who were there taking care of the younger kids. And the camp says that's just not true. So I don't know. It's not one of those where they pack up the kids. You really believe that there were busloads of kids as opposed to if you're uncomfortable, push your button and get the kid out of there. No, they took them all back. Exactly. That's the thing. I tell you, I would file a lawsuit if I was a parent. I paid for this. I want my kids to be gone. What the hell are you doing? In a second, I would file a lawsuit. I want my kids to be gone. Probably would be away from his kids. Exactly. Yeah, and the money is right. All right, like the same kind of story. The other.
We had the last border state voting last night to legalize same-sex marriage, becoming the very last of Mexico's 32 states to authorize those unions.
The rest of the world is moving in one direction, and we are going to be swinging to the anti-LGBTQ community being accepted. I mean, we're going in weird directions.
Two are dead after a stabbing in the parking lot of a shopping center in to figure out, is there a connection between the stabber and the victims? What may have caused the stabber to do his stabbing? But a woman died at the scene, and a guy was stayed in the hospital and then died.
Yeah, and people will tell you, wild up the night. I can see that. Or at least Jennifer is smiling, Wayne. I'm smiling.
All right, and just this is already behind bars on a different sexual assault case.
And that's fairly often, doesn't it? Where you're going, I mean, criminals are criminals. It's not like these are one-offs when they commit crime. I mean, there's generally a pattern. So at least he was off the streets. And will stay off the streets if he's convicted for a good long time. Go ahead and take a break. We'll come back and finish it up. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones Lee, live in KFI 24-hour news.
More than 13.8 million Americans in 44 states have already cast early ballots ahead of the November 8th midterm election. Florida's and voters the recent social media your revenue trends by beating analyst expectations in the third quarter. And after being in charge of Twitter for about an hour, the social media company's new owner, Elon Musk, finally fired several top executives. We'll get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky in just a moment.
The world of personal injury, especially car accidents, is complicated stuff. So let me suggest you go to handleonthelaw.com. Read a bunch of videos that explain it all. You know, like doctor, attorney, insurance company. You're in a car accident. I personally suggest you contact handleonthelaw.com if you've been injured or an attorney. But also go to the website to find out what to expect. Handleonthelaw.com. If you've been injured, you go to handleonthelaw.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. Starts out cloudy with more sunshine later in the day. Highs will be in the 70s to a few 80s. This report is brought to you by the Auto Club of Southern California. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Shopping Center, let's go places. Look at the five.
We're in pretty good shape. It's getting a little busy from the 710 up to the East interchange, but that's about it. Now, we just made a turn. We're going down the 710. We're getting word of a possible pop up northbound 710, maybe a little bit north of the 90, kind of in between the 91 and the 105, if you will. So I'll have more on that in a minute. North of the 105, I can see that. So that I can see it. Everybody's moving along. Even the southbound side is looking pretty good. And AFI in the sky.
Are you paying too much for auto insurance? Visit AAA.com/insurance for a free AAA full picture quote and find out how much you could save. Find competitive rates on auto insurance through the Auto Club. Visit AAA.com/insurance today.
This report is sponsored by Mucinex DM. Suggestion medicine. Relief for chest congestion and cough. Nothing lasts longer from emergency chemical medicines included.
Did you know that 1/3 of the energy loss in most homes is due to leaking, poorly insulated air ducts? Digital Company shows to fix most poorly expensive air conditioning leaks in your app. Get air conditioning and plumbing. GOE, TTL will be beatable, but it's hard to spell. LA Times compared the homelessness plans of Karen Bass and Rick Caruso. What do they say about Bass's homelessness plan? They say it's far smaller than Caruso. And the Times' Steve Lopez called the Bass plan underwhelming and stuff we've heard before. Karen Bass says she won't even solve the homelessness problem after 4 years. It's more of the same empty city hall talk. The Times says Rick Caruso's plan is bigger, with 30,000 beds in 300 days, hundreds of thousands of new affordable homes, a dramatic increase in mental health and addiction services, and 500 new sanitation workers to clean up our streets.
I want to wake up every day and fight for you, because this city is worth fighting for.
Fix homelessness now. Rick Caruso for mayor. Paid for by Rick Caruso for mayor 2022 general. Additional information is available at index.lacity.org. When folks first came into Europe, they would declare the work of the devil. If you keep talking crap about forks, I'm going to smack your face. Well, they are the devil's work.
Yeah, it is funny to talk about the Elvis Presley of utensils. The fork, you couldn't show it from waist down. It just was always fork for fork with Neil Saavedra tomorrow afternoon at 2 on AFI.
Live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. We'll handle Morning Crew. We finish handle on the news. Jennifer Wayne E. And now it's time to play. What will Bill say? Here we go. A man has died in a freak accident involving a parking garage ticket machine. He pulled up to pay. He forgot to put his cup in park. Opened the door to reach back there and pay. The truck rolled a little bit, trapped in between the truck store and the ticket booth. Police came. I was doing actually a football team. let me be as benign as I can. Surprise you, okay? This is why I always, if possible, skip those stupid machines. Pain and being honest will kill you every single time. Okay?
Alright, here's a young lady named Hen Lusum. Hen is 28 years old. She claims that it's not that she murdered her mother, that police arrested her in late August. They were only about 2:30 on a Wednesday morning on October 26th. They get there and determine that the victim, Lusam's mom, had been involved in some sort of an argument, and then with her daughter before her death. So she told police they were only saying she was being harassed because cops had never seen anyone as pretty as her, and she had an arrest warrant out for her at the time. She was going to sit on all the officers, and the anyone is her.
Yeah, why do I think that we did this story? I thought there was maybe I'm wrong on this. Maybe I'm conflating this with another story. There are from time to time stories about women either claiming that they're getting arrested because they're good looking, or saying that they got, for example, kicked off of airplanes because they were too good looking. So sure, this could certainly be ringing some bells. Yeah, and that's for some reason I thought this particular story we did. And if you look at her picture, I mean, she's pretty attractive. I mean, she doesn't have any open shakers on her face. You set the bar. You guys are only looking at her mugshot and you have not bothered to do some research into her internet photo presence.
But Wayne, I take this that you have?
Yes, it's called journalism, Jen.
Yeah, of course it is.
And by the way, I'm sorry. Look, I'm looking at her, looking at a lot of pictures of her, and if she wasn't a probable murderer and insanely narcissistic, she probably would be hot.
Yeah, you do have quite a bar there, Wayne.
Yeah. You know what? We're really dancing around this one. We could get into trouble with any of this conversation. Why don't we just move on? Okay, well, a guy in Florida caused a crash while driving drunk and left the scene. But if that were a story, it wouldn't be worth mentioning. He left the scene, went to a nearby bar, had 3 shots of whiskey. Even that might not be totally worth mentioning, except after the 3 shots of whiskey, he went back to the scene of the crash, where he was met by officers, where he told them he was buzzed, where he said that he had quit drinking vodka and now is drinking wine, which is apparently a lie because he had just been drinking whiskey. And also, I mean, I don't know how you pronounce it because it's in print, but you say it right. Well, yeah, but you didn't say it right. It's not Lottery.
Yes,
There's a proper pronunciation. Oh, is that the wine that George Nori makes? Oh, good.
you know what? I didn't think that even told the cops that he drove a Toyota when it was actually a Ford. I mean, he was just checking all the boxes.
But I'm going to give him credit for possibly having underneath all of this a clever idea. You crash your car, get to a bar and down some whiskey so that when then you're drunk, you can say, I wasn't drunk when I crashed. A story that was on, I mean, all day yesterday.
Yeah, you know what? This mountain lion was just taking a tour of Brentwood. People were freaking out, but it's true. So apparently it was about 1:25 in the afternoon that we finally got our first glimpse, I guess, of the cat. It was just running out of the bushes. It was going toward the golf course. Wildlife officials finally got the cat in the backyard of a home where it passed out after they shot it a couple times with tranquilizer darts. It was a healthy adult mountain lion. They put it in a pickup truck. It was not one that had been colored or tagged, but eventually will be released into the Angeles National Forest. And I love that they say anytime wildlife goes backyard to backyard, it's definitely
Now, this is a great story, Pat. They didn't put it down. These stories are they have to put down the animals. This one, great. Tranquilizer. Off it goes. There was a national forest, which is not a preserve. Well, I guess it is. It's not an animal preserve.
and he's not tagged. He's not.
Well, I'm sure he's now. Yeah.
Probably, but I'm just saying he was not tagged or anything like that. So it's not like he's done this before. It's not like it was a problem animal. This was his first time thing. They let him go.
Bill, at 9:20 today, I know and was floating through the sky, and I guess people had trouble recognizing it as a tent because it was upside down. But that's all it is. Yeah. But in Florida, the story talks about how they were not surprised. No one was screaming UFO. And considering all the hurricanes, I guess they're kind of used to things flying around.
Have you guys purchased any Halloween candy this year? I bought four big bags. Four big bags of good candy. $26.99 a bag.
That's a lot of money. There's no kidding.
Well, bag? Still with the Reese's peanut butter cups and whatever. You know, I didn't go cheap on this one. But apparently I'm part of the problem here. The National Retail Federation's annual survey, 69% of consumers plan to participate in Halloween, up from 65% in 2021. And in all, we are expected to spend $10.6 billion on Halloween candy costumes and decorations.
And how much are we going to spend on Halloween crap for our pets? For our pets, I understand. $710 million. Crazy. It really is crazy. I don't want it for your dog. Animals, cats, vampires, rabid bats. That's rabid bats. Oh, yeah.
About a sexy rabbit bat.
Oh, yeah, and they're all sexy. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to get in trouble for that. I think we're going to hear that again during the show on Monday. That's what I think. Right, Tyler? Yeah, that's not going to be a promo, I don't think. All right, guys, we are completely done. And coming up, guess who's here? Steve Gregory. A little early, right at 8 o'clock. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI election night coverage coming November 8th. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Say hello to the Chief Twist. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Elon Musk is now the head of Twitter. He finalized the deal last night following months of disputes between the SpaceX founder and the social media company. Musk walked into the headquarters in San Francisco Wednesday carrying a porcelain sink. He then changed his Twitter profile to read Keep Twitch and tweeted, entering Twitter HQ, let that sink in. The school in Simi Valley that was founded by Kanye West this year will reopen. Donda Academy's principal announced yesterday there would be no more classes and the school would reopen in 2023. However, TMZ reports an email to parents was sent out at midnight. It said the school will reopen, quote, with a vengeance. The school's been affected by its founder's recent anti-Semitic comments. The school's basketball team was recently barred from playing in the city of Palm Classic. Karen Bass received support from Senator Bernie Sanders in her campaign to be the next mayor of Los Angeles. Sanders appeared to that have not in America. He asked the crowd how many homes would have been built with the $90 million her opponent Rick Caruso has spent on his campaign. LA City Attorney Mike Mueller is taking aim at two nightclubs in Hollywood he says are operating illegally.
Both clubs are accused of selling liquor without a license. They can overserve people. That can have a very serious impact on jeopardizing public safety. Mueller says the clubs are close to homes. When you say unregistered security guards were working at one of the clubs, they said the same clubs are obstructing traffic. The owners of those buildings the clubs are in are working to take the clubs down. Officials say they hope the charges will deter people from starting up illegal nightclubs. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
A measure of inflation that is closely watched by the Federal Reserve has remained high during the last month. Reports from the Commerce Department shows prices rose 6.2% in September from 12 months earlier. That's the same year-over-year rate as in August. A new homeless dispatch center in Fullerton will coordinate police, addiction, and mental health services across 11 cities in North Orange County.
In a statement to the street, Governor Newsom says the new Hope Center has mobile healthcare response units to take services to the people who need them. I'm done with outreach. It's not important to me. We'll just wait 9 to 5, and if someone shows up at 5:01, say we're sorry, we're closed. Democratic State Senator Josh Newman says North OC have worked on this collaboration for years. We are making progress without having to arrest our way out of it. That is indeed a change of mindset. He says the center also needs to data.
Eight people have been killed in a house fire near Tulsa, Oklahoma. Police say they're investigating the deaths as homicide. Yesterday, fire was in a residential area of Broken Arrow, which is about 13 miles southeast of Tulsa. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives is investigating as well. We're going to look at your drive with DKFI in the sky in the 710 in just a moment, but first it's sports with Wayne.
The Clippers have lost 2 games to the Oklahoma Thunder this week, first on Tuesday, and then last night by a score of 118 to 110. It didn't help that the team is still without Kawhi Leonard, and that Paul George only scored 10 points in 31 Justin Verlander on the mound against the Phillies' Aaron Nola. I'm Wayne Redman, KFI Sports. When you buy or lease a car, you expect the car to be safe and reliable. Well, sometimes not. Every year, car manufacturers produce and sell cars that have some real problems. Sometimes those problems can't be fixed. But we have a California rep. You don't have to keep a defective car. If you bought or leased a vehicle and gone back or repeatedly for a car repair, you may have a limit on your hands. And if this is you, I'm talking about so we can't somebody on top of that. You don't have to settle for a defective car. Call the Knight Law Group. They can help you get rid of that lemon, get your money back, and your nothing out of pocket. For a free consultation, call the Knight Law Group at 844-43-LEMON or visit knightlaw.com, Knight with a K, knightlaw.com.
Checking your KFI financial report right now, the Dow is up 355, S&P up 21, Nasdaq up 41, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $5.62. Highs will just be in the 60s and 70s with a slight chance of showers by Wednesday. Right now it's 53 in Rancho Santa Margarita, 54 in North Hollywood. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky in the 710.
Thanks, guys. Good morning to you. Boy, unfortunately, we're chasing after we forced way too many crashes here. But the one we just left was a bad one. It's northbound 710. If you're leaving Long Beach for a trip on the North 710, listen up. It's North 710 at Rosecrans. That shouldn't be 4 to 105. The 3 left lanes and a top of 4 block. First and third here, the delays are going very quickly. Cruise at 91. If you get on at Rosecrans, we're north of Rosecrans. Simply slow. We're passing over Rose Hills right now as I speak to you, so looks like I'm driving. Southbound morning drive slow, that's the short on Nothing 105. And again, another one we're going to chase it. Well, 2. First, 160 at Hacienda, more on that. And a problem around the 4 level downtown Los Angeles. So don't go away. Unfortunately, way too much going on here. Jeff Bond, KFI in the sky.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Westgate Financial Group, is the largest timeshare company in federal court and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now to get the timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900.
Get Purigan water for $0 down and just $45 a month. Plus, a free 6-day alkaline water system. Go to PuriganWater.com.
KFI.
More stimulating talk.
And iHeart radio station.
AM 640 live radio app. We'll hear morning crew and on the iHeartRadio app. Steve Gregory, good morning.
Good morning, Bill.
We got a lot to talk about today. So, first, let's get to Unsolved tomorrow, and then we're going to talk about that special that you put together. Okay, so let's talk about tomorrow.
Tomorrow night, episode 311. We're counting down. So only one episode left before our season finale. Tomorrow night, we're going to focus on the case of Gloria Huerta in 27-year-old. Gloria is raised in her family, and she lived on her own in Illinois. She lived in a little trailer with her dog, and she started a relationship with the landlord, the person who owned the property where the trailer was parked. Really had some sort of relationship, though it hasn't been confirmed if it was romantic in nature or not. But she had a party one night. The landlord and some other guests were involved over there, all men, and they were having some sort of a party. They heard gunfire, and things got a little crazy. And then Gloria was making phone calls to other friends, saying that she felt threatened and that she may have actually been shot. It was a little odd, a little weird. And then about a day or so after that, she talked to another friend on the phone, but she called the other friend on the phone. Gloria. That was on August 3rd, 2020. And there's a lot of speculation now. That's why this is an interesting case for us to do, because there are a couple theories that detectives are working on, one of which is that Ms. Huerta stumbled into this gang of meth hookers, and that they disposed of her body, and perhaps they had dismembered the body and buried pieces all over the county or up in the Northern
So
County.
they have enough information to say they were meth manufacturers and sellers, and what a gang of
investigators explained it is that some sort of evidence in which they were involved in that operation. Right? Okay. And so that brought them to the conclusion that perhaps they were involved in something that happened at that party, they suspect. And what they're trying to figure out is no one has seen Gloria Rodriguez since that August 3rd. And when they talked on the phone, she said she'd been stabbed, but the person on the other end couldn't get any kind of a conversation out of her, so that she couldn't really ask her any questions, because she couldn't answer. She was just making a statement, and then the phone was dead. That's the last they heard.
Yeah, the first question I have is based on inspection and intensity of phone call. Is there any issue that something was dreadfully wrong there? So they can absolutely tell substitute of distress is okay. So the trailer's gone, she's gone. They said she may have even been shot the night at that party. Then she said she was stabbed. And then I believe they found some evidence of some clothing, and that's what this thing is going to get into a little bit tomorrow night. In a spot in the desert up in northern LA County. But he's going to talk a little bit about, the theory around that. But they seem to think that that she's either been dismembered and buried, or she may have actually been put in an acid bath. So that's tomorrow. Whoa! Now this was not a closed case. This is an active, open, unsolved case from August 3rd. What do you know about have enough information is absolutely going to be solved? Or is it going to become unsolved? This could be one of those. That's why they've reached out to us, is because they want someone. They know someone up there right now as we speak. Someone knows where her body is and what happened to her. They are that confident that there are people that were either at that party that night or that gathering, or know someone that was at that gathering that knows exactly what happened to her. Assuming, and this is, well, not assuming, talk about this, that if there are gangs in that area, people are very reluctant. No, absolutely not. I would have a tough time. I mean, it's really easy for all you have to do. What is the figure where you're going to get some real information? Is there one? Is it $5,000? Sometimes they say $25,000 for information. Yeah, I mean, the investigators have told me over the years that anytime any amount of money is offered, the phone's not ringing. Because people all of a sudden, their memories are gone.
Take the contestants to a first red carpet.
Over $1 million, and that is, that's big stuff. That was huge, and then people ended up going to court over how they did it up. Yeah, and it turned out it was the police who found out, and the police are not entitled to any part of the reward. No. I think the policeman, not the police in general, right, and any employee of a police department is not eligible for a reward, no. But I think, if memory serves, it was a fight between the people that were held hostage and the person that actually spotted them taken. I think that's what it was down to. Brilliant. We're going to come back and end up talking about this special that's going to be happening Sunday night called Deadly Hill. Don't go away. This is KFI.
In a crosswalk, in a marked crosswalk in San Jose, both have non-life-threatening injuries. Cops are looking for the car they said was going too fast. The days are getting shorter, the nights are getting longer, and the Department of Energy expects our heating bills will go up about 28% this season because of the rise in inflation. And Black Adam star Alan Todd is set to play Alex Cross in an upcoming Amazon series titled Cross. Todd will star as the famous James Patterson character from the Alex Cross novels. SoCal weather from KFI looks like a partly cloudy day ahead with highs in the 70s. Let's get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky. This time we're looking at the 50s.
Thanks, everyone. It's Congressman Colorado, made up
Team line for the 60 around Hacienda Boulevard, and I am pleased to tell you we had a good look at it from Azusa over towards the 605. We didn't find anything in lane. There might be some on an off-ramper up there a bit, but the freeway itself, well, it's just kind of slow coming into the 57 through the 605. Not too bad. I want to warn you about a 5-mile checkpoint, but North 79 Rosecrans before the 105. That's the freeway was blocked north now with a severe delay going through the 91. Getting on the North 79 Rosecrans was the trick. And right now we're just coming up on a problem. This is another problem for the 605. One of Whittier cleared, but this is northbound 605 just past Telegraph. A little bit of a white line is blocked. Real slow coming up from the 105. Jeff AFI in the sky.
Sail with American Queen Voyages, where history comes alive and discovering recipes. Enriching adventures await in North American and expeditions to the wild access. Visit American Queen Voyages at 824. Call 844-744-0794 or contact your travel. American Queen Voyages, discovering
They always seem sharp. Are you running out of hot water? Water Heaters Only has been specializing in the repair and replacement of water heaters since 1968. That's over 54 years as the original water heater specialist. So visit waterheatersonly.com for zero interest financing, terms and conditions apply. Request quick service or call to speak with a live operator 24 hours a day. Don't wait. Don't overpay. Visit waterheatersonly.com today. That's waterheatersonly.com. From the Academy Award-winning writer Aaron Sorkin, A Few Good Men is the riveting Broadway hit about the trial of two Marines. Don't miss the play variety calls Theatrical Fireworks, October 28th to November 20th. Tickets at LaMaradaTheater.com. Attention! Everyone wants to learn more about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. Listen to the new Bitcoin Radio Talk Show with Professor Robert Thomas. Saturday mornings at 9 on 11:50 a.m. The Patriot, serving Los Angeles, Orange County, and Southern California. For all of your AC, heat, and plumbing problems, next Gen is your hedge neighbor. It's GDRB Model Year End Showdown. New travel trailers from $249 a month. That's up to 30% off. Tens of thousands in savings. GDRB.com. Where the 405 meets the 22 Westminster.
Politicians in Washington and Sacramento have been recklessly spending our money. And what do they have to show for it? Grocery prices our families can't afford. Less money in our paychecks. In communities that are less safe. This is someone fighting for us in Congress. We need fighter pilot Mark Garcia.
Guarantee Social Security and lower health care costs. And I was proud to sponsor the Violence Against Women Act. I'm Mike Garcia, and I approve this message because I've spent my entire life fighting for you, and I'm just getting started. Paid for by Mike Garcia for Congress. Gas prices, food prices. No texting, just winning. Listen to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 9 a.m. through 6 p.m. Your inflation bonus is coming on KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel here in the morning crew. Steve Gregory with us talking about tomorrow night's Unsolved, and we went through that. You can listen to that segment on demand. But something pretty special is going on here, Steve, both days, Saturday and Sunday. And Sunday is a special that is going on from 4 to 6 p.m. I know you spent a lot of time putting this together. As a matter of fact, Alex is involved in this. And so let's talk about that special. What is about what you did. Deadly Pill is sort of our treatment of the opioid crisis and the fentanyl issues that are happening in Southern California. So we went out and grabbed all of these experts from all sort of different facets of what's going on with this opioid crisis. And as you mentioned, Alex Rosno, your producer, and also Jake Gonzalez, who's on my team. The three of us got this together, created a 12-part podcast that is going to drop, as you will. Special agent in charge of Wagner, and he kind of tells us that fentanyl caught everyone by surprise. I didn't know the history of fentanyl. I didn't know it's been used as a pain management medication for years. I didn't know anything about fentanyl. This is a fairly new one. No, it's not, but it's fairly new in the illicit market. That's the thing we were just talking about. I want to play here Pat Wagner. This is Bill Wagner again, special agent in charge of the DEA here in Los Angeles, talking about how frightening it's become with the fentanyl because the makers of fentanyl are targeting the kids.
The drug cartel, Solo Cartel, at least the new generation cartel, they are now going to great lengths to make these powerful synthetic drugs look less threatening. There's another Skittles variant or Lucky Charms variant where it's different shapes, different colors. The whole premise of that is attracting a younger demographic, making a drug look less threatening, so people who are new to the drug scene, maybe they're just experimenting with drugs for the first time. Maybe they're people that they're going to go to a party and they're going to take a pill or use a drug recreationally. They're trying to attract that type of drug user to these pills.
Just from a business level, if I'm a drug dealer and I want a customer, why would I produce and sell a pill that is going to kill someone? Because
to Captain Brandon Lee from LA County Sheriff's. He has the Narcotics Bureau now, and he's created a special overdose task force. And he was talking about the fact that a lot of these makers, they understand they don't want to kill their customers. They really don't. The problem is the concentration levels of this medication are so great that the makers of it, they're putting the concentrations in these pills. Absorbs it and reacts to it. And that's the problem. In fact, it was one of the other guests that we have here that talked about that taking fentanyl is Russian roulette. Because you have no idea how much concentration there is in there, and you have no idea how your body's going to react to it. So it's pretty amazing how these agencies are trying to come together to stop the flow of it, stop the making of it, stop the ingestion of it, especially in the last few months. How many kids, teenagers have died from fentanyl overdose? Talking about the nexus between fentanyl use or opioid use in general and social nightlife and have an interesting nexus between those two things. And then we actually talked with Jonathan Lucas. He's a medical examiner for LA County Coroner. He's the LA County Coroner. And he talked to me about the numbers of people who have died in LA County. We also talked to Jason Anderson, who he's the district attorney of San Bernardino County, because he's one of the first agencies to start prosecuting people who provide fentanyl, prosecuting them further. We're talking about over 100,000 deaths a year. Probably more than 110,000, 120,000 just in LA County. In 2021, 3,096 people died from overdose. Of those, 1,689 were fentanyl, 1,934 were opioids, 1,162 were non-opioids. One of the things that I've been following this too, because we all have, and that is one of the reasons that the mortality rate actually dropped in this country, longevity is because of it. That actually affects the statistics in terms of the average of people living a longer life. It's crazy. Yeah. And you know what? The other thing, talking to Jonathan
Lucas, he was talking about the fact that his office, in the coroner's office, was so overwhelmed because of the overdoses that spiked during the pandemic. And so they were dealing with bodies from the pandemic on top of bodies from overdose. You know, you can't get opiates anymore. The truck. I mean, they just, my daughter went back to her the dentist, these spots for LA dentistry. And I said she's a patient, so and she's a mess with an infection. We actually had to do a bone graft, and so she came back to the house yesterday, and she was in such intense pain. Very walk, figure where I could. And she goes through this whole thing about how the teaching of future pharmacists to look out for red flags for abuse. We also talked about the naloxone, aka Narcan, and she talked about that. There's a lot of stuff about that I didn't know about its accessibility, but she talks about the fact that they are scaling back on giving out the opioids. If you really have to get a high threshold, taking opioid anymore. So it was fascinating for me. I learned a lot interviewing these people, so we're very excited about it. It airs Sunday from 4 to 6. It repeats again the following Saturday from 6 to 8. And then the podcast, all 12 episodes will be available on Monday. And they all drop at the same time, so you can binge listen. Yeah. I do want to tell you that I did get a correction for an update from Captain Andy United from LAPD on the reward money corner. Yes, it's worked out. He said, let's see how it is. He said it was actually $5. The tow truck driver at the AMPM got 20% of the reward. The guy who found truck number 1 at Big Bear got 20%, and the couple got 60%. And it was decided by a three-panel group of 3 retired judges. And then the off-duty fishing game guy that also wanted it, he was, I think, the one that discovered something. He found something. He got to it. Yeah, because he was a government employee. Yeah, I suspect that's what it was. Right? And how much was it? Was it $1 million? Well, now he's telling me that it was over $1 million, but he said the final amount got reduced because many entities pulled their money since Dorner ended up being dead.
Tonight, I think, is our most
Remember that's because they were looking for money post conviction. But it usually is information leading to a conviction. The final amount was just under $1 million. That's the biggest reward I've ever gotten in this area in my life. Yeah. So, all right, Steve. Thank you much. Tomorrow from tomorrow night it's plans. That's okay. This is like I know. It's tomorrow night Unsolved. 4 to 6 on Sunday. Deadly Thrilled. Always available on the iHeartRadio app. Right. And then again next Saturday 6 to 8. And on Monday the 12-part series. Right. Okay. Recall that right now. Share that with you when we come back. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in my 24-hour newsroom.
The husband of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has been taken to a hospital after a home invasion of the family's home. ABC's Justin Finch says Paul Pelosi is expected to make a full recovery, according to the Speaker's spokesperson.
An assailant broke into the Pelosi San Francisco home early Friday morning and violently assaulted.
Long Beach will give 250 families $500 a month for as part of a guaranteed income pilot program. It's spread around the U.S.
These are single parents and will need support. Long Beach Mayor Robert Garcia says single parents from the 90813 zip code can start applying next month. They'll also be getting additional support like access to child care and access to broadband in their house. It says an independent research team will track the family to determine if the program should spread nationwide. I think these programs are going to have to be part of the future, and as income inequality becomes a larger challenge. Funding to match the $2 million the city put up from a COVID relief fund will allow another 250 families in the program.
Says the Hope Center represents a new way to address homelessness.
A dispatch center that brings together social service workers, mental health professionals, and law enforcement is the first of its kind, all under one roof to tackle this pressing issue of homelessness.
The facility has made mobile health care response units to deliver services directly to people
welcomed about 12 million international passengers. That's a big jump compared to the same time last year when the airport saw about 5 million international passengers.
Bill Nye said this time last year, the airport had welcomed about 33 million passengers in total. In LA, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
And Frontier Airlines has gotten creative to keep flyers happy. ABC's Michelle Franzen says the airline has made an all-you-can-fly pass. Frontier Airlines announced it will offer a year-long travel pass called Go Wild. In 2 quarters, EY Parthenon chief economist Gary Daco says the third quarter was a rebound, even if the nation's top bank is still raising interest rates to slow inflation.
For next week, we should be on the lookout for a 75 basis point rate hike, but I think there will be.
We'll update the 710 in just a moment, but first it's sports with Wayne.
The Clippers dropped to 2-3 after back-to-back losses to the Oklahoma Thunder. Last night's score 118 to 110. And here's Coach Ty Lue on this early season skid. The Lakers would be thrilled to be 2-3 right now. They are still winless, and they're at the Minnesota Timberwolves at 5. And game 1 of the World Series set for today in Houston at 5. The Astros will start Justin Verlander. The Phillies are going with Aaron Nola. I'm Wayne West at KFI Sports. If you're living with decayed, missing, loose, crooked teeth, I ask you, dental implants can truly change your life. Dr. Mizrahi, a team specialist at LA Dentist Group, has treated thousands of people. My dentist and my daughter, Pamela. Boy, what an incredible job he did. Will restore your smile. If you already have implants or complications from another dentist, Dr. Mizrahi can fix those problems too. Smile again, foods you used to eat on this. Dial pound 250 on your cell phone and just say dentist. Dial pound 250 on your cell, say dentist, schedule your free exam, includes x-rays, CT scan, some restrictions apply. Go to LADentistGroup.com, LADentistGroup.com, pound 250 on the cell, and just say dentist.
Still got weather from KFI. Great start to the day with more sunshine later, so a lot like the pattern we've seen this week. Temperatures will be in the 70s with a sprinkling of 80s inland. That's the forecast through Halloween. Then we'll start to see temperatures drop into the 60s and 70s with a slight chance of showers by the middle of next week. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places and get an update on the 710.
That's right, Brad. I'll go right back to that 913 zip code that Corbett was supposed to be about. If you're just leaving Long Beach, now good news, really good news. There was quite a crash, northbound 710 road crash. That's just before the 105 freeway, if you're not familiar with that stretch. But I went over to the shoulder very quickly. You're looking pretty good. North 605 at Telegraph. We looked at that about 5 minutes ago. There was a crash there as well with fire department working. That's north, just north of the 5. Right lane was blocked. It's back up not too severe. A little slow coming up from the 105. Inland, the Cajon Pass, boy, for a change, believe it or not. The South 15 coming downhill is looking pretty good. Orange County, a little bit of a trouble. South 5 getting past the 91 is really jammed, but once you do, I think south of Magnolia, you'll be okay. Down to 22. On the 4 level, it's just out of look at you real busy, but all lanes open, and we're headed back to Encino 405 101. Boy, something going on. I'll let you know what it is, or it isn't, hopefully. Jeff Bond, KFI in the sky. Sometimes the best predictor of the future is the past. I'm Michael Akiva, managing partner for one personal injury law firm. Year after year after year, we're proud of our past and proud to win big for you today, so you can have a better tomorrow. Choose Jacoby & Myers, celebrating 50 years.
Whether it's Ralph's Simple Truth Turkey, or mac and cheese with Murray's English Cheddar, or pie made with fresh Cosmic Crisp apples, there are many dishes we look forward to sharing during the holidays. And Ralph's has all the fresh ingredients you need to turn today's holiday into tomorrow.
This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. You know, you have a really good chance of surviving this Halloween. If you follow these two simple rules. First, don't die. Second, don't become a zombie. Happy Halloween. KFI, AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're here on a Friday morning, October 28th. The bigger stories we're covering. Elon Musk now owns Twitter. And there's a lot going on. 7:50 next segment, we're going to talk about that. And House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul Pelosi, was, I quote, violently assaulted this morning by an assailant broken into their home. And I believe the last information that I read was attacked by someone with a camera. That's pretty serious. Although the good news is he is expected to fully recover. Now, we obviously closed-door meeting. Nuri Martinez, who was president of the council, and two council people, and the head of the Labor Federation of Los Angeles were in a room talking about the district and how they're going to keep power. That was a lot. That wasn't singularly outrageous. Well, but then the racist stuff. And it was released. Pressure was intense. Nuri Martinez resigned. Herrera and Labor Federation resigned, bringing Bill Cedillo and De Leon, District 14 Council. No one cares about Bill Cedillo, even though there's a lot of pressure for him to resign because he's out in December. He's lost the last election. He's done. Now, let Kevin De Leon, he's in there for 2 years. And what is going on? Intense pressure. He's just pushing back. He won't do it. He says absolutely not. Yesterday, I mentioned how temporary head of de facto or the temporary head of the council immediately took him off all committees. In addition to Bill Cedillo, done. He is now a seat warmer. He is a vote. Then I said, what else can happen? He can be thrown off the council if there is a pending criminal charge. A criminal charge, you can be a racist. You can redistrict. I mean, that's within the law. Just as a quick aside, he won't resign, according to his spokesperson, is because the people in his district need representation, and he doesn't want them to not have the representation that he can bring, the leadership he can bring. And of course, when you ask the spokesperson, what kind of leadership and representation can a council person bring who's not on any committee, who just sits there and warms a chair? Get an answer on that one. So, let's talk about the recall. And a recall is gathering the signatures. That's not easy. Gather enough signatures, it goes on the ballot. Well, the last few have not even gone on the ballot. George Gascon, recall, didn't make it. Gavin Newsom, of course, didn't make it. Some council people didn't make it. Kevin De Leon, this is number 4 as far as concerned. That's voters to get on the ballot, you need signatures to put it on the ballot. The retail measure to put it on the ballot. So, paperwork was filed yesterday calling for to throw him out. And the argument is, and it's logical, he currently cannot represent the stakeholders of Council District 14, which I would buy, because if he has no power, how does he represent them? So now the next step, 15% of the total number of registered voters in the district, about 21,000 valid signatures. Also, there has to be a cushion of at least 20%. Signature gather. You've been in front of supermarkets when they come out and say, "Hey, are you registered? Are you a registered voter? Hey, would you sign this petition?" Those people are all paid. They're all paid. And also, his particular district is particularly difficult to get the signatures because of just the nature of the neighborhood. Apartment buildings, not easy to knock on doors because a lot of it is downtown. So is it going to happen? I don't know this time around. I think this is far more than politics. This is something that is disappointing many people. We apologize a joke about Mike Bond, the African American child that Bond is adopted. But the bottom line, no, I don't think it's going to happen. I'd like it to happen. He certainly deserves to be recalled. Well, let me put it another way. 3 times they've tried to recall him. This will be number 4. Of all the chances of actually getting there, this is probably the best. Coming up, Elon Musk now owns Twitter. Now what? This is KFI. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee, live at the KFI 24-hour news.
President Biden and Vice President Harris will make a rare campaign appearance together today to help Pennsylvania Democratic Senate candidate John Fetterman, who is going up against Dr. Oz for Senate. The 118th edition of the World Series gets We'll get a look at your drive with BKFI and Sky in 405 in just a moment.
Property values are falling now. There's no question about it. And if you've been waiting to sell your home because values are going up, well, those days are gone. So, what do you do to sell your home? Well, generally you list it with a broker, you pay 60%, including the paint, repair, and the place has to be spotless. Let the buyers walk through and you can see there, and it just goes on and on. With directbuyers.com, none of that happens. You get a fair price, and you do nothing except cash a check within 10 days. That's directbuyers.com. They'll give you a brother and sister. I have spent hours talking about how they go about buying homes. Go to directbuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, directbuyers.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. It's a great start to the day. Temperatures will just be in the 60s and 70s, a sprinkling of a low 80 here and there. Otherwise, that's pretty much your forecast for the weekend into Halloween. This report is brought to you by Vanguard University in Orange County. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like the 405.
But San Valley section of the 405 now. Drive standard, so that'll be your drive up and over there. Once you get through West LA, things are looking good. Even the East 101 coming out of the Calabasas to Latino around the 405.
That's slow from Tampa. Westbound drive is looking good. The new Mazda are looking pretty good, really. Even the South 5 definitely throw 118 down to the split, but that's about it. We're going to go into West LA and check the always slow, unfortunately, Santa Monica freeway. So, more and all that coming up. Don't go away. Jeff KFI in the sky.
Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University. Ranked as a top 10 university in the direction of your life. Call 888-OTO-WINS at any time to get the help you need. 888-OTO-WINS, and we do. OTOLaw.com. Keep the party anyway? Invite your friends and slice up the savings at Holton's Market. Frozen pizza is 35% off through November 3rd, while supplies last. Prime members save an extra 10%. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply. Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk to your cardiologist and get the full picture.
Real estate owners, you know the savvy solutions for a piece of property you're looking to get rid of? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Dave Conway here. With costs at an all-time high, you'll be happy to hear that Cars for Kids Real Estate will take over all taxes, maintenance, and insurance fees. Best of all, Cars for Kids Real Estate will provide you with a tax deduction for the full appraised value of your property. Donate today because time is running out for your 2022 tax deduction. To donate, visit carsforkidsrealestate.org or call 877 Cars for Kids today. That's Cars for the Kids. I brought 2 donuts home. What are the Tim Conway Jr. Show. All the sprinkles all over the floor. Look at the sweet bags at Jack's on KFI. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. It is a Friday morning, October 28th. Bill Hammer here. Some of the stories we are covering. This story is developed. Assailant broke into the house and seriously attacked him, hearing that he was attacked with a hammer. But the good news is, we're being told that she made a full recovery. Nancy Pelosi was not there. She's in Washington at the time. At his house. They live in Pacific Heights. I see this area. Well, he's very well. And in the case of the Rust film with Baldwin, the Sheriff's Department in New Mexico submitted its findings for investigating this. There's a charge, Alec Baldwin and others only know is that was. The other big news is Elon Musk closed Tesla. He owns Twitter now. He had put in $13 billion of cash. That's a down payment. $13 billion. Quite a check, isn't it? Right. I mean, how do you even have room on that check with 13 almost there? Well, money is wired in. All right. And it is done. Financing has been arranged. Twitter now belongs to him. And this is after wasn't that Twitter don't go through the $1 billion penalty. He said the reason I'm not buying is this issue of bots, which are not real posts. They're manufactured. They're just trolling. Computer algorithms create these millions of what appear to be real posts and they're not. He said it's more than 5%. Twitter said it was under 5%. By the way, bots happen across the board on every platform. So there were all kinds of issues, and then in the end, he said, "Okay, I'll buy it." Trial was starting, and so they sat down. Both parties said, "Okay, we're going to buy this thing." And the judge said, "You got to do it by Friday. That's today." Well, the deal was struck and it closed yesterday, so the parties made it by 1 day. So Twitter doesn't have to wait for someone to take ownership. It won't have to deal with Musk and his public posting that he hated the leadership and fired the top the executives. That happens all the time. That's not an issue because anybody who buys a company brings in his or her own team, comes in with a broom, and it happens in virtually every single company that is bought. Occasionally someone will stay on, but rarely does that happen. So he ended not only putting that poop emoji on his tweet. Little infantile, you would think. Also, and I think this is probably the most important part of it, is one of the reasons he bought Twitter and was believed that it should be an open platform. Twitter, for example, has bounced former President Trump because of the allegations and the outright lies that he made about losing the election. I talked to people about losing the election. That's exactly what the judges said. Where's the proof? Just show it. Show it to me. Now join the bandwagon. And I know 63 judges were fooled by the Democrats. 50 election officials were fooled by the Democrats. Well, I had no idea the Democrats were that strong. Show us where the bots are beyond 5%. He couldn't do it. Twitter, well, they show the information they have. They lie, who the hell knows? And so his position was it has to be an open platform. It's a First Amendment issue. He believes everybody should be able to go on Twitter and whatever they want. Short of course, let's blow up the Capitol. No, actually, no. Well, you could say, I would like the Capitol to be blown up, which is different than laying out the blueprint and saying this is where you go to use. So I don't think you went that far. But first theory, oh yeah. The lies about the insurrection, oh yeah. Lies about the election, oh yeah. Just utter disinformation. Well, yeah, of course. People have a right to do that. This is America. And so the first thing that we knew was going to happen is that he was going to allow former President Trump to go back onto the platform and just allow everybody else. Well, they're not particularly happy with that position where Twitter allows the most utter lies, disinformation, statements by white supremacists, conspiracy theorists. So he sends out a tweet saying, this is not going to be a free-for-all. There are statements that have consequences, and I'm not going to allow all of those statements to go on the platform. In other words, he just changed his tune completely and realized, okay, we have to make a business deal. I have to treat this more as a business than a personal playground. What are his business? The electric cars, fabulously successful. His rocket, SpaceX, very successful. So he has a new business model he has to deal with. How do you run a social media platform that's used by 400 million people, including world leaders, journalists, public figures? How do you figure out a better business model for the company? Twitter, even though it is successful, allows anyone to say anything they want on the platform as long as it's legal. Okay, we've got to be a little realistic about this. And he's trying to assuage the advertising world that he is going to be more realistic. By the way, he didn't explain how he's going to decide what kind of content will but what won't. How it's going to be different from what Twitter does now. Hellscape, where anything can be said with no consequences. Very different than what he said before. So we'll see what happens. He is one of those business owners, the wealthiest man in the world, so he obviously has some brains, right? No, do is they put in all kinds of advances without telling you. They don't even announce it. They just put it in. Tesla. I mean, he's a weird guy. In many ways wonderful, in many ways just weird. Coming up, building with nature, how reviving a marsh saved one town from the sea level rise and how we can do it, and a couple thoughts with that. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Halloween, Wisconsin missing.
I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee, live on the KFI 24-hour news where Paul Pelosi, husband of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, has been violently assaulted by someone who broke into their home in San Francisco. Nancy Pelosi's spokesperson says the suspect is in custody and her husband's in the hospital where he's expected to make a full recovery. Nancy Pelosi was not in San Francisco at the time. A notice of intent to recall LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon's been filed with the city clerk's office. The notice was signed by 5 people who live in the 14th district, including Pauline Adkins. Now, she made 2 prior recall attempts against De Leon. Keith Brown, De Leon's communications director, said Adkins was in charge of serving alcohol without a license. LA City Attorney Mike Hewer says both clubs are close to home.
These locations can undermine the work of businesses that are trying to operate legitimately.
Police say they saw at least 100 people partying at each of the clubs. They say at one of the clubs, the security guards were not registered. Officials say the landlords of the buildings of the clubs are working to evict the club owners. A new homeless dispatch center in Fullerton will coordinate police, addiction, and mental health services across 11 counties in North OC.
And they're taking it to the streets. Governor Newsom says the new Hope Center has mobile healthcare response units to take services to the people who need them. I'm done with outreach that's nothing more than inreach, where you wait 9 to 5, and if someone shows up at 5:01, say, we're sorry, you're closed.
Democratic State Senator Josh Newman says North OC has worked on this collaboration for years.
We are making progress without having to arrest our way out of it. That is indeed a change of mindset.
He says the center also uses data to track which services work and don't work for which people over time. In Fullerton, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A woman and man have been fatally stabbed in a four-store parking lot in Palmdale. The attack happened about noon yesterday. The woman was seen running back and forth screaming that she'd been stabbed after she collapsed. The attacker came back and stabbed her again several times. A man who had been stabbed in another area of the parking lot died in a hospital. Deputies have taken one person into custody. Hawaii Civil Defense Agency has held meetings across the Big Island telling people to prepare for a possible volcanic eruption. The world's largest active volcano, Mauna Loa, is sending more signals it could erupt. Greg Truesdale is a research geologist at the Hawaiian Volcano Observatory.
You have to recognize where you live, how quickly lava flows can arise in your area, and then you should be preparing.
A civil defense administrator says they're reminding people to register to receive alert messages and review their plans in case of disaster. More people have traveled through LAX this year than last year.
LAX has welcomed more than 48 million travelers this year through September.
The airport's Victoria Silvati says about 33 million passengers passed through the airport this time last year. She says the airport welcomed more than 5.5 million passengers in September, up from about 4. Up on the roofs where they were rescued by Army troops. Forecasters expect Tropical Storm Nalgae to slam into the country's eastern coast tomorrow. And a 14-story oceanfront condo building in Miami Beach has been evacuated. The order came last night when engineers determined the Port Royale building is unsafe. They found that concrete beam supporting the 50-year-old building shifted, and a crack in the beam has gotten much bigger. Miami Beach says all 164 units of the building were evacuated. The building's undergoing a required safety recertification. The building's on the same avenue where a condominium collapsed in Surfside and killed nearly 100 people last year. We'll get a look at your drive with DKFI and Science.
It didn't help the team is still without Kawhi Leonard, and that Paul George only scored 10 points in 31 minutes of court time. The Lakers versus the Minnesota Timberwolves at 5. They'd like to get their first win of the season. The World Series gets underway today in Houston at 5. The Astros will put Justin Verlander on the mound against the Phillies' Aaron Nola. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports.
I've been a business person my entire adult life, and like most small to medium-sized business owners, I couldn't come close to putting an HR person. I got nailed for it, too. Well, there's an answer. Bambi.com. You get your dedicated HR person to help you with your HR issues. Start only $9 per month. Bambi.com. KFI under radio. KFI under radio lockdown spelled B-A-M-B-E-E, BAM, B-E-E, Bambi.com.
Taking a look at your KFI financial report right now, the Dow is, just went blank on me. I'll get you your numbers in just a second. In fact, let's go ahead and get your drive with KFI's Jeff Ball checking out the 10 right now. No? No, nothing either?
By WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. Find the largest selection of in-stock appliances in Southern California at WDCappliances.com. WDCappliances.com.
We run our AC pretty much all summer long. Our electric bills are pretty high.
I'm concerned about the condition of our infrastructure.
We've been home in California with the fires. They said that they're going to shut off the power and to be shut off for longer periods than usual.
I look at our electric bills and they keep going up and up and up. We had to find a solution. So your home is an ecosystem. Solar power, battery storage, and efficient air conditioning all work together to ensure your house.
I want the 18 this 18. From the beginning to the end, it's been the best.
Declare your energy independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar, battery, and air contractor. Take advantage of the 30% federal solar tax credit. Zero down, zero interest, and zero payments for 12 months. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. Expired October 31st, 2022. TSLB 9785152.
This is Jacob M. Ryan. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
More stimulating talk.
Radio station.
One of these is not available.
live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Jen, I'm going to throw it to you.
Yeah, the Associated Press is reporting that its sources are saying that the person who attacked Paul Pelosi, the House Speaker's husband, specifically targeted their home. And that was one of the questions that we had earlier this morning. Was it just random? Was it a targeted attack? But in this case, they are saying that, yes, they believe that the suspect who attacked Paul Pelosi and House Speaker's husband specifically targeted their home, and that Paul Pelosi was hit with some sort of hammer.
But we don't know the actual motive. Whether it's high profile or going to the political realm, no one knows the possibility. Haven't even heard any accusations or hits, unlike what happened in Arizona, the governor's race, to get the Democrats' name, the Democratic Party headquarters was broken into a la Watergate, and the accusation was immediately made against late Republicans, and that's not true. That is a random break-in. That's a politics that has exploded on
whoever it was in Arizona that certified the election that gave it to Joe Biden, that's that person who is running. And so immediately everybody went, oh, it's got to be election deniers who went after her. And it turns out it wasn't.
Yeah, and that's dangerous stuff to make that accusation without knowing. So in this case, so far there's not been a hint of any political connection, other than all we've heard is they don't know motive, but it looks like Paul Pelosi was targeted. Now, in the news that we have information.
No, all that this says is that the House Speaker's suspect who attacked Paul Pelosi, the House Speaker's husband, specifically targeted their home.
Okay, so it's still early days on that. It's immediately go to the politics of it. We have to be very careful with that. All right, let's move into the topic that I am going to talk about, and that is along the southernmost edge of San Francisco Bay. That you can see it's sort of a red paint, and this is marshland, and it's not supposed to look like that. They're trying to bring back marshland to marshland instead of what's going on now, which is just this dead pool. And what's happening is this is the largest, most ambitious tidal wetland restoration project west of the Mississippi. And it has been going on for so long that nobody remembers when it started or that even exists. And that's why, well, because saving a vanishing marsh is decades in the making. Costs fortunes, they generations in the making. Costs hundreds of $millions and requires the ability to think long term. And it's happening right now. I thought I'd bring it up because it's come up again during this election cycle. And the reason that marshes are so important, ecologically speaking, help the environment, actually more than almost anything else. You know that marshes in pickleweed and other plants perhaps emerge produce 3 to 5 times as much oxygen per plant than even a rainforest does. And it is absolutely critical to save those marshes. The money is still coming in, and it just takes way too long. You know, it all started, the reason there are no marshes there, not for development, is salt. Huge amounts of bringing it back and trying to get rid of those salt ponds. It's been around forever. And there's a whole lot of different ways, much cheaper ways to get salt. They mine it now in these big caverns. So about 90% of the state's marshlands have already been choked, drained, filled in, and if this is the best way to hold back rising sea levels, if this is the best way to create oxygen to help the environment, obviously we've got to go forward. Problem, hundreds of millions of dollars. And it takes so long. And do politicians have that kind of foresight? No. This one they're trying, actually Dianne Feinstein was head of the project, was involved in saving this marshland. So, could we do it? We have to. Do the politicians have the wherewithal, the long-range thinking? Of course. Because they have to get elected, and no one gets elected saying we need $300 million for something that's going to come into fruition 30 years from now. Obviously, there's a lot to it. KFI AM 640, let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee, live at the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The U.S. has just announced sanctions on the Iranian group that put a bounty on the life of author Salman Rushdie, who was violently attacked in August. Groups that once used Kanye West music are distancing themselves from the rapper who recently made anti-Semitic remarks. The latest is the Texas A&M football team. They're no longer using the song Power when players rush the field. And Tom Brady and his wife Gisele Bundchen are reportedly filing for divorce today. TMZ reports the two have been working with a mediator to come up with 80. This report is brought to you by the Auto Club of Southern California. Let's get to your drive with BKFI in the sky and Jeff Ball.
That's kind of right. I want to tell you, but it's just kind of a slow morning drive. The section of the 10 Santa Monica Freeway between downtown Los Angeles south to West LA and Santa Monica. Usual stuff, really. Crenshaw, Outside Roberts, that's about it. Now, two reports to go. I give this a glowing report about the San Fernando Valley. Glowing no more. Boy, quite a problem. Westbound 101. We're way out of place right now, but we'll try and fly in real quick. So more on that coming up. We had to look at the I-5 going down towards Buena Park. North access is pretty good, really not too bad. A little slow from that point up to the East LA. More coming up on all this. Jeff AF Eye in the Sky. Southern Californians could save an average of $483 when they switch to auto insurance through the Auto Club. Visit AAA.com/insurance to see how much you could save. Get your free AAA full picture quote at AAA.com/insurance today.
This report is sponsored by Personal Injury Firm Owen, Patterson & Owen. Did you know that there's a time limit set upon OPLot.com?
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 38,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit Uline.com.
Join us for a free family fun day, October 29th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the All Things Kids Expo at the Galleria Thailand. Activities and entertainment throughout the day include Riverside Fire and police vehicles, superhero training, STEM activities, scavenger hunts, prizes, goodie bags, and 40 booths. Thanks to our sponsors, Riverside Community College District, Neighborhood Healthcare, First Five Riverside, Glow Medical, and Inland Empire Health Plan. Go to SoCalMoments.com/All Things Kids for more information. California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollars, now including better than ever
Washington and Sacramento have been recklessly spending our money. And what do they have to show for it? Grocery prices our families can't afford, less money in our paychecks, and communities that are less.
I'm Mike Garcia. My priorities are fighting for lower taxes, lower inflation, and safer communities. I'm fighting to guarantee Social Security and lower health care costs. And I was proud to sponsor the Violence Against Women Act. I'm Mike Garcia, and I approve this message because I've spent my entire life fighting for you, and I'm just getting started. Paid for by Mike Garcia for Congress. This is Steve Gregory. Join me Sunday at 4 for Deadly Pill, a KFI News documentary on the opioid crisis in Southern California. We speak with experts about fentanyl and its impact on the community. Yeah, 5 a.m. 6:40. Bill Handel here, and it is a Friday morning, October 28th. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. If you have missed any segment here on the show, feel free to listen on demand on the iHeartRadio app. Alex just came in, producer, saying she just got 5 various tweets and notices from news organizations, breaking news. Big news than anything else. That is Tom Brady and Giselle have announced their to divorce. World War III could have started. That wouldn't have been a headline that was bigger than the divorce. Goes to show you, as she pointed out, Alex, goes to show you where we are at this stage, American life. Now, one of the things we know, this is no secret, the price of gas is astronomically high. And it was at one point I was paying, people were paying close to $7 a gallon. I mean, that's completely crazy. And it's California. Now, California is more expensive in terms of gasoline. We know, well, I'll tell you about the reasons in a minute, but we were about 5, but even let's call it $1.50. You put in a 10-gallon, you put 10 gallons in your car, $16. You put 20 gallons, my car has a 20-gallon tank, that's $30 difference. So the call from both the Governor Newsom and others and the President, windfall profits tax. Now, I don't even know what that means, and I want to jump into that. The governor pointed a finger at the gas industry, of course, saying companies were fleecing drivers and called for that windfall profit tax on oil companies. And comparing it to, for example, what happened in the East during major blackouts when candles were being sold for $12 a piece. And taxi drivers were charging astronomical sums of money. Fuel out that issue. And the argument is gouging is going on right now. Valero, an international oil company, owns refineries in California and some gas stations. From July to September, their profits increased only 500%. Okay. They're talking about some of the state's largest refineries. Those profits, people that own those companies, their profits have increased by hundreds of percent. So, windfall profits tax is the answer. Unfortunately, nobody knows what that means. No state has done a windfall profit tax before. There is one exception. In 2006, Alaska began taxing net revenues on oil production. $2 on a barrel of oil. Okay, you produce 200,000 barrels of oil times $2. There you go. There's your windfall profit tax, which it isn't. Alaska's an interesting state. It is and was because when the price of oil goes up, it makes money, or did, because the Alaska oil fields are pretty well petered out now. But when the North Pole was producing oil, the money that was flowing into Alaska was simply astronomical. To the point where Alaska residents were getting $1,200 a stimulus check, and that's in quotes, every year.
8 weeks ago, I invited 14 strangers from all walks of life to join me in New York City to begin a once-in-a-lifetime journey.
I don't believe that's happening anymore. But so,
Made the greatest transformation to the complete with a fully furnished
the amount of oil companies invested in developing new oil blocks,
plus access to some of our
and keep in mind it wasn't a direct tax on profits. Because profits, boy, can you tell you. I mean, expenses which are deductible, expenses that are long-term, that are amortized. For example, if you put into your house and you remodel it, that's over 30 years. You repair it, do that over 40 years. I mean, all of it is releases his, and he will have to release his tax returns without going through the court. You're going to see very little tax being paid on a whole lot of income, and it's illegal. That's the point. People, companies that are that wealthy, simply don't pay the taxes that we do. Warren Buffett complained 2 years ago that he actually paid less tax than his secretary.
I invited them to a cocktail party so I could observe.
Although he didn't volunteer to write a check to the government. Or
The challenge in front of me became
so you can play that
contestants of all their bad
a whole lot. That's easy to do.
are more
It's
distinguished.
just too complicated. And what is a windfall profit tax anyway? Where does high profits stop? And do you really care? I mean, unless you're a socialist, unless you're a communist, I mean, you want to limit profits from a company? Aren't they allowed to make profits? So at what point does it become a windfall? Of course we don't. Those who are calling for the windfall profit tax, discover definitions. For that, you look at some of the articles. One, for example, Severin Borenstein, who's a energy economist at UC Berkeley, says that windfall tax isn't likely to lower or raise gas prices anyway. Now, have there been excess profit taxes? Yeah. During both world wars, during the Korean War, where those were emergency measures. The country was at war. We were at war footing. And a lot of things. The government put levels, for example, sugar couldn't be sold above a certain price, effectively nationalizing sugar. You'll never see that happen again. And the idea came back in 1980. And the federal government prepared to relax price control on oil produced in the U.S. And that year, Congress did pass what was called the windfall profit tax, aimed at oil industry profits. But, again, this was not a tax on profits, even though they called it a million barrels of oil. We're going to charge $2 per barrel tax. And therefore, you're writing a check for $2 million. And theoretically, assuming the government does what it's supposed to do, that goes into the relief for allowing people to buy gasoline at a reasonable price. California, boy, do we need it. You would think right now, I mean, we're getting money back right now, the checks are going out. $600 for tax rebate. I think that's what the figure is. No, why would we? Because that's logical. God forbid government being logical. Coming up, Candle on the News, late edition, super segment. No commercials till the top of the hour. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones Lee, live at the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A court has sentenced a guy from Torrance to 9 years in prison for collecting $12 million for homes that were not even up for sale. News is brought to you by veteran-owned Shepherd Solaris. The price of a gallon of regular gas in LA County has dropped for the 23rd day in a row. It fell 2.6 cents to $5.68. Allegedly dragging a French bulldog behind his pickup truck. A witness took pictures of the dog behind the truck with a license plate showing. The man now faces charges of animal cruelty. Jail records say he was released on a $3,000 bond Monday. Officials say the dog is being treated by a veterinarian for scrapes on its body. The Veterans Affairs Department has announced 3 grants to help veterans who are or could become homeless. The grants start next October. Officials say the program provides services to quickly rehouse vets and their families who are homeless, prevent the loss of homes, or find new housing options. Grants will be awarded to all 50 states, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Virgin Islands. Police in Chicago were looking for the person who shot and killed a 7-year-old boy who was getting ready for bed in his home. They say the boy was in a bathroom Wednesday night when a bullet went through the window, hitting the active. Left the gates of a desktop computer that was died.
Tom Percy runs the original foundation floppydisk.com out of Lake Forest. He says business is still booming for his 3.5-inch plastic floppy disk, which was ubiquitous 40, 30, and even 20 years ago. CD-ROMs, DVDs, and USB flash drives have since replaced the floppy disk for most uses, but they're still vital for the embroidery, tool and die, and airline industries, which use floppies for the maintenance. Percy says he's not expecting floppy disks to survive another 20 years, but they'll be around as long as people need them. Michael Crozier, KFI News.
And California has a way for people to check if their ballot has been counted. The state offers a service called Where's My Ballot? Voters can sign up for text alerts, email, or voice notifications that say right where your ballot is and whether or not it's been counted. Voters can sign up at where'smyballot.sos.ca.gov. That's where'smyballot.sos.ca.gov. We'll get a look at your drive. KFI in the sky in the 210 after sports with Lane.
The Clippers dropped to 2 and 3 after back-to-back losses to the Oklahoma Thunder. Last night's score 118-110. Here's Coach Ty Lue on this early season skid.
Our coach job, he's trying to do the right thing. Like he's trying to get to the thing, trying to make the right play. But we have to do a better job taking care of the basketball. And then we also have to do a better job of his body moving down the ball.
The Lakers are at the Minnesota Timberwolves at 5. They'd like to log a win for the first time this season. And game 1 of the World Series is set for today in Houston at 5. The Astros will start Justin Verlander. The Phillies are going with Aaron Nola. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports. You know, the reason that so maybe it's time to bail out of your house and you've been thinking of selling. Let me suggest calling the folks at directbuyers.com. They'll buy your house for a fair price. And you don't have to list it, basically. You don't have to clean, repair. You don't have to paint. You don't have to have buyers walk through. You can't be there. That was directbuyers.com. Get that fair price. And no commission, none of that. You get paid in cash within 10 days or less. They'll give you an honest, no obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance before closing to help with your move. And they'll never lowball you. I love that. 844-242-SELL.
SoCal weather from KFI. Starts out gray with more sunshine on the way, and those are the conditions you can expect all through the weekend into Halloween. Highs are just going to be in the mid-70s with a few 80s out there. Then starting Tuesday, Wednesday of next week, more clouds come in. Cooler temperatures just in the 60s and 70s for everybody with a slight chance of showers on Wednesday. Let's get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky and check out the 210.
Yep, it's always slow going through Azusa, Irwindale, and all that. Just 605. Right now, this is eastbound San Bernardino Freeway, east of the 710, before Fremont. That's that first ramp that you hit. Gosh, the two right lanes are blocked. There's cars all over the place. One might be, I can't tell, might be upside down. But anyway, there's no help here yet. I'm looking for CHP or anybody in the backup here. I don't see him yet. So again, this is East 10 at Fremont, east of the 710. Two rider blocks is backing up through the 710 really quick. The westbound drive was good. Everybody's kind of looking. Oh, here comes freeway service patrol right now. They're just pulling up. The westbound drive, there's a little bit of spectators only going through. Oh, and a little bit better news for that westbound drive in the San Fernando Valley. A problem now with Parkway Calabasas. I think it's kind of clearing a little bit. The backup seems to be going away. More on that coming up. Jeff Vaughn, AFI in the sky.
Keep cool LA with deep discounts of $225 on free air. Program. Sully Hunter got a VIP to sign up today.
Do you have coins, jewelry, or precious metals and are looking to sell for top dollar? Cyril DeGenova, CEO and owner of Tangible Investments, has become legendary by beating his so-called competitors' offers on these items by as much as 500%.
I had a diamond ring that's been an heirloom in my family for many years, so I went to a local jewelry store and they offered me $600. I just wasn't comfortable. I took it down to Tangible Investments and they offered me over $6,000. That store is absolutely awesome.
Stories like these are why Tangible Investments has become America's top dealer in precious metals, jewelry, and collectibles, and why Syl has been featured on CNBC and quoted on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. Over the past 30 years, Tangible Investments has bought billions in collectibles. That's billions with a B. Now demand is through the roof. Absolutely free, professional, no obligation appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
California's millions of homes could be damaged in a strong earthquake, and earthquakes are inevitable in the Golden State. An older home is especially vulnerable to earthquake damage, so you may need to take steps to strengthen it and help reduce the chance of damage. Visit strengthenmyhouse.com to learn about better protecting your home from earthquake damage. The work may cost less than you think and can often be completed in a few days. You've worked hard to get a home. Now's the time to protect it. Get prepared today so you can worry less tomorrow. Visit Strengthen.
Thousands in savings. CDRB.com. Where the 405 meets the 22, Westminster.
Amazon Business Owners, Jill Lau, Chief Procurement Officer of Global Network Bank. Last week, Jill saved big and used Amazon Business to help her team buy 347 headsets. Now Bob can keep his conversations to himself. With business buying easier than before, Jill now uses her extra time to focus on growing something big. Buy smarter, dream bigger. Visit Amazon Business, your partner for smart business buying. Portions of the following program will be recorded. It's Halloween. Watch out for zombies, chainsaws, aliens, candy corn. Yuck. No. KMI, AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
I don't know if I've ever been in a room with that many people who are under moral causes. Maybe I'm kind of like an 8-hole dog show host. Handle the news, late edition. Now, Bill Handle. Good morning. Bill Handle here on a Friday morning, October 28th. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. If you've missed any part of the show and would like to listen, suggest that you listen on demand on the iHeartRadio app. Well, It is that time. Time for Handle on the News Late Edition, brought to you by Direct Line. And this is a super segment, which means no commercials at the quarter break. We go straight through to the top of the hour. Jennifer, Wayne, and me, late starring. And this came in this morning, and it is a story that is developing. Paul Pelosi, who is the husband of Speaker Nancy Pelosi, was attacked inside of their home in San Francisco. And so far, here's what we know. Based on, and Jen just reported, injury. It looks like it's a Ford recover. Nancy Pelosi was not at home. She was in Washington. Don't know the exact motive. Jen, what have I missed?
Nothing. You've nailed it all. And at this point, all they're saying is that it was a targeted attack on their home.
Not even him specifically.
Not even him specifically. They're saying their.
Okay, and it could be because it's just a very wealthy home, Pacific Heights, and they are worth a ton of money. It's a very successful business.
Hawaii's Big Island is getting this big warning because there's big shaking that's happening on Mauna Loa, and they're saying this thing could erupt. This is the world's largest active volcano. And what they think is window to get out if in fact it does finally erupt and that volcano starts to run, or your lava starts to run your way.
Yeah, we've had some good ones. Mount St. Helens blew off the top of the mountain in Washington, and it has the smoke and the ash covering the world. I don't know. The Krakatoa, which happened in the 1800s. There is, here's one. And I think about this very occasionally. I think that the largest magna flow in the world, that is a cavity is basically under, Yellowstone National Park, and it's the entire Midwest. And when it goes, the middle of the United States is going to disappear. If that doesn't make you feel better, huh? If it does, yeah.
And by the way, it apparently is official. Tom Brady and Gisele Bündchen have finalized their divorce.
Yeah.
Finally filed.
I would love to see those divorces.
I wondered, if he works twice as much as him?
No, because what you talked about is maintaining your lifestyle, and their lifestyle is fine no matter what.
Stay tuned for another interesting life event for Tom Brady coming up just in a little bit right here on Handle on the News Late Edition. But first, this. A 14-story condo building in Miami has been ordered evacuated and red tagged because they were getting their 50 years. And you may recall the Champlain Towers South, which collapsed in 2021 in Surfside that killed 98 people. You bet they are now exercising extreme caution when they see anything out of sorts when they're inspecting this building. And that settlement was just short of $1 billion.
You are the final two.
I'll tell you, insurance premiums went up in that area pretty dramatically. Whatever happened to those towers? They were rebuilt that building to rebuild. Is insanely valuable.
There was a mural in Chicago celebrating Ye, Kanye West, and his roots from Chicago. now you've got the artist who painted the original mural, Jason Peterson, retweeting the footage of the mural being painted over with just plain old black paint. It's not clear who made the decision to cover Ye's image in the city where he grew up, but nonetheless, it is being covered up. It has been covered up.
Yeah, at least it's not a swastika that is covering his face. Notice how there's a theme going on all of this. I just thought I'd point that out in case you missed it.
Well, as if he hadn't been through enough, now Kanye West has to contend with filmmaker Quentin Tarantino going on a late night talk show and debunking Kanye West's claim that Kanye West came up with the idea for the movie that became Django Unchained. Quentin Tarantino saying that is bogus.
Why would people have a hard time believing Kanye West on this one? I don't know. Even if it were true, I wouldn't believe it.
When did he do this? I mean, the timing on this is all very odd.
Isn't it?
Wait, when did he do what? When did he make this claim?
Oh, some time ago. Kanye's claim is not fresh.
Okay.
Tarantino coming out and where every song on his album, The College Dropout, which I know Kanye West fans go, no matter what he does, no matter what he says, that album is awesome. So he wanted every song to be a different kind of epic short film. And he was talking to Quentin Tarantino, and he had an idea, Kanye had an idea to do one of the songs as a slave, that he would be dressed like a slave in the song. So Tarantino's kind of trying to be nice about it and say, well, he did talk about a song idea or video idea where he would be a slave. Maybe he's fixing it up in his head. But the bottom line is,
It is straight about the West, as in the Western Allies. The U.S. and the Western Allies dismiss Russia's claims that banned biological weapons activities are taking place in Ukraine with American support, calling the allegations disinformation and fabrication. However, I'm sure that their news or the information has not changed when it goes out to the people of Russia.
this is an interesting one because while the evidence points to no activity in the world of biological or nuclear weaponry, the fact that Putin is already saying that Ukrainians are planning to do this now begs the question, is this a false flag operation about the stuff?
That's been Chris claims from the beginning. That's what President said.
The question that goes further. I don't know how Putin even answers this question, and that is, why would a country commit this kind of atrocity on its own land and against its own people? Except maybe it's a false flag where they're so desperate to blame the Russians, they're willing to kill thousands of their own citizens. I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly the position. Well, it is a position that Putin's taking, but not going to that extent. He accuses them of the thing that he is planning to do, but there's no evidence that he's planning to do it. At this point, we need to accept that he's accusing them, right? And that's it, planning to do it, right? And I mean, there's no why else did he accuse them of planning to do it, or the accusation is going across. All not to fight me is going to save it. So we don't even know where this guy is going. No one has any idea. When the Nobel Prizes are handed out December 10th in Stockholm, there will be no representative there from Russia, and there will be no representative there from Belarus. And we already knew that because the Nobel Committee already said we don't want anybody from your two countries to be state right now. But now, also, Iran has been barred from the ceremony because of the unrest also not going to show up? Bob Dylan? Oh, Bob Dylan. And why is that? Because he's not winning a Nobel Prize this year? Because he already won the Nobel Prize. Yeah, I think he may be the only one who would refuse. He refused to go to the ceremony. You know that? Mm-hmm. And he had 1 year. You have a year. It's like a lottery game. You have a year to pick up your Nobel Prize. And he decided, finally, sort of at the last minute, go into the office and basically, like over the counter, like ordering a Taco Bell, okay, I'll take it. And they handed it to him. So he accepted it. Oh, that's true. The Nobel Prize used to not be taxed. Except the United States now taxes it. You know who does the United States taxes and you know who actually always taxes California, I think. Because California's not going to let anything go untaxed. I mean, there's just no chance. Sorry to mention that. I think that's right, by the way. I have to look that up.
Did you know California does not tax you if you win the lottery? Only the feds do?
Yeah,
I just found that out this
Yeah, that's a weird one. How they let that through is, you got me. That's LT the cracks.
All right, medical assistance in dying is called MAID. That's been available in Canada since 2016, but next year it's going to extend to those with mental illness. So B7, Bill C7 as it's called, would allow people who are seeking medical assistance in dying to apply solely on the basis of a mental disorder. Before, you had to have what was defined as a grievous in medical condition, and now they're saying that no, this can be just on a basis of a mental disorder.
Now, I am guessing that if you walk in, someone walks in and says, I want to assist suicide because of whatever reason, mental disability or disorder, the doctors would be this one through. I want to kill myself. Okay. You just saved us some money. Here's your vial. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Says something about the second-class status of mental health issues still, because you might think when they passed the original thing and they said if you have a grievous and irremediable medical condition, that would necessarily include mental health conditions because they're medical. But apparently they're like, oh, I guess they're not medical. We have to specifically include them.
Well, it's not just medical. California, for example, I don't know how close. You want to say,
even physical, because most mental disorders have some component of rewiring.
The California dignity is you have to be diagnosed that you're going to die within 6 months. 2 doctors have to confirm that within 2 weeks apart. You have to physically say, I want to die, which means people with ALS can't do it. I mean, it is brutal. So you only have a couple hundred a year that are dying. How many people out there who have diseases like cancer are going to die when I say, I want to check out now? And it's very difficult to do it.
Is at least the third least interesting thing about the case. The headline is this guy on trial for identity theft is getting a new lawyer because things fell apart with his public defender, and the public defender said, I can't represent him anymore. That's all. Under the identities that were stolen from dead babies.
How often have you seen that in movies?
That's a very moving thing. Also, wait, there's more. Fans of that FX series, The Americans, there's evidence that these two might be Russian spies, because when they searched their home, they found Polaroids of these two wearing jackets that authorities say were authentic, actual Russian KGB uniforms. They found an invisible ink kit. They found documents with code on
the invisible ink. What do they get? Why would spies have jackets, original KGB, what, a high school football team jackets, for the KGB football team? Why would they ever do that? It doesn't make sense they would have pictures of themselves wearing KGB gear if they're Russian spies in the United States, but that's what authorities are doing. Maybe they were just those jackets from Urban Outfitters. Yeah, it looks kind of like the Russians wear.
All right, the family of a landlord in Chicago who was found dismembered in a freezer earlier this month said that their loved one had called the cops many times on this tenant and accused her of murder. The 69-year-old Frances Walker was found in this home, and another tenant has been charged with her murder, and it's Walker's relatives who say that the longtime landlord has called the cops on this woman who's been charged with her murder for many, many times. Records show law enforcement responded to the home 5 times just in October. They say they have rights as a tenant, but if you fear for your safety or issues, the landlord should have rights not only as a landlord, but as somebody else who lives on the property. So just, if in fact the family is right, does the family have a case against the cops for not taking more action, or where do they go with this claim?
I don't think so. I don't know how you sue the cops. We don't know why the police were called. Was it unreasonable and the tenant got so tired of having the cops call on her for no good reason that she snapped and killed the landlord? Or was it also very, very good reason to stay? The makers of a brand of pre-rolled marijuana joints is being sued for false marketing, specifically overstating the amount of THC in their sweet sticky blunts. You know, in California, all those legal cannabis products have to be tested at a lab and have to indicate the THC content, and you're allowed a 10% margin of error. So if you put on the thing 30% THC, as long as it's above 27%, you're fine. They're claiming the actual amount of THC in these joints is half. No, I think it's not at this time. No, I'm sure it's going to be a class action. Oh, good luck getting all those people to fill out the paperwork. Hey, we better get to story 14. Yeah, because Tom Brady, we talked about Tom Brady and Gisele Bundchen officially filing for divorce this morning, and Wayne said there's been another life event for Tom Brady. This is now one, and it's definitely a record that I doubt he wants. However, the guy's been in the NFL for 2 decades, so let's throw him a bone on this one. But the 45-year-old became so back in NFL last night when the Tampa Bay Buccaneers lost to Ravens. Because he's been around the longest. That's right there. So you would expect this to happen. Here's the thing, though. I think that it's not surprising in the numbers considering the length of time that he's been in the league. However, he's Tom Brady, and the Bucs aren't doing so well right now. Maybe, there's all this question about whether or not he should have come back to this season or not. So people who are anti-Tom Brady are cheering this because they're like, hey, look at this. How much of it has to do with the offensive line? All of it? Yeah. I mean, a quarterback cannot exactly guard himself. That's right, but it has happened. Sack number 555. Oh, there you are. That's exciting. All right, coming up, the trial coming this double check the batteries and the flashlights, and we're ready for KFI election night coverage coming with a break.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
It should be okay. I'm Jennifer Jones, Lee, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The husband of Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi has been taken to the hospital after a home invasion of the family's home. ABC's Justin Finch says Paul Pelosi is expected to make a full recovery, according to the Speaker's spokesperson. to you by veteran-owned SeparSolaris.com. Elon Musk is now the head of Twitter. Musk finalized the deal last night following months of disputes between the SpaceX founder and the social media company. Former President Trump has celebrated Musk buying Twitter. He wrote on his Truth Social account, he's very happy that Twitter is now in sane hands and will no longer be run by radical left lunatics who hate our country. Immediately, an ATV recently tipped over when ridden by an 8-year-old. The school in Simi Valley, founded by Kanye West this year, will reopen. Donda Academy's principal announced yesterday there would be no more classes in the school's reopen in 2023. However, TMZ reports an email from parents was sent at midnight and said the school would reopen, quote, with a vengeance. The school's been affected by its founder's recent anti-Semitic comments. The school's basketball team was recently barred from playing in the City of Palms Classic. An ex-middle school social worker in Fullerton's been charged with distributing pornography materials like videos and pictures to them in May. Charming was arrested Tuesday. Charming is scheduled to be arraigned November 10th in the North Justice Center in Fullerton. A real estate developer in Beverly Hills who pleaded guilty to federal charges from a nationwide college admissions cheating scandal has died by suicide in his home in Malibu. The LA County Coroner's Office says the man was found dead Thursday. The man pleaded guilty 3 years ago to federal counts of conspiracy to commit mail fraud and honest services mail fraud. LA City
most clubs are selling liquor without a license. They can overserve people. That can have a very serious impact on jeopardizing public safety. Yours says the clubs are close to homes. Police say unregistered security guards were working at one of the clubs. They say at the same club, cars were obstructing traffic. The owners of both buildings the clubs are in are working to kick the clubs out. Officials say they hope the charges will deter people from starting up illegal nightclubs. With trolls, hey, if I need to.
Critics in Yorba Linda say a ballot measure intended to meet state housing mandates would change the city's character with high-density communities.
We understand housing needs to be built. Homeowner Russ Hines says Measure D allows the city to rezone 19 sites for 1,100 new homes, but several lawsuits have challenged the state housing mandate.
If we rezone now, then there's no chance to ever bring those sites back and unrezone them.
Yorba Linda Planning Manager Nate Farnsworth says there are penalties for non-compliance.
The state has the ability to take over more control.
The Santa Fe Sheriff's Department has submitted its findings in the death of a cinematographer killed on the set of an Alec Baldwin movie. A Santa Fe Sheriff's Office spokesperson said the binders of information were turned over to the Santa Fe-based DA's office. The report did not make any recommendations about possible criminal charges. We'll get a look at your drive on the 101 after sports with Wayne.
The Clippers have lost 2 games to the Oklahoma Thunder this week, first on Tuesday and then last night by a score of 118 to 110. It didn't help that the team is still without Kawhi Leonard and that Paul George only scored 10 points in 31 minutes of court time. The Lakers are at the Minnesota Timberwolves at 5. They're looking to try to get their first win of the season. And the World
Financial report, and right now, let's see, did it come back up yet? So, yeah, I'll find it for you. Let's get your forecast right now. It looks like it's going to be a cloudy start to the day, more sunshine later. Temperatures will be in the 60s, 70s, up to 80s out there, and it looks like that's the forecast for the weekend. Then Sunday and Monday, it looks like temperatures will be a little bit cooler, and then Tuesday and Wednesday, those temperatures are going to drop back into the 60s and 70s, and it looks like we will have some sprinkles coming in on Wednesday. Checking the Dow right now, it's up 628.
Long and winding run. Good morning. Thanks for letting us tag along with you. Happy Friday, too, by the way. We'll get you through this day. We're a little concerned about this. A lot to work, actually, because we were in the LA Bay going and went down, but
The 101 Club at Roundabout was a good kick turn. Terrible crash happened on the westbound side, right around Parkway Calabasas on the uphill side. We just made the quiet a little bit ago. All lanes are open, I can assure you. If you're approaching the 405 right now and headed out to Calabasas, Agora Hills, South Don't Sullivan, the drive is a little slow in the Clear Valley Circle, and then you'll see things are pretty good. Even the eastbound side now, remarkably good shape going over to the 405. We can't do Las Virgenes to Malibu Canyon for me. I have to look at Malibu. It's looking good, really is. If you must leave Malibu, I will advise you not to, but if you have to drive all the way into Palisades, Santa Monica, the drive is pretty good. Also, one other process clearing, if you were looking around the bottom of the hour last time, North 710 to the eastbound 10 Alhambra, there was a crash before
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those round trips that you plan in advance, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? Or those meetings with friends for which you make a group chat 3 months before so that nobody or anything is missing? Or your daughter's first birthday party. You planned it with such dedication that instead of a birthday, it felt like a thesis. The same way you plan each detail for those moments. Start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make. Get started at ready.
In addition to not being able to socialize, there are also therapy and probably a lot of serial killers over the next several years. They also
Marielle serait-elle une rescapée des dérives de l'argent? Finalement, c'est dans la cuisine que l'on la trouve, pour passer sa fortune. Finalement, tout le monde a droit à ses petites pilules à chaque repas, et je fête ce que chacun prend.
Through a surge and roaring back. Flu is off to a fast start, particularly in the south. Now here is where it's
Ça,
counterintuitive.
c'est avant d'aller au lit.
Because we
Ça,
talk
ça
about
sera
this
pour le dîner,
immunity
et ça pour le petit déjeuner.
they're the
Ça,
ones
c'est pour demain matin,
that
et ça
didn't
pour ce
have
soir.
the masks.
Ça, c'est la première chose quand mon mari se lève, et ça quand il se couche. Et voilà pour les filles. Ça, c'est pour le matin et pour le soir.
Fille du producteur Aaron Spelling, connu entre autres pour avoir créé la Grosse Famille, Nasty et bien sûr Beverly, la série culte des années 90.
Vous croyez que votre père peut vous acheter? Il aurait dû vous acheter du talent.
Et oui, Tori devient une star grâce à son papa. Testament à la baie. Il lègue la quasi-totalité de ses 500 millions de dollars à sa femme et enlève 0,7% de sa Tori. Autrement dit, 800 000 dollars. Un véritable drame, c'est vrai. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut bien faire de nos jours avec 800 000 dollars? J'espère. Mais la seule erreur d'Aaron a été d'ajouter une clause dans laquelle il stipule qu'il lèvera tout à son propre compte. Et il ne fallait pas le dire deux fois à Tori, qui épouse un acteur canadien en 2006 et tombe enceinte dans la foulée.
Je crois que j'ai perdu des os.
Oh putain! Son papa n'est plus là pour assister à ce triste spectacle. Il décède un an avant la naissance de Liam Aaron, nommé ainsi en son hommage. Il n'a donc pas connu le fin mot de l'histoire et on a presque envie de dire tant mieux.
Tout devient anodin. Toute ma tournée autour du bébé. C'était une telle joie.
Oui, jusqu'à temps que ton propre fils ne lui en fasse baver autant que ce qu'elle a fait subir à ses parents, et franchement, elle ne l'aura pas volé.
Over the course of the COVID, the pandemic, it's a few hundred relative to the million who have died, adults who have died. So, be prepared. We're going to look at all that. And at some point, we're going to go back to normal. I have a good one. For those of you who are coming up next segment, for those of you that believe UFOs are real, well, the military just came out with its report, the first report, and I think you are going to be pleased to hear what I'm about to say. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm going to be pleased to hear what I'm about to say. This is KF5. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones, please, live in the KF5 24-hour newsroom.
More than 13.8 million Americans in 44 states have cast early ballots ahead of the November 8th midterms. Florida voters have cast the most, but California, Georgia, and Texas all have seen more than 1 million early ballots cast. Pinterest is bucking the recent trend on social media revenues by beating analysts' expectations for the third quarter. Drive to KFI in the sky in just a moment.
The Light Source whole house water filtration that I have in my house, it's the best system I've ever had. I've had this year. But you start with the fact that filters outside your house. So once the water hits inside your house, it is already highly filtered, delicious, obviously very safe.
Harrison and I are both busybodies, and we just get very antsy. And the fact that just because. Because they just wanted us to like sit there and watch.
Because they're paying.
Well, you know, I mean, they're just like, no, the family. It's like, you guys should have it. Yeah, you guys should like spend family time. Yeah.
Proprietary technology called 800
Yeah, they really did. And,
2696.
I mean, I was 21 versus 22, and
Visit lightsource
gotta look at your drive to DKFI in the sky in the 105.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, if you have to drive the westbound 105 from the 605 all the way to LAX, you'll be pleased to hear this report. It's a good one, really. Finally, things settling down a little bit. I think perhaps a little slow getting through Crenshaw Boulevard. That's the 110, but all pretty good report. Eastbound definitely slow going to the okay. And we're going to go back to Alhambra. There was kind of a nasty looking problem. I hope it's clear by now. Eastbound Center on Fremont, so I'll update that for you. Santa Monica Freeway, that's good now too. It's a little slow from Crenshaw. Not too bad. Jeff AFI in the sky.
Boost your immunity. At myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. This report is sponsored by personal injury firm Owens, Patterson & Owens. Owens, Patterson & Owens is your family's law firm. Over 40 years of experience helping thousands of accident victims. Our team won't rest until you've been left after an accident. If you've been injured, call us at 888-OPO-WIN or OPOLaw.com. CLA receives discounts up to $225 on new air conditioners. Shop the CLA Marketplace at LADWP.com today. And smooth out your summer bills by paying $10 every month with LADWP's new Level Pay program. Call 800-DWP to sign up today.
You'll always get super prices, super selection, and a super experience. And regardless of where you lease your Honda, return it to one of our 5 Honda Lease Return Super Center locations for a super up-to-date experience. Plus, every year your lease Honda is backed by our exclusive price protection guarantee. Which states you can find the same new Honda for less than in 5 days. Your lease will get you the difference or buy your vehicle back. Auto Square. Plus, we're now open in Vista. Shop online at yourrate.com.
I think it is 12. It's either 10 or 12.
And the climactic episode is you landing in Beverly Hills.
Yes.
Is it how long is it for?
What it means.
Is it almost 6 weeks or is it a fun 6 weeks?
It was fun. It definitely was long. There's no, because we're in an airstream, there's no unpacking and stuff like that. We could just really connect
everywhere on the
with
iHeartRadio app.
our 2 dogs.
And
And
before we
also,
continue
I was
on,
allowed to see this, but there's a camera
here
guy,
is your
there's a sound
chance
guy,
to win
and
a pretty good chunk
we're
of
in
money.
like the smallest,
Now, your chance to win
smallest space.
$1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Thanks. Attorney for 3 days. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetgames.com.
And then eventually
And
you get
you
this
are
fight
not
because
to
of what we
text
bring
the
on the
keyword.
air.
You have to enter
By
the
then
keyword
you're into your
online
late 60s.
on the website KFIAM640.com/cash. Winners are notified by email, so keep your eye out. Check also your spam or junk folder to see if you've won. Continue listening for your next chance to win, which is every day, Monday through Friday, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So many reports of UFOs, there's so many allegations that the government is lying to us. There really are Martians out there, and they just don't want us to know about it. Which I never quite understood. Why would they keep that a secret from us? Because we would panic? We wouldn't panic. What we would do is have them do a song and dance routine in Dodger Stadium and charge $500 a head and they make a fortune.
Is this class for the dog?
No one's gonna
I
panic.
don't know
But
about that, but
anyway,
I feel like
so
you can.
due to
I've flown business class,
popular
but I
demand,
haven't flown
due
business
to
class with
public
a dog.
pressure,
I know
actually,
maybe I'm dwelling on
the
this too much. And there are
military
certain
went
things that
ahead
like to confuse
and
me, but
opened up
the idea that,
investigations,
you know,
and
you
open
can't bring your
investigations
toenail clippers on
and
board
looked
and
at
you can't be trusted with
UFOs
an actual
and the
fork,
reports
you
of
get a
UFOs.
snore, but you bring in your
And
home
there it is,
you
the
know,
proof
to
positive.
see,
UFOs are out there.
they're talking to
Aliens are amongst us.
who knows?
No. You
Not to the
bring a
pot
medical,
people. They are here.
slip.
The
with
Well,
you saying this dog is certified
here's
to
what
fly.
the government officials
Carry it
are
in a
saying.
purse.
Both
You
military
have
as
to.
well as the CIA, other
You have to carry the
agencies
dog
are saying
purse,
that
or, I mean, some call it
it's
dog carrier.
surveillance
Some
operations by
right.
foreign powers.
Something, yeah.
And,
For
yes,
landing
weather
and takeoff, it
balloons
can be under your seat.
and
And then
other airborne clutter
I mean, the thing about lapdogs,
and
you
optical
put them with their
illusions.
moms, they're just gonna sleep.
Those
Like, so it's not like they're barking or
are
running
the
around
cause
creating
of
issues.
my realistically, the sightings have puzzled the Pentagon and the agencies for a bunch of years. There's all kinds of theories. There's these space aliens. That's one theory. Also within the government, spying by a hostile nation using advanced technology and information over our heads. Area 51, as you know, there is an alien that's frozen that they pulled out of a capsule. It's kind of a small guy, video. There is well, no, not really. And what's happening is the intelligence agencies are about to deliver classified documents to Congress. And that's coming up on Monday, updating a report they published last year that said that still nearly all of the incidents remain unexplained.
Parents is driving. And actually,
We know what they are not.
With messages.
We know what we don't know what they are. Now the on the George Flory show, and George said, "Really? Why don't you tell us all about it?" Martian anal probes. For some reason, Martians like to come down and take you up in their spaceship and then drill you where you don't want to be drilled and do an examination. And next thing you know, you're down in Kansas with really short legs, and you don't quite understand what's going on.
Excuse yourself. If I farted on the plane, I wouldn't turn to the person next to me and be like,
So
excuse me,
we're
I
talking
farted.
about
I would lie or be honest with the bathroom.
military personnel. We're talking about pilots. Also airline pilots. These people with a lot of pollution on a radio frequency. Now, to your point, a lot of this is classified, which means, of course, that the government is hiding something if it's classified. Well, of course it's hiding something. You know, for example, formula or plans for nuclear weapons, okay, the latest, where they're moving them, yeah, that's classified too. All military secrets, pretty well classified. Does that mean the government is hiding them for bad reasons? Now, I'll tell you what is being said, and that is, and this is a fear, and that's fairly legitimate, that you have foreign powers, particularly Chinese, is what they're afraid of, and these actually are surveillance drones. And one thing about drones is really hard to spot. They're really small, they don't show up on radar, they can't be shot down for the most part. I mean, look what's happening in Ukraine, where some still get through, and those are big drones, those suicide drones. So that is one theory that makes a lot of sense. And the other ones are, of course, weather balloons, and weather balloons are the poster children for unexplained stuff that landed there. And you're saying it's weather balloons, government, it is not. It's really, by the way, Area 51 is a very secret area. You know, they do the testing in Area 51 for all the super secret aircraft that are classified. Oops, not letting you know about new design of military aircraft. Aliens. Have you noticed that I'm a little bit skeptical about all this? And I'll tell you now about those optics that you see in the video. In May, the Pentagon discussed those previously released images of green triangles. Alien ships. Well, those actually were drones photographed through night vision lenses. They had that greenish thing. A lot of optical illusions have been explained. When, for example, you see these, and there's one in particular that's going around, you have a spacecraft that is just goes above the water and flies at just tremendous speed and turns on a dime, and there's no technology in the world. Government is saying that photograph video above the water, and as it's moving, it's actually moving at 30 miles an hour, but it looks like it is moving at just prolific speed. Yeah. So, a lot of them are, in fact, difficult to explain. And the government says, you know what, we can't explain it. But here's what the government says. The military experts and certainly people that are looking at this, other than the conspiracy, but the alien conspiracy folks, there is zero evidence that any of these images, statements, witnesses show space alien visitors. It's just that doesn't exist. Those viewers, why do they land on the program on top of our building so that we can interview? I wouldn't do that. I do the first one. Why don't they land? Why haven't we seen someone walk down the street? What, they're afraid of us? The technology that it takes to come here at warp speed from planet Xenon? Is that the Mormons that planet Xenon, or is that from the Scientology?
Are you European?
It's one of the two.
Most people that are uncircumcised are European.
They don't want us to
I hope
see
so,
that.
because I don't understand the Americans that's uncircumcised.
Okay. Yeah.
So you're European.
Enough of that.
So you can't get circumcised.
I love talking
But
about
you're European. I heard you're
George. I have to share with you sometime when I actually sat down with George and go, George, come on, give me the episode. Give me the truth. What's going on? And he told me.
Congress will give 250 families $500 a month for a year as part of a guaranteed income pilot program that could spread around the U.S.
These are single parents that need support. Long Beach Mayor Robert Garcia says single parents from the 90813 zip code can start applying next month. There'll also be additional support like child care and access to broadband and health. He says an independent research team will track the families to determine if the program can spread nationwide. I think these programs are going to have to be part of the future, and income inequality becomes a larger challenge. Funding to match the $2 million the state put up from a COVID relief fund will allow another 200
update on House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's home being broken into. Her husband was violently assaulted in it. It looks like a man came in with a hammer and beat Paul Pelosi. Pelosi is expected to be okay. House Speaker Pelosi was not there at the time. She was in Washington, D.C. But according to the Associated Press, sources saying the intruder who broke into the Pelosi's home shouted, "Where is Nancy?" before assaulting her husband. So again, we're continuing to get more news from the SFPD this morning, and as soon as we get more information on the attack, we'll bring it to you. Bill Cosby has revealed a jury's verdict awarding $500,000 to a woman in Riverside County who claimed to be lawyers after the woman said Cosby, who is now 85 and legally blind, assaulted her in a game room at the Playboy Mansion in the 70s. The Housing Authority in the city of LA has received more than 180,000 applications for Section 8 housing vouchers in the weeks since it reopened. There are only 30,000 spots on the wait list. The housing vouchers give federal money to subsidize rents for low-income tenants. The tenants use the vouchers to pay for an apartment on a private market. Police in Tulsa, Oklahoma say a family of 8, including 2 adults and 6 children, have been killed in a fire. Broken Arrow Police's Ethan Hutchins says the community is devastated.
Hearts go out to the broken
Yesterday's fire was in a residential area of Broken Arrow, about 13 miles southeast of Tulsa. And Hollywood Boulevard has a tiny new home built by a handy homeless man.
The tiny home is essentially a big wooden rectangle. As for what's inside, well, I just have like some doors and another toolbox with a few more tools in it, a TV.
Hugh says he learned how to construct the home largely through YouTube. This business owner says Hugh's setup is the nicest homeless encampment in the area.
He's never been dangerous, and he keeps it clean, so that's all we can really ask for. You know, with weather encampments, it gets real nasty.
Hugh says he's trying to set an example to other homeless people to live cleaner.
People tell me that, I'm an asset to the community because
Moving from the building's driveway on Hollywood Boulevard towards Crowley, KFI News.
We'll get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky and an update on the 10 in just a moment.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years I've had a bunch of HR issues, and I got nailed on. And like most small to medium-sized businesses, I couldn't come close to affording an HR person. But there's an answer here. It's Bambi.com. Bambi, you get an HR person, starting at just $99 per month. I know that sounds too that's where I got killed. People complaining about other employees. Gotta be very careful. All this puts you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager, available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI into the radio drop-down when you sign up. I love the credit. That's B-A-M-B-E-E, Bambi.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. The pattern's a lot like it has been. So great starts to the morning, more sunshine in the afternoon. And it looks like we could have some few showers by Wednesday. Let's get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky and update the 10.
Yeah, so what we were concerned about was the eastbound San Bernardino Freeway, just a little bit east of the 710, the Fremont exit. There was a crash there. It's all gone, so don't you worry about it. As a matter of fact, if you're just starting your drive right now, boy, you're in good shape. Most freeways are. Even the South Hollywood, a little slow about Silver Lake down, but really not too bad. We went to city firework on the Arroyo Seco Parkway. Pretty good driver in San Los Angeles. We're back in the San Fernando Valley right now. I'll tell you what, you're south on the 405, approaching Burbank Boulevard. You're still doing the speed limit. Don't pinch yourself. You're on the 405, and it's okay. A little slow on the uphill side. Once you get to West LA, you'll be just fine. Be careful, please. Jeff Bond, KFI in the sky. This hour of the Bill Handel Show brought to you by Jacoby & Myers. You get hurt in an accident, choose a law firm with experience to win. Choose Jacoby & Myers.
We run our ECU pretty much all summer long. Our electric bills are pretty high.
I'm concerned about all work together to ensure your house is comfortable, protected, and self-sustaining. Save today and prepare for tomorrow with Sempra 360, the all-in-one home energy solution. The savings are better than I expected.
I want the 18.
This was
or visit SemperSolaris.com.
About the illness and serious. So treat yourself. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. That's 833-422-4255. Again, 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. For all your ACP plumbing problems, call NextGen at 833-3NEXT-GEN. 833-3NEXT-GEN. With business time, Ricardo now uses his extra time to focus on growing something big. Buy smarter, dream big. Visit Amazon Business, your partner for smart business time.
Keep the party in here? Invite your friends and slice up the savings at Whole Foods Market. Frozen pizza is 35% off through November 1st while supplies last. Prime members save an extra 10%. Shop in store or online. Terms apply.
This is Jacob and Ron. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
It's Halloween. Remember to throw a banana peel if you get chased by a clown.
AM on AM 640.
Stimulating talk.
Glorious food.
Do you know how to cook, or do you just know how to put trash in the oven and then put it on a plate?
It's Foodie Friday.
Friday, Neo Sabedra, Dracula missed any part of the show. Listen on demand on the iHeart Radio app. Good morning, Neil. Good morning, Bill Handelman. Neil, you know what? I call you Bill Handelman. You always have for some reason. Why did I switch you, Bill?
You were doing a live event somewhere, and the sweetest old lady, she must have been like 118. And she came up and she goes, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I love him so much. I'm his biggest fan." It was rough. That was back when radio was different. That's correct. You could actually kill a person and you'd be okay.
And it was great radio. Okay, Neil, our fourth reporter, heard every Saturday from 2 to 5 p.m. Like tomorrow. And he is at fourth reporter and a quick reminder, Neil tonight, filling in for Tim Conway Jr. from 6 to 10 p.m. And it's always fun because you always get Neil doing food stuff. Neil does a great job also doing January talk. I just said that I have to say that on my contract. It's done. That's where I start. Food a lot, and then Neil and I go out to lunch on a regular basis. He takes pictures of whatever meals inspire him. Of course, I just dive in without a fork. Of course, right into it.
That's actually the picture I'm taking. Of course.
Exactly. All right, so Neil, let's get this. Okay, Halloween coming up. Halloween candy. We're going to talk about that for a moment, but I want to ask you something that I tend to ask you every year, and I have yet to figure out what this is about. It's very metaphysical. I don't understand the creation of the universe. I mean, what are you talking about? I just don't understand that. I don't understand creationism in general, but I'll tell you what I don't understand the most. Candy corn. Candy corn, I do not understand.
You should
Please
make
tell
a
me
cologne line that
why
smells
it
the
exists.
way you do
If you believe in creationism, why God created candy corn?
Some people are actually attracted to that.
Actually,
They love
you know
the
what's funny?
idea.
If you go back
regardless, if you go back to the history of the United States, agriculture was number one. Every all the details actually a fun read. However, it lasted all this time until now. And I think it's sort of like being a Republican now. You do it on the down low and you don't tell anybody. So people, I think a lot of people really enjoy them for the holiday season and then they're done. How far is it or something?
How far so I'll look at her and like she's the only person that can understand what I'm thinking without me even saying anything. And
If I had to guess, it was made by witches. But I'll tell you why. You think that doesn't look good, and then you bite one, you go, that doesn't really taste good, and then you bite another one, and then you keep eating that. But I was told by two listeners about this one actually going to try, because I'm a huge fan of potato bars. That's the little nougat center or something with the peanuts all around it. Someone told me that if you mix salted peanuts with them and see what it tastes like, and I bet you it's not bad.
Can't wait for that. Let's take our break coming up, and let's start talking about Halloween candy. First of all, the price is astronomical. Second of all, which is the most popular on a Friday? Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Reed live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
An elderly woman and toddler in a stroller have been hit while walking in a marked crosswalk in San Jose. Both have non-life-threatening injuries, but police say the car was driving too fast. The days are getting shorter, the nights are getting longer, and the warm heating costs are going up. The Department of Energy expects heating bills to go up about 28% this season as inflation rises. And we are waiting for a news conference from the San Francisco Police Department this morning that will update us on the attack of House Speaker Paul Pelosi. Whoever broke this said there is Nancy news conference. She's expected out of San Francisco at any moment. When it happens, we'll bring it to you live. We're going to look at your drive at BKFI and Sky in just a moment.
If you are listening in on 2015, you've gone, we can back to the car repair, your car may be a lemon. So let me suggest calling the Night Law Group. Once you get rid of your lemon, get your money back. And I'm not just talking about fixing or replacing your car. I'm talking about substantial money on top of that, and you pay nothing out of pocket. Call the Night Law Group for free consultation, 844-43-LEMON, 844-43-LEMON. Visit nightlaw.com, night with a K, nightlaw.com.
Right now, weather from KFI, temperatures will just be in the 70s, and it looks like you will be that way. Report is brought to you by firm Owen Patterson and Owen. Let's take a look at the job at KFI in the Sky, and actually Jay Joseph on the 10.
Westbound before Temple City, this is in El Monte. You've got a crash block in the left lane. Traffic is stopped and go from Santa Anita Avenue. Santa Fe Springs had an earlier stall on the 605 south on Athens Cross, and that's been cleared. The traffic still stopped and go from Washington Boulevard. Crash in Artesia, the 91 west on that Pioneer Boulevard, the right lane and the on-ramp of Rocky stop and go from Valley King Street. And in Garden Grove on the 22 eastbound before Harbor, earlier crash moved to the shoulder to school from Euclid. KFI on the Sky.
This report is sponsored by Vanguard University in Orange County. Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University, rated the top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Visit vanguard.edu to learn more.
Hey everybody, it's Strider inside my KRI Coast podcast studio with
Thrifty. Let you know that was up, buddy. It's an honor to be here. So while I'm here, why don't we just close the commercial? Let's do it. Next question. Can somebody just go to Hamer Toyota right now, get a car, and leave within the same
Cleveland Smith here, founder of Service Champions Plumbing, Heating, and AC. By now, you probably know our technicians are pretty special, but I want you to know our outstanding service doesn't happen on accident. It's no fluke. It's 100% calculated. To the background, follow strict grooming standards, and then they train them in 9 ways to Sunday. So when you open the door to a Service Champions technician, you're going to like what you find. A technician who looks great, is super safe and friendly, and who knows exactly what they're doing. Excellence is no accident. It's on purpose. Let us prove it to you. Call Service Champions today to schedule an $88 precision tune. Our number is 833-777-7777 or at servicechampions.com.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Some people may be mosquito magnets, and it probably has to do with the way they smell.
I get bit all the time.
But they could leak you.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. We were only working together for a year and a half before you laid that sweet meat on me. That's great, man. So Tim Conway Jr. Show. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Weekdays at 6 on KFI. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel and the morning crew, actually Bill Handel and Neil Cerveza, as we end our Friday, as we end our week with Bill every week. Tomorrow is 4 for 4 with Neil from 2 to 5 p.m. His social address is at 4 for Quarter. Tonight, Neil is filling in for Tim Conway Jr. Woo! Yes, that's Friday. Yes, ding dong. But you're talking about the ding dong big picture, you're talking about hostess ding dong. I'm talking about it all. We'll have a lot of fun tonight. We got a bunch of great guests that we're going to be talking to. It'll be spooky themed and tons of fun. Yeah, Gary Clay Rose coming on to talk about
All that clever stuff. This Clay and all the stupid stuff.
Yes, he's also hilarious, genius, and he curates music like nobody else. This is probably one of my most favorite things in radio.
All right. Enough sucking up.
Why don't I get stuck with the Clay? I just like the guy. He's smart.
All right. Halloween candy. A couple things. This year, insanely expensive.
Yes, it's probably up anywhere between 10 and 30%.
That's a lot. Jennifer was just talking about she paid $28 a bag. It's not too bad. You know, what kids in the world are worth
Matt's going to be sick next month. I try to be reasonable about all that stuff. Obviously, nobody's going to be putting it in a bag. And why?
Anytime we hear that,
but you do wonder about those things.
yeah, well, you're talking about like little candy bars that are sealed, etc. I mean,
Big places, a lot of places. Trunk or treat is really popular now. Churches and things have cars, they decorate the cars, and you know where that candy's coming from one single place.
Okay, the most popular candies. Now, does that change year to year, or is there a given that, you know, this in Los Angeles, Southern California, it's this particular candy and it always stays that way and it's different than Peoria?
They do relatively stay the same because there's places that do this. There's a candy outlet that does these studies, and then there are, grocery stores or companies that do these things. I don't know how accurate they are, but there's often we just need to look through and see what everybody's into. I'm always surprised, like Louisiana is lemonheads. I mean, lemonheads are great, but they're not something I'm going to eat all the time. Kentucky is Reese's peanut butter cups. You've got Kansas with M&M. My list of what I think should be. So these are slightly modified, like Alabama, Hershey's, Kisses, my sister. Okay, that's fairly sweet. Okay, how about California? Reese's pieces of human feces on the sidewalk. That's good. How about Texas? Baby Ruth fell down the well. Oh, very strong. Okay. There's Florida. There's more. Wait, there's more. My dad used to say, I got a million of them. Florida. Three Musketeers.
There's some like
You
hot
can
guy
try them
names,
from our
like
cold
Colton.
visit. These don't really change, but they never do purchase in an area as the favorite. It can be cheap in Illinois. They go, we're not going to spend money for chocolate and give kids Sour Patch Kids. Yeah, the history of candy bars. I mean, I've looked at that. I find that fascinating because, I mean, a lot of candy bars started in the 20s during the Depression. A lot of people don't know that candy bars were great in the Depression because people didn't have the money, and for a nickel, you could splurge. Our emotional fears, like you said, there isn't something chemical when you start to treat yourself with things, right? During the Depression, movies, went up. Things that candy, there was things that made you feel good. People were looking for a little bit of joy during a deep, dark time. And I think that's why these things came to fruition and really exploded. Just a little bit, like you said, for a nickel, you'll do something, and it ties into serotonin, and all of a sudden, I'm running around here. I think over the during the Depression, it is quite that was the first. Okay, we're going to look at So when's the last time a candy bar came out and made it? The last modern candy bar I can think of is the Reggie bar after Reggie Jackson, where he went crazy during the World Series and came out with a candy bar, and I don't think that did very well. But your traditional candy bars are all 180, 100 years old. I don't know, like things like what you call it, I think that was probably a little newer, and there's things that come and go. You remember the Marathon bar? No, it was like the size of a book. Well, it was long. Yeah, it was like a book bar, except it was massive, right? Because it was that was after Mars, who basically created M&M's and a whole bunch of candies. Yeah, the Mars brothers, M&M. Was it Mars or was it Murphy? And I'm trying to remember. No, it was, they had a partner. It was Mars and it might have been Murphy, Mars and Murphy or whatever, and they made M&M. We're done on Friday, so you're done. Now I'll be working tonight. Okay, the court report, tomorrow from 2 to 5 p.m. Tomorrow morning I'm here with Hamill on the law at 8 o'clock. And Nick Shannon. So we still have a big weekend to go. We start again on Monday. 5 o'clock. Morning.
with Paul, Jennifer, and then the rest of us are here from 6 to 10. You're going to enjoy Mo. And I know she's all around. I think she is. She'll be coming in just a second. Handle the morning crew. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Home invasion. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Paul Pelosi, husband of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, been violently attacked by someone who broke into their home in San Francisco. Nancy Pelosi's spokesperson says one person is in custody and her husband is in the hospital where he's expected to make a full recovery. Nancy Pelosi was not in San Francisco at the time. The Associated Press says the attacker specifically targeted the home and asked, "Where is Nancy?" We are waiting a news conference about this that will bring us to you live when it begins. News brought to you by Water Heaters Only.
Sorry, with Pulse. Democratic State Senator Josh Newman says North OC has worked on this collaboration for years. We are making progress without having to arrest our way out of it. That is indeed a change of mindset. He says the center also uses data to track which services work and don't work for which people over time. In Fullerton, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
LA City Council members could be in for another bumpy ride today.
Today's meeting is the first since loud protesters racked the Legion Council chamber. The protesters chanted that they wouldn't be back if they exited Wednesday. City Council President Paul Florian has stated that protesters won't stop the council from doing its work. The council is set to vote today on creating a new commission on government reform.
Responded yesterday to reports that the lion was seen in the street. The lion was believed to have been hit with at least one tranquilizer dart. A few hours later, he managed to run away, but then passed out in our yard, climbed a tree near the Brentwood Country Club. The lion again was caught in someone's backyard and will be released into the Angeles National Forest. Mortgage rates in the U.S. are going up. ABC's Alexis Christopoulos says buying a house is now even more out of reach for people, including first-time homebuyers. We see here the average rate on a 30-year mortgage at 7.08% this week. So in real terms, that means if you took out a mortgage for $300,000 at the beginning of the year, your monthly payment would have been $100. Mortgage buyer Freddie Mac says last time this year, or this time last year, rate on a 30-year mortgage averaged just 3.14%. Rock and roll icon Jerry Lee Lewis has died. The Great Falls of Fire singer died in Memphis. TMZ had reported on Wednesday that Lewis had died, but that had to be retracted after his family came out saying he's still alive. Lewis rose to fame in 1957 with his first hit, Whole Lot of Shaking Going On. Last week he was inducted into the tonight it blows in the 60s, then sunny and a few degrees warmer through the weekend. Mid-70s at the beaches, around 80 for Metro LA and Inland OC, low to mid-80s for the valleys and Inland Empire. KFI market report, the Dow up 707 points, the Nasdaq up 240, S&P 500 up 75. The average price for gas in California, $5.62 for regular unleaded. Got a crash in Linwood on the 105.
It's westbound before Long Beach Boulevard. This crash is blocking the carpool lane. Traffic is stopped to go from the 710 freeway. Pioneer, this blocks the right lane as well as the on-ramp. You're still there from Artesia Boulevard. El Monte, the 10 westbound before Temple 6 Boulevard. Traffic is shoulder as you go from Santa Anita. And accident in Garden Grove to 22 eastbound before Harbor Boulevard. Everything off to the right shoulder brings around the bridge from Euclid Street. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pete Joseph.
Season 4 of the Pike and Massacre podcast. The investigation into one of Ohio's worst crimes continues. Join Hiking Massacre on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. It's time to represent your neighborhood. How to be a voter. When you vote, you get to decide what's best for you, your neighborhood, and your family. Use your power. Don't give it away. You don't have to wait to make your voice heard. Make a plan to vote today. Visit plan.vote.gov. Industry and your options for cancellation. Jesse Dowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, is the largest timeshare company in federal court, and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now to get the timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. It's the Rick Swanson hit of You Good Thing, October 28th through November 28th. Tickets at LaLaLaTheater.com. American Vision Windows. So as the war between Gary and Shannon continues, heroes and villains become harder to define. Gary and Shannon separated at birth, fighting for their place in time. Optics faster and fast a long time on the mind. This Babylon. But see, the end is only the end. The beginning of the calm. The full storm. KFI AM 640 is the Gary and Shannon Show. I'm going to fill you in for Gary and Shannon. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And some of the big stories that late Thursday night, Friday morning. More and more information is coming out where, and it's being widely reported at this point, so I feel comfortable in saying that the suspect allegedly shouted, "Where is Nancy?" before the assault began. That's one story we're following. There's a news conference which should be starting shortly, which we will bring to you live. Also, legendary rocker Gary Lee Lewis, you know, the singer of Great Balls of Fire, he has officially passed away at the age of 87. There was some confusion yesterday when TMZ broke the story whether he or Twitter, and immediately started cleaning house. In fact, 3 of the executives who were fired yesterday will cost Elon Musk upwards of $200 million in severance. So those are some of the top stories. And I remember when I was driving in a few hours ago, and the Nancy Pelosi / Paul Pelosi story was breaking.
Here's my whole point.
It's not just what is revealed in news reports. I was bouncing around, listening to all sorts of sources, because if you listen to ABC News, I'm in my car, so I can only listen to ABC News or ABC News or Fox. Stories like this, which are breaking news, I'm listening for 2 things. One, what they actually tell you, and 2, what they don't tell you. In other words, what is revealed and what is not revealed. And I was specifically looking for the story most likely to be for. And I was specifically listening for and the detail of the Paul Pelosi attack, whether there was evidence of a robbery. That's what I was listening for. That's what I was hoping for. And when I say hoping for, the story began on marriage. We heard, especially if you're listening to KFI, that the Pelosi house was specifically targeted. We didn't speak to motivation, but it wasn't an accident that incident happened at that house on that occasion. That's what targeting.
Everyone wants you to
But as to
believe that
motivation,
we do these strange,
more
bizarre
and more
behaviors,
information is
and then
coming out
everything else is
where
perfect, and then
it
as soon as you
seems,
scratch beneath
and
the
I say
surface,
seems, it has not been confirmed because
the first
this
coat
is
of paint
according
and
to sources
everything
and
is just
different news
afterkeep, right?
agencies
right now, period, because you don't have a clear head. And I'm obviously you're not on heroin anymore, but you are on methadone. Your head's not clear, and you're just incapable of making any decisions whatsoever. I guarantee you, if you were clean, you probably would not think it's as okay as you do right now. But everything is just so clouded for you that you probably don't see what's going on. But it's not a good thing.
The assailant came through a sliding glass door, and we don't know if the noise being made possibly by the hammer was what alerted Paul Pelosi, or was he caught completely unaware? We're told that his injuries
I
are
feel like methadone is
significant
so 80s.
and
Like
that he
now
was
there's
violent
so
these
many
attacks.
different ways to get.
Imbalanced individual who's just off their rocker. It could be that, or it could be something else. Now, this is what CNN is reporting. I can't confirm this. I'm just saying this is what CNN has reported in the past 5 years. That the alleged assailant tried to actually tie up Paul Pelosi. In other words, there was a plan to all this. And also said, again, this is only CNN's reporting. I can't speak to any other reporting. Said allegedly that, quote, we are waiting for people involved, or whether it was just we, it was just ratings and ratchets to suggest that more people were involved. But we'll get more of that information. We're waiting right now. I'm looking at both CNN and Fox News. Fox News has a shot of the podium in San Francisco where or maybe it didn't come to mind. I suspect it might have come to mind. When I think about violence against a political figure, not politically motivated violence, I'm just saying violence which happens to a prominent political figure and or their family members. In San Francisco, I can't help but go back to some 40 plus years ago in 1978 with the assassination of Harvey Milk and Mayor Moscone in San Francisco. And when I came in, I said, David, who's running the board today, and David may not, David's not old enough to have remembered that, but it reminded me of that moment. Not that anyone has died or necessarily will die, but when you talk about violence connected to politics on any level in the city of San Francisco, ran down the hall and fired 3 shots at Milk, killing him. Milk had opposed the reappointment of White. In the total confusion after the shooting, the president of the Board of Supervisors, Dianne Feinstein, spoke.
Both Mayor Moscone and Supervisor Harvey Milk have been shot and killed.
Today, the man in the suit, Harvey Milk, most unorthodox politician, homosexual, selected not to fight of it, but because of it, in a district that is largely homosexual. As a member of the Board of Supervisors, Harvey Milk champions homosexual rights. The one supervisor who consistently voted against homosexual rights and who voted against gay rights parade this year was former supervisor Dan White. Dan White, the man now held on suspicion of murdering the mayor who was not given his job back, and the homosexual colleague with whom he assaulted. Paul Pelosi, the husband, Speaker Nancy Pelosi will have that for you when it begins. AFI AM 640, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Los Ellis with Gary and Shannon. Now to the 24-hour AFI news.
And as Mo just mentioned, we are awaiting news coverage. Egypt just getting an update on the attack on Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband. The attacker reportedly shouted, "Where is Nancy?" before assaulting Pelosi. Conversation about redistricting and another councilman's gun. Tom Brady and Gisele Bundchen have officially filed for divorce. They posted about it on Instagram, saying they arrived at the decision amicably and with gratitude for the time they spent together. They've been married 13 years. We're going to go back to a crash on 105 in Linwood. The first, I must tell you, this report has been brought to you by Road Zero.
Westbound before Long Beach Boulevard, you've got a crash blocking the carpool lane. Traffic is slow from the 710 freeway. In El Monte, the 10 westbound before Temple City Boulevard. Crash there is off to the shoulder, but you're slow from Santa Anita Avenue. In Garden Grove, you've got an accident at 22 eastbound before Harbor. That's slow for the shoulder as well. Traffic slow from Street. And in Burley, traffic is slow from Gibson. KFI, the Shy helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. Goal Zero, the leader in affordable home backup systems and solar generators. During the blackout, they can power your fridge, freezer, lights, Wi-Fi, TV, and more with clean power. Learn more at GoalZero.com.
This report is sponsored by Personal Injury Firm and Patterson & Owens. I'm Patterson & Owens. It's your family's law firm. Over 40 years in the field, helping thousands of accident victims. Our team won't rest until you rest after an accident. If you've been injured, call us at 888-OPO-WIN or OPOLaw.com. Fill with American Queen Voyages, where history comes alive and discovery rests. Enriching adventures away in North America's mighty rivers, Great Lakes, oceans, and expeditions to the wilds of Alaska. Visit America.
If you're living with decayed, missing, or loose crooked teeth, you don't have to. Dental implants can literally change your life. Dr. Sarkani and his team of specialists at LA Dentist Group have treated thousands of people. My dentist and my daughter's dentist. And if you've already had implants or complications from another dentist, Dr. Sarkani can fix those problems too. Smile again, improve you've missed. Now pound 250 on your cell phone and say dentist. That's pound 250 on your cell and say dentist. Schedule a free exam which includes x-rays and a CT scan. Some restrictions apply. Go to LADentistGroup.com. LADentistGroup.com. Pound 250 on your cell and just say dentist.
It's one thing to maintain your business and another to grow it. That's what we say. If you're listening to me wondering what else you can try, you're not alone. The conversation that we're having right now, you and me, that's the kind of trusted conversation we and iHeart can help you have with your future customers. And as America's #1 audio company across radio, podcasting, digital radio, and social, your next customers are listening to us. See how we can help you grow your business at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Guard dogs for your plumbing. Zach, are you talking about Sadie's Guard Dog Protection? Yes, available exclusively from the Zach Nest for just $14.95 a month. Sing your song, Zach Master. When your home has Sadie's Guard Dog Protection, now we'll send out a plumber with a 30-foot driving case.
Join Gary and Shannon for news and brews this Thursday at BJ's Restaurant and Farmhouse in Burbank from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Enjoy BJ's Thursdays slow roasted specials, $6 tall drinks. BJ's is located on the 5 freeway in Burbank.
This is my concern. I don't need a theater which can pay millions of dollars to make it right, and they're not taking care of it.
Here's your answer. You don't go to the theater anymore.
You're not about the rest of the people who just can't exercise.
Why do you care?
I care.
If you're injured, need a lawyer, go to AndrewOnTheLawn.com.
AM640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Some top stories this hour. We are, of course, watching and waiting for the forthcoming press conference in San Francisco regarding the attack on Paul Pelosi, the husband of Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and we will carry that live. Also, the death of Jerry Lee Lewis has been confirmed. The singer of Great Balls of Fire, who died today, officially. So right now, here's your chance to win $1,000. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, cash. That's cash, C-A-S-H. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're not in an accident, what is it? Call the phone call, you're going to have to go to KFIAM640.com/cash and input the keyword. That is your way to win $1,000. We call it the inflation bonus. So just listen to KFIAM640 all day between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. for your chance to win $1,000. If you want to hit me on Twitter, hit me on Twitter at Mr. Mokelly, MrMokelley. And on the way in, I was having a conversation also with my wife, and she was wondering what type of security detail a member of Congress to have a Secret Service detail on the House. Usually Secret Service, maybe she might have local police, but Secret Service details usually for just the person and would follow Speaker Pelosi around whether she's in Washington or elsewhere. So it seems conceivable to me that the House itself was not under close surveillance. That is, prior to now. Now, going forward, it's a foregone conclusion that there will be tighter security around the physical location of the House. I haven't seen the House yet. Said, where's Nancy? And this is just according to CNN, allegedly tried to tie up Paul Pelosi and said when the police arrived, he said, we are waiting for Nancy. So according to CNN, that was said to the police directly, not necessarily to Paul Pelosi during the attack. Allegedly, the assailant had a hammer of some sort and it was a violent attack. We don't know the extent Pelosi's office specifically.
And Mo, they are saying that Pelosi has 82 separate blunt force trauma to his head and his body. Now, this is people, we're talking AT, but not saying who they are. And he's been treated for bruising, severe swelling, and other injuries.
It doesn't take much to die from a hammer to the head. It really does not. And when you say significant injuries and blunt force trauma to the head, but we will learn more. We're watching multiple feeds of the press briefing room in San Francisco. It's supposed to be a briefing moment now. We've been waiting for the better part of 20 minutes.
Originally, it was going to be like at 9:30, and they're supposed to get back. So all the reporters are waiting. Everyone's waiting. So I'm sure they're just trying to get as much information together as you know the reporters are going to
So that's what we're waiting for. We'll get more information, and when we take the press conference, we will definitely take the reporters' questions because that will highlight information that we didn't necessarily know prior to this moment. And in the last break, I was talking about, for me, and I can only speak for me, I can't speak for you. For me, when I hear about violence, either directly or indirectly connected to a political official, and it even may be connected to a political motive. We don't know that. I wanted to said,
necessarily know why he was there. But whenever you have this spectrum of political violence, let me put it that way, I can't help but think of George Moscone and Harvey Milk in San Francisco. And you think of Dianne Feinstein. Feinstein, how Senator now, but that was the beginning of her real political career. She was president of the Board of Supervisors in San Francisco at that time. But because of that assassination, she went on to become mayor of San Francisco, and that catapulted her political career from that time. So there are some connections here as far as the history and the present. And if you're just tuning in, we're talking about the attack on Paul Pelosi, the husband of Speaker Nancy Pelosi. And there is a press conference in which we're waiting to bring to you live. It should start at any moment. As Amy King said, originally supposed to start last hour, and then it's been pushed back to wanted to make sure they have as complete information as possible without in any way, I would say, hurting the investigation, which is going to be going on. Because we know that there's one assailant, but we don't know if there's only one person involved. We don't necessarily know the motivation, and I don't even know that since this is a joint investigation where you have San Francisco PD, you also have the FBI and the Capitol Police all working together on this investigation, we may not get questions, and we may only get one or two answers. We don't even necessarily know the name of the alleged attacker. We don't necessarily know if there's any connection between the alleged attacker and the Pelosi family, either politically or personally. But evidently, from what we know from published reports and also news reports, Paul Pelosi, and specifically at where Nancy was prior to doing his attack on Paul Pelosi with a hammer. And I'm not sure, Amy, were you told or have you seen or read the type of hammer? Was it just a typical hammer or something else?
That's all I'm saying. You got to take it.
Okay, Amy's looking that up for us right now.
I'm sorry, they're just giving a 2-minute warning. What did you just say?
I was just asking if you knew anything about the hammer specifically, but if they're giving us a 2-minute warning, let's go to break now, and then by the time we get back, we can have the press conference in San Francisco regarding Paul Pelosi's attack. This is the Gary Bennett Show, I'm Kelly. KFI 645 everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now to the KFI 24-hour news now from ABC.
And of course, we will bring you that press conference. Here the back of an event in Playa Vista yesterday that echoed a familiar Sanders theme about the gap between haves and have-nots in America. We asked the crowd how many homes could have been built with the $90 million their opponent Rick Rubio had spent on his campaign. News brought to you by my son, Meredith Plummer. A judge has reversed his decision to not allow a winter shelter in Santa Ana, but a new problem has come up. The challenge is a location and an operator.
Elder law lawyer Brooke White says the county had a deal and location with Salvation Army, but Santa Ana has promised to sue, claiming the city shouldn't have to host all of the homeless shelters while South County does nothing.
While all cities agree that Las Vegas, no city wants to be the host.
If you get the
It's been a
woman,
decade since Orange County had no winter shelter. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
More people traveled through LAX this year than last year. And welcome more than 40 million travelers this year through September. The airport's Victoria Chilabati says that 33 million passengers passed through the airport this time last year. She said the airport welcomed more than 5.5 million passengers in September, up 4.4 million in September of 2021. And now we're going to go to San Francisco to get an update on the attack on Paul Pelosi.
the heavens
In just a few minutes, Chief William Scott, District Attorney Chris Jenkins, will be providing an update on the incident with Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Ladies and gentlemen, Chief William Scott, District Attorney Chris Jenkins.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Better just to say, look, never had
San Francisco Police Department. At approximately 2:27 this morning, San Francisco police officers were dispatched to the residence of Speaker Nancy Pelosi regarding an A-priority well-being check. When the officers arrived on scene, they encountered an adult male and Mr. Pelosi's husband, Paul. Our officers observed Ms. Pelosi and a suspect both holding a hammer. The suspect pulled the hammer away from Ms. Pelosi and violently assaulted Mr. Pelosi and Mr. DePapi were transported to a local hospital for treatment. This is an active investigation currently being led by the San Francisco Police Department Special Investigations Division. We are working closely with our partners from the FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the U.S. Capitol Police, and our district attorney here in San Francisco County, DA Bill Cooper, and her team. The motive for this attack is still being determined. Mr. DePapi will be booked at San Francisco County Jail. Before I go any further, I'd like to thank the responding officers for their swift action this morning. Those San Francisco police officers are Officer Colby Rose, Officer Kyle Cagney, and Sergeant Edmund Lang. I'd also like to thank our emergency dispatcher Heather Grimes, who's standing here to my left, for a really amazing job. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our district attorney, Brooke Jenkins, for a few brief comments. And I need to say in advance, this is what we know at this time. We will update you further, but we will not be able to take any questions after this statement.
Thank you, Chief Scott, and I do want to commend the San Francisco Police Department for their immediate response to this home and for proceed with the appropriate charges as things unfold, as well as work with the U.S. Attorney's Office and our federal partners. Thank you.
And he said that that's never happened to him before.
Right. Thank you all for being here. I know you may have.
Because as a guy, you
Well,
really want to make excuses. Like, your first impulse is to be like, oh,
That's it for right now. We're not going to take any questions. Thank you. Our office will be issuing very soon. Okay, we will continue to follow this as you heard.
Well, before that,
A lot of information. At 2:27 a.m. during the call came in. It wasn't clear whether it was like an automated response from the Pelosi residence or from a call.
It was, didn't you say it was a web feed news style?
Yeah.
Not in the moment.
It was odd, but there's a reason why it was worded that way, and I can only speculate.
having sex with you with
But the police
and pulled it
didn't
out.
seemingly go there expecting an ongoing
You know what's
confrontation.
weird is guys
When the police arrived, as Chief Bill Scott
also,
said,
the condom is
they
weird. Like
witnessed
once it's
Paul
like a
Pelosi
tampon, it's like pull the
and
tampon
the
out,
eventual
put it back in
apprehended
again. So
suspect,
it's not. It's
42-year-old
weird to pull
David
it out with the
DePapi,
condom
both
on,
holding on to a
move around a
hammer.
little, and then
He hadn't been attacked before. Maybe they were arguing or something, just like maybe they had been arguing after he got into the house or something. And then,
also he's a guy.
like, whose hammer was it?
Right.
Was it Pelosi's hammer or was it the guy's hammer?
I don't know, but I'm just thinking, since the person entered through a sliding glass door, my leap
You know what I'm
is
saying?
that
Like,
the
think about a
hammer was
guy who
used
sort of
to
freaked
break
out
the
about
glass.
what his roommate might hear, and
That's what I'm thinking.
Sure, as a
I
man,
don't think the door was just left open.
blocked out everything.
Sometimes it is.
What?
Right.
Crew's like,
Look
look,
out
you know
for
my
it.
shark
Yeah.
tanks
They
and
put it,
dive
and the other thing was that he went, hey, I'm going to grab a hammer.
Right.
In case somebody got in.
Right. Which is reasonable as well.
Yes.
Because if you
So
hear
you're thinking,
glass
well,
shattering,
yeah.
I could foresee a scenario where
Only while
he
he was
hits
banging his dick.
an alarm or panic button, which brings the police.
Candy Striper.
and then he finds the would-be attacker in his house or right in the doorway of that glass doorway, and then that struggle ensues. Police arrive on scene, and then it escalates from there. But we do know. We did not give any indication that there was a physical confrontation prior to their arrival. It may have been, but it wasn't suggested, it wasn't said. And then after that, they had the district attorney for Jenkins who came up and gave a very curt statement. And as I said, even before the press conference, it wasn't likely that they were going to give us a lot of information because it's an ongoing investigation requiring the assistance of multiple departments of the San Francisco PD, the Capitol Police, and also the FBI. Now, I'm just letting you know what CNN posted a number of conspiracy theories which are political in nature. That has not been confirmed, and that is what CNN is reporting. That has not been reported on Fox News at this point. But the 42-year-old male suspect, David DePepe is his name. I'm not sure of the spelling of his last name. I don't know if he said DePepe or DePepe. But he is in custody. There has been no direct link, at least expressed explicitly, between the Pelosi family and this individual. There was no indication given whether Paul Pelosi knew this individual on any level. But we do know the suspect and Paul Pelosi were both taken to the hospital. I don't know the nature of the suspect's injuries or how he was injured, if it was just in that melee or fight over the hammer.
There's just so many questions. There's so many, like, you play out scenarios. Like we were talking about, like, how did he shower the back window? How did he get into the area at all? Because Nancy Pelosi has a pretty fortified home, right?
I would believe that, and also a part of that fortification would have been cameras and local law enforcement to have a presence around Speaker Pelosi's house. One, because of Speaker Pelosi. Two, the environment needs to be lit up today. It just means these are just questions that eventually will be answered. But I suspect that probably if the suspect entered into the house, either tripped the alarm, we have to assume that there had to be some sort of alarm system.
Let me say this. I'm not sure if they call it a welfare check.
They said welfare something.
Right. So I got maybe this theory. He has a life alert on him. Oh, no. I mean, I thought the same thing. Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Because the welfare check seems like someone could be in medical distress.
Exactly.
Not necessarily is under threat of attack or, you know, that there's an intruder in the house, which would be different. Yeah, if he had something like a life alert where you just push a button, that's a distinct possibility.
Or did a neighbor hear something? You know, can you go check and see if there's anything else?
Right, that could be it as well. And law enforcement, they were very particular in terms of withholding that information. I'm sure. As to the individual, probably the individual connections and motivations, everyone is already calling his social media to come up with their own theory. We're just reporting that there is no official motive at this point. Law enforcement, specifically San Francisco PD, made it very clear that they have not made any decision on any motive, and is still being investigated. All we can give you is what news agencies are reporting as to what was allegedly said in front of police. We also learned that we're here for answers. Which take place in front of
of law enforcement.
And again, how long were they together before police got there? And how did police get in?
And somehow it seems like
And to
small
your
Because no one went and opened the front door for
Yeah,
him.
because
well, not only that, this is a welfare check of some sort, as opposed to a 911 call.
Yeah.
There's a different degree of urgency. You're just going to see if Mr. Pelosi, the 82-year-old man, is okay, as opposed to I hear a confrontation. There might be a fight going on at the Pelosi residence. That's probably a different response. So we don't necessarily as far as what police expected to find when they happened upon the house. Because at no point, it wasn't suggested that police thought that they were approaching a confrontation. When they got there, they found the assailant and Paul Pelosi both holding on to a hammer at the same time. And the suspect, according to the chief of police, wrestled the hammer away from Pelosi, and that's what
And while there's a lot that we don't know, we do know that the suspect is being booked on attempted homicide charges, burglary charges, several other charges, including elder abuse.
this is really, as they say, just the beginning of the story. There's a lot which is going to be unveiled probably over the course of the next few days. I don't know how much more we'll get today. They didn't say when the next update would be, which says there may not be another official update. There's another press conference, of course, we'll bring that to you. This is the Gary and Shannon Show on Mo Kelly. Yeah, the Gary and Shannon, KFI 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now, let's get to the KFI 24-hour newsroom in ABC.
As you just heard Mo talking about San Francisco PD says when they arrived at Speaker Nancy Pelosi's home, Paul Pelosi and a man who got into the home were both holding a hammer. The 42-year-old apparently then wrestled it away and started attacking Pelosi in front of police. Tackled him, took him into custody. Both he and Paul Pelosi have been taken to the hospital. A statement from after Russian attacks that triggered blackouts across Ukraine. The leader gave his daily address last night standing outside in the dark beside the wreckage of a military drone, calling that Russian attacks on power plants will not break Ukrainian spirit. And a mountain lion is captured after running over a neighborhood in Brentwood. The Department of Fish and Wildlife tranquilized the attack yesterday afternoon. It'll be released. We're going to have sunny skies this afternoon with highs in the 70s to near 80, warming into the mid-70s to mid-80s through the weekend.
Southbound off of Alvarado Street, got that crash off to the right shoulder. Traffic is stopping you from Normandy. Crash to Chico Rivera, 605 southbound at Washington Boulevard. That's off to the right shoulder as well. Freedom goes up to 60 from on the freeway. Stall in Eaton Street, 605 southbound before Tech Road. That blocks the left lane, watching the stone as you approach. It's a diamond bar, CHP running a break on the 57 southbound before Pathfinder Road. The 3 lanes, it's actually in the center divider now, but you're stopping going from the 60. KFI, the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Pearson.
Yeah, I think the reason they did that is because it's the first one was for sort of introduction where they show us the family and they didn't really get into us working. And then the second episode was kind of us getting down and dirty and
over 40 years of experience helping thousands of veterans. Our team won't rest until you rest after an accident. Visit insurance. Call us at 888-OPO win or
I would say
OPOLife.com.
that it got brought to my attention around November and December, and
Even the
when we
all-electric
did it
affordable
in
23-volt
May.
EVs with incredible range are at CarlChevrolet.com. Find new roads at Carl Chevrolet, the Orange County original since 1964. California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage plan, you get more from your Medicare dollars. Now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefit features and your devices vary by plan area. Limitations and exclusions apply. If you bought or leased a vehicle after 2015,
What's the population of Elvis, Kansas?
I think it's what
Because your dad's Lionel Richie, is you friends with the Hiltons or something?
yeah, our parents are friends, and they sent us to the same nursery school when we were 3, and just because our parents are in the same social circle, so they sent us the same piano teacher and tennis instructor.
I would pick my dad right now. My dad had one goddamn friend, his name was Vince, and for my birthday, every year I would get a card with a nickel in it for each year I was. I was like, $9 nickels, that's
And she said, my 6-year-old has the same shirt. It's not a comedy club, it's a
he got
fast
an
food
apartment
place.
buildings in Lincoln.
Okay, so now we're here.
Millions of the whole thing.
Now we're here.
Michael
Now it's
Jackson,
official.
Godfather.
Now it's
I
happening.
was gonna,
KFIA
the
640,
question
we're
that
live everywhere
arises
on the
like, well, has
iHeartRadio
this
app.
changed you?
Gary
But
Jen and
for
Shell
what?
will tell you.
You know what I mean? And your
Now it's
reality is
official.
different than
Twitter.
someone else's reality. And
Well, let me
most
put it this way.
Well, most
Elon
people,
Musk
but
is now the
you
Twitter
can almost
king.
say that about
It's
almost
official.
anybody,
It's his
depending on
baby.
how they
He
grew
is
up.
the ruler of all
Everyone's
user base
circumstances are a
when
little
it
bit
comes
different.
to
Yeah,
Twitter. But you don't really want the car because you don't want the
Spoken
pain.
about
You
it,
don't want
nothing like
necessarily
formal,
a
but I have
financial
heard talks
responsibility.
and stuff with people
As
that
an outsider looking
And
in,
how do you
that
stay in
is
touch
what
with
I
Paris?
thought
Did you
was
guys
going
get into
on
it?
in the
I mean,
mind
it's
of
tough to
Elon
be with
Musk.
somebody that you're
But what
everyone asks me
reinforced
that.
was the
Everyone asks me
subsequent
that, but if you
fight
think about
over
it, it
the
really
price
doesn't make
of
sense for us to
Twitter,
fight because at
whether
times
Elon
it
Musk
was
would
kind of
buy it
us
for the
and it was
originally
them,
agreed
and
upon
they
price
didn't
of
understand why
$44
we
million.
we always wanted to go out,
And
we
how
always wanted to do
Elon
something, and they
Musk
have downtime,
was
and
seemingly
their downtime,
searching
and they
for
just sit there.
reasons to not buy.
to show Fox a hold down for it, where I joined the same family, but we don't do anything.
And then make it more
They're like, we're going to
affordable or
stay in
more
tonight. I'm like,
attractive.
fine.
Because let's
I
be
don't
real.
get that. To do what?
You
Watch
don't
TiVo.
really make
They don't.
money
We can watch
off
TV
a
there
social
because
media
that's
platform
not good TV to watch
unless
us
you
watch
can
TV.
place
That's
ads
what I'm saying. Like we
everywhere.
literally had to.
I don't know. Drew, don't they got these square things with words in it?
They're all on and off.
That's not good TV either to watch us read books.
So you went out, did you do anything for test or anything? Did you have to
I protested a cow, and
pregnancy test?
yeah, you like Paris didn't do it. She would not do it, but I stuck this latex glove up to my elbow, and they put like a little baby oil on me, and I was like, no, let the cow have something. So I poured the whole bottle of baby oil on, shoved my hand up the cow's ass, and the thing is though, is that it's so gross because he doesn't want you in there, so he's like pushing, and I was like, I didn't want to be in there.
Pushing like through the
$44 billion.
checking for pregnancy?
Making $13 billion of his own money, and he has other investors that he cobbled together to pay that. So there are a number of people, if you will,
For some reason, you can feel everything
not
through the
only
ass.
does that diminish
See, I've
the
always said
user
that.
experience, because no one wants
I
to
said
see
you think,
ads
they
every
say
third
the
or fourth
eyes are
week.
the window to the
Nobody
soul.
does. And not only does that push
The rectum
potential users in what they call
is the
unique
fist and the
users
rectum.
away,
That's how you can
it makes
really
it
separate the
difficult
wheat
to
from the
grow
chaff.
They love
the
it.
unique
The cow
user base.
down.
You should
More
try it.
people using
Oh, no,
Twitter, not fewer.
It's cool.
And then we got to have the
Really?
conversation about the
How
proposed
come the cow
First
liked
Amendment
it?
and free speech.
I could tell, like
Elon Musk
when he walked away, he like
originally
instead of
said,
just running
and
off
I'm
the other cows
paraphrasing,
or whatever,
he wanted
she
Twitter
was
to
like,
just
look back.
I was doing this would be important that it was a she cow.
not at all.
That would make a difference. So my arm
Elon
would
Musk
be
is a
gay.
I
businessman
just call
first
cows
and
bees
foremost.
because
And every
they're
business
so
person will
big and
tell
ugly,
you
so I
they
just
want
call
to
them
limit
bees.
their
Oh, well, you got your
liability,
bulls for
limit
that.
their
But the
exposure.
point is
And if you have
I
people
wonder
who
if it
say
makes it
just
good
about
for
anything
you
they want on
to
any
have, you'd
given
rather have your
platform,
hand up a he
you
than a
are
she.
opening
Yeah.
yourself up to potential
Maybe not.
litigation as a main party in a lawsuit because someone stalked someone else or someone defamed
So
someone
you
else.
and
Someone
Paris,
got loose on fine print
is over.
to make sure that you
in any way do something is put on that social media platform. Now, Elon Musk, if you've been paying attention, has very delicately walked some of that back.
They just seem sort of okay.
Of ideas where people can say whatever they want and also remain attractive to advertisers. Because again, the name of the game is not having a place where people can say whatever they want. It has to be a place which can make money for Elon Musk and his investors. And making money to the tune of recouping the $44 billion and some. It's one thing when you're a startup and you have some angel investors and you can build Twitter from nothing and its valuation grows to billions of dollars, but you haven't sunk billions of dollars into it. Your initial investment is not $44 billion. Elon Musk is coming from a social media platform of Gab. And Gab is notorious, my word, notorious for having almost zero comment moderation. So you can say anything you want. It can be racist, it can be vulgar, it can be sexist. You can say just about whatever you want on Gab. And there's virtually no comment moderation. But if you pay attention, Gab doesn't have the types of advertisers that can really make it any money. And Gab is definitely not worth it. We want Twitter to be this open free-for-all and also keep it attractive to folks who may want to pay money and advertise on the site. Now, we can say that we are super sensitive, we can say that there's cancel culture, we can say that we don't know how to take a joke anymore, we can say that we're uptight, but at the end of the day, advertisers have to feel confident and confident in their future association with Elon Musk and Twitter, given the types of content which will no longer be moderated. And then there's also discussion of if and when Donald Trump comes back to Twitter. By Elon Musk. But it doesn't mean that either of those individuals will come back, and if they do, whether that will not have a negative impact on the overall perception and publicity of Twitter as well. And here's something else. And Elon Musk has talked at length about how he felt the banning and suspension of Donald Trump was wrong on social media. If you're Donald Trump, do you have any real reason to come back to Twitter? Given that you have your own Truth Social, and you coming to Twitter takes the focus off your own Truth Social and its growth. So there's no real reason unsuspending certain people. There will be a response from advertisers. And the question then becomes, if you look at very soon, the question then becomes, does Twitter grow given the presence of Elon Musk, or does it further contract? I'm not talking about people going to be mad about, I can't believe Elon Musk is taking over Twitter, I'm just going to close my account. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about from a business standpoint, from an advertiser standpoint. Is it more attractive or less attractive?
Are you dating these guys? Do you like these guys, or are these guys that you just...
Because Elon Musk does not have 5-10 years. If we're on the precipice of a recession, and we are, if we're having 40 years of I should say, the highest inflation in 40 years, and we are, it makes it more difficult to turn Twitter into a cash cow, not less difficult. Me personally, I'm curious to see how it turns out. I'm not going to get on Twitter. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Elon Musk doesn't impact me one way or the other. Now, if Twitter turns into a Gab and turns into a place where it's just hateful rhetoric and slurs everywhere, then I probably won't use it anymore because Twitter has to work for me and be of some benefit to me, like it would be for you. But whether Twitter survives long term, it's going to be whole different problem. It's really difficult to do when you only really have two avenues in which to do that. Either charge subscriptions or
basically what those kinds of promises do is
and how often we see them. And both of those are probably pretty unpopular for the average social media user. This is Gary Genzo. I'm okay. KFI AM 640, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. A feeling of dread and despair. Okay, we're gonna rhyme. My apologies. Prepare for a scare. Curl your hair.
Home invasion. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Nancy Pelosi's husband has been taken to a hospital following a home invasion at the family's home. San Francisco Police Chief William Scott says police were called out to do a welfare check around 2:30 this morning.
Officers observed Ms. Pelosi and suspect both holding hammers. The suspect pulled the hammers away from Ms. Pelosi and violently assaulted and whipped her.
Scott says police then tackled the man into custody. He's been arrested and is facing attempted homicide, assault with a deadly weapon, burglary, elder abuse, and other charges. One person has died and three others reported.
They're convincing you in themselves, but more than that, if they're not in
Critics in Nova
immediate
Linda
pain,
say a ballot measure intended to meet
experienced
state
pain now,
housing
they're
mandates would
mad,
change the
right? As
city's
opposed to
character with
realizing the
high-density
reason they,
communities.
We understand
the way
how
they
it needs
manage
to be
that
filled.
pain
Homeowner Rent Hines Act Measure
pushes
D
away
allows the city to
changing
rezone
how the brain
19
works.
sites for 1,100 new homes, but several lawsuits have challenged the state housing mandate. If we rezone now, then there's no chance to ever bring those sites back and unrezone. The River Planning Manager Nick Barnsworth says there are penalties for non-compliance. The Corbin person, KFI.
The school in Simi Valley, founded by Kanye West this year, will reopen. John Beck Academy principal announced yesterday there would be no more classes and the school would reopen in 2023. CMP is reporting an email to parents to send out at midnight. It said the school will reopen with a vengeance. The school has been affected by its founder's recent anti-Semitic comments. The school staff grants to help veterans who are or could become homeless. The grants start next October. Officials say the Veterans Program provides services to quickly rehouse vets and their families who are homeless, prevent the loss of homes, or finding new housing options. The grants will be awarded in all 50 states, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Virgin Islands. Police say Tulsa, Oklahoma said does not look like a house fire that killed 8 people was an accident.
You're in Nirvana anyway.
Inside the house, cleared and used. A measure of inflation that is closely watched by the Federal Reserve remains high during the last month. The report from the Commerce Department shows prices rose 6.2% in September from a year ago. That's the same year-over-year rate as in August. Hawaii's Civil Defense Agency has held meetings across the Big Island telling people to prepare for a possible volcanic eruption. The world's largest active volcano, Mauna Loa, is sending more signals that it could erupt at any time. Frank Fresco. The Civil Defense Administrator says they're reminding people to register to get alert messages and review their plans. NFL quarterback Tom Brady has announced the supermodel Gisele Bündchen has filed for divorce. Mark Clark says the two posted on social media. Bündchen says they had grown apart.
The seven-time Super Bowl champion wrote on Instagram the couple arrived at this decision after much consideration and after privacy and respect.
Brady and Bündchen were married for 13 years and have 2 children together. Dentists say some Halloween candy Rising efficiency is going to be more difficult to remove, especially if the child is young and is not a peer pressure. Again, it is the chief dental officer at UT Healthcare in Tokyo and says the worst candies are
I think that
The
it's the people
contact
that kind of
and
judge
the
me. I
amount
think
of
that they're
sugar
more
that like
superficial
stays
than I
around
am
in
because
your mouth will be
I
longer because
understand
it's
that
something
everybody
start to kind of
goes
coat
through
you.
things in
The,
their life.
the
Doesn't
best
matter how much
foods
money
are
you
the ones
have.
that don't stay in your mouth for very long, like chocolate bars, which are chewed and swallowed. Jennifer Jones leads the 5 News.
Spring on the truck. Southland weather from KFI. Mostly sunny, high to mid-70s at the coast. Metro LA and New York City. Low to mid-80s for the valley and Kingston. It's 71 in Santa Clarita, 67 Laguna Beach, 70 in Pasadena, 69 in Orange. KFI market report, the Dow had a good day, up 737, actually 735. Southbound right in Washington, and everything's over on the right shoulder, but you're still
For
going to
me
see some
personally, I
slowing.
really
And
learned a lot
then
about
at
family
Apple Road,
values
still got a
and
crash, 4
morals.
cars involved
My
over on
parents
the
are
right
divorced,
shoulder there.
and I did not grow up in a family that ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner together and told each other the truth all the time. And I really respect the way that they live. And that for me was the biggest lesson. It was a much bigger lesson than any job that I ever had.
and you see a lot of
Yes, I
delays from
went to University
DeSoto.
of Arizona.
In Brea, 57 north on Imperial Highway. Looks like we still have a cable truck that's blocking the right lane of that off ramp. And if you're on that southbound 57, it is going to be a slow crash in a lane there as well. KFI in the traffic. They're experts. I'm Jenny Harden on Season 4 for Pike and Massacre podcast. The investigation into one of Ohio's worst crimes continues. Join the KQ Studio team as they examine the forensics and the ties that bind the victims and the accused. What will the trial mean for Pike County? Let's talk about crime scene.
Accused murderer George Wagner faces the judge and
I just
jury.
learned that it's really hard, which is definitely what I expected. Yeah, I mean, it really sucked. It really did.
Listen to the
But
Pike
I
and
mean, I have a
Massacre
lot
on
of
the
respect for
iHeart
people
Radio
that do
app
that.
or
It's
wherever
much
you
harder
get
than
your
anything I
podcasts.
could do. I couldn't do it, I'll tell you that.
They're
Diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or in the
Or
streets.
if they're
It turns out I
farmers, or
had
if you work
UTI
at
or exocrine pancreatitis.
fast food restaurants, gas stations.
If you have rare bowel disorder, tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you're allergic to pork or if you have gout, any problems or worsening of pain or foreign joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and only if you not for counsel or risk of medication. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, bloating, cough, even alcohol side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed UTI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for UTI and visit CreonInfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONInfo.com. Your home is complete solar solutions waiting for you at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. KFI AM640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. It's the Gary and Shannon Show. I'm going to tell in for Gary and Shannon on this Friday. Some of the top stories that we have been following and will continue to follow, of course. The assault attack on Paul Pelosi, the husband, Speaker Nancy Pelosi. We're learning more information. There was a recent press conference where we learned age and identity of the alleged attacker. And anything has some information. We were discussing both on air and off air how the police were approximately 2:27 this morning. San Francisco police officers push it back to the resident speaker Nancy Pelosi regarding the A priority well-being check. Well-being check. And Amy and I, we were
At 20?
our place. Life alert, someone pushed the button as opposed to someone calling 911 and
One of
saying,
my guy
hey,
friends told me
there may be
that
an intruder at the
once you
Pelosi
start
residence.
dating a girl, as
Which
soon as
speaks
you
to
have sex
what
with her, right after,
officers might
it
have been
becomes
expecting
50%
to
less
find
attractive.
when they happened on scene, or did expect to find. We weren't exactly sure where the officers found
she just brutal
and
afterwards?
this attacker.
Yeah, were they inside? Were they outside? They say that they're saying that the guy got in through a they said that she was saying officers got there, this is what they thought.
Our officers observed this Pelosi and suspect both holding
If you're
a
in
hammer.
love or really
The
into
suspect
the
pulled a
person,
hammer
it
away
can
from
be
Miss
glorious
Pelosi
and it can
and
up
violently
things depending on
assaulted
how
I
and
heard
with it.
whole dinner
Whose
conversations
hammer
with
was
these
it?
like young guys who these guys are
Those
like
guys
just
Completely unclear. Now, we can try to game this out as they say and say, well, it was if the assailant came in the back door and made a loud noise using the hammer to break the glass, one possible explanation.
no, I was just
When police came up, they saw that both of the men were holding onto their hammers. This seems more likely that Paul Pelosi was holding onto the hammer first,
that's not my question.
as
I'm just saying,
opposed to
like a guy, let's
reaching
say
and
he's
trying
really,
to
really
grab
into a
the
girl and
hammer
he sleeps with her.
away from the 40-year, much younger assailant.
But we don't know for
We
sure.
don't know. Just from the information, yes. Let me be clear. We are pontificating, we're speculating, but we're going off the information which has been made public by the San Francisco Police Department.
You know what?
Again, we have not been told.
He just took a
You know,
speeding
what were
class
they
or something.
told
Don't
that
go
they were
home,
expected to
guys.
find?
Go
Were they
take a
just
shower,
doing a
take care of
welfare
yourself.
check? Like they're knocking on the door and saying, well,
Yeah,
you're
just
okay.
respect yourself.
Anything we can do
It's
for
a matter
you?
of
I think
self-respect, in my
we
opinion.
can speculate
You
though
see
that
a big rubber
they
glove.
didn't knock on the door because when they got
I take
there,
the same glove
the
that I
guys
use
were
to
holding
take
onto a
out
hammer.
Yeah.
and
So they
watch the
probably
bottle.
didn't say, "Oh, hold on a second, I gotta get the door."
Right.
Your house, you live in
Yeah,
a
we
nice
don't know
house. If
that
the
there were any
showers that have
sounds
just
of
more
a
than.
struggle. We don't know
Here's how you can judge how you're
what
doing in life.
precipitated
Shower head,
the officers
water hits you when you get in the
interacting
shower.
with
When
Paul
you
Pelosi
when
and
you
this
go
guy,
when you live in some crappy
David
apartment in
Duchovny,
Van Nuys, you got
42
the
years old.
you got
We
the
don't know
shower
that.
head, you
Those
got
are
the
the
water
things
saver.
which
It's like
were
a
not
I've heard
told to
that.
us
The
that I
hard water. What
believe
is
is
hard water?
specifically
no, not hard
withheld
water.
for
No
reasons
water.
connected
Just
to the
the
ongoing
state
investigation.
issued water. But if you got real
Sources,
box water,
but I
like the
think
cold
that's
over
where the
here, you
story
get it
is
coming
going
from all
as
sides.
people try to
You get
look
the whole,
for
you get
information
cascade from the left,
and
to the right,
background
from the top. What about a
on
little action
the
from the
alleged
bottom?
assailant.
Well, they have
Again,
bidets for that.
42,
I know, but
42 years
why
old,
bother
David
hitting the
Duchovny.
bidet when
And
you're in the
also, he
shower
was
already? How about a
reportedly
little
taken
upward
to
shot?
That's actually a good idea.
the hospital as well.
Power at the bottom.
So we don't necessarily know whether the fact he was
shower.
injured in the struggle with
Why should
Pelosi
a
or
He doesn't
injured
want to go
trying to
in.
get
He
in
doesn't
the
want to
house,
go in.
injured in the struggle with the
Here's all
officers
I'm
who
saying. Once you
allegedly
get it, and you
tackled
can use
him.
one for
Right,
the
so
back side of the box, you know.
Were taken to the
Let's
hospital.
face it,
The
I need to be
thing
done.
is that
Let's face it. But here's what I'm saying.
Pelosi's camp is
You
saying
get
that
hit, you got the
that
shower
Mr.
coming
Pelosi
down
is
on top of your head.
expecting
You
a
want to clean the crack or the sack or the trunk or
It's
the tunnel.
concerning to me because there's some news reports saying that he was taken into surgery directly.
Shoot
It
up
was a crazy blow, but anytime you talk about
It
surgery, you
might
talk
be
about somebody
uncomfortable.
who's
It's like
82 years
something
old,
shooting
you're
up your
talking about a
butt.
violent attack.
And then there's people
Again,
like
we
that
don't
that
have
won't
all
get
the
an orgasm
details.
because they'll just stand in
I
their
would just
shower
be very
and get water
concerned as
shoved
to
up
his
their butts
status
all
given
day.
what we're
I
seeing
wouldn't
now.
leave my shower.
We will continue to follow the story, and as more information is made available,
You never
we
leave.
will make sure that
I'm
you
just
have it
saying,
because that's
you
why
get your
we want to stay
box and your
right
lunch
here.
too.
Listen to the KFI 24-hour news channel. This is the Gary and Shannon Show.
Let's have
Hope
it
that
going
again
up.
for Gary and
I
Shannon.
don't mean
KFI
directly
AM
underneath it.
640, we are live
And then you
everywhere
have a
on the
button that
iHeartRadio
someone
app.
comes
Steve
and
Gregory will join us next, but right
licks it
now,
after
James
you're
King.
done.
Your box.
Like,
and
just
Sarah
get
and I
out
were just
here.
discussing the person who broke into Speaker Nancy Pelosi's house and apparently got a all the
We get
time.
some
The added
hermaphrodite.
pressure
Is this
down
what
on self-governing
Circle
national
X
accounts
research
dropped
you
for the
guys talking about?
23rd straight day to
Survey
5 cents per gallon. That's
hermaphrodite
43
survey.
cents
You know, no
lower than a month
sexuality.
ago, but still $1.11 higher than a year ago. Ethanol fees
Yeah,
averaging
and it just tastes
$5.55
the
per
best.
gallon after
We'll get a
July.
food taster too.
Former President Trump is
All right.
celebrating Elon
Russ,
Musk
I need
taking
my
over
man.
as the new owner of Twitter. In a post on
You're 55.
Truth Social, Trump said the social media outlet
Let's
is
have
now
it.
in insane hands. Musk has been criticized for saying that he would unban Trump's cactus also on the 215 north on Hammond through Grand Terrace. Right around in Washington, I've got a report a narrow ladder event launch in Vermont Plain. And your 215 southbound is a slow ride anyway, starting right on Main Street. Got a moving sleeper train that is causing a lot of slowing in that area. Also, a 91 west end towards the Magnolia. It says a vehicle clearance at the shoulder. If you can repair, 605 south of Washington.
Come on, TV have to be when you're on a national radio show. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta be able to hear it when you're talking. Right? These stupidest callers on the planet. She's done. Rose.
I guess you haven't had any calls from Visit plans.lavote.gov. That's plans.lavote.gov. To learn how you can vote in the upcoming November election.
Plans you guys get. So you tested positive for COVID. What's next? Treat yourself.
No, well, you know that he
Treatments
met
are
that
free.
woman at
Taken by pill. These medications can stop the illness from getting serious.
while in jail
So
and made
treat yourself. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Higher taxes less money in our pockets. How did we get here? Because career politicians in Washington and Sacramento have been recklessly spending our money. And what do they have to show for it? Grocery prices our families can't afford. Less money in our paychecks. And communities that were less safe. Fighting for us in Congress. Millions on your pilot must start soon.
The trillions in new spending that causes inflation? I've heard them. I'm Mike Garcia, and I approve this message because I've spent my entire life fighting for you, and I'm just getting started. Paid for by Mike Garcia Retirement.
and insane. So
From the Academy Award-winning writer Eric Sorkin,
doesn't mean
A Few Good Men is the riveting Broadway hit about the trial of two Romans. Don't miss the play Variety calls Theatrical Fireworks, October 28th and November 20th. Tickets at LaMaradaTheater.com. LA Times compared the homelessness plans of Karen Bass and Rick Caruso. What do they say about Bass's homelessness plan? They say it's far smaller than the homelessness problem after 4 years. It's more of the same empty city hall talk. The Times says Rick Caruso's plan is bigger. 30,000 beds in 300 days. Hundreds of thousands of new affordable homes. A dramatic increase in mental health and addiction services. And 500 new sanitation workers to clean up our streets.
I want to wake up every day and fight for you because this city is worth fighting for.
Fix homelessness. Halloween Devil's Night. Do not leave your house. Do not answer the door. If you hear a bump in the night, do not go investigate. Season 3 of the horror fiction podcast presented in immersive 3D art. Get left behind. Starring Carter Rockwell.
Do you know what night it is?
And Clancy Brown. Listen to 13 Days of Halloween on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You had the ordinance placement that you wanted to be fair
Damaged in strong earthquakes, and earthquakes are inevitable in the Golden State. And older homes especially vulnerable to earthquake damage, so you may need to take steps to it's hard to get a hold. Now's the time to protect it. Get prepared today so you can avoid less tomorrow. Visit strengthenmyhouse.com or ACSC Safety Inspector. section for $88.
She
Look
said
at the
domestic
Cummins one,
violence.
special for only $58. Just call next
So
day.
that would be categorized as abusive.
833 next day.
If you're involved in mildly engaging activity, it does free up your mind for creative thinking. That's right, walks are really good, showers are good. You want just a little bit of stimulation.
What a water waster you are.
John and Ken, one patient today, 15 years. Oh, yeah, absolutely. On KFI. KFI AM 640, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's Gary and Shannon, Michelle and Kelly in for Gary and Shannon on this Friday. And you know what time it is. It's time for you to win some money. Now, your chance to win $1,000 at Entertainment Nationwide keyword on our website. Credit, that's credit, C-R-E-D-I-T. Enter now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Routine Accident Attorneys. If you're late in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at 800-500-5200. Keyword. You have a chance to win $1,000 every hour, about 20 minutes after the hour. So listen between 9 and 5 p.m. Every weekday for your next opportunity. You're joining us right now with KFI's own Steve Gregory. Steve, you've done it again. First it was Unsolved, and now we have Deadly Kill. Tell us about Deadly Kill and how you're going to do it. And we interview a number of experts from different disciplines having to do with the drug crisis. We talked with the DEA Special Agent in charge, Bill Faulkner, and one of the things that really struck me in talking about the opioid crisis, and especially fentanyl, is how fentanyl caught everyone by surprise, most specifically law enforcement. As a go-to for pain management, and actually like propofol, which would be used as an anesthetic for surgeries and other procedures. So when I found out fentanyl was an illness, drug about 6 years ago, that's when Bill Wagner said it was kind of the drug of choice and became easily accessible. It was cheaper. It was cheaper to manufacture. It was cheaper and easier to smuggle across the border. And it was obviously easier to make because you didn't have these big illegal drug companies. Which was another indicator that there was an illicit operation going on. So, in this time here, I want to play Bill Faulkner. This is an interview I did with him a few weeks ago, and he says one of the most disturbing things about fentanyl is how the makers of fentanyl are targeting young people. The drug cartel, Cheryl Cartel, recent New Generation Cartel, they are now going to great lengths to make these powerful synthetic drugs look less threatening. The multicolored pills, we're calling it rainbow fentanyl. There's another, Skittles variant or Lucky Charms variant. Drug users who are new to the drug scene, maybe they're just experimenting with drugs for the first time. Maybe they're people that they're going to go to a party and they're going to take a pill or use a drug recreationally. They're trying to attract that type of drug user to these pills. So Faulkner says that they've also had to rethink their strategy in terms of how to go after not only the makers, but the drug traffickers and the drug sellers. Did you know the degree of pervasiveness? Idea, it was a drug of choice, and it was sort of circulating, if you will, in the fringes. It was coming into the night scene, and it was coming into the club scene, and it was becoming an attractive thing for children, as you heard, I should say young people, as you heard Faulkner say. And it was something I never saw coming. And then I remember going to this press conference a couple of years ago where they brought all these agencies together and said, hey, we have a problem here, and it's called fentanyl. And fentanyl is doing this, it's doing this, it's doing this. And I'm like, where did this come from? So, heard Faulkner talk about, but it's also so simple to get a hold of that parents are having a tough time monitoring how their kids are getting it. And no, these people go back with these teenagers to the
dying
mean,
from
I'm saying
overdoses
this for a reason.
in these last few weeks in local high schools, and that's because they're giving this drug.
Just kind of like arm candy.
Is there any
Is he a
upside to
businessman?
at least the trajectory as far as this fentanyl
I'm
price?
just saying, like, that
No
may
effect
be,
whatsoever.
I'm not
The
trying
only
to be
thing
rude, I'm
is,
just saying,
and
like,
this
I
is the
know
sad
friends
part about it,
that go out with
talking
older
to the
men,
Los Angeles County
and
Medical Examiner, Jonathan
it's really not
Lucas,
about them having
it's
sex
going
with
to
you, it's
take
about
more
them
bodies to
showing you
pile
up
up.
and saying,
Remember,
look,
Mothers
it's young,
Against
hot
Drunk
tail
Drivers
that I'm
MAD came about because of the high number of DUI deaths of young people. And it took a long time and a lot of years and a lot of legislation before someone finally said, blood alcohol content legislation into the enforcement part of this so that it can go after the people who make it, sell it, and deal it. At this point, you can make the connection, I should say the comparison to Mothers Against Drunk Driving. I can look at that and say there's specific legislation to make driving under the influence more legal. When I say more legal, in other words, there's more penalty. Obviously, Jason Anderson, the district attorney for the county of San Bernardino, when we interviewed about that, and he was able to successfully prosecute people who are selling fentanyl to people who have overdosed and died from it, because those individuals knew the dangers, knew the drugs were deadly, and he was able to take legislation and put that into some sort of because we don't know if the district attorney of Los Angeles County is going to treat it the same as the district attorney's spokesman Riverside in San Bernardino. Hey, can I get you to hang around for a little bit, because I also want to hear about what's going on with Rensong. Yes, absolutely. All right, this is the Gary and Shannon Show. I'm Montana Good, the Gary and Shannon, KFI 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Next to KFI 24-hour newsroom and Amy. This one is subject to injury for group can't get the meeting.
We know that this is just another tactic to dismiss the public from making our voices heard. But we're not going to let that stop us.
Benches inside the chamber have been largely filled with people who work for LCWP, wanting on an employment contract renewal. Protesters last delayed Wednesday's city council meeting. Council President Paul Krikorian has stated that the city won't let protesters derail the council from doing its work. At City Hall, Brooke Stoll and KFI News.
News brought to you by WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. A notice of intent to recall LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon has been filed with the city clerk's office in order to find by 5 people who live in the 14th district, including Pauline Atkins. She made 2 prior recall attempts against De Leon. Pete Brown, De Leon's communications director, said Atkins had also previously filed but later dropped a 3rd intent to recall. The Santa Fe County Santa Fe DA's office, of course, is not making any recommendations about possible criminal charges. A woman and man have been stabbed to death in a Kohl's store parking lot in Palmdale. The attack happened around noon yesterday. A woman was seen running back and forth screaming that she'd been stabbed. After she collapsed, the attacker came back and stabbed her again. A man has been stabbed in another area of the parking lot died at the hospital. Deputies have taken one person into custody. Long Beach will soon accept applications for a guaranteed income program that pays senior citizens, single parents, $500 a month for a year.
It's a lot of baggage.
That these kinds of direct income projects have a bigger impact on folks and actually pull the country out of poverty.
The city put up $20 million from its COVID-19 relief fund for families from 1 million times. This and hot. State massive funding will allow the program to
I mean, you guys get what I'm saying? I really think that she's in this relationship because it's comfortable.
Frontier Airlines
It's not the right reason to be in a relationship, especially when you're 22 and now it's the time.
says the
Go out
airline
there
has
and have
made
some
an all-you-can-fly
so hot.
pass. Frontier Airlines announced it will offer a year-long travel pass called Go Wild. Passengers who buy the pass can take advanced flights.
Do you know which
If you're injured in an accident, you're trying to decide which attorney to hire.
but every person
not all the same. Here's what makes these things accident attorneys different.
First, we think used to work defending insurance companies, after seeing victims of accidents being taken advantage of, he switched sides. He's been an advocate for the injured ever since. They will treat you the way you deserve to be treated.
They've also been voted best attorneys in America and have settled 5 of the top 50 settlements in the state of California.
Listen, if you are ever injured in an accident, one of your first calls should be to Sweet James Accident Insurance. 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, and visit sweetjames.com.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny with highs in the low 70s with a chilly mid-70s for Metro LA, meaning the shade, near 80s for valleys and inland empire. Weeknights, night lows in the 50s, sunny tomorrow and Sunday, and 73. Over on the right shoulder, and it looks like he went off the freeway with a vehicle shoulder on the shoulder. I 91 west out of 57, disabled vehicle trying to clear it to the shoulder. A little bit flowing there. Still at 57 south.
I really don't. I don't know.
I'm Stephen Forbes, the Tyson Massacre podcast. The
My favorite place
investigation into one of
going
Ohio's
is
worst crimes
Switzerland, which
continues.
is so random.
Join the
It's so
KC
random,
Studio
but I
team as they examine the forensics
It's just
and
like
the ties that bind the
just
victims
so
and the
many things.
accused. What will the trial be for Pike County? Let's talk about the crime scene. Accused murderer George Wagner faces the judge and jury.
German.
This is
There's a little
legitimately
town called
the
Harris, South
biggest murder
Switzerland. I used to
trial
go
in the state of
there.
Ohio's
I
history.
would train up
Listen to
there.
the Pike Massacre on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
But we
With
would
food
spend
prices
our
going up, it's hard to decide on what to buy and when to buy. If you're looking for a way $58 train special for next gen. Call 8233 next gen. The podcast, The Bible in the Year of Jack Graham, is a moving and inspiring biblical audio experience that will help you master wisdom from the world's greatest book. In each episode, members will find biblical principles to everyday
Right.
life.
We would spend the weekends
Each
in
cinematic
Zurich, and it
episode
was
is
so
a journey
beautiful.
through the Bible's most profound stories that will strengthen your appreciation of the Word and inspire you to keep learning. Listen to the Bible in a
Which is
Year
really
with Jack
cool.
Graham on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now, that's the kind of Sunday conversation we at iHeart want to help you have with your future customers. And as America's #1 audio company across radio, podcasting, digital radio, and social, your next customers are listening to us. See how we can help you grow your business at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
It's Halloween. Wanna play a game? TMI, AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
Talk about Unsolved, the award-winning series. Steve, what do you have on tap for Unsolved? Tomorrow night we're going to feature a case of a 26-year-old Hispanic female who lived in the Little Rock area of Palmdale, Victoria, Atlanta, and she got connected with some pretty bad dudes up there that were running an illegal pot operation, and we were able to actually hear, we were interviewing the lead detective on the case, and he played for us some jailhouse phone conversations, and it ended up being her last conversation and her final words ever spoken, and we're going to be playing a part of that. Somebody's after her. Well, we're not really sure the motive behind her death, or her presumed death or disappearance. They've not found the body yet, but they did find some pieces of evidence they believe are tied to who she was, where she was, and she was only 27 years old. She was living on private property in a small travel trailer with her dog. And she was being rent to the person who owned this property. But there was a party one night, and then 2 days after the party, she goes disappearing. The property out in the desert. So it's a very strange case. A lot of twists and turns, a lot of tentacles to this one, but it's a mystery, and we'll attempt to unravel that mystery tomorrow.
You say a very strange case, and I know you talked about this to a certain degree, but I'm still very curious if it's changed over these different pieces of Unsolved. How do you know that you have a case or a story which can be told in a way which will either help highlight it and bring good, let's say, bring sunlight to it and maybe get it solved, or
focused on the cases so intently that it would compel them to call. But I was proven wrong. I mean, in fact, quite the opposite. Now, I know going into this that somebody out there listening knows what happened in almost every one of our cases. And it's proven by the fact that we get emails, we get feedback on our talkback. They are committed, and they are providing us tips that we pass along to law enforcement, and in some cases, those tips have proven very solid.
I know you're a consummate professional, but before you became a consummate professional, you're a regular.
Talking about how a 27-year-old girl, I mean, with her entire life ahead of her, was, they think that she may have actually been dismembered and buried in various parts of LA County. I mean, what kind of a life is that? The case of the girl, the 13-year-old girl in Santa Ana, who wanted her cell phone back, was stolen, and she didn't want to have her cell phone stolen. She chases it down, and she jumps on the vehicle of the car, driving away with her cell phone, and she gets thrown from the car. She dies from a brain trauma injury a couple days later. Or the 16-year-old girl sitting in the back seat of her mother's car, sitting at a red light, and a car chase comes up from behind, and they're opening fire on each other, and she gets hit by a stray bullet and dies. Yeah, they all get to you, and especially the ones with young people and children, these absolute innocent victims, and their families who are sitting there left with this gaping wound of when and where will my case, my daughter, my son's case ever be solved.
Now, I know that you have to sift through a lot of cases and a lot of stories and then decide on how that story is going to be told. But to your point, I'm sure you get a lot of suggestions. What is your process as far as how you go about telling these stories?
Well, we have been getting a lot of requests for stories. In fact, the beginning of our season 3 was as a result of so many requests to look at the Bryceland pizza story, which the college student who went missing, who lived in Orange County but was going to school in Northern California. And that was as a direct result of so much interest. So when we get the soap is that investigator willing to talk with us. So it's not a very easy thing to do in some cases. In others, I'm getting calls from detectives saying, hey, how can we get our case on your show? So it's been a difficult task at times, but by and large, we get full cooperation from agencies. We were just talking this morning with a member of a representative from the Malongo tribe about talking with their tribal police department about some unsolved cases out there. So we're exploring all different types of cases. We've got some very
just uncovering some unpleasant facts. Some history could be putting people in danger, and whether you are ever worried about your own personal safety.
Nah, I'm more worried about driving on the 405 than I am on uncovering any of these cases.
It's not funny, but the way you said it was funny.
Yeah, no, I'm seriously, I mean, between the come forward with evidence or something like that, I'm just a conduit. I'm not solving the case. I'm just an instrument to help solve the case.
So is Steve Gregory unsolved?
He
Excuse me, Unsolved and also Deadly Kill here on KFI. Steve, you do great work. I love listening to you. I'm not saying that just to say that. I'm saying it because it's true. Do not stop doing what you're doing because I know not only are you helping people, you are actually changing the way that we listen to radio and podcasts. No exaggeration.
Well, that's very kind of you, Mo. I appreciate it. Right back at you.
Appreciate you, my friend, buddy. Take care. This is the Gary and Shannon Show. We'll dive into Gary and Shannon. We'll have more, possibly more information on these on that. And I'm going to stick up for a guy who I could not stand as a player, Tom Brady. But this is one time I think I'm going to come to his defense. That's coming up next. Now to the KFI 24-hour newsroom from Amy King.
The person who broke into Speaker Nancy Pelosi's house in San Francisco apparently shouted, "Where is Nancy?" before attacking her husband this morning. Paul Pelosi was attacked with a hammer. He is expected to fully recover.
It's probably what I would say because I don't want to fuck that old bitch. She's hot as fuck. Vintage Nancy Pelosi.
Charged conversation with former President Aaron Martinez. The LA Police Department has renamed its Northeast area community police station in honor of Peggy York, the department's first female deputy chief. LAPD Chief Moore called the renaming of the station in Blackout Park a true testament to her steadfast tenacity and spirit. York retired from the LAPD in 2002. She died last year at the age of 80. We'll check some problems on 710 next.
If you have a business and that business has 5 or more employees, you are eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is going to get in your hands on it. So GetRefunds.com. On qualifying me, answer a few questions, see if you're eligible. That's GetRefunds.com. GetRefunds.com.
Sunny with highs in the 70s to near 80, warming into the mid-70s to mid-80s through the weekend. This report brought to you by Southern California Edison. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Crash in Long Beach on the 605. On the 605 southbound, we have an earlier wreck. It's going to be right around the Heck Road. Got that over to the right shoulder. Still going to be a slow one. On the 710 north out of Willow Street, got that crash blocking the center lane. You're on the break from Anaheim Street. We're down there to 405 north out of Inglewood Avenue. About 4 cars involved in it. It's all on the right shoulder. The new cars in the back up on that 101 southbound. Looks like it's going to be a slow ride from Vista though. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Harmon.
Southern California Edison. If you're trimming trees and other vegetation, it's important to always keep yourself and tools at least 10 feet from power lines to avoid injuries and outages. Learn more at fce.com/stay safe.
This report is sponsored by personal injury firm Owen Patterson and Ellen. Owen Patterson and Ellen is your family's doctor.
Could be damaged from a strong earthquake, and earthquakes are inevitable in the Golden State. An older home is especially vulnerable to earthquake damage, so you may need to take steps to strengthen it and help reduce the chance of damage. Visit StrengthenMyHouse.com to learn about better protecting your home from earthquake damage. The work may cost less than you think and can often be completed in a few days. You've worked hard to get a home. Now is the time to protect it. Get prepared today so you can worry less tomorrow. Visit StrengthenMyHouse.com. Join Gary and the following program will be recorded. It's no way. Not the best day to follow that meteorite to find out where it landed.
Damn it, fucking shit.
This is not a sports story. Hear me? This is not a sports story. We'll tell you for Gary and Shannon, KFI 8640. We're live every
Don't worry about nothing, 'cause the wind is blowing, and it's blowing with me. I know I can be and if you ain't never get away, what do you say? This is one.
If they are singularly focused on their career, that was not changed just because we got married. Now we can use sports as an analog to corollary to this.
What's this? Is it called YouTube?
If we got into the life of Kobe Bryant when he was alive, or Michael Jordan, it probably was the same. Nothing came before their professional career.
What the hell happened?
Focused on being the greatest of all. Brunson was still at the height of her modeling career, and it will reverse. I would say the same thing with Thomas Brady said. She was a supermodel when you met her, and you also knew that a supermodel has a finite amount of time to be a supermodel, just like a quarterback has a finite amount of time to be a quarterback. True, Tom Brady has had an exceptionally long career, but it's still finite in nature. It's not like Tom Brady could retire now and come back in 3 years. Is Tom Brady most likely being selfish? Probably. He's most likely not sort of over or say something which would have led the Zelfine to believe that his retirement was imminent years ago as opposed to still playing well into his 40s. Probably. But remember when I said don't marry the stripper? Because at the end of the day, that person was a stripper when you met him. Well, Tom Brady is probably the most successful quarterback in arguably the last 40 years of professional football. From his diet to his training regimen to his watching film. Talking about expectations. Knowing who you are really with. And if there's anything that we could take away from the Tom Brady Gisele Bundchen divorce discussion, because for me, it's not about their celebrity. It's not about their individual careers. It's not even about how they have more financial means to make their marriage work than most people. Because let's be honest, Giselle Bundchen is not at home making lunches for the team. Functions that we would associate with, let's say, a middle class family. Giselle doesn't have to do any of that. So it's not about Giselle having to struggle by herself handling all the kids. Where there's not enough time, and she needs help taking them to school, and needs help taking them to the doctor, and needs help with them doing their homework. No, Giselle doesn't have any fault with that, I promise you. Doesn't Giselle have a right to be angry or disappointed or disillusioned or tired of emotionally absent that whole time? If you know anything about professional football, and you've been paying attention to how they're looking at film, they're going over game plans, and they're memorizing playbooks and selections all week long before the actual game is played. And don't forget, I have to admit, it was kind of ironic and almost I gotta believe that there's some connection there. I gotta believe there's some connection between how poorly Tom Brady has played this particular season and how his personal life is in disarray. Is in shambles. Well, I wouldn't say shambles, but going through a divorce can be traumatic for anybody, if included. So this is a story about people. It's really not a story about sports. If you've ever been through a divorce, if you've ever, let's say, been married to someone over the course of years, and you realize that you're a different person now, and when you've been, and even though Tom and Giselle don't live in a world that you and I live in most likely, there is something which is very common to all couples, and it's that expectation when you first get married of how you're supposed to grow as a couple. And clearly there was an expectation here that Tom Brady, at a certain point, probably in his early 40s, not mid 40s, not late 40s, would be available most of the time for her and their children. And Tom Brady said, no, I'm not there yet. I still got more gas in the tank. I have 7 Super Bowl rings, but I would like to end this marriage. Quite possibly, but it's not me to say. But the takeaway and the message and what we can learn from this is in relationships, we all have expectations. And we got to know who we're looking at when we first decide to marry that person. Because I know good and well, if you ask a guy for a guy's perspective about the marriage and ultimately singularly focused on football, going back to his days of Michigan, trying to prove the world wrong, but being drafted in the 6th round. He will always have something to prove in his mind, in the way that Kobe Bryant did, in the way that Michael Jordan did. It seems like the only person who doesn't understand how Tom Brady is wired, ironically enough, is Giselle. Because the first and likely response from just about every dude I know is and has been that he probably made promises that he did not keep or had no intention of keeping. But at the end of the day, nobody should be surprised because Tom Brady, when you met him, this is the Gary and Shannon Show. I'm Mocha, KFIN 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Ready to the legend is built with a horizon. A senior prime will protect you for the very taste of your home. KFI Electronic coverage coming November 8th. AOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. To the sounds of drums that can be heard inside where police have lined up with riot gear. Front door of City Hall has become the stopping point for protesters, including this man.
This is supposed to be a public meeting, and this is the council is supposed to be holding an event. This is what people, but they're just afraid. They just don't want people to go in.
Protesters say they were told seating at today's meeting is at capacity. Many people who work for LADWP have filled the chamber to watch an employment contract review. At City Hall, Blake Troll with KFI News.
The man suspected of attacking the husband of Speaker Nancy Pelosi has been arrested on attempted homicide.
The speaker was not home at the time. The suspect is now in custody.
The motivation for the attack is being investigated. The AP says the attacker specifically targeted the home and shouted, "Where is Nancy?" before attacking Pelosi. A real estate developer in Beverly Hills who pleaded guilty to federal charges from the nationwide college admissions scandal has died by suicide in his home in Malibu. The LA County Coroner's Office says the man was found dead. 150 families, $500 a month for a year as part of a guaranteed income pilot program spread around the U.S.
These are single parents who need support. Long Beach Mayor Robert Garcia says single parents from the 90813 zip code can start applying next month.
They'll also be getting additional support like access to child care and access to broadband.
It doesn't indicate that research will accurately determine the threat.
Part of the insurance quality becomes a $2 million
from a COVID-19 fund will allow another 250 families in the program. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The gross domestic product has increased 2.6% for the third quarter after the economy shrunk in the two previous quarters. EY Parthenon chief economist Gregory Gatto says the third quarter was a rebound, even if the nation's top banks are still raising interest rates to slow inflation.
For next week, we should be on the lookout for a 75 basis point rate hike, but I think there will be some increased signal that the Fed is intent on tapering the pace of its hiking.
Twitter must finalize the deal last night following months of disputes between the SpaceX founder and the social media company. Musk walked into the headquarters in San Francisco Wednesday carrying a porcelain sink. He then changed his Twitter profile to Chief Twit and tweeted, "Entering Twitter HQ, let that sink in." Musk says no banned Twitter accounts will be restored for a review by the new Content Moderation Council. For people who love
This is the steel tubing for the 3.5-inch plastic floppy disk, which was ubiquitous 40, 30, and even 20 years ago. CD-ROMs, DVDs, and USB flash drives have since replaced the floppy disk for most uses, but they're still vital for the embroidery, tool and die, and airline industries, which use floppies for the maintenance. Percy says he's not expecting floppy disks to survive another 20 years, but
for the 1 in 13 children who have food allergies.
Kit Kat bars, Hershey bars, there's milk, and there's nuts, and there's wheat, and there's joy. In most Halloween candy,
Shane suggests putting a teal-colored pumpkin outside filled with non-food treats like toys next to an orange one filled with candy.
so when I buy this indicates to your neighbors that you have treats that are safe.
You can go to foodallergy.org to add their house to the Teal Pumpkin Project map. Degrees warmer tomorrow and Sunday. Mid-70s to the beaches, right around 80 for Metro LA and New York City. Low to mid-80s to the valleys in IE. Then cooling down Tuesday and Wednesday with a 30% chance of showers and highs around 70. It's 74 in Diamond Bar, 70 in Newport Beach, 62 in Palmdale, 72 in Calabasas. KFI market report, the Dow having a heck of a day, trading up 842 points. The Nasdaq up 301. S&P 500 up 95. The average price for regular gas. Corona, 15 southbound for Magnolia, brand new rescue. This is one of the two right lanes. Pretty close from the 91. And if you're on that 91 eastbound, if you're going right into Corona, you'll be seeing some delays on off the brakes from the 241 over to 15. Riverside, roadwork on the 215 south from Iowa down to Martin Luther King Boulevard. The carpool lane doesn't be blocked until 12:30, but it's causing a backup on the 241.
I also think like ladies who dress up like this are
Heads up in eastbound, southbound in Longmont, I've got a mattress reported in the lane. And in Whittier, 605 north of Pack Cross over on the shoulder.
There's
struggle,
no.
it might be a sign of a learning or thinking difference like ADHD or dyslexia. Some of us are wired differently, but all of us can thrive with the right support. At understood.org, we're here to help. Visit understood.org/iHeart. Take our signs and symptoms quiz to find answers and explore solutions.
What's that one chick?
Brian, he says here, so you tested positive for COVID. What's next? Treat yourself. COVID treatments are free. Taken by pill, these medications can stop the illness from getting serious. So treat yourself. Call 833-422-4255. This is brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
When it comes to looking good, you are the star. What about those sound checks that you plan in advance, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? Or those meetings with friends for which you make a group chat 3 months before so that the same way you plan each detail for those moments. Start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communication plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council. AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's the Gary and Shannon Show. I'm Mo Kelly in for Gary on this Friday. And as a matter of fact, I'll be in for Gary and Shannon Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week. I know, it's crazy, crazy. But some of the big stories that we're following right now and continuing to follow, of course, we're following the attack on Paul Pelosi, the husband of Speaker Nancy Pelosi, in their San Francisco. Always in one, he consummated that deal, and now he's in office inspiring people left and right. Tom Brady is getting a divorce. It was announced by Gisele Bundchen, his estranged wife. Maybe some thoughts about that. Some people were thinking like, well, wait a minute. In your analogy mode, who's the stripper? Gisele or Tom? Tom! Well, the stripper. Once again, well, that wasn't clear. Tom Brady is the stripper in the analogy. He's talking about Gisele. You should have known that Tom Brady was a stripper in that analogy. And also, Kanye West is back. Here is some more tangible information regarding that attack on Paul Pelosi, the husband of Speaker Nancy Pelosi. ABT and I were discussing as far as how those original.
You guys had a hell of a year. You get to be fine. He's got to be like, Nancy, you retired, we don't think of you.
Information that Paul Pelosi had undergone brain surgery. And we don't know
And brain surgery?
or how extensive or how severe that surgery was, but I think it's fair to say any unanticipated brain surgery on an 82-year-old man after a violent attack with a hammer is probably perilous in nature. I think that's fair to say. Now, I wish remain positive, but that's something I found very concerning. And we'll continue to follow that story as far as more information is slowly coming out on the alleged attacker, supposed motivations he had, and whether the attack was connected to exclusively political motives. We do know that the House was targeted. In other words,
that Dave DePappy, the alleged assailant, knew that he was in the Pelosi house specifically and allegedly asked, "Where's Nancy?" in front of law enforcement as what was termed as disruptive meetings at City Hall. And honestly, I don't know if you can fix that situation in City Hall. Bill Cedillo, he's not going to step down. Why? Because his term comes to an end in December. He has no reason to step down. He's just going to keep getting his paycheck until the end of the year. I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. He gains nothing by actually resigning. Kevin De Leon, that is something altogether different. Kevin De Leon ostensibly still has political ambitions. He's going to run for this office, for that office. He's run for governor, run for mayor. Who knows what else he's going to run for? But Kevin De Leon at least believes that he's not finished as a politician in Los Angeles. I think the people believe otherwise, but that remains to be seen. But he's not stepping down. And on one hand, you could argue that is increasingly the standard as far as how you deal with crises. That's PR crisis. Admit nothing, go on the attack, deny, do not resign. And Kevin De Leon, what he's going to do. Now, he has another 2 years on his term. I don't know how he effectively serves as a city councilman for the next 2 years, given that he's been stripped of his committees and pretty much he's just a doormat. He can't do anything, and the residents of his council district are effectively without representation because. So I think it's harmful to the residents of his district the longer he stays in office. But I've always said politicians are some of the most selfish people on the face of the earth, so he's not going to resign.
And the next person
Even
on
though
the list
he
is Anne.
arguably has no political future, he's still not going to resign. And of course, one of the biggest trending stories, as it's actually increasing now, Tom Brady, Gisele Bundchen, they've announced their divorce after 13 years, and honestly, I'm surprised it lasted that long, only because, as I was saying in the last segment, Tom Brady has always been Tom Brady, and just because you think that you can change Tom Brady, no, it's just like any other relationship. Don't try to marry someone who I'm going to be. And I hope you like everything you see and who I am right about now, because it's not going to get me better in years. I'm going to be that same guy. And if it annoys you right now, I promise you it will annoy you in year 13, just like Tom Brady and Gisele Bundchen. And that's what I was saying last segment. It's not a sports story. It's a story about expectations of how we want to grow together with our partners and whether those expectations are really unrealistic. And it was unrealistic from where I sit. Shake your head as you wear the Lions hat. I know you're a football fan. You know, it just seems like, guys, we're kind of unanimous on this one. It's like, of course he didn't retire. Of course they're going to get divorced because he was Tom Brady when you met him. And if there's any takeaway from that, ladies, it's going to be. Dating in America in 2022. That's fair?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, and then we'll tell you why you're wrong. You're done. This is the Gary and Shannon Show. KFI 8640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. There's a chance to win $1,000 when we come back. But right now, from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, and the news.
Two people have been stabbed to death in a parking lot of a Kohl's in Palmdale. Police say the woman who was stabbed screaming as she was stabbed several times. The guy apparently walked away, went back and stabbed her again, then kicked her and stabbed her again. One person has been taken into custody. A notice of intent to recall LA City Council and another councilman. Tom Brady and Gisele Bundchen have officially filed for divorce. They posted about it on Instagram, saying they arrived at the decision amicably and with gratitude for the time they spent together. They've been married 13 years.
I wish I could
Got a crash in Corona, 15. 15 southbound back before you get to Magnolia. It is blocking the two right lanes, and you will see slowing. Coming away from the 91 to Drone at 90 westbound, heading into Corona. You're going to be going off the brakes on the 241 over to 15. In Paramount, on the 105, eastbound. 91. Hey, if I'm dying up to there faster, I'm getting on that.
This report is sponsored by Duffy Power Services. Tired of the third of power shutoffs due to wildfires and severe weather, higher summer temperatures, longer fire seasons, and aging infrastructure make a backup generator essential. Duffy Power has been LA's generator expert for nearly 60 years. Go to DuffyPower.com. That's DuffiePower.com.
Los Angeles business owners, stop overpaying for internet and phone. $99 a month, and phone for just $19.99 a month. Taxes and fees included. That's faster internet at an incredible price. Other providers don't even come close. Make the switch to Spectrum Business. Visit business.spectrum.com/ultra. Restrictions apply.
Sail with American Cruise Voyages, where